1. Weird beginnings. In the empty and cold morgue, Shinyu stared blankly at a charred body in front of her, her mind blank. At this time near the late fall, although Shinyu has already put on a padded sweater, but the kind of unique cool air in the morgue still makes his body sweat hairs stand up. Confirmed? A voice snapped Shinyu out of his dazed state. Beside Shinyu, there stood a tall policeman with slightly disheveled hair and an unkempt beard, who was looking at him with inquiring eyes. Shinyu moved slowly and shook his head. No, I'm not sure this is my mom. The tall officer waved his hand and gave a wink, and the morgue staff slowly pulled on the black shroud that wrapped the charred body. Take a look. These were recovered from around the crime scene. We found your mother's ID, a cell phone, a wallet. A young policeman placed the relics related to the deceased on a tabletop aside, signaling Shinyu to inspect them. Shinyu didn't check the other items, but just silently held up his mother's ID card. The woman on there had a gentle expression and was smiling at him, but the woman's looks had been extremely unfamiliar in Shinyu's mind. Shinyu's parents had divorced when he was 6, and he hadn't seen the mother since. In fact, in his heart he didn't have any good feelings towards the mother who had abandoned her family, and even hated her a little. Because of this, his father drinks and gambles all day long, and punches and kicks Shinyu when he gets a little upset. But, the mother didn't have much family at home, so she had to let her own son, collect the body. Make sure it's okay to sign here, and you can take these relics of the deceased with you, the young policeman said, handing Shinyu a ballpoint pen while the latter signed his name without looking at it. Officer, can I go now? I have to go home and make dinner for my dad. Shinyu's voice was small, but it still seemed clear in the needle-smelling morgue. The older policeman nodded and added, I'm very sorry about your mother's death, but there are still a few more suspicious points about her death. We might contact you again afterward, so please keep your phone open. If you find anything suspicious you can also take the initiative to contact me. My name is Lu Zhanyun, the brigadier of the precinct's criminal police team. This is my phone number. Okay, thanks. Shinyu nodded slightly in thanks, packed a brainful of her mother's belongings and the officer's business card into her book bag, and left the uncomfortable morgue just like that. Looking at Shinyu's departing back, Criminal Police Captain Lu Zhanyun whispered, Tao Shui, go and check this kid. I want to know about his upbringing. Tell me as soon as possible after you find out. The young policeman raised his head in disbelief and asked, Chief Lu, that's just a student. Do you suspect him? Lu Zhanyun touched the slightly messy stubble, thoughtfully said, Wyatt does not suspect another thing, but this kid after seeing the body's reaction is really a little strange. Do not say students. You just went to the police academy that will see a charred corpse will have what reaction? The young cop thought for a moment and said, the odds are that he'll spit out his overnight meal. That's right. Not only did that kid not feel any discomfort at all just now, but there was only numbness in his eyes. Lu Zhanyun patted his companion and signaled to call it a day for now, although he also didn't believe that a student would cross paths with a murderer. That weird sixth sense still made him pay special attention to Shinyu. Already late fall in Natsukushima City. There is light rain today. Walking out of the morgue, Shinyu did not take a ride, so drenched in drizzle numbly walking on the street, he couldn't quite digest today's events until now. His mother, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, just like that? The police said it was suspicious. Could it be murder? That charred body, so ugly. Shinyu was rambling all the way, halfway scurrying onto a bus and sitting at the nearest stop to her home to get off. The flat he and his father rented was a rather dated old silo. The people who usually live here are poor families at the bottom of the social ladder. However, the situation of Shinyu's family is even more difficult than the average poor household. Of course, this has nothing to do with his father's gambling and drinking habits. It also added to his already poor family's woes. Hurriedly returning to his residence on the 3rd floor, Shinyu took out his key and opened the wooden door that was as worn out as a sampan. A strong odor of sweat mixed with the smell of alcohol rushed straight into his nostrils, but Shinyu didn't even furrow his eyebrows because he had gotten used to it a long time ago. As far as he could remember, ever since his parents had divorced, his father had become what he was today, without a single day's exception. The older home is a simple 2-bedroom, no living room apartment. The long and dark hallway was filled with empty wine bottles of all styles. Shinyu crossed those bottles, went into his room and closed the door, and then carefully examined his mother's relics brought back from the police. ID. Useless. Wallet. How come there's not a dime? Only a card? Shinyu took out the card in his wallet and found that the black card only had a fingerprint-style icon printed on it. Other than that there was no information whatsoever. He then put the card in his pocket and finally picked up what appeared to be an unprocessed smartphone. How come this phone doesn't even have a brand name? I don't know how much it can be sold for. Fingerprint boot? Shinyu drummed for a while, and the cell phone that didn't have any buttons suddenly rang. Jingle bells. Shinyu looked at the brightly lit cell phone screen, the location that was supposed to display the caller's number, but there was only a fingerprint-style icon, exactly the same as the one printed on the card just now. The ding-dong-dong ringtone kept ringing. Shenyu was afraid of disturbing his hungover father, hesitated for a moment, but still pressed on the fingerprint icon. Hiss! Suddenly, a tingling pain came from his thumb resting on the screen of his cell phone, causing him to retract his finger reflexively. Shenyu looked at the thumb that bubbled up with a drop of blood and stuffed it into his mouth with great suspicion. Hello, who is this? He looked at his inexplicably bleeding thumb and put the phone to his ear. Originally, Shenyu also thought that the mother's former acquaintance called, but did not think that the voice coming out of the phone was not a man or a woman, low and hoarse, and does not come with a trace of emotion. The game has begun. No one is allowed to quit. Not even death can make you quit. Do. Shenyu looked at the hung-up phone speechlessly and cursed Psycho. He just assumed it was some inexplicable scammer calling, when he casually placed his cell phone on the table and got up to tie on his apron to cook dinner. However, at the moment Shenyu left the room, the smartphone, which looked like a 3less product, lit up again. On the screen of the cell phone at the moment, several rows of text were clearly visible. The game is starting and you are being matched with your opponent. Opponent ID, Evil Boy. Opponent level, 4. Opponent's record, 6 wins out of 6. Opponent's deck, unknown. Countdown begins. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7. The cell phone lying on the desktop began to count down until that number went to 0, before the screen went black again and returned to silence. Only, the dark night that had descended seemed darker than ever, and there was a cold wind blowing in the sky as if only winter possessed it. With this evil wind, confetti flew in the corridor of the old apartment building, and some of the wooden window frames, which were not so strong, were blown and creaked. Under the dimly flickering voice-activated lights, a short figure slowly appeared on the 3rd floor where Shenyu's house was located. The corners of that figure's mouth were slightly raised, and a card was clutched in the fingers of his right hand. However, a slightly childish voice was heard resounding in the cold wind. Scene cards, deserted village apartments, attachment card, female corpse in white. In the kitchen, Shenyu put down a pot of noodles and washed a handful of bok choy and threw it into the pot. After the water boiled, he added a stream of salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and pepper. When he was done, he took out another ham sausage that wasn't even palm length and cut it into small pieces and threw it in. Zippy spaghetti and ham soup. That done, he removed his apron and prepared to wake his father for dinner. But, just after Shenyu turned around and opened the wooden kitchen door, he froze on the spot. He looked at the strangely empty room in front of him and couldn't help but slam the kitchen door shut again. Standing still for a few dozen seconds, taking 2 deep breaths, Shenyu opened the kitchen door again. Outside the door, the originally 2-roomed, hall-less rental cottage disappeared, presenting him with an empty living room of more than 100 square feet. The living room was scattered with a few pieces of furniture, all covered with white cloth, as if it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. What should have been a wall was now a whole row of floor-to-ceiling windows. The floor-to-ceiling windows were not closed, and a cold wind that made people's hair stand on end poured in from outside the room, blowing those white cloths like water rippling, emitting a slight sound of clattering. The messy floor looked as if it had been burglarized, with scraps of paper, toys, and bottles thrown haphazardly everywhere. An old brass metal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, squeaking and swaying in the wind, not knowing when it will fall. Shenyu was still holding the apron in her hand, looking at the scene in front of her for half a day. He rubbed his eyes and the eerie scene remained. He tried to return to the kitchen again, but when he turned back around he couldn't find the original wooden door. Now he stood so alone in the airy, empty living room, lonely and helpless. 2. Identity beyond student. Dad, Shenyu tentatively whispered to call out to his father, but looking around where was still the room he was in? Not to mention the room, the entire space and time seemed to be misaligned. What the hell is this place? What the hell is happening? Shenyu looked around vigilantly and reached out to feel around his body, but there was nothing except the black card he had just casually put into his pocket. The cold wind outside the window couldn't stop pouring into the living room, and an empty wine bottle lying on the floor was blown by the wind to the point where it gurgled and rolled up. The bottle slowly moved forward and gently touched on an antique European floor clock placed against the wall. It seemed that this small touch caused the pendulum of the floor clock to start swaying gently. Knock knock knock. The hands of the floor clock pointed at 3 in the morning, and the penetrating chime struck 3 times. The vibe is pulling out all the stops. Shenyu scanned around the empty living room and didn't find any dangerous place, so he put away his apron and just sat on the sofa covered with white cloth. For him, who had read all kinds of horror movies in his spare time, such a scene, though bizarre, had not reached the level of scaring him. At that moment, a soft eek came from the corner of the empty living room. That voice seemed to carry some doubt and disbelief, and although it was very light, it still fell into Shenyu's ears. Someone? Playing God. Shenyu never believed in any strange powers, he felt that those were all imagined by people to scare themselves. Any spooky place can always be identified with some scientific pattern or trace of man-made artifacts if observed carefully. Shin Yu, who has been the head of the family since the age of 6, has come through elementary school, middle school, and all the way to high school alone. He worked part-time to earn money to subsidize his family and earn tuition fees for himself, but even so, his academic performance has not been affected in the slightest, and he has always been at the top of the class. Shin Yu, who always faces the world alone, also has to take care of her father, who is an invalid at home. Imagine how a man who has grown up in such an environment could be intimidated by a small scene like the one in front of him. Who's there? Come out. Shin Yu stood up and picked up an empty wine bottle in his hand. However, just at that moment, he suddenly felt a chill coming from the back of his neck, as if someone was blowing on his neck. Shin Yu turned around violently, and saw that the white cloth that had originally covered the sofa had floated in mid-air at some point. He calmly watched the scene and suddenly raised his foot and kicked it. Thud sound. Shin Yu only feel just kicked the soft touch, clearly as someone hiding under the white cloth. The figure crashed into the wall, and the white cloth fluttered aside as a result. Under the white cloth was a woman. It was a woman dressed in white with long, loose hair. It was a woman dressed in white with long hair and bulging eyes and 10 fingers like barbs. This white-clothed woman in front of Shin Yu, with her dead fish-like unfocused eyes open, her 2 arms stretched forward and suddenly grabbed fiercely at him. Facing the sudden attack, Shin Yu ducked short to avoid it and slid to the side with one hand on the ground. But the obviously inhuman white woman's lower body didn't move, and her upper body just turned 180 degrees so stiffly. Those 10 fingers as sharp as barbs were about to be inserted into Shin Yu's chest, but he suddenly fell backward and managed to avoid this fatal blow. Shin Yu's body slid backward 2 meters, reached out and touched the wound that had been grazed out on his chest. Although it wasn't deep, it was still bleeding. The black card that he had casually put into his pocket earlier also slowly floated out at this moment. But, miraculously, the card didn't fall to the ground, but just floated in mid-air, emitting a pure black light that didn't contain a single impurity. It was the card that had no numbers on it, only a fingerprint-like icon. It's the same card that Shin Yu found in the wallet her mother left behind. I just put in my pocket? Looking at the black floating and rotating card, Shin Yu subconsciously stretched out his right hand and wanted to touch it. However, the next moment when the fingers of his right hand touched the surface of the card suddenly turned into a handful of powder and just disappeared into the air. At the same time, he felt as if there was something extra on his right hand, as if he was wearing a light, transparent and imperceptible glove. Woo! The change in that card also caught the attention of the woman in white. Her lower body turned 180 degrees stiffly, and a pair of rolled eyes suddenly filled with blood. You want to kill me? I don't remember offending anyone lately. Who the hell are you? Shin Yu looked at the white-clothed woman not far from the opposite side who was clearly radiating malice, and the color in her eyes gradually turned cold. He would never hesitate to confront someone who wanted to hurt him. Yes, Shin Yu has lacked parental companionship and shelter since childhood, and can only rely on himself to fight back after being bullied outside. In Shaju City's No.1 high school, almost all the students knew that there was a school bully in senior class 4 that even out-of-school gangsters didn't dare to mess with. Shin Yu moved, and he chose to take the initiative in the face of the bizarre scene and the unhuman-like woman in white. At the moment he lowered his center of gravity to rush at the woman in white and reached out with his left hand to pull down in one smooth motion the white sheet of cloth covering a sideboard. Shin Yu waved his left hand, the white cloth covered to the enemy in front of him, and then his right hand clenched his fist and twisted his waist and swung his arm. Bang sound hit on the white woman's arms. Summer Bamboo City Criminal Police Brigade. Although it was dark, there was no such thing as an accurate commute time for a criminal police officer as a profession. At this moment, Police Officer Tao Shui hand holding a file bag from the file room out of the fast pace, and all the way into the captain's office. In the office, the execution captain Lu Zhanyun was standing in front of a wall plastered with photos, frowning and contemplating something. Chief Lu, with his thoughts interrupted, Lu Zhanyun turned around with a gloomy face. Don't you know how to knock before you come in? Tao Shui smiled awkwardly, then held up the bag of papers in his hand. Lu boss, the student you asked me to check this afternoon. The information is here. Oh, you're pretty fast. What's the catch? After Lu Zhanyun finished speaking he once again focused the vast majority of his attention on the wall of photographs. Tao Shui faced with excitement to open the file bag. Mouth quickly said, Lu boss, to say or you experience old ways. That student, seemingly harmless appearance. The actual experience is Richet. In our city council is a number. What? He's got a record? Lu Zhanyun turned his head at the words and asked with some surprise. Tao Shui at this moment has pulled out the documents in the file bag, shaking it twice, pretending to be mysterious, not on that student, actually going to school at the same time, but also moonlighting as a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters? Lu Zhanyun's expression became even more puzzled. Yes, you see the record on here. During the last 3 years, but any suspect that the city council has placed a wanted notice on, 80% of them have his involvement. Just a while ago, that pervert who specialized in molesting students at night was caught by his own hand. Oh, so powerful? Show me. Lu Zhanyun at the moment has been completely by the rich experience of Xinyu hooked interest. At the moment also do not need to Tao Shui dictation. He picked up the information and read it. Shan Yu, 18 years old, Summer Bamboo City's registered bounty hunter number 019, specializes in tracking, reasoning, close combat? The more Lu Zhanyun looked, the more he felt wrong. Shouldn't that kid be a criminal police officer for what he is good at? How could it be a student? Just looking at his resume, it looks like he's missing that shooting accomplishments section. It's simply all around, close combat. He's also good at Baji Fist? That kid is still a practitioner? Interesting. After Lu Zhanyun finished reading the set of information, he reached out and touched the stubble under his forehead, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but float up into a smile. If we look at what's written on the file, his mother died for no reason. This kid will not just let it go. Is he going to start investigating the truth himself? He can't trust us police? Bastard. Lu Zhanyun thought for a while and looked to Tao Shui on the side and said, "You don't need to come to work in the last few days. Keep an eye on this kid for me. I want to know what he's going to do and what he knows." Good Lulu boss. However, at this time, Xinyu had already blown the inhumanly white woman away with a punch. Bam! The woman in white's body flew backwards and collapsed the floor-to-ceiling clock leaning against the wall with a loud bang. Xinyu looked at his fist rather surprised, as it was impossible to knock an adult out several meters away relying only on his own strength. Is that the black card that was just there? Woo woo! The woman in white seemed to be enraged, and she couldn't stop her throat from letting out an unpleasant hissing sound like a tug of war. But suddenly, the woman in white paused in place, staring at her raised arms with a pair of dead fish eyes. Her arms were somehow being reduced to a dusty mosaic at the moment at a rate visible to the naked eye. 3. ID, suspect. Yes, a mosaic. Xinyu was sure of it. And the scene that was happening at the moment also surprised the white-clothed woman. She looked incredulously at her fading hands, still spreading to her body with increasing speed. Soon, the woman's arms, legs, body, and head all turned into scattered mosaics and disappeared into the air without leaving a trace. Disappeared? Although the other party had disappeared, Xinyu still didn't let his guard down and watched the surroundings. He distinctly remembered that there was someone else in the creepy room, someone hiding in the shadows. Out. I don't care who you are or how you did it, but I advise you that you'd better send me back to my old world at once, Xinyu said while moving slowly to the other side of the living room. The back of the couch there was in the blind spot of his field of vision, and he had to make sure there was no one else hiding there. Instead of dodging behind that couch, he raised the empty bottle in his hand and threw it at that wall. Pa! The empty wine bottle hit the wall and immediately burst in pieces all around. At the same time, a scream rang out. "Yeah, no, don't fight, I give up." It was only when Xinyu heard this voice that he slightly furrowed his eyebrows for the first time, for it was the voice of a small child, rather childish. "Come out. I won't hurt you as long as you don't try to attack me." After Xinyu finished speaking, a short figure slowly moved out from the shadows behind that sofa. It was a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old. She stood motionless with a long ponytail on her head, a pair of shiny black leather shoes on her feet, and a clearly oversized shoulder bag behind her. Xinyu carefully sized up the other party, not letting his guard down just because of his young grade. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be crystal liquid flowing on the round face of the little girl with the twin ponytails. She's crying? Xinyu instantly some head. He has never been afraid of anything since he was a child, and no matter what kind of adversity he faces, he can face it openly. But, only this woman's tears were one of the few things he least wanted to face. Little friend, who the hell are you? Are you in league with that woman just now? Hearing Xinyu's question, the girl's thin body visibly shook. Well, Xinyu wondered if his tone was too hard and scared the other party. On second thought, he walked as softly as he could to the girl, looked down at her, and tried to put on a kind smile. But, the double ponytail little girl in the face of Xinyu's goodwill, suddenly took a step back, and then cried out, "Wow, that's scary. What did you do to Bai? Did you kill her? Give her back to me. I give up." "Oh, give Bai back to me. Don't kill me, little." White, Xinyu frowned wordlessly. He was clearly smiling. Why did this girl suddenly cry out? Was his smile scary? "You, don't cry first. I didn't kill anyone. That woman just now. Probability is not dead. You calm down first." Xinyu tried to calm the other party down so that he could inquire from the other party about some of the causes of this bizarre event. However, this double ponytail little girl is like opening the floodgate of the faucet, crying without end. How to persuade does not work, but also the more you cry the louder. "That's enough. Stop crying. I'll rip your head off if you cry again." Finally, Xinyu, who couldn't stand the magic sound filling his ears, gave a cold warning, which made the opposite side shut up. The little girl with the twin ponytails suppressed her fear, her body twitching. She looked up, surprisingly cute in the moonlight, especially that pair of big talking eyes were hanging with crystallized teardrops full of aggression. Although her tears and snot were smeared all over her little face at the moment, she could still be seen as a little beauty. Seeing that the other party finally stopped crying, Shinyu wanted to find some tissues but couldn't find any. In desperation, he handed the other man the apron he wore when he cooked. Rub it in. The little girl timidly took the apron, blew her nose hard, and weakly returned it to Shinyu. Shinyu looked at the apron for a few seconds and casually threw it on the floor, giving up his intention to put on a kind expression. He crouched down and looked straight at the other man. Get me out of here. I know you can do it. Hearing Shinyu's words, the little girl finally stopped choking, and took out a 3-less cell phone without any identification from her pocket and clicked on it. Scene card, a deserted village apartment. Retrieve. With this sentence of the double ponytail little girl finished, Shinyu only felt that the surrounding space suddenly began to fragment, just like the end of the world seems to spin up. When he came back to his senses again, he found himself standing in the doorway of his kitchen, not going anywhere. Nothing in the room seemed to have changed, and the noodles were even steaming on the stove. The little girl with the 2 ponytails stood not far in front of him, with a scared look on her face as she tried to look but didn't dare to. Shinyu stood in place and adapted for so many seconds before he gently let out a breath. It's all good as long as it comes back. What's your name, little friend? Why are you in my house? My name is Meow. The little girl with the 2 ponytails seemed nervous, her voice getting lower and lower as she spoke. What did you say? Shinyu couldn't hear her name, so he stepped in a bit, but just as Shinyu was less than a meter away from the girl and wanted to crouch down, the latter suddenly raised her head and slammed upwards. The blow came so fast and furious that if he was hit, his nose would have to collapse. But unfortunately, Shinyu's caution was engraved in his bones. Even if he was facing a small child of about 10 years old, he raised his body backward, easily dodging the little girl's headbutt attack. Seeing that the sneak attack did not work, the little girl with the 2 ponytails followed up by raising her foot and violently stepping on Shinyu's toes that were wearing slippers. The latter again withdrew half a step backward, still not letting his opponent win. This double ponytail little girl moves extremely fast. In the case of 2 consecutive sneak attacks failed to win, decisively turned around and rushed out of the door of Shinyu's house. She even turned around and made a face at Shinyu before she left. I won't lose next time. Bah! This bear. Shinyu silently spat out a sentence and stood still without chasing out, because the cell phone he put in the bedroom suddenly rang. Closing the door to his room, Shinyu came inside and picked up the cell phone that couldn't stop flashing. He saw several rows of messages appear on the flashing cell phone screen. Player ID, suspect. Congratulations to the player who won the first victory. The reward will be issued in a minute. Please pay attention to check. Shinyu had just finished reading this message when a small envelope-like icon popped up on the screen, which seemed to be an SMS message. Tapping the flashing icon, Shinyu entered an interface similar to an online game. Player ID, suspect, rank, 2, record, 3 games, 2 losses and 1 win. Number of cards possessed, 1, card type, unknown, account balance, 10,000. Suspects, 2 losses and 1 win in 3 fights? Is this a reference to me? Does this has something to do with the deceased mom? Shinyu looked at the information on his cell phone that pointed to him, and finally focused on that account balance column. Everything you just experienced was a game? Cash prizes for winning the game? Shinyu lay on the bed and began to sort out everything that had happened today. First of all, as the beginning of all the strange events, the most suspicious is the death of the mother. The police only said she died because of a traffic accident. But, since it was a traffic accident, since the person was burned to a black charcoal, but why were the ID card and cell phone wallet intact? It's as if they were deliberately left at the scene afterward. Secondly, it is the attitude of the police. Shinyu in Xiaju City Bounty Hunter Circle is also a little famous, although he does not like to show his face. To complete the task is to use another agent, but he also knew in his heart that it would be easy for the police to find out information about him if they wanted to, and he had always believed that no matter what news, as long as it came from an official source, the shorter the content, the more information it contained behind it. That criminal police chief seems to be suspecting me. Never mind, let's ignore him for now. The death of my mother was suspicious, and these so-called relics must contain some kind of clue. Shinyu picked up the black card with 2 fingers and scrutinized it carefully. Is that what just helped me? Shinyu recalled a phrase that the little girl with the 2 ponytails had said. Scene card, deserted village apartment, retrieve. That weird living room is a card? By that logical reasoning, the woman in white is also a card manifestation? None of them are real. Shinyu thought of subconsciously rolling over, but a sudden stabbing pain came from his chest. He pulled up his shirt and looked at his chest. The The wounds from the fight just now where the woman in white had scratched him were still there. The injuries sustained during the game tournament are real? So, if I had just been poked in the heart, wouldn't I have died in that weird apartment? Gradually, after that inexplicable battle, Shinyu summarized several important pieces of information. First, the cell phone in his mother's relics should have established some sort of connection with himself, and the odds are that it was established when he stabbed his thumb. Second, there's a weird game on your phone that matches opponents to play against each other. Thirdly, the battle is played with cards, and at this stage, the known cards are scene cards, as well as similar virtual character cards, and the card in one's hand whose purpose is not yet known. Fourth, real injuries will be sustained in battle, and it is uncertain if death will occur. There will be a cash prize for winning the battle. The source of the cash is to be checked. 4. Second opponent. Shin Yu, who was lying on the bed and organizing his thoughts, moved his ears and then heard the door of the opposite room being opened. Looks like his hungover father has woken up. Ah, Shin Yu, where's the rice? Shin Yu collected his cell phone and card and rolled over to walk out of his room. Since there was no living room in this rental house, the place where the two ate was the folding table in front of the kitchen that could only seat 2 people. At the moment, sitting at the folding table was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, puffy eyes, and visible eye boogers hanging out of the corners of his eyes. This man's name is Shin Tuo, Shin Yu's alcoholic and gambling excellent father. Shin Yu didn't say anything, just quietly took out the bowls and chopsticks, and served out 2 bowls of the soupy noodles she had just cooked. Shin Tuo scratched here and snapped there before finally casting his eyes on the soup noodles in front of him. What's with the hanging noodles again? Don't you work outside? Why don't you buy some meat for your old man? Also, I've got a $5,000 bill pending with old Chow, and I promised to pay him back tomorrow. So do something. Shin Yu's noodles were just half picked up, but his movements suddenly stopped. Why don't you ask me where I'm going to get my tuition for the second half of the semester? Shin Tuo, who was clasping the eye boogers in the corner of his eyes with his little thumb, froze for a moment, his voice not containing a bit of emotion. Tuition? Don't you have a part-time job? If you can afford it, go, but if you can't, tell your homeroom teacher and drop out. That way you can concentrate on your part-time job sooner. What's the use of studying so much? Shin Tuo grumbled, then picked up the chopsticks and ate the noodles. The extreme father was completely oblivious to the fact that his son across the table was frozen in his movements for half a day. Phew, Shin Yu closed her eyes slightly and exhaled lightly. He can only blame his memory for still having this father now, because in Shin Yu's memory, before his mother left them, his father was not like this, and at that time, his father was extremely good to him. He remembers vividly how his father would put him on his shoulders in the spring to catch butterflies and fly kites, running and chasing them across the lawn. In the winter, on the other hand, he would be taken out in the yard to build snowmen and have snowball fights, and drill little holes in the frozen river to fish. Every time the two of them suffered half a day of freezing but could only catch small fry as big as their fingers, and they would go home and be complained by their mothers. Days like that are like a flash in the pan, like a dream. Shin Yu went downstairs after cleaning up the dishes with the 3 less cell phone. He followed the instructions in his cell phone and withdrew $10,000 from the ATM without any problem. Really? What's the principle? Shin Yu just pressed his fingerprint and looked at the camera above the ATM, and just like that, he took out $10,000 from his balance. Back at home, Shin Tuo, who had just finished eating, found another bottle of beer from somewhere and just drank it in his empty mouth. Shin Yu put the yards of $5,000 in front of him and said, "This is the last time. If I hear Lao Zhou looking for you to gamble again, you tell him, I'll knock out his mouth full of teeth." What? How do you little brat talk to your old man? Shin Tuo put down the bottle of wine, eyes glaring, suddenly drew out a belt. Shin Yu was no stranger to this belt, as he hadn't been smacked much growing up. This time, however, after learning of her mother's death, Shin Yu decides not to compromise, though he already had a very vague impression of his mother, though he still held a grudge against his mother for leaving them behind. But this time is different. No matter what, the mother's death has caused a slight shock to Shin Yu's dusty heart for a long time. Little brat, you've gotten tough, haven't you? I gave you a face, didn't I? I'll whip you to death. Shin Tuo looked at his son, who had an indifferent face, and a nameless fire suddenly rose within him. He raised his belt and lashed it down hard, but the expected crisp clang of the belt touching flesh didn't come. All he saw was his son, who had grabbed the descending belt, and his eyes, which resembled those of a hell-hungry ghost. You, what do you want? Shin Tuo took a half step backward with some trepidation, but realized that it was only his son on the other side. Humph, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you this time. Shin Tuo found himself a step down, loosened that belt, picked up the $5,000 that his son had given him and left the door. Shin Yu sighed lightly and casually tossed the belt in his hand aside. He knew that his warning had not been heeded by the other. Looks like It's time to find those poker buddies of my father's. Looking at the remaining $5,000, Shinyu decided to go and pay the tuition owed tomorrow, not letting the homeroom teacher be too difficult. The rest of the money was deposited in an account at his own bank. He always felt a little less secure in his cell phone game account. Sure enough, Shinyu's father didn't return all night. The next morning, Shinyu backpack, repeatedly checked the $5,000, which simply ate a piece of bread to go out to school. The first high school in Nate City, one of the city's top aristocratic schools. As for why the penniless Shinyu was able to attend this school, indeed, when he was about to graduate from junior high school, the scholarship offered by this school relieved him of his urgent need and he simply couldn't refuse it. After all, aristocratic schools have to pay proper attention to their advancement rates, so that they sound better when they advertise to the public. Shinyu wore the padded, thick sweatshirt and covered most of his face with a hood, but it was as if he carried an aura of his own. And even then the students of the same school recognized him at once. As Shinyu was about to walk through the school gates, the other students instinctively chose to step aside. Chasing and jostling is not chasing. Shut up with the loud noises. There was a cheeky silence. The toes bowed their heads as well. The originally lively and vibrant school entrance became extremely quiet just because Shinyu's appearance suddenly cooled down. However, after all the students had watched his back go, it was as if the play button had been pressed at the school entrance and everything went back to normal. The students should talk and make a scene as if nothing had happened. Yes, they are used to it. This is Shinyu of Xiaju First High School, the one that even out-of-school gangsters avoid. School bully. The routine campus life starts as usual, but Shinyu, sitting alone in the corner, casts his eyes out the window. For him, who had a superb memory and learning ability, what the teacher had said had long been fully grasped at this point. He has the option to skip a grade and study whenever he wants, but he didn't do that. Shinyu just didn't want to look too different. Of course, he didn't seem to be doing enough on that score. Just now, before classes even started, he had already paid the entire book of tuition he owed. Although the school did give him a waiver for most of the tuition and fees, Shinyu has a dad who spends money like water, which keeps his finances on the verge of collapsing at any moment. After thinking that he would go to his father's poker buddies after school to chat, he focused on the mysterious 3-less cell phone. Shinyu opened the cell phone interface and looked at the only two icons on the desktop. One of them is the game interface where he can see his ID information. The other is a shortcut icon for viewing and using your account balance. In addition to this, the phone comes with SMS function and system settings at the bottom of the screen. However, Shinyu studied for a while and found that nothing could be modified at all in the system settings, and the available options were all grayed out. There is no factory information on the phone. There's no way to find out. What does this so-called game require to open a match to find an opponent? Shinyu clicked on the main interface, saw that there is a more eye-catching match search option. To understand more about this phone and that weird match, you have to gather more intel. As a bounty hunter, Shinyu knows that any unknown thing represents a certain danger. It was absolutely unwise for him, who was cautious in character, to try it blindly without knowing more than enough about it. Thinking of this, Shinyu did not press the match search button in the interface, but closed the phone and stuffed it into his school bag. I took care of my poker buddy first after school today, then try to find channels to find that little girl from last night. The system shows that she won 6 out of 6 matches before her match with me, so she must know a lot. Well, it's decided. Although Shinyu did not want to actively invite trouble, but unfortunately, the screen of the cell phone, which he had put into his school bag, unexpectedly lit up again. The game is starting and you are being matched with your opponent. Opponent ID, Boxer. Opponent level, 2. Opponent's record, 2 wins and 1 loss in 3 matches. Opponent's deck, Enhanced Class. Countdown begins. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 5. Boxer Luo Fei. 2 blocks away from Natsuku Shigaka High School, in a backstreet alley. A 6'5" man with a hairy inch and bulging muscles wearing only a tight undershirt was standing at the entrance of the alley. Although it was late fall, this person seemed as if he couldn't feel the cold, as if he were an Iron Man. In front of him, a group of punks lay sprawled out, their mouths emitting mindless wails. Go back and tell your boss Lay that this place is under my cover, and if you want to eat across the border, you'll have to ask my fist first. A punk with dyed yellow hair stood up crookedly holding the wall and said with a resigned face, Hoo. Luo Fei, why are you so stubborn? We know. Your mom is seriously ill. This time, if you turn a blind eye, our boss promises to give you $100,000. Shut up, the man named Luo Fei bellowed, his face filled with disdain. I'm sorry, I'll figure out what to do about my mom's illness. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Scram, don't let me see you again. Muscle man Luo Fei gestured to move, stared the group of gangsters one by one from the ground, help each other to escape to the other side of the alley. Luo Fei, don't you dare to do this in a toast. This won't end like this. The yellow-haired punk threw down a harsh sentence before leaving. Luo Fei, Muscle Man, is a famous gangster in the neighborhood of Xiazhu First High School. However, this person is very principled, never bullying the weak, only responsible for helping the surrounding stores to do some strength work in exchange for payment. His mother runs a very small fish store in the seafood market not far away, and can barely make ends meet on her meager income. But just a while ago, Luo Fei's mother suddenly fainted in the store, or was found by the shopkeeper next door, called an ambulance. After a set of medical equipment was all used up, the doctor told Luo Fei that his mother had a shadow on her lungs and it would be best to hospitalize her for further examination. But Luo Fei is a righteous person. As long as the pocket has some money, will treat the brothers to eat and drink. The hospital is now giving advice to hospitalize the patient and deposit $20,000 in advance for hospitalization. Although that hospitalization fee in the discharge more refundable, but Luo Fei really can't get so much money at a time. After chasing away the gang of overeaten punks, Luo Fei picked up a brown close-fitting jacket from the side of the road and draped it over his body. He looked around to see that no one was around, so he pulled an unmarked cell phone out of his jacket pocket. Search for matches. Nearby. Start. When he tapped the start button, a thumbnail map of a larger area appeared on the phone screen. There are several green dots on the map that are moving slowly. Luo Fei looked over the information of one of the dots and read it out wordlessly under his breath. ID. Suspect? Not a good one at first glance. 2 losses in 3 fights? Should be a rookie. Can do justice and make money at the same time. Just him. After Luo Fei identified his opponent, he realized that the countdown for this tournament was a full 3 hours. Since neither he nor his opponent had a scenario card, the system locked the address of this match to a sports equipment area under an overpass about as far away as the two sides. With the dismissal bell ringing, the school morning's schoolwork was all but over. Shinyu carried his backpack, pulled his hood up, and walked out of the school gate under the watchful eyes of a group of students. My father had a regular spot for his poker game, and he decided to go at noon to bring the matter to a close. Walking along with his head down, Shinyu prepares to cross a frequently traveled alley. But when he reaches it, he realizes that it's closed due to road construction. He had no choice but to turn by the main road and cross the bottom of a viaduct to his destination. Shinyu walked forward noiselessly, but the eye-catching countdown on the screen of his cell phone, which he had placed in his school bag, was already less than 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he was about to cross the sports equipment area at the bottom of the viaduct, Shinyu suddenly had a strange feeling. He looked up slightly and saw a muscular man standing not far away who was over 5 feet 8 inches tall and wearing only a tank top. Luo Fei? It's you? Shen Yu? Both men froze at the same time when they saw each other, but the muscular man was obviously more surprised. His surprise lasted only a few seconds, though. I didn't realize you'd become a player too. But what's with that ID of yours? What person in their right mind would call themselves a suspect? Hearing the other party's words, Shen Yu was stunned in her heart, and then as if she realized something, she quickly took out the cell phone in her school bag. There was only a row of basic information with the ID boxer displayed on it. He paused for 2 seconds and slowly put the phone away. I don't remember clicking to match opponents. How did you lock onto me? Luo Fei put on an excited smile and didn't answer. Instead he moved his neck and shoulders, making a crackling sound. Ha. Looks like you really are a newbie. It's fine if you want to know, but you have to beat me first. We haven't been able to share a victory or defeat before, so it's just as well that this time, we'll settle our old scores together. Luo Fei said and suddenly stretched out his right hand and rubbed his 2 fingers together, and a card with a border that shimmered with a similar metallic glow was pinched in his hand. Reinforcement card. Fighter. Wait. Shinyu still hadn't gotten a clear picture of the situation, but the guy across from him who was clearly full of muscle didn't even give him a chance to ask questions, only to see that after Luo Fei shouted the name of the card, the fighter card that emitted a metallic luster disappeared into place, turning into a shallow curtain of light that covered the top and bottom of his circumference. Shinyu could see very clearly that after that curtain of light dissipated, there was an obvious change in the aura of this muscular man. Shinyu's gaze slightly condensed, and he subconsciously rolled on his side. The next moment, Luo Fei, who possessed the explosive power of a professional boxer, took a few steps and swung a swinging fist over the top of Shinyu's head. He assumed a boxer's stance, his feet in deft little steps, his eyes focused and sharp, as if he were a different person. Is this what the reinforcement card is for? Shinyu's thoughts just started. The other party once again took a step forward, swinging his left arm with a swinging punch straight at his cheek. Muscle-brained fool. Since you want to fight, I'll go along, but if I win you'll have to answer all my questions. Shinyu utilized continuous rolls to distance himself from his opponent and finally had a chance to see his opponent's movements. Luo Fei had a smile on his lips as his feet kept alternating steps. I said, as long as you can beat me, anything is negotiable. Look at the fist. The grudge between Xinyu and this small leader of the gangsters had to be traced back to the time when he had just enrolled in Xiazhu First High School. One has a somber air that no one should enter. One is good and brave to stand up for people. After Xinyu had taught a bunch of road-blocking punks a lesson, he rightfully encountered Luo Fei. Although the two people have a considerable gap in age and height, but Xinyu with calm judgment and a force of ruthlessness, so that he and the other side of the conflict does not present a clear disadvantage. Not only that Luo Fei instead almost turned over in the gutter because of his gullibility. This first fight between the two ended in a draw, as neither had the strength to get back up. Sometime after that, Xinyu and Luo Fei fought a few more fights in the form of one-on-one combat, but there was still no winner or loser. Then perhaps there was a tacit understanding between the two. Both consciously chose to truce. Until this moment, Xinyu dodged a bit woefully in the face of his opponent's attack that was obviously much sharper than usual. It seems that this strengthening card has improved Luo Fei's strength, speed, agility and skills, and it is targeted to the boxer's aspect. Who punch? Xinyu used the double bar in the fitness equipment area to avoid the opponent's blow, and took the opportunity to pull away from a distance. Don't panic, Xinyu. The opponent has cards. You have cards too. He told himself this in his mind. Although Xinyu hadn't yet figured out what exactly his black deck did, but judging from the bizarre effects it had shown last time, the bits were definitely not low. Xinyu took advantage of the opening to distance himself from his opponent and touched the black card that was placed close to him. After he took out the card, Luo Fei, who was about to slide and launch a new round of attacks, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Black decks? What type? Xinyu couldn't answer this question of his, but instead followed the other party's example of rubbing so gently, causing Luo Fei's whole body to tense up as if he were an enemy. But Xinyu paused for a few seconds after doing this, but nothing happened. He remembered that the last time he used it he only needed to touch it lightly. Why did it malfunction this time? Xinyu frowned slightly, then pulled out that cell phone and looked at it. Sure enough, a prompt was flashing on his cell phone screen at that moment. Card function CD in progress. Counting down to 231 hours, 18 minutes and 16 seconds. 6. Shouldn't die. It was only after seeing Xinyu pull out the black deck of cards for half a day without any movement that Luo Fei stood up straight again. Hey, can you do it? If you really can't, you can admit defeat. No shame. With a wordless flip of his wrist, Xinyu stowed the black card in his pocket and began to move his arms and legs. Come on, I can beat you without a deck. Luo Fei licked his lips, his expression finally getting excited again. Hey, I like it when you talk tough. Here we go. Enhanced by the Yi Fighter card, Luo Fei's footsteps were light and swift, almost making it impossible to see how he moved over. He arched his body and utilized his height and arm length to continuously test Xinyu with his left jab. The two of them hadn't fought each other once or twice, but the most recent time had been back half a year ago. Just because Luo Fei had fought Xinyu many times, he knew very well that even if he had the reinforcement of the Yi Fighter card, he should never be careless. He remembered hearing that the kid had been practicing Baji Quan, facing Luo Fei's left hand jab at a tricky angle. Xinyu did not blink his eyes. His body only made the smallest amplitude of movement, but every time he was able to dodge away by a fraction of a second. But even so, Luo Fei, who had an absolute advantage on the surface, still didn't strike the right fist that was collected at his side. He was waiting for a hit. One of them attacked and the other dodged, as if they had forgotten the passage of time. Suddenly, Xinyu's body that was dodging was probably physically exhausted and hesitated slightly. Although it was only a brief moment, Luo Fei, who had been strengthened by Fighter, would not miss this opportunity. He closed his left fist and threw out his right fist, heading straight for Xinyu's chin. It's an underhook. The jaw is one of the most vulnerable parts of the body and has a high chance of causing dizziness after a hard blow. If he was hit by Luo Fei's punch, stunned, I'm afraid that he would not be stunned, but would be able to have a baby-like sleep for free. But Xinyu didn't want to sleep at the moment. His expression remained calm and indifferent. Even when his body appeared to hesitate for that moment, it did not change at all. Luo Fei had been waiting for a chance, waiting for that chance to strike a blow. How could Xinyu be any different? He was also waiting for this fleeting opportunity. Facing Luo Fei's right hook, Xinyu not only did not mean to dodge, but also did not retreat, directly using his face to meet this heavy punch. This kid's crazy? Luo Fei's head had just floated out this idea, when he realized that Xinyu on the opposite side seemed to have rushed a little too far, so that his punch, which was originally aimed at the chin, hit the other party squarely on the forehead. Bang! Click! The collision of the heavy fist with the forehead came first with a muffled thud, followed by a crunching sound almost simultaneously. The sound was like an icicle dangling from the eaves of a house folded down in winter, or a pencil accidentally broken. The eyes of Rofei, who had thrown a heavy punch, grew wider and wider as he saw his right hand gradually become distorted with a speed similar to that of a slow-motion camera. Yes, seizing the opportunity, Shinyu calculated Luo Fei's right hand heavy fist striking point, and then used the body's entire body's hardest skull and collision with it, taking this opportunity to waste the other party's right fist. But at the same time, the symptom of the sky spinning in front of Shinyu's eyes also appeared briefly. He didn't need to go to the doctor. He knew for sure he had a concussion. The skull is hard, but it is the most vulnerable brain that is protected inside. Shinyu had hammered to abolish the opponent's right fist. His body was knocked backward by that force, but stopped hard in mid-air, because Shinyu knew very well in his heart that if he wanted to take the match today, this moment was the only chance. Only half a step was withdrawn from the back of his left foot, concentrating his entire body's strength on his waist and abdomen. With the help of his powerful core strength, Shinyu surprisingly counteracted the impact of this punch and used the headbutt move once again. Yikes! Bang! Another muffled thud echoed under the empty viaduct, and it was hard to hear. This second headbutt from Shinyu smashed hard on Luo Fei's face, and blood splattered everywhere. Well, Luo Fei's nose was broken by the blow, and he also knocked out at least 2 incisors. He stretched out his left hand to cover his bleeding nose and was about to return the favor when he realized that Shinyu had already clasped his shoulder, followed by another knee strike from the bottom up. Bang! The knee strike hit the same area just now, and although Luo Fei covered his mouth and nose with his hands, it still knocked him off balance and backwards. It is now. Luo Fei, lie down. Shinyu seized the opportunity, and the attack came as violently as a storm, only to see his right leg step out against the inside of Luo Fei's thigh. His body weight instantly pressed down and moved forward. His right hand raised to shoulder width, utilizing his elbow to heavily strike his opponent's stomach. 8 extreme fist. Fierce tiger hard climbing mountain. Put. Luo Fei spat out a mouthful of acid. The pounding in his stomach was too much for him to bear any longer, and his entire body slumped backwards. At this moment his eyes suddenly went black, and he even briefly lost consciousness. Shinyu's series of attacks did not come to an end until then. As much as he wanted to go up and add 2 more kicks right now, he didn't have any irreconcilable conflicts with Luo Fei, and fighting to this extent was already considered okay. Shinyu shook off his dizzy head and reached up to wipe his forehead again. It was sticky and wet to the touch, and it was obvious that his forehead had been broken in the hit he'd just taken. Suddenly, just at the moment Luo Fei fell to the ground, Shinyu noticed a ringing sound from his cell phone. Instead of immediately checking to see if he'd won the match, he rummaged through his book bag for a medical bag and took out a roll of bandages and wrapped them around his head. After doing so he silently glanced at Luo Fei again and walked over to give the other party some emergency treatment as well, so as not to let the muscular man get killed due to excessive bleeding. 30 meters away from the 2 men fighting, the criminal police officer Tao Shuai, who was responsible for keeping an eye on Shinyu, was looking a little stunned at the moment. This is a battle between 2 teenagers whose average age is less than 20. The criminal police officer Tao Shuai took his cell phone and recorded the scene that just happened while lamenting. He's going to film this scene back to the captain. That student called Shinyu. It's even more exaggerated than what's recorded on his profile. More dangerous. I don't know how long it took, but after Luo Fei came to his senses, he found himself lying in the center of a pile of fitness equipment, and all around him were some grandparents, pointing and discussing something around him. With a jolt, he finally remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. Luo Fei reached down and touched the bridge of his nose, realizing that emergency treatment had been done there and it was no longer bleeding. With a somewhat chagrined mutter, he picked up his jacket and made to leave. Hey young man, are you okay? You're bleeding a lot. The ambulance is on its way. A kind Moncler outlet online man called out to Luo Fei, fearing that he could not walk 2 steps before he would fall again. Luo Fei waved his hand and said, "It's okay Moncler, this small injury is nothing." Luo Fei's words were not bravado. After being strengthened by the He Boxer card, his body not only produced bonuses such as speed and strength, but also the injuries he suffered would quickly heal themselves after the match. He's been in 3 matches before this and has some experience. Just as he was about to leave the place, Luo Fei suddenly saw Shinyu sitting on the edge of the green belt not far away. He grinned his teeth and said with some disbelief, "What kind of monster are you, kid? How dare you defeat me without using cards? I admit it, although I've always been wary of you, but since I've been empowered by the cards, my mind is drifting a little bit." Shinyu ignored the steps the other party had found for himself and instead asked in a low voice, "Tell me what you promised me." Luo Fei rolled his eyes without any good reason, but because of this action, he pulled the wound on his face and grinned in pain. "Hiss, your kid's hands are really hard. If it wasn't for the fact that your body has been strengthened, an average person would have been killed by you." Luo Fei, this is not an exaggeration. On Shinyu just now that kind of beating, ordinary people really cannot stand. "I know you're not a normal person. You shouldn't be able to fight." Should? Luo Fei's eyes widened, unsure if the other party was joking. The 2 of them just walked side by side, and Luo Fei spoke as he walked. I only know some of the cards that I've come into contact with. The most familiar of them is this E-rank enhanced card of mine, Fighter. Enhancement cards, as the name suggests, can enhance the ability corresponding to the name of the card and apply it to the user for a short period of time. And this E-rank, it means that the degree it can strengthen is very limited, roughly equivalent to the effect of a professional boxer after several years of training, right? Luo Fei added some guesses of his own. On top of that, I met a weird kid who could use scene cards during my first battle. That time was also my first defeat. It can't be helped. I'm a bit afraid of ghosts. What? A kid? Little girls with double ponytails and backpacks? Xinyu blurted out. Hearing Xinyu's question, Luo Fei couldn't help but twist his head and say, "You've seen that kid?" 7. Saving lives is important. Meet, she was my opponent in the last game. Hearing Xinyu's words, Luo Fei was quite curious and asked after him, "Won or lost? Isn't that kid weird?" She was also able to drive a female ghost in white. Xinyu looked at the muscular man in front of him and calmly uttered 2 words. Winning. Win. Luo Fei was somewhat speechless, then deflated generally shook his head. You're awesome. Not even afraid of ghosts. Luo Fei paused for a moment and continued where he left off. After I lost to that kid, I went through 2 more matches. A scum with 3 losses in 3 fights and a newbie in his debut, and took them all with ease. It wasn't much experience gained, but it was a good way to learn about the use of another type of prop card. Prop cards? Luo Fei nodded and explained. This is like certain anime or games. Being able to materialize the pattern drawn by the card into your hand and use it is very convenient. That scum who lost 3 battles and 3 defeats is this kind of card. Only his card is rather useless and can only materialize a triangular ruler. Xinyu looked sideways at the muscular man, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, he silently mourned in his heart for the player who owned this prop card for a second. According to the information given by Luo Fei, Xinyu's known cards included scene cards, attendant cards, reinforcement cards, props cards, as well as his own unknown card. Just from what we've seen so far, the scene card has the ability to create a separate space, which is among the strongest of the several types of cards. Attachment card can directly summon the appropriate helper, allowing the user to create a situation where the user is outnumbered, ranking second in strength. Reinforcement card, it is able to reinforce the user's own self, and is ranked third. Prop cards, perhaps limited to the corresponding items on the cards themselves. They are at the bottom of the list for now. Right. Luo Fei added as if he remembered something. You'll have 2 consecutive wins if you beat me, right? I heard that you get a chance to draw a card if you win 3 in a row. Also, what's up with that black card of yours? Why don't you use it? Xinyu nodded imperceptibly. He remembered that the little girl with 2 ponytails had said that he had broken her winning streak, and it seemed that 10 consecutive victories would have a more generous reward. As for the other side's second question, he only said lightly, CD. You're really stingy with words. However, don't all cards have a corresponding function description on the back? Your one doesn't even have that? Xinyu didn't answer, feeling that there must be something wrong with his black card, but he just couldn't know it himself for the time being. If we can find the little girl with the 2 ponytails, we should be able to ask for more information, right? After all, before fighting against him, the other party was a strong person who had gotten 6 consecutive victories. The 2 walked and chatted, and as they came to a fork in the road, they saw an older woman in an apron hurrying this way. Luo Fei, hurry up. Your mom fainted again. Go and take a look. Luo Fei's body shook, and without saying a word, he ran towards the aquatic market that wafted out a fishy odor. Xinyu picked up the jacket he dropped on the floor and followed wordlessly. Mom, didn't I tell you not to come out of the stall if you're not feeling well? Why don't you just listen? Luo Fei ran to the market in front of a small door under the corner of a staircase, picked up a middle-aged woman lying on the ground and ran. He was aiming for the nearest hospital, the Second People's Hospital of Natick City. Since this wasn't the first time his mother had fainted in the market, Luo Fei made light work of it and quickly rushed into the emergency room with his mother in his arms. Doctor, help my mom. Seeing his appearance, doctors and nurses did not dare to delay. Immediately put Luo Fei's mother on the bed, pushed into the ICU emergency. At this moment, the large man with a fierce aura was so full of anxiety that he didn't even notice that his jacket had fallen halfway down. I don't know how long it took, but the lights went out in the emergency room. The door opened, and a doctor in a white coat walked out. Doctor, how's my mom doing? Luo Fei eagerly rushed over and squeezed the doctor's shoulders with both hands, as if to lift the latter from his spot. Suddenly, a palm grabbed onto Luo Fei's arm. Just relax and listen to what the doctor has to say. Luo Fei turned his head and saw that it was Xinyu who had followed him, and only then did he realize his rudeness. He hurriedly dropped the horrified-looking doctor and forced himself to lower his voice. I'm sorry, doctor. My mom, she. That doctor seemed stunned and subconsciously stepped back a bit before saying, The patient's condition is very unstable. The blood oxygen value is very high and keeps going down. The most important thing is that the shadows in the lungs are obvious. My recommendation here is the same as last time. Check in as soon as possible for a hospitalization and do a comprehensive examination. Hospitalized. We live. Immediately hospitalized. Doctor, how much does it cost? Luo Fei panicked. In his pants pocket pulled out half a day before pulling out a handful of change. Look at that, even $100 are not enough. The doctor naturally wouldn't take his money inside. I know you're in a difficult situation, but the patient will be in great danger if he drags on any longer. So find a way to borrow some from your relatives and friends, and pay 20,000 yuan first, and then follow up to see the exact results. 20,000. Luo Fei slid against the wall and sat on the ground in a somewhat disheveled manner. 20,000. Where's he gonna borrow 20 grand? The aquatic store operated by my mother still owes the payment to other suppliers, and the rent for the facade has not been fully paid. His own gang of brothers are also poorer than one, and even sometimes have to rely on him to succor. As for relatives, he didn't even know if there were any living people left in his own family besides his mother. Just when Luo Fei was in a state of utter despair, wondering if he should go sell some blood first, a stack of brand new banknotes suddenly reached out in front of him. Here's 20,000 whole. Let's get your mom in first. No more delays. Luo Fei raised his head with some surprise and looked at the 2 stacks of bills that Xinyu handed to him with a somewhat bewildered expression. Because he and Xinyu are only fighting rivals relationship. Can't talk about any friendship at all. Why was the other party willing to lend him so much money? Xinyu saw that the other party did not answer for half a day, and added, hurry up and take it. Don't ink. Saving people is important. You know, I just won 2 in a row. It turned out that Xinyu had taken out his cell phone to confirm the victory in this match when he followed behind just now, and the number in his balance interface, also from 0, increased to 30,000. Yes, the win in the second game brought Xinyu $30. $000. Shen Yu. This time, Luo Fei, count it as something I owe you. Don't worry, I will definitely pay it back. Double it. Luo Fei did not hesitate again, took Xinyu that 20,000 yuan and went to the hospitalization of his mother. He ran forward and backward for I don't know how long he was busy, and only after everything was settled did he realize that Xinyu had long since left his jacket coat with the nurse at the door of the emergency room. Shen Yu, you kid is interesting enough. Although he had just gotten the system reward and spent out $20,000, Xinyu was not distressed at all. Since he himself had been the equivalent of motherless since the age of 6, he had always grown up with so much envy when he saw other children with their mothers. Luo Fei's mother was sick, something he had heard before, but he hadn't expected to be so sick. Anyway, I don't have any use for money for a while, so I'll help out some if I can. After such a delay in this matter, Xinyu did not have time to find his own father, and could only turn around and walk in the direction of the school. The afternoon session was still going on as usual, while Xinyu summarized the available intelligence again in his mind. Until now, he hadn't been able to figure out what kind of mechanic this game's challenge system was. Just challenge the other person to a fight and they must answer? Can't they refuse? Since the CD time of that black card of his was super long, Xinyu felt that in the near future, he should still try to be as stable as possible, or at the very least, he would not take the initiative to turn on the opponent matching function. In the midst of all the thoughts, the sky was getting dark. Xinyu ate some of the bread he had brought with him and prepared to check the internet and research what schools to apply for during the evening study session. At the beginning of the evening self-study, the homeroom teacher of Xinyu's class was a middle-aged woman around 50 years old. Class teacher surnamed Chang, in Xiazhu City counts the most top-notch first-line teachers, but also Xiazhu First High School spent a lot of money to hire. She gave her students bets on the board and told them to review the directions she gave them. Of course, this process Xinyu is directly skipped. With his academic performance, there should soon be colleges and universities for him to throw an olive branch. All he has to be concerned about, on the other hand, is which colleges offer more impressive scholarships, although now there can be a gain in tens of thousands by winning the game. But Xinyu, who grew up poor and scared, still felt that he could save as much as he could. And anyway, it was the same study wherever he was, and it didn't make much of a difference to him. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the 3-less cell phone vibrated a few times. What the hell? Xinyu lowered his head, put away his own cell phone, and took out his Samsung phone to look at it, only to see a message alert displayed on the screen of his cell phone, which turned out to be a text message. Xinyu clearly remembered that he didn't have any contacts on this cell phone. Who would be sending him a message? Curious, he tapped on the text message icon and a phrase quickly caught his eye. Dear player, hello. First of all, congratulations on becoming a member of the new humanity of the apocalypse. From now on, you will no longer be mediocre but unique. Human evolution always starts with a few, and we, The ones who are at the forefront of the changing times are the ones who are at the forefront of the changing times. But, does the lack of organization make you feel lonely from time to time? Feeling helpless? Confused by all the cards and challenges? Come into the arms of the New World Cashin Mutual Benefit Society. Let us become dependent on each other for mutual progress, reciprocity and mutual aid, and create a brand new kingdom together. A country that belongs to us. A kingdom that belongs to the new mankind. 8. Creepy classmates. Shinyu read this text message for half a day and frowned slightly. It's cult organization? A cult based on gamers? As a bounty hunter, Shinyu subconsciously thought of calling the police when faced with a similar suspicious situation. But the next moment he dismissed his thoughts. Not to mention whether the police would believe this kind of thing. Even if the police believed it and intervened in this matter, then how could he still make money through competitions in the future? Wouldn't he be cutting off his own fortune? Shinyu didn't pay too much attention to it, and directly stuffed his cell phone into his coat pocket to continue his evening study. But just then, the classroom was suddenly plunged into a deep darkness. Wow, did the power go out or trip? It's so dark, and there's no electricity on the streets outside. How can we go home later? Hey, which one of you touched me? Pervert. After the sudden darkness, everyone was talking, and the class instantly raved, like someone had thrown a firecracker into a chicken coop. Suddenly, Shinyu seemed to realize something and turned his head to look at the right side of his body. There seemed to be a black shadow flashing by quickly there. That speed in no way resembled a human being. Wow. Who is it? In the darkness, a sound like splashing water suddenly rang out, and some of the students even noticed some water droplets being splashed on their faces. All the fluorescent lights in the classroom came back on at the same time, and a blinding white light poked into everyone's eyes like the tip of a needle. Yikes! After the white light, it took a few seconds of waiting for everyone to adjust to the suddenly brighter ambient light, but then there was another scream that drew everyone's attention. With the source of the sound, Shinyu looked to the side of the classroom and found that on the originally white wall, at some point there was an additional wildly written letter M. Blood. It's blood. The M is bright red, with rough edges and a red liquid flowing down from the letter, which looks as if it was written in blood. The students were horrified by the bizarre scene, and those who were close to that wall found themselves with blood-like stains splattered on their bodies. This time, the classroom once again erupted in screams. Some of the boys tried to escape from the classroom, but realized that the door had been locked from the outside at some point. The girls were screaming or crying, and some of them were about to faint. Quiet. In the end, it was Shinyu who burst out and quieted the noisy classroom. He got up and walked over to the wall with the blood-red M on it and scrutinized it for a while. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of the class, Shinyu reached out and dabbed some of the bright red on the wall, and then just put it to her mouth and tasted a little. It's not blood, it's ketchup, diluted ketchup. What? Shinyu turned back to sweep a glance at her classmates and asked expressionlessly, this is watered-down ketchup. Who made it? Ketchup? Who's so boring? Crazy. So it's ketchup. But it scared me to death. With the answer that it wasn't blood, the teens all let out a long breath. But soon enough, everyone started looking around the class for the culprit of that prank. Who the hell is it? Got the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it? Boring or not? Pervert. I'm going to sue the teacher if you don't come out and admit it. A few class officers inquired for a while, but still no one admitted it. It wasn't long before the anomaly here was noticed by the teacher. The teacher called the school mechanic and used pliers to cut a chain outside the door. Teachers gathered to discuss the incident, but unfortunately the sudden power outage that had just occurred prevented the cameras from catching the mastermind of the prank. What happened in our class tonight was nasty. I hope that student can be brave enough to come forward and admit it. Your teachers can understand that you're under a lot of pressure to study, and if you have any psychological anxiety, the school will also provide counseling. Teachers hope that you can maintain your mental health while going to school successfully. Despite the class teacher's heartfelt words, no one still came forward to admit it. Throughout the entire process, Shinyu sat in the corner and watched coldly. His eyes swept over everyone in the class, lingering on their faces, scrutinizing, because he clearly remembered that at the bottom of the cult text message he had just received on his cell phone, there was also an M written in the exact same way as that one. It's a student? No, that kind of speed. It's never humanly possible. Or, is it some player with a magical card? Shinyu scanned the circle and finally rested his eyes on the classmate who was also sitting in the other corner of the last row. This person's name was Xiao Yangxia, a school dropout, but his family seemed to run a chain of superstores and was very rich. His mind wasn't on his studies at all, and he was one of those rich kids who had been completely abandoned by his teachers. Although Xiao Yangxia's family is rich, he doesn't have many friends at school. He's a bit of a loner, loves anime and secondary characters, and spends his weekdays in class with his head down watching anime on his phone. But at this moment, Shinyu, however, felt something strange. This Xiao Yangxia had a faint smile on his face. his eyes were covered in blood, and he stared motionlessly at the homeroom teacher on the podium. Shen Yu did some mental math. This guy hadn't blinked for about 5 minutes since just now. The sharp intuition of being a bounty hunter told Shen Yu that this was not normal. The homeroom teacher spoke from the podium for a while longer, and seeing how late it was already, she had to let the students go home from school. While everyone was leaving the classroom, Xiao Yangxia still had a weird smile on his face that didn't change for a moment, silently packing his book bag and silently leaving with his head bowed. Although Shen Yu wanted to keep a low profile, this kind of strange things happening around him still made him quite concerned. He was the last to leave the classroom, not needing to close the door since the school was looking for someone to paint the soiled walls white overnight. Shen Yu moved forward quietly all the way and landed about 20 meters behind Xiao Yangxia. This young master, who was usually transported by a car, rarely chose to walk today. Shen Yu remembered hearing from someone before that Xiao Yangxia's family lived in a rich area in the south of Xiazhu City, and it was still a detached small villa. But tonight, why is this guy traveling in the opposite direction? Isn't he going home this late? Xiao Yangxia walked forward silently with his school bag on his back, while another thing that made Shen Yu feel surprised appeared. The two walked for about 15 minutes, one in front of the other. Shen Yu realized that although the pace of Xiao Yangxia in front of him was not fast or slow, the distance of each step taken was exactly equal, as if he was walking with a ruler. 15 minutes later, he tumbled into a closed city park and headed deeper into the pitch blackness. Shen Yu hesitated for 2 seconds, but still followed him in. The city park was sullen at night, and the cool breeze blew through the branches of the trees, and some of the maple leaves, which looked like human hands, swayed haphazardly, as if they were clapping. Occasionally, those maple leaves that have turned yellow detached from the branches and, like severed hands, wobbled and floated into the distance. In late fall, a thick layer of maple leaves can fall all over Natick City every morning. Shen Yu always kept a distance of about 20 meters from the other party. He wanted to see what had happened to the student. Was he a player like himself? Thinking of this, Shen Yu hard a move, took out the 3-no cell phone, enter the game interface. Without hesitation, point in that start matching button. A thumbnail map slowly presented itself in the phone screen. On the map, there are 3 scattered green dots. Song Yang looked at the exact location, and the closest dot to him was actually inside the Xiazhu First High School. But, the city park he was in did not have a similar reaction. What does that mean? Xiao Yangxia is not a player? Then what's wrong with him? He's possessed? Shen Yu was feeling strange, but she saw Xiao Yangxia in front of her suddenly stopped walking and just stood frozen in the dark park. Ha 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 ha. I really am the protagonist. I'm the chosen one. The door to a new world is opening up to me. He muttered something to himself and let out a laugh every now and then. Shen Yu increasingly felt that the other party was not quite right, and he was thinking about whether he should voice out and call out to Xiao Yangxia, but he saw this rich second generation suddenly running. He ran faster and faster, mumbling something about a new world or the chosen one. Immediately after, flop sound, Xiao Yangxia jumped into the city park lake. 9. Warning. At the same time, Shen Yu's school evening study incident. The police Tao Shui excited to open his noon video recording, but the next moment he was dumbfounded, because the video that he had previously shot of Shen Yu and Luo Fei fighting, he didn't know how the center of the screen had turned into a mosaic, and he couldn't see anything at all. Senior Captain Lu Zhanyan watched as he kept fiddling with his cell phone, but no matter how he fixed it, it still didn't help. The image was as if it had been subdued, completely covered by a thick mosaic. Okay, stop the whole thing and just dictate what happened in the video. Tao Shui depressed bad. That kind of scene must be seen with their own eyes to be persuasive. Chief Lu. Here's the thing. As Tao Shui recounted the story, he realized that the captain's eyes had been looking at him more and more wrong. Chief Lu. What I said is true. Tao Shui was powerless to defend himself, but he heard Lu Zhanyan say, play that video again. Ha. Tao Shui didn't react for a moment, while Lu Zhanyan took matters into his own hands and took his cell phone and looked at it. The first sergeant stared at the image, which was mostly taken up by the mosaic, but his brows twisted together. Chief Lu. It's all a mosaic. Before Tao Shui could finish his words, he heard the first captain pointing at the edge of the video where there was no mosaic. Don't you think it's strange? If we go by what you said, those two were fighting to the death under the viaduct, and this isn't some backstreet. There aren't a lot of pedestrians coming and going, but there are 5 of them that came into the range of your cell phone shot. It seems like yes, there were indeed a few pedestrians passing by. But, Tao Shui was reminded by the captain so much, and also realized that something was not normal to come. Those pedestrians should all be preparing to cross under the viaduct by looking at their walking routes. But, instead, they all coincidentally made a halfway detour, perfectly avoiding Shen Yu and Luo Fei who were fighting. Even the Moncler Jackets outlet and moms who frequent the gym area enter it only after the fight is over. It was as if there was an invisible wall in that mosaic-covered area. isolating, or affecting the direction of those passers-by. Tao Shui, go check if recently, has there been any similar video damage in the last 3 years? At the sound of the first captain's command, Tao Shui felt as if a layer of white-haired sweat had risen on his back. This, supernatural power? Isn't it too weird? Lu Zhanyun looked grave, reaching out to rub his hand over his messy stubble. Shen Yu, looks like you're still harboring quite a few secrets. Inside the Summer Bamboo Urban Sports Park, Shen Yu watched fellow classmate Xiao Yangxia jump into the lake, but was too late to stop it. Yet almost at the same time, he seemed to hear a fluttering, unreal voice. Scene card, Emerald Dreamland, recycle, pa. A crisp and light sound came from the moment Shen Yu wanted to jump into the lake to save the others. The surrounding space was suddenly covered with cracks and then shattered like a falling mirror. Shen Yu snapped back to his senses and looked around warily. He was surprised to find that he was back at the entrance of Shaju First High School. No, or maybe he's been standing here the whole time and hasn't been to the park at all. So, what about what he just saw? That voice just now. Scene cards? Shen Yu was not sure whether classmate Xiao Yangxia went to the park. Perhaps it was all scene card to create a dream. But, who is it? There's a player in Natsukushigaka High School who's hiding in the shadows, and who's strangely powerful. Shen Yu pondered for a moment, and instead of trying to check out the park, he turned around and walked in the direction of his house. I think the player hiding in the shadows found out about him, and intentionally used the scene cards to interfere with him. Or maybe it was a warning. The other party did not want him to follow Xiao Yangxia. If he followed him any further, there was a high probability of danger that he could not foresee. Shen Yu had only made sure that the mysterious player had withdrawn his gaze from watching him after he had walked downstairs to his house. Shen Yu is not assured. In the process of going up the stairs, the use of the network virtual number to call the 000 alarm, telling them that the city park is suspected of people falling into the water. Without waiting for the operator to ask for his identity, Shen Yu took the initiative to cut off the call and took out the key to open the door and go home. The familiar smell of alcohol mixed with the stench of sweat hit his face, instantly pulling Shen Yu back to reality. Not at all surprisingly, his gambler plus alcoholic father was once again drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Shen Yu has long been accustomed to all this, threw down his school bag and cooked for himself, ate some hastily and returned to his room to get ready for bed. There had been so many delays tonight that it was 11 o'clock when he got home. Powerful players in schools. Invitation text from mysterious organization. The blood red M. Lying on the bed, Shen Yu strung together several things that had happened tonight. He felt that Xiao Yangxia's strange changes, the invitation letter from the mysterious organization, and the big M on the classroom wall. It is very likely that all of these are made by the powerful player in the school. He wants to start his own organization? What does he want to do? After thinking for a while without an answer, Shen Yu decided to wait and see what happens first, and go tomorrow to see if something really happened to Xiao Yangxia before saying anything. The next morning, Shen Yu looked at Xiao Yangxia, who was fiddling with the hand-me-downs with his head down, and realized that the kind of weird state that the other party had shown last night had actually disappeared. Xiao Yangxia once again changed back to the Xiao Yangxia he remembered, watching anime first thing in the morning, fiddling with hand-me-downs after class, and immersing himself in his own world. The school has been painting the walls white overnight, not that there's much of an odor due to the high-end paint used. Shen Yu put this matter aside for the time being and decided to observe and watch again. Morning classes continue as usual, and while students are still discussing the events of last night's study hall, they're still putting it all in the category of pranks. Only Shen Yu knew that it was not a prank. It should be the method of the player hiding in the dark to recruit believers. At noon after school, Shen Yu was ready to continue yesterday's arrangement of being disturbed, to go to Dad's poker friends, a little warning them. To confirm the location, Shen Yu sends a text message in advance and receives a locator quickly. Putting away his cell phone and pulling on his hood, he made his way to the location shown by the locator. It was an old residential area with narrow roads and sewage. As Shen Yu walked outside of one of the alleys, a man wearing a duck-tongued hat and a large mask came quickly from the other side. The people you're looking for are inside. Unit 2, second floor, West apartment. 6 people in all. Need help? Shen Yu shook her head. No, I can handle it alone. Thanks. The man in the mask seemed to be smiling as he scratched his head and said, Harm, what's polite? Speaking of which, you saved my life. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Good. The man finished pressing the brim of his hat and disappeared around the corner of the alley as if taking a stroll. 70,000. Wait. Bump. Old Chow, why the hell are you touching again? You've lost all your luck with this card. Inside an old flat, Shen Yu's father, Shen Tuo, with a cigarette that was about to burn to the end in his mouth, frowned and complained about a fat man with thinning hair across the room. Hey, if you can touch it, of course you have to touch it. Let's see. 9. The license is suspended. At that moment, another man with a big, Burly Face drew a card and rubbed it vigorously with his thumb, as if he were trying to rub stained mud off a mahjong tile. Ha ha ha, you guys are finished. I'm going to turn the tables on this one. He raised the card he had just drawn and tried to slam it onto the table, but at that moment, there was a loud bang at the gate. A group of gamblers subconsciously thought it was the police, and immediately packed up the cards to pack up the cards, collected the stolen money to collect the stolen money. The bald old Joe even got up and prepared to jump from the window. But, the group froze in place when they saw that what walked in was just a teenager. Shen Yu? How did you find your way here? Shen Tuo's mouth was half long, and the cigarette that had burned down to the filter fell to the ground. Shen Yu kicked open the old wooden door, frowned slightly, and reached out to fan his hand in front of his nose twice. This room is not large. 6 old smokers crowded together and the window is closed. The murky air that makes people want to suffocate can be imagined how terrible. Hey no, old Shen, this is your son, right? What does he mean by this? The bald old man Joe had seen Shen Yu and questioned him right away. What? Your son? Damn. He messed up my self-drawn card. No one's son is good enough. The previous middle-aged man with a face full of crossmeat clutched up an empty wine bottle and took a big step towards Shen Yu. Hey Lei, misunderstanding. This must be a misunderstanding. Shen Tuo came back to his senses and hurriedly went up to tug on the man with the cross-faced face. However, he heard Shen Yu say quietly, all of you here remember, if you let me know that you still call Shen Tuo gambling, I will knock out all your teeth. Do as I say. What? What are you little brats talking about? Get out of here yet. Shen Tuo was scared out of a cold sweat by his own son's words. To know that Lei is a famous gangster of this generation. I heard that when he was young, he also squatted for a few years because of the crime of intentional injury. That brother Lei suddenly pushed Shen Tuo away with a hand, with a fierce smile on his face. Good boy, have the balls. The old man also called Shen Tuo gambling money. How? Not only gambling, but also to win his family lost all their money. 10. Mosaic again. That Ray wheeled around with a bottle raised at the end of his sentence. Ray don't. Shen Tuo wanted to stop it, but it was obviously too late. But in the face of the empty wine bottles smashing down on his head, Shen Yu didn't even blink an eyelid. He took a step forward, causing that Lei's bottle, which was originally aimed at his head, to hit empty, but his wrist hit Shen Yu's shoulder. Lei's hand slipped, and the empty bottle then fell off onto the floor. The scene happened so quickly that everyone else only had time to half open their mouths. Lei was surprised in his heart, but Shen Yu's palm was now cupped on his fat face. My name is Shen Yu. You all remember what I just said. I meant what I said. Shen Yu pinched Lei's face, not letting go of the latter's hand no matter how much he struggled. Lei only felt a strong force as if it was going to crush his facial bones. Suddenly, a calm Shen Yu grabbed a handful of mahjong tiles and directly forced them into Lei's mouth. Ooh-hoo. Ignoring the latter's struggles, Shen Yu raised his elbow and smashed it. Ka-ching. Let a person's teeth sour ringing sound came out. That lay brother in the mouth of the mahjong tile with teeth all turned into broken pieces. Shen Yu let go of his hand, and Lei directly doubled over and went limp on the ground. A broken mahjong tile and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Of course, there are broken teeth in there. Hiss. Shen Yu's outburst of determination and ferocity subdued the others in the house. A few people looked at Lei, whose body was constantly twitching, and subconsciously touched their mouths. That's a mouth full of teeth. You, right now, are going home to see dinner on the table after I get out of school. Shen Yu coldly stared at Shen Tuo, who also stayed in place, threw down such a sentence and turned around to leave. His purpose had been accomplished, and those soft-hearted gamblers would never dare to call on his father for a game of poker again. Old Shen, what exactly does your son do? After Shen Yu left, the few gamblers in the room hadn't dared to move. Finally, the bald old man Joe asked with some uncertainty. You guys don't look at me like that. He's really just a student. Walking out of the old sewage-strewn street, Shen Yu slowly walked in the direction of the school. He was going to grab a quick bite to eat and head back to school to get ready for class. But just then, Shen Yu saw from afar several punk-like teenagers surrounding a short figure. Shen Yu recognized with just a glance that the short figure surrounded by the punks was a student of their Xiaju First High School. Kid, what the hell are you laughing at? Looking for a fight? A bald punk leaned down with glaring eyes and raised his hand to slap the teenager across the room across the face. But the teenager was like he didn't feel it, still wearing a weird smile on his face, a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at the punk who hit him. Boss, this kid looks so evil. The teenager's smile made the other punk feel a chill down his spine. Shut up, what's so evil about it? I don't believe in that. The bald gangster was a little annoyed by the look on his opponent's face and raised his fist again to knock the teenager to the ground. I'm asking you, what the hell are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll kill you. The bald punk saw some hair on his neck at that unchanging smile of the other. With a vengeance in his heart, he picked up half a brick and walked over to it. Laugh again and I'll crack you open right now. That teenager was half sitting on the ground at the moment, and his nose blood was smeared everywhere, but the smile on his face still hadn't changed a bit. The bald gangster's forehead veins rose and he cupped his brick and shouted, "I'll waste you." He raised his right hand, which was holding the brick, high, but suddenly noticed a pain in his wrist, as if it had been caught in a pipe wrench. Ouch! Whoo! The bald gangster dropped the brick in pain and turned his head to see a teenager in his sweatshirt and hood. "Get thee off me! Who the hell are you?" Ouch! 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 The bald gangster was pinched by Shin Yu's wrist acupoints, and half of his arm couldn't make any effort. He was so anxious that he yelled, "What the hell are you all looking at? Why don't you hurry up and come help?" But the bald punk's call didn't cause his companions to rush up to help. Instead they took a step back in unison. "Old boss, he seems to be from Shaju First High School." "Shen Yu, what?" The bald gangster whose wrist was pinched grinned and couldn't stop shouting in pain, but he still looked up to see Shen Yu's face. Shen Yu, the Shen Yu that even Luo Fei was defeated? Gu, brother, let go, misunderstanding, brother, I was wrong, brother. The bald gangster recognized Shen Yu, and at that moment, he only begged for mercy. Where was his intention to resist? Shen Yu cocked his head rather unexpectedly and let go of the bald punk. "You know me?" The bald gangster rubbed his wrists about to break, said with a strong smile, "Hey, we've all heard that Brother Shen won against boss Luo Fei in single combat." And Luo Fei boss said, "Who dares to mess with you that is to mess with him. How dare we offend you, not misunderstandings." "Our misunderstandings." The bald man winked at his companions and ignored the teenager who always looked at him and smiled, instantly making a bird's eye view. Shin Yu glanced at his fellow schoolmate sitting on the ground and asked, "Is everything okay?" But the teenager did not hear, as if stood up and do not care about the clothes on the soil and nosebleed on the face, so the corner of the mouth hanging smile straight away. Shin Yu looked at the other party's back and suddenly remembered his classmate Xiao Yang Xia last night. The expression on this teenager's face at this moment was practically the same as the Xiao Yang Xia he saw last night. Shin Yu just thought it was strange but didn't follow it like he did last night. He instinctively didn't want to get involved in this because his sixth sense told him it would be dangerous. But the fact that there was always a powerful player hiding in the school made him feel uneasy inside. Right after Shin Yu left, a tall silhouette walked out silently at the corner of a street away from him. The man was wearing a more close-fitting leather jacket, his unkempt hair and beard growing haphazardly without purpose, and it was none other than that criminal police chief Lu Zhanyun. Due to the secret on Shin Yu's body and the appearance of the strange video, Lu Zhanyun's interest in the former is growing. He personally went out to follow Shin Yu today because he wanted to see what other identities this teenager had that he didn't know about. But suddenly, the cell phone in Lu Zhanyun's pocket began to vibrate violently. He glanced at Shin Yu, who had turned the intersection and disappeared, and chose to answer the phone first. "Hey, what's going on? Hello, where are you, Mr. Lu? Just received a report that a specialty store dealing with electronic products was ransacked and 2 people were seriously injured. And the CCTV there only captured a mosaic. Can't see the suspect at all. What? I'll be right back." Lu Zhanyun took another look at the street corner where Shin Yu disappeared and turned to run quickly to the other side. The brigadier ran down the street, pulled open the door of a jeep, hit the gas hard and blasted away. However, the rest of his eyes saw from the rearview mirror that Shin Yu, whom he had just followed, was standing silently behind the car, watching him leave. His own tracking was detected by him? How could a student have such keen counter-surveillance skills, worthy of being a famous bounty hunter in Natick City? The corner of Lu Zhanyun's mouth hooked up, temporarily putting Shin Yu's matter aside, and driving at full speed towards the city council. Well, what the hell's going on? Any other witnesses? Lu Zhanyun just returned to the City Bureau of Criminal Police team into the workstate. Tao Shui took a transcript, said, "This morning 000 received a police call, said that the East 45 Road, an electronic equipment store was vandalized and robbed, and the store's 2 shopkeepers also suffered serious injuries. Was sent to the nearest 5th hospital emergency. We've already had a colleague over there, and we heard that the 2 shopkeepers, they were both blinded. What's with the surveillance video, Chief? Same situation as the one I recorded on my phone. Quite bizarre. Even the tech department couldn't get that mosaic off." Lu Zhanyun quickly walked to the technical department, where 2 specialized technicians were trying to fix that video, but sadly, none of their knowledge seems to come in handy here, taking the mosaic in the video and doing absolutely nothing with it. Team Lu. The technician saw Lu Zhanyun come in and wanted to get up to greet him. Lu Zhanyun pressed his big hand on their shoulders and said, "What's going on? Can you find out the reason?" Those 2 shook their heads and said in a funereal manner, "There's absolutely no clue. It's as if this mosaic appeared out of thin air. No matter what methods we use, there's no way to remove it." Lu Zhanyun stared at the computer screen for a while and turned around. Tao Shui, take me to the hospital. I want to see the person in question. 11. A cloud of suspicion. At the 5th hospital in Natick City, the 2 victims, who had just been pushed out of the emergency room, were transferred to the intensive care unit to continue their treatment. When Lu Zhanyun arrived here, the 2 seriously injured parties happened to wake up. Team Lu. Victim Li Dong is 25 years old and is a clerk at this store. Victim Liao Qihua is 34 years old and is the owner of this store. Both of them were initially diagnosed as having their eyeballs gouged out by a sharp instrument, but they were not injured. Hands are dark enough. Is the victim awake? Just woke up. Still a little unstable. Lu Zhanyun stood outside the door of the intensive care unit, looking through the glass at the 2 people lying on the bed with a grave expression. Doctor, I'm Lu Zhanyun, the captain of the city's criminal police team. Can I go in and ask them a few questions? A doctor who had just come out of the ward removed his mask and said thoughtfully, yes, but it should not be too long. The injured person is still quite emotional. Yes. Lu Zhanyun made a wink and asked a female police officer to take a pen and paper to make a record on the side. The 2 people on the hospital bed are now wrapped in a thick layer of gauze on their faces, and their bodies are also wrapped in gauze in many places, so it seems that there is more than one wound. Lu Zhanyun stood in the middle of the 2 men, his voice lowered. My name is Lu Zhanyun. I'm the captain of the City Bureau's criminal police team, and I'd like to come to you guys to find out more about the situation. Your store. What exactly happened? How many people are the perpetrators? Did you guys get a good look? No, those aren't people. They're devils. They are devils. I didn't see anything. As soon as Lu Zhanyun's words fell, the younger victim yelled out. As his range of motion increased, several paramedics rushed in to give him a sedative. Comrade police, ask me. It's Li's first day at work today. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. After the emotionally out-of-control Li Dong was injected with a tranquilizer, he was moved to a separate ward by the medical staff. Lu Zhanyun looked at the other victim, who was relatively calm, and asked again, Liao Qihua, can you see the appearance of the assailant clearly? Is it someone you recognize? Or, have you offended anyone recently? That shopkeeper shook his head slowly, as if he was caught in a terrible memory. I remember. There were 3 of them. The one who spoke to me was probably in his 30s, with a pair of triangular eyes. The corners of his mouth were drooping, and he had deep lines, so he wasn't someone to get along with. The other 2, one taller and one shorter, were wearing hats, so I didn't get a good look at them. As soon as they came and they asked about a lot of electronics, after I showed them all of them, the triangle-eyed man said to his companion, we'll take them all. But just as I was doing the math, he suddenly said something very strange. Immediately after that, I felt a sharp pain coming from. I didn't know anything after my eyes went black. The shopkeeper paused at that and asked, Comrade policeman, my eyes, will I never see again? Lu Zhanyun some silence, because the doctor said that the 2 victims were removed eyeballs, certainly not recovered. I'm sorry, but don't worry, we will definitely bring the murderer to justice. I'll have the bureau's painter come in later, and I still need your cooperation to draw a portrait of the suspect. Also, you said they said something strange? Do you remember what it was about? The shopkeeper lying on the bed pondered for a while, before saying uncertainly, it seems like, attendant card. Jack, that's what it seems to say. What? Lu Zhanyun thought he had heard wrong. What does it mean by follower card Jack? What does that mean? Some kind of code word or organizational pronoun? Although Lu Zhanyun wanted to ask some more, the doctor had already walked in. Officer, is that alright? My patient needs to rest. That'll do. Get some rest. We'll get these assholes for sure. Lu Zhanyun said this to the victim, and when he finished he walked out of the ward and glanced at the policewoman who had been taking notes. Got it all down? It's all written down Team Lu. But, what exactly does this last sentence mean? First things first, although we still can't figure out the meaning. I think this must be an important clue. The brigadier mused for a moment before adding, go back to the crime scene. After seeing off Captain Lu's jeep, Xinyu slowly wandered to the school. He tried to go over between classes to find the underclassman he had saved, but unfortunately, the teenager doesn't seem to be coming back to class. Although Xinyu found his class, he didn't see anyone. Xiao Yangxia, a fellow classmate who had shown abnormalities the day before, was emotionally stable and spent the afternoon looking down at his cell phone. Everything seemed to be back to normal at school until after the evening study session started. Yikes! A mournful scream pierced through the sky above Xiaozhou First High School, instantly attracting the attention of the entire school. What's going on? Who's screaming? Teachers and students searched half a dozen times following the scream that could pierce one's eardrums. Finally, someone found the source of the screams. On the roof. There's someone there. Some students noticed the abnormality on the roof of the building, and all of a sudden, everyone turned on the lighting function on their cell phones and shone together towards the roof of the teaching building. Shinyu stood in the crowd and saw a figure wearing a school uniform faltering in the center of the many spotlights shining on him. Although the floors of this school building weren't really high, but that was still 6 floors, enough to fall and kill a person. Shinyu squinted his eyes and finally saw the appearance of the person on top of the building. It was a familiar face. It was the first-year student he'd saved from the bald-headed punk that afternoon. Is he? Shinyu's mind suddenly flashed back to the blood-red letter M on the wall of the classroom the day before, and immediately looked around. Soon, sure enough, he saw a huge blood-colored M on the facade below the top floor of the school building. Only the attention of all students and faculty was drawn to the source of the screams, and no one had yet noticed the bloody M hidden from the spotlight. Shinyu moved. He ran into the school building and moved quickly down the stairs towards the roof. But just as he saw the iron door leading to the top floor, the trifling cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Shinyu did not hesitate and pulled out his cell phone to tap the interface. It was a message from an unknown source. The message was brief and concise, and it was clearly a warning. Danger ahead. Don't easily try to contact this hidden being. You're no match for him at the moment. Shinyu frowned slightly, but the teenager on the edge of the roof was in a very unstable condition and could fall at any time. He couldn't wait, couldn't miss out on a life because of an inexplicable text message. Shinyu put away his cell phone and placed one hand on the handle of the iron door. Suddenly, he shrank back as if electrocuted. Shinyu at the moment broke out in a cold sweat for no reason, and his heartbeat beat to its peak in a short period of time. In danger. It was an instinct. His sixth sense realized the danger behind this door. Definitely a danger that could threaten his life. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated again and Shinyu took a deep breath to tap a new text message. If you insist on saving someone's life, do 10 seconds of silence in your mind. Open the door after you hear a thud. The danger will be lifted since. This time Shinyu chose to believe the text message of unknown origin, because his intuition told him that if he rashly broke into the penthouse now, not only would he die, but the teenager on the edge of the roof would die just the same. Shinyu began to count down in his mind. 10, 9, 8, 7. On the countdown to 1, a muffled thud slammed from the other side of the iron door. It's now. Shinyu no longer hesitated, twisted the handle and rushed out. He scanned his surroundings with his afterglow after running up to the roof, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Shinyu's foot speed did not decrease and went straight to the student at the edge of the building's roof. 5 meters, 4 meters, 1 meter. Shinyu saw the other side of the body began to occur obvious tilt. Do not care about a lot. Legs violently force forward. Left hand to hold the edge of the roof. The right hand out of the other side of the collar can be grabbed. But the next moment, Shinyu only felt a loose in his hand. The owner of the school uniform that he grabbed still fell down. Shinyu's pupils contracted violently. Looking at the varsity jacket in his hands, his heart was cold. Below the school building, the students and teachers who witnessed this scene let out a gasp in unison. The girls covered their eyes and screamed uncontrollably, and the boys averted their heads to look away. But the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground in the crowd's consciousness did not ring out. This school building only had 6 floors, and it wouldn't take more than a few seconds to fall from it. When someone sensed that something was wrong, they boldly looked toward the ground below the falling man. The ground was empty and there were no suspicious marks at all. But what about the guy who jumped off the roof? Everyone saw him jump off the roof, but where is he? In the darkness, someone noticed the large blood-red M on the facade of the school building, together with the students who disappeared from the building. This moment of Shiaju First High School was completely shrouded in a layer of inexplicable and strange clouds of suspicion. 12. Whereabouts of missing persons. The student's strange fall disappears and the blood-red M reappears. Shinyu looked at a news message that popped up on the second day with a picture of their principal's desperate denial underneath. This is just an individual student's prank. The whole thing is under our control. Please don't panic and do not believe the rumors. Do not spread rumors. The principal said as much. Shinyu didn't know what kind of relationship the principal of Shiaju First High School had above him, but the fact that he could still go to school as usual the next day after such a big incident meant that the relationship wasn't simple. Teachers and students who witnessed the mysterious fall last night have been given a gag order and are not allowed to accept any form of interviews with any media. In addition, the next day, Shinyu also found some more strangers in the school. Coincidentally, he also saw the figure of criminal police captain Lu Zhanyun among these strangers. Yesterday's vicious case of picking people's eyes has not yet been settled, and today was urgently transferred to a college on duty, which makes Lu Zhanyun exceptionally irritated. But there was no way around it. This time it was the chief himself who ordered everyone in the CID to rush to Natsukazu First High School and prioritize the cases here. But the only thing that made Lu Zhanyun care was being able to observe Shinyu as a student up close. After the morning meeting, all students and teachers returned to their classes to continue their lessons. But strange things are happening once again, and under the watchful eye of many police officers. The teachers did a roll call immediately upon returning to the classroom. But it was only under this point that they realized that there were 1 or 2 students absent from almost every class in every grade. But they were clearly there at the morning meeting, so how come they disappeared on their way back to class? Everyone stay where you are and don't move. Lu Zhanyun got this news the first time he ran to Xinyu's class. His eyes met Xinyu across the room, but didn't linger much. Originally, the senior captain thought that this was just an arrangement made by the director to save face, but he didn't expect it to be so tricky. Tao Shui, Lao Yan, you guys take people from classroom to confirm the information of absent students. Yes. Team Lu, Chang Fei, Mu Zi, you guys lead the men to immediately search every location in the school that can hide someone. Captain. Listening to the chaotic footsteps in the corridor, Xinyu cast her eyes towards the empty seat where Xiao Yangxia was sitting, mentally connecting all these things to that cult text message that recruited followers. Suddenly, he remembered the mysterious man who had reminded him last night and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Xinyu edited a content to that message. Do you know where all the missing students from Natsukazu First High School have gone? Are they in any danger? After a while, the phone vibrated several times. Xinyu quickly clicked on a new message that read, "Are you sure you want to meddle in this? It will bring you unforeseen dangers." Xinyu did not hesitate at all and simply returned 2 words, "Okay," though on a regular basis he had no interaction with the students of the school, let alone friendship. But these students were his classmates anyway. They were kids. What's more, there's a family standing behind each of them. Xinyu has had an incomplete family since he was a child, which makes him extremely reluctant to see the same thing happen to someone else. This was the reason why he was willing to give everything he had to help Luo Fei. After a few seconds, the phone vibrated again. You follow my instructions and try not to alarm the others. Your classmates are still in this school. What? Still in school? Xinyu was slightly surprised because the police had turned the school upside down and hadn't found a single trace at all. It seems, it's likely that the opponent used the power of the cards to interfere. Having received instructions from the mysterious man, Xinyu looked up at Lu Zhanyun, the head of the criminal police who kept giving orders at the door. He suddenly raised his hand and said, "Uncle Cop, I'd like to go to the restroom." Senior Captain Lu Zhanyun looked at Xinyu and wondered if this kid really wanted to go to the restroom. But Xinyu's face was stoic, and his eyes didn't budge even in the face of him, the notoriously ferocious god of the criminal police force. He stared at Xinyu for a few seconds before saying, "You go ahead and hurry back to your seat when you're done." Okay, Xinyu promised and walked out of the classroom door with unhurried footsteps towards the restroom. His class was located on the edge of the 4th floor of the building, and the restrooms on that floor were centrally located near the stairs. Xinyu walked into the empty restroom, pulled open the partition closest to the window, and unlocked the wooden door from the inside. After doing so, Xinyu's cell phone vibrated again. The access to the top of the building is guarded and you have to climb from the facade to the top floor. Xinyu put away his cell phone, opened the window on the side against the wall, and poked his head out to observe for a moment. At this point in the school, the police were busy verifying the missing persons in their classes, and there were only a few sporadic patrols in the playground. Taking advantage of the moment when those people's backs were turned to the school building, Xinyu grabbed the edge of the window and deftly flipped his body to the surface of the outer wall. He grabbed a drain pipe that ran straight down from the roof of the building, and his body climbed quickly upward like an ape. However, at the same time, Lu Zhanyun, who had been paying more attention to him, frowned and looked in the direction of the restroom. "Yao, keep an eye out." He gave a word of command to the other detective, while he himself walked quickly into the restroom. Lu Zhanyun one by one block to push open to check no one, until the last block when found to be unlocked. "Hey, are you done? Open the door." Lu Zhanyun knocked on the door twice, and after sticking on it and listening for a while, he suddenly pulled violently and directly yanked off the not-so-sturdy restroom partition door. "Shen Yu, what the hell are you kid doing?" Lu Zhanyun saw the half-open window and poked his body out to look around. "Hey, where are you going? It's dangerous here now." Lu Zhanyun looked up just in time to see Xinyu's disappearing back and only had time to shout. Cursing, he turned and exited the restroom, running down the stairs toward the top floor. Xinyu took out his cell phone again after climbing to the roof. Find condensing equipment for central air conditioning. Xiazhu First High School as an aristocratic school. The full coverage of the central air conditioning that is the basic operation. At the moment, Xinyu looked at the huge central air conditioning unit on the roof of the building, while it was completely covered in a room assembled from barbed wire. He walked over to the locked wire mesh gate and looked at it for a while. Then just as hard as he could, he ripped the lock off. It had to be said that this action of Xinyu was almost the same as Lu Zhanyun in the restroom. Xinyu walked around the huge central air conditioning outside unit, determined the location of the condensing unit, and once again pulled out his cell phone. Find the barcode on the condensing machine and activate it with the card in your hand. Cards? Activate? Although Xinyu was a little confused about how to activate it, he still pulled out his mother's relic, the mysterious black card. Quickly, Shinyu found the barcode located in the center part of the condensing machine. He tried to put the black card on that, but no reaction occurred. However, right at this moment, Lu Zhanyun had also rushed up into the top floor passageway. Team Lu? What happened? The police officer in charge of guarding the top floor passage saw Lu Zhanyun looking hurried and asked suspiciously. A student has climbed to the top floor. You guys watch this place and don't let anyone leave. Ha? Yes. Lu Zhanyun opened that iron door on the top floor and rushed up alone to start looking around for Shinyu's figure. Buzz buzz. Shinyu's cell phone rang at the right time. Swiped barcode on your card. With the tip from the mysterious man, Shinyu then pinched the black card and swiped through the barcode on there like a POS machine. Suddenly, he felt as if the space around him trembled, and the light instantly became dim. It was obviously still broad daylight, but the top floor of the school building was closer to dusk. Ooh-hoo! A low moan came, like the whistle of the wind blowing through a hole in a withered tree. Shinyu slowly raised his head, but his feet involuntarily took half a step backward. He only felt a cool air rising from the soles of his feet, like an electric current rushing straight to the top of his head. At the moment, the air conditioning condenser, which had been bar-coded, is missing. In its place, a two-story high piece that fused many human faces and arms and legs. Creeping stone pier. Shinyu's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw his classmate Xiao Yangxia. At this moment, Xiao Yangxia was wrapped in a film like black mud all over his body. He stretched his arms and legs feebly, as if trying to struggle out of it, but nay, all of them were struggling, but none of them could really break free from the layer of black mud that seemed to be very thin. This is the missing student. Shinyu was sure that these were the missing students from their school. A cold wind blew across the roof of the building, causing Shinyu to shiver. His spine was already soaked, and cold sweat from his forehead kept sliding down his temples. But he didn't retreat any further because his classmates were right in front of him and he absolutely couldn't. Buzz buzz. Shinyu's cell phone rang again, and he quickly picked it up, only to see a sentence written right on it. Leads him to the north edge of the roof. Him? Who's he? Just as this thought surfaced in Shinyu's mind, he heard a voice that was cold to the extreme ring out. Scene cards. Emerald Dreams. 13. Rescue. This sudden voice made Shinyu subconsciously tense his muscles, because the person who spoke was so close to him that he could directly feel the other party's haze as he spoke. Shinyu almost years of martial arts subconscious action. Directly behind the man came to a iron mountain lean, but unfortunately, he didn't hit anyone. His back was empty. Shinyu didn't dare to delay. He knew that there was a big gap between himself now and that mysterious person hiding behind the curtain. Under the mist blow, Shinyu decisively charged forward and ran toward the north side of the school building prompted in the text message. But suddenly, the school building under his feet began to tremble violently, and the air around him gradually distorted. Shinyu only felt that his legs like lead seemed to be difficult to move, and the road under his feet is like a quagmire. There seems to be some kind of suction to drag him into the endless abyss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the is this? Lu Zhanyun, who heard the commotion and rushed over, looked at the scene not far away, and his entire body froze in place. He saw a huge ball of slimy, constantly writhing mass with many human faces and limbs encased within, and in the midst of that constantly writhing sphere, two palms made of black mucus were reaching out, seemingly wanting to fuse Shinyu in front of him into his body as well. But Shinyu's body was staggering unsteadily on its feet, not knowing what blow had been dealt to it. Lu Zhanyun didn't dare to wait any longer. He shouted and pulled out his waist-mounted gun ready to shoot, but the next moment, he dropped his sidearm on the ground as if pulling out a red-hot branding iron. Or rather, what he pulled out wasn't a gun at all, but a constantly wriggling, slime-covered meatworm. Crap! What the hell is this? Making a sci-fi movie? Lu Zhanyun felt that the scene in front of him had completely turned his worldview upside down. How did this scene appear in the real world when it clearly only happens in movies? At the same time, Shinyu, who was trapped by the illusory twisted space, had a vicious heart. He seemed to notice that he was trapped in a hallucination-like space, and at that moment he bit the tip of his tongue hard to force himself to calm down. The intense pain calmed the space around him slightly, and he took the opportunity to pull his legs out and run for the north side of the school building. Where are you going, my prospective believer? The fluttering voice followed like a shadow, as if it would follow behind Shinyu no matter how he ran. Shinyu couldn't care less, no longer paying attention to the voices behind him, burying his head in just running wildly. But at this moment, not far in front of Shinyu suddenly appeared an additional person. Dad? Shinyu froze for a moment, but heard his father suddenly said with a smile, Shinyu, this weekend, Dad will take you to the movies, to see your favorite horror movies, okay? At this moment, Shinyu felt that his dad's voice was so mellow and his smile was so warm. No, that's not true. Suddenly, Shinyu double eyebrows erected. Speed does not reduce. Violently short body to use the shoulder into the father. As Shinyu passed through the silhouette, he did not feel any obstruction. It seemed to be just a shadow, and it could only be a shadow. Shin Yu, who was running, shook his head and cursed that the person who created the illusion was also too unprofessional. How could his lousy gambler dad say such words? But just as he spat, the rest of his eyes saw that another silhouette appeared not far away. The figure was not as clear as his own father's, and was somewhat blurry and unreal, but the face of that silhouette overlapped infinitely with the face on Shin Yu's mother's ID card. Mom! Shin Yu's eyes slowly widened before a wave of anger filled his chest. I don't care who you are, but you dare to peer into my heart. This beam. We are considered to have formed a knot. Shin Yu facing this mother's shadow, still head without lifting the collision. The silhouette dissipated, turning into specks of light that crashed to the ground. At this moment, Shin Yu only wants to uncover the person behind the curtain, break his mouth full of teeth. Hey, where are you going? Don't you want to die? Lu Zhanyun's shout suddenly reached Shin Yu's ears, restoring a trace of clarity to his clouded mind. After the scene in front of Shin Yu gradually became clear, he suddenly realized that he was less than 2 meters away from the edge of the roof. According to his current speed cannot stop the body. The result is only rushed out of the roof of the building on the spot fell to death this way. Suddenly just then, the muddy and dim sky looked like something had torn open a crack, and a ray of sunlight shone down that crack. That sunlight was like a spear of light projected down by the god of heaven, shining right at the position behind Shin Yu. Ah! A mournful scream rang out of thin air, and Shin Yu vaguely saw an illusory silhouette floating there. It's that mysterious person who's been helping me? Is he a player too? Such a thought popped up in Shin Yu's mind, and his body had also rushed out of the edge of the roof uncontrollably. The feeling of weightlessness came with it, as everything around them accelerated upwards. Shin Yu knew that he was falling. Pa! The body of Shin Yu, who was about to fall, suddenly lurched, and a large hand steadily grasped the back of his neck collar. Although this strong force strangled Shin Yu nearly suffocated, it also allowed him to seize the fleeting glimmer of life, only to see Shin Yu's muscles violently tense, his arms tugging upward on that arm, his body violently tumbling upward. Shin Yu then used Lu Zhanyun as a human ladder, and with one flip, he climbed back up to the roof of the building, and Lu Zhanyun, who tugged Shin Yu in the nick of time, was almost brought to fall off the roof of the building by him in such a way. Hey you brat, not coming to give me a hand? The corner of Shin Yu's mouth curved into an imperceptible arc and said 2 words in reply. Thanks. Shin Yu, who had restood on the roof of the building, looked toward the location where the sunlight had just shone. The figure that had surfaced there had disappeared, leaving only a small scorched black mark on the ground, and the bizarre mud mass that had trapped the students stopped writhing, and the trapped people inside likewise stopped struggling, as if they had all fainted. The distorted space around them returned to normal, and the sky gradually brightened. Shin Yu walked to the ball of mud and tried to tug on Xiao Yangxia's arm, pulling the latter out of it with force. Well, you, Shen Yu? After being yanked out of the sticky mud ball, Xiao Yangxia opened a pair of panda eyes and looked at Shin Yu listlessly. Don't worry, you're already safe. Shin Yu consoled him before he stood up to continue rescuing the other students. Reacting, Lu Zhanyun shouted into his headset for the other criminal police to also rush to the roof to help. Although the mastermind behind the disappearance of the students of Xiazhu First High School was not caught, the good thing is that those students were rescued in one piece. During subsequent police questioning, the students all looked like broken-down alcoholics missing parts of their memories. But one thing they all remember is a mysterious text message. It was only then that Shin Yu realized that the original cult text message recruiting followers was not only sent to special players like him, but also sent to ordinary people. After doing the initial inquiry and statement, Lu Zhanyun was looking for Shin Yu to talk about what happened on the roof again, but there was no way. Tao Shuai's sentence made his spirit tense up again. Chief Lu, the suspect who removed the eyeballs has appeared again. This time it's in Xiqing district. There are 3 victims. One of them has lost his vital signs. 14. Agreements. Once again, the missing student incident was squashed by the principal using his connections. Luckily, only Shin Yu and a handful of police officers witnessed the bizarre scene this time, making it relatively easy to seal up, and Lu Zhanyun was also interviewed separately by his own top boss, whose purpose was to make him keep the matter secret, and also signed a non-disclosure agreement. Lu Zhanyun couldn't care less about these bureaucratic tricks. All his attention was now focused on the group of thugs who were committing their 3rd offense. Yes, while the 2nd case is still unresolved, these men committed another felony assault in the South End. This time, a victim's stomach was cut open, almost all of the organs inside were removed, and the person was dead through and through. Likewise, any surveillance video that involved these thugs was all covered in a damn mosaic. In addition to this, Lu Zhanyun also found clues from many surveillance videos. That is, before they or other passersby would have originally walked into the crime scene, they would have changed their forward routes due to a variety of influences. This is the root cause of the police's inability to track down the suspects so far, and this bizarre scene couldn't help but remind him of the video involving Shin Yu. As for Shin Yu, he lived in relative comfort for the next few days, although the police and the school have issued a gag order. But the parents of the rescued students still learned that Shinyu saved their children. In doing so, the always low-key Shinyu got tons of gifts and even cash. Of course, he accepted all of them, which also includes Xiao Yangxia gave him a limited edition doll. However, the mysterious person who had helped Shinyu, who had made him thankful to this day, never replied to any of his messages again. On this day, Shinyu, who was still going through the routine of attending classes and leaving school, suddenly received an invitation. That, Shinyu, in order to thank you for saving my life, I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Please don't refuse yet. Before the end of school, Xiao Yangxia, who was obviously a little nervous about speaking, stood in front of Shinyu and said the above. A big dinner? Thanks, but I have something tomorrow. Shinyu didn't lie. He usually spent his weekends at the park with the master who taught him Baji Quan, though there was nothing left for the master to teach him now. It's this way. Hey, so, what about the day after tomorrow? Are you free the day after tomorrow? Shinyu picked up her school bag and looked at the geek somewhat strangely. What the hell is your business? Straight up. That. Xiao Yangxia gritted his teeth and said, yes, it's like this. This weekend in that abandoned hospital building in the southern suburb, there will be a grand gathering of secondary yuan enthusiasts. There will be many vendors and fellow enthusiasts attending, and everyone will also take out their treasures to exchange with each other. Shinyu looked at the other party and calmly said, what does this have to do with me? I'd love to participate, but since that last incident, my parents won't let me go out alone. But if you can come with me, they'll definitely say yes. Shinyu finally understood. In the middle of the day this geek is trying to let himself be a shield of fattening. Time? Shinyu asked the question he cared most about. Xiao Yangxia froze for a moment, then joyfully said, evening. It starts at 8 in the evening and lasts until 12. At night? And in an abandoned hospital? Are you sure this is a gathering of the secondary circle? Previously it would have been held at an unofficial venue of choice. There will also be a cosplay costume party for everyone. It's hilarious. Speaking here, Xiao Yangxia added another sentence rather embarrassingly. Of course, I won't let you make the trip for nothing. I'll pay. You accompany me to the party. I'll pay you. How about $1,000? Deal. Shinyu basically didn't need to hesitate because meeting his master was a daytime thing and there was money to be made. So why not? Getting Shinyu's definite reply, Xiao Yangxia couldn't hide his inner excitement and made an appointment for the two to meet at the place and specific time. Walking out of the school gate, Shinyu walked home according to the daily fixed route. But today, he saw yellow-haired punks on this road that he normally wouldn't even see. This punk he had seen before, but in another district. Since this area was all covered by Luo Fei, it was still relatively peaceful, and basically there would be no such thing as extortion. What happened to this Luo Fei guy? How could he let the others do wrong? Shinyu thought this in his heart, but his feet couldn't help but walk behind that yellow-haired punk. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your pocket money to avoid physical pain. The yellow-haired gangster was in the process of blackmailing an elementary school student when he suddenly felt someone tapping him on the shoulder. Don't touch me, can't you see I'm busy? Yellow hair flung down his arm, but realized he couldn't shake off the hand on his shoulder. He grinned and turned around just to curse, but then he saw the slightly familiar face of Shinyu. Shun. Although Shinyu is not a road mixed, but the reputation is there. Belonging to the major gangster groups cannot be messed with list of regulars. Adding to the fact that the story of him beating Luo Fei in single combat last time spread, there was even less people who dared to mess with this student with a transcendent status. Why are you here? Where's Luo Fei man? Shinyu gave a wink to the extorted student to go first, while he took yellow hair by the shoulders and pulled the other half wrapped around the corner. It's Luo Fei's mom is seriously ill and hospitalized. So I just, seriously ill? Shinyu was attracted by these three words and didn't even listen to the yellow hair's words begging for forgiveness behind him. Take it out. After the other party finished, Shinyu didn't have any nonsense, just spread out his palm and reached in front of yellow hair. The expression on yellow hair's face was a bit stiff, but he still endured the pain and pulled out all those change in his pocket. Shinyu hit the eye, only less than $200, and also mixed with a lot of gross bills. Huang Mo looked at Shinyu's inquiring gaze and smiled bitterly. Brother Shen, really only these? Nowadays, people don't carry cash on their person, and our job is not easy to do. We can only get a little bit of change from elementary school students. It's hard to make ends meet. Shinyu slapped on the back of Huang Mao's head and said with a cold face, can't get by and won't look for a job? Can a living person still let the urine suffocate? Don't let me see you again. Yes. I will definitely not appear in front of Brother Shin in the future. Yellow hair had just gotten free and pulled his legs out to run, as if Shinyu was even more terrifying than Luo Fei, the boss of this generation. Letting yellow hair go, Shinyu walked to the 5th hospital where Luo Fei's mother was hospitalized last time, looked for a nurse to inquire. and quickly asked for the ward number. He bought some fruit in front of the hospital and went straight up to the 5th floor of the inpatient unit. In the aisle, Shinyu saw a few minions under Luo Fei's hand. The men were all squatting in the hallway with sad faces, and if the hospital hadn't let them, they'd probably have been smoking cigarettes all over the place. What's going on? Where's Luo Fei? Hearing someone ask, Luo Fei's few juniors then looked up and saw Shinyu. Ha, Shen, brother Fei, he's in the doctor's office. Auntie was examined and found a tumor in her lungs. The cost of surgery and follow-up treatment is estimated to be $200,000. What? $200,000? Shinyu's brows instantly furrowed. He didn't expect Luo Fei's mother's condition to be so serious. 15. Proactive challenges. A short while later, a downcast Luo Fei walked out of the doctor's office. He saw Shinyu and squeezed out a raw smile. What brings you here? It seems that the money owed to you. I may not be able to pay it back in a short time, but don't worry, I'll keep it in mind, Shinyu said with a serious expression. I'm not here to press for payment. How much money are you short there? For the surgery. Luo Fei froze for a moment, then sighed. As you know, I basically have no savings. Last time, it was only with the 20,000 you gave me that I was able to hospitalize my mom. I'm going to sell the aquatic store tomorrow, so I can probably come up with a few tens of thousands of dollars. But, I'm still owed some money from the buyer. It's simply not enough. Luo Fei, a muscular man of nearly 1 meter 9, still revealed a strong sense of powerlessness in the face of money. Shinyu thought for a moment and said, come over here with me for a moment. Luo Fei didn't know what he was going to say, but still followed Shinyu to the stairwell. However, he saw Shinyu pull out the 3-less cell phone from his pocket, looked at him and said, Luo Fei, the fastest way for us to earn money right now besides robbing banks is only it. I'll get a triple win reward if I win one more game. And you shouldn't be idle. Participate in as many competitions as you can to gather enough money to pay for the first needed surgery. Luo Fei looked at the cell phone in Shinyu's hand, and his eyes slowly gained more than a hint of luster. Right. I've been so busy these past 2 days. How could I forget about it? Right. I'll go around the neighborhood tonight and see if I can find a suitable opponent. Saying this, Luo Fei suddenly paused. But, your triple win reward. Shinyu shook his head and said, I don't need to use the money right now. You take it for your mom's surgery first, and then slowly pay me back after you win the competition. Luo Fei was a little excited, but the lack of words held him back for half a day and he didn't know what to say. Finally, the muscular man clenched his right fist and hammered twice on his chest. Shen Yu, I'm a stupid person, so I won't say thank you. From now on you are my brother. Your affairs are my Luo Fei's affairs. The corner of Shinyu's mouth hooked up slightly, nodded and said, leave a phone number. I'll transfer it to you directly on my cell phone after the 3 consecutive victories. Shinyu's words were like a reminder to Luo Fei, and the latter hurriedly opened his 3-less cell phone and operated it. Not long after, Shinyu's cell phone vibrated, and an additional red dot appeared in the upper left of the main interface. A friend request? Luo Fei smiled and said, this game can add friends. This is also considered a unique contact between the two of us. Okay, let's go. Saying goodbye to Luo Fei, Shinyu walked home, but in his mind was the cell phone that had a large amount of cash credited to it for winning the contest. 200,000. I wonder how much the reward for a triple win will be. Let's try the active challenge tonight. Located in a high-rise apartment building not far from Shinyu's house, a 2-bedroom cottage hadn't had its windows opened for a week. Its doorway is littered with finished takeout lunchboxes, still growing mold even though it's late fall. Senior geek Joshu nestled in the room surrounded by computer monitors, his expression lewdly clicking the mouse, emitting a gurgle of Tada sound. On the computer monitor was a limited edition mannequin doll. The doll had fair skin and black hair past her waist, while she wore a long black gothic dress with a lace pattern. Hey, finally found a buyer. This limited edition must be bought home. My goddess, the status of the dolls on the screen is sold out. However, Joshu uses his powerful hacking skills to find out the nearest buyer. That buyer's name is Xiaoyang Xia. Buzz. At this time, Joshu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose and picked up his cell phone to tap the message. Challenger appears. Matching information in progress. Opponent ID, suspect. Opponent level, 2. Opponent's record, 2 wins out of 2. Opponent's deck, unknown. Countdown begins. 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Only level 2? This newcomer looks like he's been swept away by 2 consecutive victories. How dare he take the initiative to challenge me at level 5? It's about time to go out and get some air. Underneath the apartment building with a total height of 40 floors, Shinyu stood in the empty green belt clearing wearing a sweater and a hood. Tonight, he chose the closest player. Rival ID, Emperor of Geeks. Opponent level, 5. Opponent's record, 7 wins and 3 losses in 10 matches. Opponent's cards, props, reinforcements. Countdown begins. 1 minute and 32 seconds. As the countdown came to 1 minute, Shinyu saw a person wearing a sweatshirt and a hood like him walking slowly under the dim light not far away. Only, the man was a bit bloated in appearance, bulging out his bodysuit. Only when that person walked in did Shinyu get a good look at the other person's appearance, which was a young man whose age was about between 20 and 23 years old, wearing glasses, obese, and with a somewhat lewd expression. You're the challenger? You're very young. I have to say, your choices are bad. Very, very bad. I'm a level 5 player with 7 victories. By the way, why is your ID called Suspect? That's a bad name. This ID geek emperor of the fat man came up on the talk non-stop. Obviously, Shinyu had no intention of talking nonsense with the other party. He just lowered his head and silently watched the countdown go to 0, before removing his hood and shortening his body to rush up. Shinyu, who had already experienced 2 bouts, more or less understood, and he tried to choose a quick battle when his mysterious card CD. Moreover, the opponent didn't seem to be a guy who was good at physical speed and agility, so his best bet was to use his speed advantage to force the opponent to not have a chance to use his cards. I think you should call. Hey, 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 Egu. The otaku Joshu was still talking nonsense when he saw that the teenager on the opposite side had already closed in on him with great speed. Joshu woefully dodged a punch with a flip, but as he was about to reach out to stabilize his glasses on the bridge of his nose, he saw that the sole of his opponent's shoe was zooming infinitely in front of him. Bang! Shinyu twisted around and quickly changed phases, kicking the fat geek in the face. He had an inkling, though, that his opponent had reached out at the last moment to protect his face, and the odds were that the kick had landed on his arm. Joshu's 160-pound body was kicked so hard that it slid on the ground and didn't stop until it hit the green belt. You, young man, you don't speak of martial virtues. Joshu made a carp and rolled up from the ground with a movement that was extremely disproportionate to his size. Shinyu did not continue to pursue, because an opponent who could dodge those 2 strikes just now was not something he could easily solve. Obviously, the fat man with the ID Emperor of Geeks is not as bulky as he appears to be. Who? Fight. Why don't you fight? You don't even know how to introduce yourself and show your cards. You're really a newbie. Joshu shook off his wrist, which had just been kicked a little numb by Shinyu, and pushed down his glasses. Props card. MP5. Reinforcement card. Joker. As soon as the fat geek Joshu spoke, the 2 cards clipped between his fingers transformed into starry specks of light scattered around his body. Instantly, his chubby face with the glasses suddenly gained a layer of floury grease. On top of his right hand, there is also a black and full of metal texture. Sharpshooter? 16. 3 in a row. Shinyu's eyes slightly condensed, not understanding how the gun props appeared. Isn't that a foul? Da 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 da. The voice of the fat man with the oiled face became high-pitched and shrill, like a patient running out of some madhouse. As he puffed up his cheeks and made a voiceover, the muzzle of that MP5 began to flicker with dazzling fire. Shinyu almost subconsciously lunged to the side, where he had just stood. There was a dense shower of sparks, as if he had just been shot at with an assault rifle. No, Shinyu was sure that he was just being swept by the assault rifle. The crazy-looking geeks are instantly transformed into bandits. It was as if the MP5 in his hand didn't even need to change magazines and could keep sweeping like that. Shinyu's movements didn't even dare to have the slightest stagnation. As he rolled, jumped, flipped, or skidded, he hadn't counted specifically, but the other side had at least fired over 1,000 rounds in just 2 minutes. Wasn't that still a foul? With such a powerful prop card, how could he still reap 3 losses? Wait, Shinyu, who was in the middle of dodging, calmed down and analyzed the other party's not-so-perfect small amount of intelligence in his head. 7 wins and 3 losses in 10 battles. Although he's the highest-leveled player I've seen so far, he's by no means the most powerful. Shinyu recalled the mysterious being that he had encountered on the top floor of the school only a short while ago. Although he didn't know what that person's level was, it was definitely much higher than this fatty. Then, based on the geographical distribution of the card players and their win rates, it is very likely that this fat guy had a fight with that little girl with the 2 ponytails. Before her fight with Shinyu, the little girl won all 6 of her fights. So that means, this fatty's strength must have been exaggerated. Shinyu had a bold thought as he thought of this. Suddenly, he made a fish leap into the green belt shrubs, leaving the frantic fat man temporarily without a target. Aha, do you think you'll be alright if you hide like this? Dueling between players has a range restriction. There's no place for you to escape even if you want to or... The grease-faced fat man grinned his exaggeratedly stylized red lips, his eyes exuding a taste of madness through the lenses. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed out from the other side of the green belt. The frantic fat man didn't hesitate to move over the gun and start that seemingly endless machine gun fire again. Da 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 da. Under this intense strafing, many of the bullets struck the dark figure squarely. Fatty was about to go forward to check, but just then, he only felt a strong wind coming from the side. But it was Shinyu's golden cicada trick. Put away your trickery. Fight me for real. Shinyu saw clearly after throwing out his own bodysuit. The bullets sweeping in from the other side didn't penetrate his clothing, and didn't even ring out as much as they seemed to. That would also mean that his guess was correct. The so-called MP5 in the hands of this fat geek is actually just a bluff. Otherwise, his sweater should have turned into rags a long time ago, and how could there not even be a hole in it? After making a test run with the bodysuit, Shinyu was then relieved to boldly approach the opponent's body and play to his greatest advantage. Bang! Suddenly flashed out Shinyu swinging left leg side kick to the opponent's head, but was steadily blocked by the fat man's raised right hand. However, the body had not yet landed. Shinyu relied on his strong core strength to rotate his waist so that his right leg stomped out again. The nest kick hit Joe Shu in the abdomen, causing him to bend over uncontrollably and stagger backward continuously. It's now! Shinyu's eyes snapped open, and with a slight point of his toes landing on the ground, he allowed his body to rise up in the air once again. He grabbed Joe Shu's shoulders and slammed his right knee into the opposite side of the door. Crap! But what Shinyu did not expect is that the original this knee did not hit the target, because the other party has been like a loach-like escape from his hands. Joe Shu used a weird posture to instantly take off his own clothes, which didn't allow Shinyu to hit the top of his face. He was now wearing a thermal undershirt, his belly protruding, and white breath exhaling from his mouth. Hoo. You're a tough guy. You almost got me. Hey, why don't you use your own cards? Isn't it a bit too underestimated? Shinyu carried the other party's fat sweatshirt in his hand and then tossed it aside. He slowly took out his black deck, still on CD, and held it between his fingers. After that incident on the roof of the school, Shinyu understood that although this black card was still on CD, it was still able to exert some magical effects. For this reason Shinyu also made some special tests. For example, its edges are sharper than the blade of a knife, like the fact that it can scan out any barcode and QR code, or it can achieve that effect of ablating a white woman's ghost on contact. Of course, the last kind is still only Shinyu's conjecture now, and there is no opportunity to put it into reality. But right now is a good opportunity. A black deck? First time I've seen that. What type is it anyway? Joe Shu, who raised his MP5 again, grinned with a big, red, grease-painted mouth and took the initiative to explain. It's okay to tell you my MP5 isn't a real sharpshooter, and it doesn't shoot as many bullets as it looks like it does. In the end, those bullets are just air bullets, so even if you hit them, you'll only get bruises and red swelling, but the pain is real. Da 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 da. He dubbed it with his mouth as he pulled the trigger again, and this time, instead of dodging in a lousy way, Shinyu rushed up against the bullets. His gaze was slightly fixed, and his right hand, which held the black deck, arced through the air. Buzz. In the area crossed by the black cards, those air bullets that were shot intensively seemed to be erased out of thin air by a rubber, leaving not a trace. What? Grinning widely, Joe Shu was stunned for a moment by the scene before him, and it was this moment of time, but Shinyu's figure had also arrived close to him. Yellow Warbler Double Snatch Claw. This time Shinyu used a stance from the 8 Extremes fist. He bowed his left leg and tensed his right leg, his center of gravity lowered, and both palms pushed out at the same time. It was reasonable to say that if this palm was pushed at the opponent's ribs, it would be able to directly break his ribs and allow the broken bones to puncture the opponent's internal organs, which was an extremely ferocious killing move. But Shinyu didn't want to become a murderer, and there was nothing wrong with this fat geek, so he withdrew a few moments of force as he was about to hit his opponent, and instead of opting for the ribs, he pushed on his opponent's abdomen. Bang! After the double palm strike on the opponent's abdomen, Shinyu keenly realized that this fat man had the intention to jump backward a distance, using this to mitigate the damage of this move. It seemed that the other party was still leaving room for maneuver, which was out of his expectation. At this moment, although he used the agility of movement brought about by the reinforcement card, Joker, to dodge the fatal blow, Joe Shu's situation wasn't good either. He ate a little too much dinner, and now continuously hit by Shinyu abdomen, suddenly felt a burst of stomach cramps, as if at any time will be volcanic eruption. Vomit. After struggling for a few seconds, Joe Shu held onto a greenbelt flower bed and threw up. He spat twice, still not forgetting to raise his hand and say, well, I admit defeat. No more fighting. As he said this admit defeat, Shinyu suddenly felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. However, just as he wanted to take out his cell phone to see the reward amount for the trifecta, his entire body tensed up once again. Who's there? Shinyu suddenly jumped away to the side, like a frightened wildcat. It was an aura of danger. an aura more dangerous than the one on the roof of the school building. 17. The Lone Ranger. Along with the direction Shinyu's gaze was looking, Zhou Shu, who could hardly hold back his vomiting, also saw a silhouette. The silhouette slowly stepped out of the shadows, causing Zhou Shu's eyes hidden behind the lenses to instantly widen. Oh, praise my royal lowly sickly sister. In front of the two of them was a tall woman with black hair reaching her waist, wearing a long black dress and a cold face. Half of her face was still hidden in the darkness, and the whole person seemed as if she had no temperature at all. Not fearing the piercing cold of the late fall night, the night breeze blew through, causing the woman's black hair and skirt to sway gently in the direction of the wind. Shinyu arched his back like a cheetah ready to attack at any moment. It was no wonder that he overreacted, because the woman in front of him made Shinyu feel the greatest threat since birth. It was a threat that was hard to resist. Take it easy. I just happened to be passing by and watched your fight. This is ready to leave. The woman's voice was still ethereal with a hint of coldness that made people want to put up their collars. Passing through? Shinyu's movements did not change in the slightest, but he saw the other party raise his left hand hidden in the shadows. The woman was carrying a plastic bag in her left hand with the sign icon of a barbecue restaurant printed on the exterior, and 2 cans of beer could be seen through the bag. In addition to this, a faint aroma of roasted meat also entered Shinyu's nostrils. Wow, miss, you're a player too, right? If you're not a player, there's no way you can watch the battle from close range. What's your name? How old are you? Are you a student or an office worker? Shut up. Miss, would you be interested in a photo shoot this weekend? I have a couple of Lolita court dresses in my collection that would be perfect for you and your body. I told you to shut up. Finally, Shinyu couldn't stand the death-defying behavior of this nerdy fat guy and directly went up to cover the latter's mouth. He didn't think that such a frighteningly powerful woman would agree to an invitation for a photo date from a lewd fat man he had only met once. He's killing himself. Yeah. Suddenly, a sense of absurdity bubbled up in the bottom of Shinyu's heart. The woman who is so powerful that she makes her own hair stand on end. Saying, yeah, huh, you said yes? That's great. Let's leave a phone number. I will contact you tomorrow. By the way, miss, my name is Zhou Shu. The tree of trees, what's your name? The fat man pulled out his own cell phone as he spoke. Xiao Wei. The woman spat out 2 more cold characters. Xiao Wei? What a nice name for a young sister. Am I sweeping you or are you sweeping me? You swept me. Shinyu stood there, his tense muscles never relaxing in the slightest from the beginning to the end. He witnessed the 2 men leave each other's phone numbers and add WeChat, then wave goodbye and leave. Just this? It was only until the woman's figure disappeared from sight that Shinyu sat down on the floor as if she was deflated. He breathed in the cold air in large gulps, as if he had just experienced a life and death battle. Hey young man, relax. If she had tried to strike just now we'd be dead already. Think about it. The fat man was full of smiles, and made a fuss about adding notes to the young lady he had just added. Excellent. That young lady just now is practically growing on my aesthetic ceiling. She's exactly like that doll. Gradually calming down, Shinyu picked up his own sweatshirt over his head and put it on, and threw the fat man's sweatshirt to him. Aren't you cold? Or can you warm up just by looking at beautiful women? It took Shinyu's cold reminder to make the fat man realize that he was now only wearing a thermal underwear. Achoo! Cold, 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 cold. As if to confirm Shinyu's words, Fatty sneezed several times in a row. It was only at this point that Shinyu re-pulled out his 3-less cell phone to check the rewards for his 3 consecutive victories. Congratulations to the player who won his first 3 consecutive victories. You'll get a chance to draw a card and a prize of $100,000. Shinyu looked at the entire $100,000 that had appeared in his balance, and only then did he relax a little. The curious fat man came over to Shinyu's side and said in a goading tone, hey, 3 consecutive victories can draw a card once, so try your luck quickly. Shinyu glanced at him, originally wanted to refuse and go home to smoke again, but then he thought, this fat man was obviously much more experienced than him, and drawing new cards this way might be something he was familiar with. According to the prompts on the system, Shinyu directly called up the card draw interface. At this point, a pattern of fingerprints appears on the phone screen that fades in and out, seemingly asking the user to place their thumb on it. Come on, put your finger on it. Yeah, that's it. Fatty looked at Shinyu's movements with an expectant face, as if it was him who was drawing the card. Shinyu sensed a pinprick of tingling pain coming from his fingers, followed by the image starting to spin and shatter. After about 2 seconds, the image coalesced and reorganized once again, turning into a picture with a white border, imprinting a pattern of the back of a person walking silently in the rainy night. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Grade E Enhancement Card Loan Brave. With the prompt of the system, the light flashed, and a very textured card came out in Shinyu's hand. White bezel, cut white excitement. Fatty lost interest when he saw that it was the lowest grade white bordered Grade E deck. What does the white border represent? Shinyu asked. White, White is also called colorless stands for two words rubbish rubbish. The fat man dragged out those two words in a lone voice with an extremely beaten expression. Shinyu was not disappointed by his words, but carefully examined this first card with a pattern in his hand in addition to the black deck. At this time, the fat man showed off as if he drew out his two cards and waved them in front of Shinyu's eyes. See, little friend? That's what I call a deck D-grade silver-framed, Joker. The same D-grade, silver-framed, MP5. Shinyu looked at the other party's two cards whose edges were glistening with a faint silver light, and they were indeed very different from his own one. There's silver. That means there's still gold color on it? Shinyu's question left Fatty speechless for a moment, as he had never seen anyone use a golden deck either. But the logic is true. After all, the vast majority of games are such a trope. Boy, congrats anyway, you're strong. That's the first time I've seen that black deck while I'm going upstairs. It's just too cold in here. Joe Shu tightened his collar and scrunched his neck as he jogged all the way into his flat. Shinyu stood still and looked at his new deck of cards and realized that there was also a line written on the back of this deck. The correct truth is always in the hands of a few people. Believe in yourself. Believe in your choice, even if the thorns are full of, even if the loneliness is often accompanied by. May you return to still have a lone courageous heart. Dale Yasum? Who's that? The original owner of this deck? Shinyu put away the cards suspiciously and decided to study them slowly when he returned home. He put on his hood and stepped into the darkness with his hands in his pockets. At this moment, his back seems to be exactly the same as the Lone Ranger on the card, with only a slight change in clothing in background. Joe Shu, who had just returned home, felt the familiar warmth and let out a long breath. Ah, it's better to be at home. I don't want to go out anymore. But I've got a date with a young lady tomorrow, so I'll go even if a knife falls from the sky. Ah ha 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 ha. Buzz buzz. Joe Shu was in the middle of that YY, but he saw that the 3-less cell phone that had just been placed on the desktop vibrated again. Any news? He picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, and couldn't help but curse. MMP. What's wrong with Fat Master me today? I just sent one away and here comes another one. ID Boxer. Rank 2. Another ING newbie. 18. Secrets of promotion. Since the player has been challenged continuously for 24 hours, please choose whether or not to decline the challenge. Joshu pressed accept challenge with some annoyance. You all don't know what it means to be terrifying until Fat Master. I am powerful. I've digested almost all of it this time, and will never show my cracks again. Come on, new Ting. Let your Fat Master properly teach you about the terror of adults. Joshu angrily found a jacket and put it on, and just so aggressively went downstairs once again to answer the war. The venue for this one was located in the basketball court at the back of the neighborhood. When Joshu strides into the basketball court, he suddenly pauses there. He looked left and right, but there was no one else in front of him except a burly, muscular man who was grinning at him. Why do I suddenly feel some stomach pain? Back at home, Shinyu looked at the bowl of cold noodles sitting on the desktop was very pleased. He hadn't been out since the day he'd gone to say hello to his father's poker buddies. Although this level of cooking is really bad enough, but at least Shinyu has a mouthful of cold food to eat when he goes home. But instead of going out and playing poker, the gambling dad has turned to drinking and getting drunk. Like right now, Shinyu poured the noodles into the pot and warmed it up again, before taking out his newly acquired deck again and scrutinizing it. This card has a white border, but the texture of the entire card is excellent, giving a three-dimensional bumpy look to both the letters on it and the image. Especially the back of that rainy night makes you feel more and more lonely the more you look at it. Shinyu shrugged it off and took out the solid black deck again. He put the two decks together to make a comparison, and couldn't really see any similarities between the two, other than the fact that they were both cards. There is no picture on the black deck, no border, no letters symbolizing rank, just a fingerprint pattern. This black card deck, is it possible that only high-level players know the exact purpose? Shinyu thought about it, and the mysterious woman who just wore a skirt on a cold day suddenly popped up in his mind. Seek counseling from her? Better forget it. Just as he was thinking, the noodles on the stove began to bubble, and Shinyu casually placed the black card on the table and went to turn off the fire. By the time he had served the noodles and sat down at the table again, he was met with a strange sight. The black deck he had just casually put down was pressed right on top of the new deck, and this black card is now emitting a burst of extremely dim and inconspicuous golden light. Shinyu reached out and held the two decks overlapping in his hand, and at this moment, the kind of dull golden light that had just been there suddenly brightened up a bit and flashed a bit faster. What's going on? Shinyu curiously separated the two decks, and the golden light disappeared into thin air, but when he rejoined the cards again, that dark golden light flickered once again. The overlap of cards can bring additional effects? Shinyu turned the black card over, but saw that on the surface of the originally pure black card, densely packed small, light gold-colored characters had already emerged. Those words were small, but Shinyu's eyes were naturally good and it wasn't difficult to read them clearly. He suppressed his curiosity and went into his room and locked the door to prevent any unexpected interruptions. Shinyu sat on the edge of the bed, took out a notebook and pen, and transcribed all those small, light gold-colored words into the book. Grade E Reinforcement Card Lone Ranger. The promotion sequence is as follows. Sequence D Reinforcement Card Masquerade. Required Advancement Card Attendant Card Onlookers. Sequence C Reinforcement Card Assassin. Promotion cards required Attachment Card Unseen Informant. Item Card Murderous Weapon Camouflage. Sequence B Reinforcement Card Instigator. Required Advancement Card Auxiliary Card Evidence of Misrepresentation. Sequence A Enhancement Card Suspect. Required Advancement Card Scene Card Crime Scene. Sequence S Reinforcement Card Edgewalker. Required Advancement Card Attendant Card Shadow Warrior. Final Sequence Extraordinary Naming Card The Man Behind the Scenes. Other expendable materials are as follows. Shinyu finished copying the small, light golden letters on the back of the black card deck and felt as if she had discovered some unimaginable secret. Cards can be advanced. But, can all cards advance? Or is it only this lone valor that can advance? All of this needs to be further confirmed. From these informative sequences of card advancement, Shinyu had gained several more important pieces of knowledge. It was the first time he had seen the auxiliary card and the extraordinary naming card. He could understand the auxiliary card, but the extraordinary naming card, the name alone sounds high-end. Either way, that's a final sequence that's more than S-class. After Shinyu finished transcribing those words, he once again separated the two decks. Sure enough, those words on the backs of the black cards disappeared once again, reverting once more to the deep darkness that seemed to remain unchanged for eternity. This black card deck still has this kind of function. Shinyu felt that the more he looked at this black card in his hand, the more uncomplicated it became, and he could conclude that just by the fact that it was different. Also, why is the final sequence of your deck the man behind the curtain? Is this a sign that you have to stay hidden in the shadows and take control? I have to say, the deck kinda suits him. After studying for a while, Shinyu transferred the $100,000 rewarded for 3 consecutive victories to Luo Fei, and asked whether I received it in passing. After a few moments, the phone vibrated, and Luo Fei's reply came. Asterisk. Just challenged a fat guy. Kinda tricky, but good to take it down. Your $100,000 has been received. Thanks bro. Together with the money on my side, we're now less than 50,000 short. Shinyu looked at Luo Fei's reply and focused on the word fat. Fatty? It can't be such a coincidence. Shinyu shook his head and returned smoothly. The store on your mom's side should not be dished out yet. It's not cost effective. It's the old man's heart and soul after all. If our side is really not enough, then say. After a while, okay, brother, you're the one who thought it through. Putting away the phone, Shinyu lay on the bed and silently calculated. Although Luo Fei's mother's first surgery fee is close to coming together, his side of the savings will also be almost zero. You and your dad still have to make ends meet. You can't be strapped for cash any more than you were before. Suddenly, Shinyu's other cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and the caller ID read Old Gun. Got a job? Shinyu pressed the answer button with considerable anticipation, and heard a slightly vicissitude hoarse voice ringing out from inside. Hello? Xiao Shun. I've got a big job. Are you coming? If you're coming, I'll see you at the same place tomorrow. Do. Shinyu didn't say a single word from beginning to end, and the other party hung up the phone after saying this sentence. Big job? Shinyu pondered the point of this phone call on the other end. It was the same bounty hunter's internal contact terminology, meaning that there was a large bounty order appearing. Well, just when I need money I come to work. Good luck today. 19. Master. The next day, even though it was Saturday, Shinyu still woke up early. At 5 o'clock, he put on his sweats and pulled on his hood, slipped on a pair of sneakers whose shape had long since gone out of fashion, and just jogged out the door. The target of Shinyu's morning run is a sports park located south of downtown Xiazhu. Although it was still early in the day, many of the spots in this sizable sports park had already been taken by grandparents who didn't have much sleep. Only on that rubberized track built around the perimeter of the park can you see a few young people wearing headphones and tracksuits for their morning jogs. Shinyu puffed white air out of his mouth and ran all the way from his house into the park. Without stopping his speed, he came to the pine forest at the corner of the park. A huge patch of pine trees is planted here, each one shading the sky as if it were 100 years old or more, creating a small corner of the park where the sun can't reach. And there, on a bench in the shadows, lay an old man in a tattered cotton robe. Shinyu ran straight to his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress a smile before the person even arrived. It was one of the extremely rare moments when he actively smiled. Master, get up, there's good food, Shinyu said, pulling out a thing wrapped in greaseproof paper from the pocket of his sweatshirt. Although he couldn't see what was inside, the rich scent filled the air around him, causing the old man lying on the bench to move his nose slightly and sit up with a miso. Hey good boy, I didn't love you for nothing. Donkey meat hot pot? Hurry up, I'm starving. Although the old man in front of him was wearing a bloated and wide cotton robe, it was not difficult to guess that he must be very thin in person by looking at his thin cheeks and skeleton-like palms. In addition, the beard under his forehead was straggly and hung straight down to his chest, and most of the hair on his head, which was already gray, was coiled at the top of his head and tied up in a bun like a Taoist priest. But Shin Yu knew he was clearly not a Taoist priest. The old man who taught him Baji Quan said that he tied up his hair this way only because he was too lazy to wash it. The old man had no family, no name, not even a place to live. Shin Yu was lying on a bench from the first time she saw him, when he lived in the pine forest of the sports park. Whether it's spring, summer, fall, winter, or rain, the old man is like a robot that has been programmed to stay here every day in a cycle. But just a year ago, the old man had said that he no longer had anything to give to Shin Yu, and that he wouldn't even have to come back to the park in the future. But even though he said so, Shin Yu still habitually jogged here every weekend morning to bring the old man a variety of gourmet breakfasts. Master, the weather is getting cooler. Here are $200 you take. Buy a down jacket. Shin Yu said as he sat down next to the old man and pulled out two red $100 bills. The old man is not polite. Grabbed the bills kneaded into a ball of paper generally stuffed into his pocket. But the mouth is slurred. I am half of the body into the ground, people. Still buy what down jacket? I have this broken cotton jacket is enough. But I can buy 2 pounds of soju with the money you pay your master. That's better than a down jacket, isn't it? Especially if you take a sip when it's snowing. It's like the whole person is soaking in the bathhouse pool, and it warms up your body, the old man said with a longing smile on his face, and when he grinned you could still see his mangled yellow teeth. Shin Yu seemed to have long been accustomed to the old man's way and style of speaking, and at that moment did not say anything more, just smiled and patted him. Master, take your time eating, I'll do a set of punches. This seems to be Shin Yu's regular program every weekend morning. The old man would have a hearty breakfast, while Shin Yu fought silently next to him while he ate his breakfast. It was like he was both practicing in the morning and demonstrating to his master, so that he could see if he had regressed or improved. Shin Yu fought slowly, and his moves were extremely well placed, and he could tell that his basic skills were quite solid. The old man taught him that the Baji fist frame was more oriented towards actual combat and was modified, so it seemed to be slightly lacking in spectacle after it was just punched out of thin air. The old man took a big bite of the fragrant donkey meat roast, sipping the gravy on his fingers as he opened his mouth to inquire. Good boy. Your moves have improved a lot lately. No, accurately speaking it shouldn't be the moves, but your physical quality seems to have improved quite a bit. The old man said so, and Shin Yu also perceived it. Before, he was too busy with the mundane world, and although he himself had noticed but did not look deeply into it. Indeed, the same boxing frame he fought from beginning to end today, not red in the face, not to mention, on every punch and every style hit in the air, were able to bring out a muffled sound, as if watching a self-contained sound effects martial arts movie. Shin Yu knew that he had improved, whether it was his strength, speed or coordination, and that boost seems to have started when he got those relics of his mother. More accurately, from the moment he officially became a player. Could it be that becoming a player binds the appropriate cards and also gives you a basic physical enhancement? Yes, the cards should have been strengthened in this area, or else a lewd fat man like the one he encountered last night couldn't have been so agile, or even able to dodge his attacks. Another example was Luo Fei, who had recovered most of that serious injury in less than an hour after being hit hard by himself in succession, even saving himself a trip to the hospital. Thinking of this, Shin Yu clenched his fists and didn't tell the old man about those magical experiences he had encountered in the last few days. He had a vague feeling that the more he knew, the greater the danger. Master, aren't you going to square dance today? Shin Yu, who had finished a set of punches, didn't even break a drop of sweat and resumed his seat on the bench. The old man who finished enjoying the donkey roast casually yanked off a pine needle as a toothpick and shaved his teeth there. My old friends have not yet come. The weather is cold, and the time for them to organize the game has been slightly pushed back. The ones you see now are relatively young, and their bodies can still handle it, but old people of our age can't. Shin Yu glanced at the old man with a red face and oily lips, lost his smile and shook his head. He remembered that when he first met his master when he was 9 years old, the other man was saying these words, but after all these years, it was as if he hadn't even changed a bit in his appearance. Rest, master, I have business to attend to. Well, you go to busy you. Master, I sleep asleep. Oh yes. Tomorrow morning bring a bowl of spicy soup and waxed beef meat sandwich. Remember to put more spicy. Good. Song Yang jogged away while waving his hand to greet the old man. Seeing his only young disciple slowly run away, the old man's originally cloudy eyes suddenly transmitted a trace of clarity. He let out a breath and lay down on the bench and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Something has changed in this brat. I'm afraid he's had some kind of strange encounter these past few days." After saying goodbye to the master, Shinyu did not leave this park, but ran to a convenience store located in the north position of the park's landscape lake. This convenience store is stocked with various brands of beverages, mineral water and other things, as well as snacks, instant noodles and other foods that can temporarily fill you up. Next to the cash register at the convenience store was a recliner, and on it lay a middle-aged man with a bulging belly, visible secondary breasts, and a futon in his hand despite the cold weather. Shinyu ran into the convenience store and looked around, seeing that there wasn't a single customer in the store, before removing his hood and asking softly, "Has the party started yet?" Leaning against the recliner as if he was spending the summer in full bloom, the obese middle-aged man stirred up the bushel fan twice and said breathlessly, "There are still 10 minutes, but the people are almost here." Shinyu didn't say anything, just nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. He walked past the rows of shelves in front of him and stopped at the innermost row against the wall. There were several fishing rods placed against the wall here, while Shinyu reached out and tugged on one of them. Suddenly, the shelf against the wall there made a dull one heavy scraping sound and opened a crack that could only be passed by an adult. Shinyu had long been accustomed to the scene in front of him, and at that moment, he quickly sidestepped and flashed in. The friction sounded again and everything went back to normal. 20. Bounty Hunters. In that secret room behind the convenience store shelves, Shinyu first passed through a long downward staircase, followed by 2 more turns, before seeing a rusty iron door. Outside the iron gate, sat an old man with flowery glasses. "Little Shin is here? Come on in." This time it's a big job. Even those few that usually refuse to move out of their nests, that big god, have come out. It seems that this time the competition will be fierce. The old man said as he held up the senior citizen bus card hanging around his neck and pressed it against the iron door combination lock. With a drop sound, the iron door opened automatically, and Shinyu nodded his head to the other party in greeting and stepped inside. The space at the other end of the iron door opened up, with an area of more than 300 square feet and a height of more than 4 meters. Although the roof is crisscrossed with water pipes like a spider's web, it is not at all depressing. The room has no windows as it is underground, but it is well ventilated and well lit. The style of the place is somewhat similar to those medieval bar layouts. A long bar was built against the side wall. Since there was a bar, of course there were drinks, but the people who come here drink only secondarily. They pay more attention to a blank wall flanking the bar. Bounty quests are issued there from time to time, both official and private. Most of the missions are about finding people, stalking, sneaking around, gathering evidence, prying for information, and so on. Of course, the most common thing in there is the rich wives who commission to stalk their misters and steal their cheating photos. Generally, such tasks are low risk and high yield, and once they appear, they will be looted. The most dangerous bounties, on the other hand, are issued by the crown. These bounty holders are either bruisers or outlaws. Although their bounties were worth a lot, most bounty hunters would also be deterred in way whether they had the strength. Walking into this Xiaozhou City bounty hunter underground meeting point, Shinyu immediately noticed a few beams of gazes projected towards him. It's mostly full of acquaintances, and some first-timers, and Shinyu saw at a glance the big gods that don't like to move out of the way. As the doorway Moncler outlet store said, "Don't look at them." Each one of them looked ordinary, but they had complex identities, and throwing them into the streets wouldn't arouse suspicion at all. Each of these people has their own unique means and circles of gathering intelligence, and these gods most impressive to Shinyu. For example, this one who was smiling and greeting him at the moment. This is an older woman who wears a red neighborhood association armband on her shoulder and always carries a teddy in her arms. This Amma has sharp eyes and possesses the ability to forget everything. As long as someone is targeted by her, there is no one who can escape tracking and questioning. This woman also has a nickname in her circle, which can often be seen in the news and newspapers. That is, a warm-hearted citizen. "Xiao Shin, I knew you would come. Comrade Gunny told you, didn't he? Hey, this time we have all the great gods of Xiaozhou City. It's been a long time since we've had an event like this." The neighborhood committee mom holding the teddy dog was very talkative and was the first to welcome up and greet Shinyu. "You're still as strong as ever, and Haydn is still as cute as ever," Shinyu said, looking towards the teddy that the other man was holding in his arms, and the little dog let out a low growl in a not-so-friendly way. "Amit ba Buddha, little master Shin, may I borrow a step to speak?" A Buddha's name came. Shinyu turned his head and looked to see that the speaker was a smiling head reflective, and the top of the head with 6 precept scars of the great monk. His identity is self-evident, and he possesses a natural camouflage advantage. Any suspect who tried to blend into the temple would be his prey. The monk made a pleased gesture to Shinyu. "Master, it's been a long time, what can I do for you?" Shinyu returned the salute and followed the other party to sit at the corner card seat. A cup of thick green liquid was placed in front of the big monk, and Shinyu smelled the strong smell of celery before anyone arrived. He frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. There's something dark about this great monk who was good at everything, but likes to drink celery squeezed into a drink. Only when Shinyu was seated did the big monk lower his voice and say, Little monk Shin, I've heard that you have some friendship with the captain of the Xiaju Criminal Police Force. I wonder if you can ask for some first-hand information from him. As long as you and I work together to take on this big job, when we catch the suspect we'll split the prize money equally. How's that sound? Shin Yu's heart slightly moved, looking at the other side of the harmless smile, secretly said really our big god, even these news know. He didn't move and knocked on the desktop, asked for a glass of juice, and said, the captain of the Xiaju Criminal Police Force. I did meet him twice, but I can't even talk about having a friendship, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint master. Besides, I don't have all the information about the target of this big job yet, so it's better to wait a while for the cooperation, and wait for old gun to make things clear before making plans. The big monk was about to say something when he saw a reggae teenager in a leather jacket with colorful hair approaching. He sneered and said, Shin Yu, don't fall for this big monk's tricks. Although this job is rich in bounty, the target is extremely vicious, so if you don't get it right, you'll end up getting killed. I've gotten word. At least 5 people have already lost their lives because of this. 5 people died because of this? That bad? Shin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently assessed the potential risks of this mission. The avant-garde dressed man, nicknamed Devil Fish, who interjected suddenly, likes to dye his hair colorfully, wear iron rings on his lips, and wear ornaments with a metallic sheen. His sources of information mostly came from witch neocons and underground places, and he was considered a great god in the circle of bounty hunters in Natick City. At this time, he heard the leather-clad youth say, so yeah, Shin Yu, you should cooperate with me, at least when there is danger. My people can still help and provide you with protection. Unlike the monk, what protection can he provide? After your death, you will be able to pray for you? The big monk was anxious when he saw that someone was going to cut him off. He put down the half-drunk celery juice, raised his head and said, I say Devil's Taro sure master. You're not right to say so. It is the old line I first invited Shin little master. There is always a first come first serve, right? Besides, how is it that old Diamond can't offer him protection? Laodian has received revelations with the Buddha before. This single transaction has a thrilling chance, and Shaoshin is the safest one to follow me. Big monk, you still get revelations from Buddha? You're high on drugs, aren't you? Don't go too far. Devil Taro cultivator, beware of the Buddha's thunderous wrath. A thunderbolt will strike you to death. Hey you big monk, aren't you a monk? Why do you still curse others to death? You talked about me first. It was clearly you who called me Devilfish first. My name is Devilfish, not Konjac. Seeing that these two people were getting more and more heated, and were very much on the verge of making a move, they heard a sudden clapping sound from the side of the bar. Gentlemen, please be quiet. Here is a portrait of the suspects obtained through the city council's internal relations. The police are now having a headache with them, and it's rumored that this group is not only vicious, but also capable of tampering with the eye in the sky surveillance video. Therefore no images of them have been captured on any video until now. These portraits are all approximations drawn by the city's painters based on the surviving victims' statements, and may vary somewhat from the real thing, but I'm sure we're all professionals and that difference can be corrected in our own heads. The somewhat raspy voice attracted the attention of all the bounty hunters present. The owner of this voice was, likewise, the owner of this speakeasy. He was the bounty hunter number 001 of Natick City, Old Gun. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair, a stout body, a thick beard on his mouth and a pipe. He turned on the projector and projected the sketch portraits he'd gotten onto a white wall for everyone to watch and record. There are 3 portraits in the picture, one of which is more detailed, while the remaining 2 are more abstract, apparently the result of incomplete information. Shin Yu looked at the guy in the center with the clearest looks and slowly imprinted the face right in his mind. After that, he shifted his sight down and saw the text below the bounty order. Not to mention, the bounty offered by the city council this time is really tempting. Anyone who can catch the suspect in the picture will be rewarded with $1 million in cash. In addition, providing useful information to help the police catch a suspect without having to show up and do it yourself will get you a $100,000 bonus. Of course, this will slightly increase the reward depending on the importance of the information, but the cap is $200,000. There's $1 million for direct capture and $100,000 for providing useful information. This business can be done, Shin Yu thought in his mind. 21. Unexpected discoveries. $1 million? There's $1 million in direct capture. Seeing the number of bounties, a young man didn't hold back his scream at the moment. Haha, I didn't think I'd come across such a good thing after just joining this business. I've booked this deal. The bounty is mine. The man took out his cell phone and snapped a picture of the suspect's portrait, and actually turned around and left the speakeasy with a sense of urgency. Goo, who is this young man? Why is he so reckless? The older woman with the teddy puppy in her arms had a sad look on her face, expressing her concern for the newcomer. Amit Bob Buddha, this cultivator is too reckless. The The big monk also chanted the Buddha's name in a low voice, as if he had recited the sutra to the man in advance to supersede him. Newcomers always get carried away by the bounty. Devilfish tugged at the corners of his mouth dismissively and paid no further attention to the matter. Shinyu only glanced at it without commenting on the matter. Something similar happens almost every year. In bounty hunter circles, being overwhelmed by a bounty is about the same as death. But after that newcomer left early, a few more sulky ones left accordingly. However, Shinyu realized that as long as those experienced bounty hunters chose to sit where they were, as expected, seeing that the acute people have almost gone, the bar owner Old Gun exhaled a mouthful of smoke, said quietly, "This reward is different from the past. It's very likely that there's an organization behind the suspect. I hope we can all live within our means, and not be like those short-lived ghosts just now." The Old Gun gave some more general information about the suspect's previous offenses before letting go and letting the crowd discuss them with each other. When the free discussion started, the bar owner Old Gun came to Shinyu with a pipe in his mouth and a smile on his face. "Kid, come with me for a second." The great monk and Devilfish, who both wanted to seek cooperation from Shinyu, were stunned, then revealed a hint of chagrin. It can't be helped. It seems that Shinyu was booked by Xiaju Bounty Hunter 001 this time. Following the Old Gun, Shinyu sat directly on the inside of the bar. "Kid, I think I've guessed what I'm calling you for, right? I have someone in the city council high level you are aware of. So your school last time that thing also understand 1 or 2. Contact with the criminal police chief Lu Zhanyun contact. He seems to be very interested in you." Shinyu calmly sipped his juice, not surprised to hear these words. As Xiaju 001 bounty hunter, if you don't even have this information channel, how can you convince the public? "Boss, actually I'm ready to get in touch with him even if you don't tell me. That guy always likes to follow me, like a doggy that can't be shaken off." The Old Gun took a drag on his pipe and said with a smile, "This Captain Lu is the ace of the city bureau's criminal police team and is notoriously persistent. Being targeted by him is indeed not very nice." Shinyu looked at this old smoker and solemnly asked, "Boss, using your experience to judge, what is the danger level of this mission?" The Old Gun narrowed his eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly uttering 2 words, "Supreme." Shinyu silently sipped her juice without speaking, while Old Gun also remained silent. He knew that the teenager before him was far more mature than his actual age. This weird silence also lasted for an unknown period of time before Shinyu stood up and said, "Boss, I'm leaving." Looking at the teenager's bright eyes and resolute back, Old Gun slowly nodded his head and said, "Well, I'll wait for your good news. Remember, contact me if you need any help." Shinyu pulled up his hood and waved his hand, bowing his head as he walked out of this underground bar. The reason why he agreed to Old Gun to contact Lu Zhanyun, on the other hand, was because of a text message he received in the morning. It was sent by criminal police Captain Lu Zhanyun. There was no text. All he sent was 2 screenshots of the video. One of them was familiar to Shinyu. It was the bottom of the viaduct where he and Luo Fei had their duel. The location of the other video is unknown, but both videos have one thing in common, a mosaic obscuring the very core. Walking out of the park, Shinyu took out her cell phone and sent a message back to Lu Zhanyun. "Meet me, soon." The other's reply arrived, as if he had been waiting with his cell phone. "You pick the place." Shinyu looked at the time and sent the address where he agreed to meet. Half an hour later, in a shopping mall not far from Shinyu's house, the first Captain Lu Zhanyun sat on a short stool somewhat depressed, looking at the small children running around, not understanding why the other party had agreed to meet here. It's an indoor children's playground in a mall, and it's loud and crowded. Why don't you pick a quieter place? Lu Zhanyun frowned and hollered away a bare child, looking at the opposite teenager and asking. Shinyu calmly replied, "Quiet environments are more likely to be noticed, and I don't want to be known to have had too much contact with the police. You're a strange student. Even with the status of a bounty hunter you shouldn't be afraid of the police, right? Only real criminals should be afraid." Shinyu was non-committal and went straight to the point. "What's the deal with those 2 videos? Does one of them involve me?" The reason why Lu Zhanyun sent the video to Shinyu was that he wanted to get an answer from the latter, but he didn't expect the other party to ask first. "That's exactly what I'm asking. What exactly were you and Luo Fei doing that day? What method was used to influence the nearby surveillance and Tao Shuai's cell phone? Would you believe me if I said I didn't do anything?" Lu Zhanyun stared at Shinyu's eyes without saying anything, only slowly shook his head. "Yeah, how could the other party believe it?" Shinyu wouldn't believe it either if he was in his place. But, Shinyu couldn't tell the other party about the cards, could he? It would be hard to believe everything he said if he hadn't experienced it himself. Shinyu tapped his fingers on the desktop and organized his words. "Well, it's true that I don't know the exact reason. I just fought with Luo Fei that day, but I have a guess. A guess that needs further confirmation. Don't worry, I'm a bounty hunter. In a way we're on the same side." Lu Zhanyun leaned forward and approached Shinyu with an extremely oppressive feeling. "Young man, this matter involves several lives. Those suspects are very vicious and are likely to commit further crimes. I hope you won't hide anything. I came to see you today on a personal basis. I don't want our next meeting to be in an interrogation room. Lu Zhanyun did not get the answer he wanted, coupled with the fact that this case has caused him a lot of stress. Immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. First Captain, I'll contact you if I find anything, Xinyu shouted at grumpy Lu Zhanyun, not realizing that the other party didn't even have the patience to ask him to have a lunch. Shaking his head helplessly, Xinyu was about to go down to the negative floor to casually eat something when he unexpectedly saw an acquaintance, not too familiar to be exact. It was the little girl with the double ponytail who had cried from her own fright. Only, something didn't seem right about her. At this point, her eyes were fluttering, her hands were behind her back, and her shuffling pace showed clear involuntariness. And behind her to the left and right followed an expressionless man in black. Xinyu, faced with this situation, did not have a reason to give birth to a feeling, and this feeling is not unfamiliar to him. That's kidnapping. He swept that way and followed without moving. 22. Kidnapping. The two men in black were quite suspicious. Black suit, black pants, black shoes, black sunglasses, and his hair was combed to perfection, as if it had been modified with PS. The little girl with the two ponytails pouted with obvious anger on her face. Her eyes were dripping, and she didn't seem ready to fold her arms. Song Yang followed the three from afar, changing different alignments. He wasn't prepared to dismantle his opponent until he was sure if the man in black had a weapon on him. Once that happened, not only would that little girl with the twin ponytails be in danger, but it would also involve those innocent people in the mall. Xinyu followed the silhouettes of those two big and one small trio and walked into the parking lot on the 4th underground level. This seems to be the internal parking lot of the mall, with hardly any other social vehicles in sight, and the space is large and empty. The echo from the black-clothed man's feet on the ground resounded throughout the parking lot, and fortunately Xinyu was wearing sneakers. For the time being, he hadn't noticed any signs of the two men in black making a move to harm the girl. It was as if they had a clear goal in mind. Xinyu's footsteps are as light as a cat's. He found that after he obtained the Lone Brave card, his physical quality and 5 senses have improved to a certain extent compared to before. This is especially true for stealth and silence. Soon the two suspicious black men, one on the left and one on the right, coerced the little girl to the corner of the underground parking lot. There was a large fire door-like gate with a handle over half a man's height sticking out of it, but instead of twisting the handle, the man in black removed his sunglasses and put his eyes to the hole in the iron door. Xinyu watched from afar, thinking that the worn and heavy iron door was actually a combination lock that could only be opened with a retina. This is also too suspicious. The three of them walked into the heavy iron door, which then closed on its own, isolating Xinyu. He walked over to the iron door and listened sideways for a while, perhaps because the door was so thick that it completely shut out the sounds from inside, and he couldn't hear anything at all. Xinyu thought for a moment and touched the black card that his mother had left behind. He had tried this card before, and one of its magical functions was to scan all QR codes and barcodes, and it could also be used to open electronic locks, so he didn't know if a retina-open combination lock like this one would be successful. He pinched the edge of the black deck with 2 fingers and slashed at the combination lock. In an instant, there was a muffled bang and a sound of gears clicking and turning came from the huge iron door. It's really open? Although the door was open, Xinyu didn't drill in first. He peeked half his head in first for a quick glance inside, and thankfully, it wasn't a room that was connected behind the door, but a relatively long passageway. Otherwise the enemy would have found him at the first sign of such a big commotion. Unarmed, he could only continue to squeeze the black card, utilizing its incredibly sharp edge as a knife. The dark corridors were lit with long strips of LED lights, illuminating the surrounding scenery moderately. But the more Xinyu wanted to go forward, the more he had an illusion. He felt as if he had walked into one of those cosmic space station corridors you only see in science fiction movies. The floor here had somehow changed from a concrete floor to an iron skeletonized floor. Stepping on it you can obviously feel what seems to be water flowing under your feet. Not only that, but some water would seep out of the cracks around the walls of the passage, dripping onto the floor and quickly seeping into the iron floor, which was full of fine mesh. The more Xinyu walked, the more puzzled he became, the more uneasy he became. It was as if he had entered a passage that was not of this world. What are you guys talking about? I can't understand a word of it. I told you that you have the wrong person. My name is Miao Hia. I don't have the key you're looking for. I don't have the keys you're looking for. If you want money, just say the word. My parents are very rich. Here's their phone number. So call them and they'll say yes to whatever you want. Don't hurt me, I'm just a weak child. Not far away came the double ponytailed little girl's slightly choked speech. Only Xinyu, no matter how to listen, to feel that the other party is pretending. How could someone with her strength like that tie her hands to a man in black? What kind of bad intentions does that kid have? Why didn't she use her own deck? Or summon that white ghost? The little girl's voice did a good job of pointing Xinyu in the right direction and allowing him to roughly judge the distance. He knew that behind the bend less than 10 meters ahead connected a room that didn't have a closed door. Shinyu approached that corner and held his breath, using the reflection of the water droplets that kept falling above his head to peer at the situation on the other side. Yes, after becoming a Lone Ranger, his eyes are so good that he can see the reflection of falling water droplets. There were 5 people in there, not counting the little girl, 4 men and 1 woman. Several of the men were dressed exactly the same, all in the same black clothes, black pants, and black sunglasses. The woman with the sunglasses seemed to be the leader of the 5, as the 4 men in black stood at the 4 corners of the little girl while the woman stood in the center, seemingly asking questions. No need to pretend. We know you have the key. Say, what exactly is your purpose in coming here? Could it be that there's a secret you've been hiding here? And a secret that the resistance is also trying to find? I've told you I'm just a normal kid. If you want money, you can ask for money. Can you not say something I don't understand? Please don't tear the ticket. I'm so cute and young. Can you do that? The little girl with the double ponytails seemed to be about to cry out as she spoke, but Shinyu's focus was on the question the sunglasses woman asked. What key? What secret? And what is the resistance? In this Xia country he lived in, the people lived in peace. The country was stable and prosperous, not like the other countries on the news that were still caught in the middle of war, and the resistance was nowhere to be found. These guys are nuts. Shinyu's first reaction was only this reason. That key must be on you. You can fool others, but not us purifiers. Since you're not willing to admit it, we'll just have to bring you back to the company and hand you over to the technicians. Don't. What are you talking about? Don't take me away. I have school tomorrow. No, tomorrow's Sunday. I have to go to school the day after tomorrow. There's a flag-raising ceremony on Monday. You can't do this. I have plenty of money at home. At this time, Shinyu obviously heard that the anxious component in the little girl's words was not a disguise. She was really scared. But why hasn't she made a move yet? Perhaps her deck is on CD like her own black card. That's a problem. Shinyu thought of this. His eyebrows wrinkled slightly and observed the surrounding area, realizing that there was simply no place to hide or props to use as weapons. The passage was bare of anything but the drops of water that kept falling. Seeing the other party dragging the little girl and preparing to move, Shinyu knew that he could only take a chance. Clang! In this deep and uninhabited empty corridor in the underground, there was suddenly a sound of metal clashing. The sound seemed so obvious in the empty passageway, even a little harsh. The 4 men and 1 woman in the room looked up at the same time, shifting their eyes to the corner of the passage. Without the need for the woman to speak, the 4 black-clothed men automatically separated into 2 and walked towards the outside. The little girl with the 2 ponytails was brewing up a big cry when she heard the voice, and her eyes suddenly rolled and she stopped crying at that moment. Her 2 small hands were behind her back, and the man in black had tied her 2 thumbs tightly together with a wire tie, leaving her with no way to fight back. She thought about jumping up and biting her opponent's neck, but there were 5 of them, so even if she bit one of them, it wouldn't do much good. Now that I look at it, it's obvious that there are still people hiding outside. Are they here to save themselves? But who in this world will come to one's rescue? 23. Don't pry into other people's privacy. The 2 men in black walked into the passageway one after the other, their eyes drawn to a single coin. It turned out that the series of noises just now were all caused by coins hitting the ground. But why are there coins here? Who? The 2 black-clothed men who were about to turn the corner only felt a blur before their eyes and subconsciously raised their hands to make an attack. They attacked in a strange way, simply raising their arms and spreading their 10 fingers apart. Suddenly, the bodysuit that was thrown out by Shinyu transformed into a mosaic and quickly disappeared, not even having time to fall to the ground. Although such a scene was bizarre, Shinyu's movements did not hesitate for a second. At the same time he threw the bodysuit, his body had already scurried out like a cheetah against the ground. Shinyu knows that there is only one chance, and he has to come down hard to beat these 2. This time he had no reservations and struck with all his might, his protruding hand bone knuckles striking hard at the black-clothed man's heart. But at this moment, Shinyu did not have the feedback of striking the human body, but rather it was more like a punch hitting a tire, or a Simmons mattress. What kind of touch is that? Although Shinyu was surprised in his heart, his movements were not disturbed at all. He punched one of the men leaning forward in the heart and turned around and kicked the one leaning back in the crotch. If these 2 moves were to greet an ordinary person, even if they could still survive, they would instantly lose their fighting strength. After the 2 killing moves, Shinyu did not pause at all. Like a flowing stream, pulled out his 2 cards with edges sharper than the blade. Swish flew out. The card cut through the air and spun rapidly, accurately slashing through the necks of the other 2 black-clothed men, leaving a thin, unrecognizable line. With terrifying inertia, the 2 decks nailed straight into the back wall. Shinyu didn't even make sure that the 2 people he had hit earlier were on the ground, but rushed straight towards the sunglasses woman. Ha! It's you! At this time, The little girl with two ponytails had already gotten a good look at Xinyu's appearance and couldn't help but shriek out in shock. "Let me help you," she shouted in excitement and suddenly took a bite out of the sunglasses woman's calf at the Achilles tendon. Xinyu took this opportunity to hoop the neck of the sunglasses woman with one hand and drag the latter to the ground with a slight force. But then I heard the little girl with the two ponytails loose her mouth and yell, "Use the cards to slice her neck. That'll kill her." Xinyu only paused for less than a second before reaching out and pulling off the black deck nailed to the wall, lightning-like slashing across the woman's neck. "Untie my thumbs," the little girl shouted. The black deck flashed coldly again, and the thread tie that bound the girl's thumb was instantly severed. Only the two ponytailed girl shook off her small hands and looked with a sardonic smile at the two black-clad men still standing in the passageway. Attachment card. Female corpse in white. Xinyu was puzzled to see that the two black-clothed men who had previously been struck by his heart and crotch had only paused slightly, and then prepared to flee the place as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, the little girl with her hands free had already rolled out a card with a silver border and the letter C in the corner. The card scattered like a flash of light, and in almost the blink of an eye, it stopped the man in black who was trying to escape. Only at this point did Xinyu notice that the three people whose necks had been cut by his cards had fallen to the ground in convulsions. Instead of blood flowing from their wounds, electronic circuits consisting of mosaics flashed. Xinyu couldn't help but frown, but knew that now was not the time to ask questions. The little girl with the two ponytails poked her tongue out at the sunglasses woman, who was no longer making any moves, and picked up her own duffel bag. "Let's get out of here." Xinyu nodded and ran towards the exit of the passageway with the twin ponytails one after the other. At the same time, the two black-clothed men who tried to escape had already been frozen into ice sculptures by the female ghost in white. After stepping out of the huge iron gate, the ponytail had her ghost girl destroy the electronic lock, and in the process, reinforce a layer of frost. "Phew, let's go." The two of them walked down the security corridor into the snack bar located in the basement level of the mall. "This place feels like you've come to another world, even though it's only separated by a layer of iron gates for safe passage. The air here is filled with the aroma of various cuisines mixed together." People were eating hot and sweaty and their expressions were quite satisfied. The little girl with double ponytails looked up at Xinyu, revealing a smile that was both innocent and cute. "Brother, I'm hungry. There's a casserole for sale over there. I want to eat." Xinyu looked down at this little belabored girl with an extremely deceptive appearance and calmly spread out her palms. The girl huffed her big, ignorant eyes, seemingly not understanding what Xinyu meant. "If you keep pretending with me, I'm going to turn you over to the police." The little girl grinned and smiled, revealing two rows of tiny white teeth. She fumbled with the compartment on the side of her book bag and removed one of the most popular and expensive smartphones of the moment. Xinyu swept a glance and remembered seeing it on a TV advertisement that this cell phone should be priced at more than $30,000. Isn't such a little kid afraid of showing his wealth and attracting the attention of bad people? The little girl shook her cell phone and said, "I'll buy you. My family has plenty of money." When Xinyu heard that lunch was finally in order, she didn't object at once, but only gently spat out, "No wonder you were kidnapped." The little girl with the double ponytail shrugged her shoulders before asking, "Big brother, I haven't asked you what your name is yet." "My name is Miao Hia, a student of Philan Primary School." "Primary? Ferran Primary." Xinyu recalled the name and gradually remembered Phelan a little. This elementary school could be considered one of the top aristocratic schools not only in Xiazhu City, but even in the entire Xia Kingdom. It seems to be in another dimension compared to the rest of Natsukushi High. Students there grow up learning not only general culture, but also theater, classical music, equestrianism, golf, fencing, and other sports. In addition, there are highly paid etiquette masters hired from abroad to teach these children true aristocratic etiquette. Xinyu looked at her and said, "I remember that Phelan Shaoi seems to be a residential school." "Right, you didn't live in the school?" "I don't like living in school. It's like a high-walled prison. I'm free to live in my own home. No one cares about me, and I can go wherever I want." "That's why you were targeted," Xinyu added. The two of them walked up to the little casserole store the girl had pointed out, and ordered 2 casseroles of plain vegetables, and 2 spring rolls, 1 meat and 1 veggie, from the little stand next door. After that it was time to sit at the corner table and wait for the number to be called. During the time she was waiting for her meal, Miao Haya, who was wearing a double ponytail, had been carefully sizing up Xinyu. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and asked, "Why don't you wonder what those were just now? And what was the key they wanted?" Xinyu's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, "Not curious, and I know that those people are dangerous and even have an organization hidden behind them. The less I know, the safer I am." A look of surprise appeared in Miao Heia's eyes as she batted her eyelashes. "Big brother, you should still be a student, right? Surprisingly, you have such a city? It's not simple, not bad for someone who can defeat me. By the way, what method did you use last time to defeat my Xiao Bai directly? Just now she seemed to be so scared that she didn't dare to approach you." Scared of me? Xinyu recalled that when they went up the stairs, the female ghost called Xiaobai was really following far behind. After sealing the fire gates, it couldn't wait to be turned into a card and put back away. Xinyu seemed to have guessed a little something, and the odds were that it had something to do with his sheet of black cards. But right now he didn't want to tell the other man too much. Little girl, everyone has privacy, and since I'm not prying into yours, you shouldn't pry into mine either. Walk out from here after this meal, and the two of us will have nothing more to do with each other. But I still want to advise you to go home early and not to wander around outside. Niao He grinned, disdaining Xinyu's words. However, she didn't ask the question she had just asked. After all, she also knew that she definitely didn't have any less secrets than the other party. Well, don't ask but, no matter what, you saved me today. Seeing as you're still a newbie, I'll tell you some basic knowledge about card battles. Originally, Xinyu wanted to stay away from this creepy kid after lunch, not to be inexplicably involved in mysterious events. What he should be paying attention to right now is the whereabouts of the group of suspects. But, this little girl was higher ranked than him, and the cards in her hand were even rarer than that geeky fatty's. It was obvious that the boy, though young, must know a lot. Listen to her for a moment. 24. Extra effects of cards. Miao Hea took out the two cards she had used before as if nothing had happened, placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of Xinyu. This is the deck I use most often. The scenario card, Deserted Village Apartment, and the follower card, The White Woman's Corpse, or White, as I like to call her. She is a C-rank card, cherished as rare, and she has the ability to harden skin and bones, create cold, and use frost, but those seem to lose their effect on you that night. Speaking of which, Niao He shrugged his shoulders and said he couldn't figure out what was going on. Then she pointed to the card that depicted the lone apartment standing in the ruins. This is a scenario card. Using it in advance it will enter a combat environment that is relatively favorable to me. If it is paired with the appropriate reinforcement card or accompanying card, it can have the effect of 1+1 being greater than 2. As far as these low-level players below level 10 are concerned, scene cards should be the most powerful existence. It's more rare and powerful than reinforcement cards, prop cards, and follower cards. Xinyu listened attentively, secretly saying that this little girl was worthy of being a level 4 player. Although he had guessed the classification of these cards and their general function before, he hadn't expected the scene cards to be used in such a way. However, if you think about it, the other side of the Deserted Village Apartment and White Female Corpse superimposed together, it can create that kind of weird independent space, and that's exactly what it took to make Luo Fei, that guy with a head full of muscles, admit defeat before he even made a move. By the same token, the choice of scene cards should be able to match with the other cards one holds with each other. If my scene card is playground or church, pairing it with white would be a bit unorthodox, and not only would it not produce any strengthening results, but it would also most likely have the counterproductive. Hearing this explanation from the little girl, Xinyu nodded her head faintly in understanding. At that moment, however, the number plates of the two men waiting for their meals suddenly vibrated. Niao He once again blinked her eyes and said, "Big brother, I've invited you to dinner. Can you help me pick up my meal?" Xinyu didn't refuse this time. After all, letting himself be a big man sitting here and waiting, while letting a little girl who was at most 1 meter 4 go and serve himself his food would attract blank stares and comments from passers-by for no reason. He doesn't need to pull hate on himself over something like this. Serving up 2 steaming hot pureed vegetable casseroles, and freshly baked spring rolls, Niao He's eyes glowed and she clapped her hands. She first exaggeratedly sniffed around the surface of the casserole with her nose, and then immediately picked up her chopsticks, as if she didn't care about the boiling hot soup at all, and picked up a bite of the dish and stuffed it into her tiny mouth. Xinyu frowned slightly as he watched and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" Niao Hea said with a sideways glance. This is the next card characteristic I'm going to tell Big Brother. The cards you own and bind will bring about corresponding changes and abilities for your body. Because white belongs to the cold follower, after having her, I also became cold and heat resistant, and quite resistant to being beaten up as well. This little bit of hotness is nothing. On the contrary, didn't you realize the characteristics of your own deck? No wonder, Xinyu pondered in his mind. No wonder he felt that his speed, strength, and coordination were much stronger than before when he was boxing. Also his eyesight has improved to a greater degree. It was simply unthinkable for him to observe things through the reflection of a water droplet before, but now he could do it. Xinyu thought for a moment, then pulled out his Lone Ranger card. This is the card I drew after my 3 consecutive victories, and after I got it, I only felt better in my physical condition and my eyesight. But there was no other change. Niao He curiously half lying on the table, looking at Xinyu's card. With that, she wore a disappointed expression. It's a white bordered grade E deck. Big brother, your luck is too bad. If you win 3 in a row, You should be able to get a D-ranked card. Don't you know that the lower the rank, the higher the chance of getting a good card? Oh, how do you know that? So how many decks do you own now? Miao He's eyes suddenly fluttered, stuffing another large mouthful of fans into her mouth and muttering vaguely. Shin Yu, on the other hand, couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Shin Yu naturally knew that this quirky little girl didn't want to tell herself that she possessed a few cards, and had left a hand. The other guy probably wants to have a killer weapon next time in case he encounters him again, doesn't he? Shin Yu did not ask again, but pointed to his own Lone Ranger card and asked, where did you learn about the changes the card would bring to your body and its characteristics? Miao He swallowed the large mass of fans all the way down before saying, it's on the back of the card. Use the finger you unlocked your phone with to press down on the place where the name is displayed, and wipe it to the side to see the ability that the card brings to your body. Curious, Shin Yu pressed his thumb on the name on the back of the Lone Ranger card and scratched it to the side. True enough, two small rows of words instantly surfaced underneath that. The words were small, but to him now, it was like looking through a magnifying glass. The Lone Brave deck will give you an extra boost to all aspects of your body's athletic performance, especially in eyesight and core strength. It will also give you the courage to face danger and difficulties alone. The Lone Ranger has the initial ability to be free from outside interference and influence, and will move firmly in the direction he or she determines to be right. The path to truth is always lonely for the sober, but we still must not forget the original courage in our hearts. Shin Yu looked at this explanation of the Lone Brave man, suddenly seemed to understand. The courage to stand alone against danger when you know you're facing it. No wonder, if it was the Shin Yu of the past, under the premise of lacking the necessary information and preparations, she definitely wouldn't rashly get involved in the matter of Miao He's kidnapping. Especially those black-clothed people are obviously not good. He will not make a move. At most, he hid in the dark to help make a call to the police. In short, the Olden would never have rashly put himself in harm's way. So that's the side effect, Shin Yu muttered, feeling that this courage to rise to the occasion was the equivalent of a side effect for him. Other than that, the card only increased eyesight and physical functions, but this initial ability not to be affected by external interference and influence was a bit generalized, and he couldn't be sure of the specific aspects of the card. He couldn't tell what it was. Seeing that Shin Yu had been reading those two paragraphs, Miao He couldn't help but interrupt. Does an E-grade white card also need to be read for so long? The black card you used earlier. It must be more powerful than this one, right? I've never seen a black card before. That should have been a free draw when you first joined the game, right? Shin Yu did not explain or deny, but he had a little guess in his heart. This relic left behind by his mother was one that all of the people he had fought claimed to have never seen before. This then means that not only have they not personally seen it, but none of the players they've spoken to have ever seen a black deck either. The card has no corresponding pattern border or letters representing the rank, which is weird and unusual in itself, and special generally equals powerful. Is it possible that the death of his mother was related to this card? Shin Yu felt as if he had caught some plausible clue, but it was only a generalized idea for now. He didn't have any evidence and couldn't conclude whether the deck had any other magical functions, so he could only put the matter aside for now. After finishing the casserole and spring rolls in 2 bites, Shin Yu realized that the little girl named Miao He sitting across from him had actually eaten more than him. I've been eating a lot more than I used to after I had Kahaku. After all, I have to eat 2 servings for one person. Hearing this, Shin Yu was a bit surprised. What? Female ghosts still need to eat? Faced with his obvious questioning statement, Miao He's small face was red and plain, and he didn't know if it was because he had remembered something shy, or if he had eaten too fast and too quickly and scalded himself. Anyway, she somewhat unnaturally straightened her bangs, patted her little belly and said, I'm full, big brother. Thank you for your righteousness today. I didn't realize that you are not as scary as you appear to be. Am I horrible? Shin Yu slightly sidestepped his head and did not retort. Sometimes keeping others in awe of you can save you a lot of trouble. For example, in school, because he has always maintained a stranger do not approach temperament, so that he has been in school for 3 years, very few people dare to take the initiative to bother him. Shin Yu, who liked to be quiet, found this effect quite good. After finishing the meal, Shin Yu was about to get up and say goodbye to the seemingly rich elementary school student, but suddenly heard a conversation between 2 takeout boys not far away. His bounty hunter instincts told him that the conversation was rather suspicious. 25. Abandoned hospitals. Boss, it's the same order as yesterday. No salt, still no salt. First time I've seen such a request. Isn't he afraid of getting the mumps? A yellow-clad takeaway boy wearing a helmet is standing in front of a stall selling chow mein noodles. At this point, another blue-coated delivery boy, who was also waiting for his meal, asked curiously, there are customers who don't want salt? There really are all kinds of birds in the forest. But I heard the previous one laugh and say back, that's not it. Not only don't put salt, the other one is the odd one out. All the orders are pig blood. Duck blood, chicken blood, cow blood. This person is a vampire? This person is a vampire? So love to eat blood. Ha ha ha. How damaging you are. If it's true that a vampire should drink your blood, why would they go and order chicken or duck blood? I think that person is vitamin deficient. The owner of the chow mein stall poked his head out curiously and asked, by the way, haven't you ever seen what the person ordering food looks like when you go to deliver it? A man or a woman? The yellow-clothed boy shook his head and said, I don't know. Every time I was told to put it on the windowsill. You also know that I have to deliver many orders a day. If I wasn't in a hurry to deliver the others, I would really like to hide in the distance to see if that person is a vampire or not. Shinyu subconsciously felt that this news was somewhat suspicious. He looked at Miao Heya, who was about to get up, and said, last question. Are the duels between players affected by some mysterious power that prevents ordinary people from observing or disturbing them? For example, unable to be photographed or videotaped? Miao Heya wiped her small mouth with a napkin and said, it's true that an exclusionary energy is automatically generated around the player, but not necessarily during matches. Normally, if someone uses a card ability, it will have the same effect. She thought for a moment and added, but low-level players and decks can't affect real life outside of tournaments, except for geniuses like me. Oh, and your black deck. Shinyu nodded unnoticeably, similarly stood its body and drew a napkin, wiping his mouth while walking towards the talking takeaway boy. As he passed behind the delivery boy, he casually glanced at the list the other man held in his hand and silently jotted down the address. There, near the abandoned hospital in the south of the city. Is that a coincidence? Shinyu utilized his superb eyesight to see the delivery address of the little man clearly and determined the corresponding direction. And what surprised him was that the address left by the person who ordered the takeout was quite close to the address of the secondary event that Xiao Yangxia was going to attend tonight. Could it be that the people ordering the food are the geeks and nerds who love secondary and cosplay? Do they live in that neighborhood? If it's true that those guys could do something like that too. Anyway, I'm going to make a trip there tonight and keep an eye out for it. Shinyu retracted his sight, his expression natural movement without any stagnation. At that moment, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Miao Heya, who was already heading towards another exit of the mall, was raising her small hand as if she was saying goodbye to him. The little girl with the twin ponytails flashed a bright smile and tightened the duffel bag behind her back. A big brother with a cold face and a warm heart who hides a lot of secrets. Let's add his character's information as a friend first. Maybe we can use it later. Right after Shinyu and Miao Heya each left the mall with their own thoughts, that mysterious passageway chamber located on the 4th underground level. Although the woman whose neck had been cut open by Shinyu's card earlier and whose body had dissipated into a mosaic had disappeared physically, the sunglasses she wore were still lying on the floor and had not disappeared along with them. Suddenly, the sunglasses moved on their own, followed by gusts of ripples like water ripples emerging from the pure black surface. Those ripples quickly changed shape, and less than 2 seconds later, the black sunglasses turned into a tiny 8-legged spider with a metallic texture. It was the small spider that seemed to be made of steel, and it turned the camera-like electronic eye on top of its head, shooting out a ray of light that resembled a laser curtain, scanning the entirety of the house where the battle had taken place. Immediately after that, its 8 pointed legs alternated forward and quickly came into the passageway, scanning the 2 black-robed men outside who were frozen into ice sculptures as well. The ice on the man in black melted quickly, but his body dissipated into a mosaic with it. As if it didn't see the scene, the 8-legged spider scanned the passageway as a whole again. Only after doing so did it put away its probes and disappeared into a crack in the iron floor. Back home, Shinyu used the afternoon to take a short break, and after making some preparations, he finally waited for the call from his classmate Xiao Yangxia. Hello Shinyu? Let's just make an appointment to meet in front of the school. My dad had to ask the driver to drive me there and pick you up on the way. Good. Shinyu only returned one word, which hung up the phone and put on his hood to go out. Xiao Yangxia was riding in a new energy nanny car with a very sci-fi appearance. He was already waiting there when Shinyu walked up. This way Shinyu. Getting into this expensive nanny car of the Xiao family, Shinyu saw that there was a little more space in the compartment than it appeared on the outside. The car is supposed to be modified with a TV, wine cooler and refrigerator in the back of the compartment. All of these seats are also thermostatic, and while the temperature outside is in the single digits, the cabin is warm as spring. In addition, Shinyu also saw many secondary characters of the hand puppet, Muppets and other peripheral products. Oh, I'm glad you came. Thanks to you my parents agreed to let me come out, but they did say they'd only let me play until 10. Shinyu looked around the carriage and finally stopped her eyes on a set of clothes placed by Xiao Yangxia's legs. If that thing can be called clothes. Oh, this is the character I'm cosplaying tonight. Have you seen Attack on Titan? This is my customized giant skin. Xiao Yangxia excitedly held up the humanoid jacket that seemed to be made of muscle fascia and shook it twice as if showing off. Shinyu's expression didn't change, slowly spitting out a few words. Haven't seen it. Xiao Yangxia's excited expression froze for that brief moment, but quickly recovered. I suggest you check it out. It's pretty, and I've prepared a set for you as well. How can you go to such an event without a soul of your own? Xinyu frowned slightly and decided that if the other party took out similar clothes for him to wear, he would beat the other party up and get out of the car to go home. Xiao Yangxia fumbled around in the pile of clothes for a while and picked out one to hand to Xinyu. I know you probably can't take the more dramatic ones. Should this one be okay? Xinyu saw that it was more of a cloak than a dress. The cloak's black backing, with some red auspicious cloud patterns printed on it, was a simple shape that fell within his acceptable range. It's the uniform of a particularly awesome organization in Naruto. I thought it particularly complemented your temperament, so I helped you get the idea. Xinyu also knew that in the middle of such an alternative party, if you were still dressed the same as usual, it would be easy to become the center of attention in the crowd instead. If it was just a slight dressing up, he could still live with it. Seeing Xinyu take the cloak, Xiao Yangxia's face once again bloomed into a smile. The car quickly arrived at the destination. Xiao Yangxia has already changed into the ugly appearance of the so-called giant coat in the carriage. As this coat was too fat, it made him walk left and right, and seemed to be in danger of falling at any moment. As for Xinyu, she puts on the uniform cloak that only belongs to Xiao, and stands outside the door of this long-abandoned hospital. The abandoned hospital wasn't that big, and the highest inpatient wing had been demolished to rubble. All they had in front of them was the hospital outpatient wing. The outpatient building is 4 stories high and somewhat stylized to resemble a Victorian building, with a mottled exterior and large portions of the facade that have fallen off, giving it a strong sense of disrepair. Although the hospital is surrounded by iron gates and a sign saying no entry, danger, but obviously, that doesn't stop adventure-loving youngsters from hunting. There are, of course, many legends circulating about this abandoned hospital. One of the most widely rumored stories is that this used to be a foreign joint venture hospital, and the director was a psychopathic medical maniac who would secretly conduct human experiments on seriously ill people at night. It's like something that takes human limbs and randomly sews them together to create an inhuman monster. There's also a rumor that's pretty sinister, saying something about a leak of the virus the research lab was working on, turning the patients and medical staff inside into zombies that suck human blood. Xinyu thinks that the person who spread this rumor has mostly played too much Resident Evil. 26. Secondary Fest. As a bounty hunter, Xinyu still knew something about the reason why this hospital was deserted. It is said that the cause was a medical malpractice in which a pregnant woman died along with the baby in her womb due to a doctor's mistake. Originally, the hospital wanted a private settlement, but I did not expect that the father of the deceased was very angry, used all his network of relations, and eventually sued the hospital, suspended rectification. Until now, this is it. The hospital for the compassionate. Xiao Yangxia's tone carried an excitement that could not be hidden, beckoning him to move clumsily inside. As soon as the two of them entered the hospital hall, Xinyu smelled an overwhelming smell of mold and rot. The smell would have been caused by years of neglect, resulting in cracked walls and rainwater seeping in. The hospital's first wraparound lobby was dimly lit, and it wasn't obvious that any secondary event was taking place in it. At this time, but saw Xiao Yangxia took out the flashlight to open. Let the beam of light for the two people to guide the way forward. With vigilance in his heart, Xinyu observed where the light could reach. It didn't take long for him to see that on the surface of the hospital waste and water-damaged moss, there were occasional pieces of household garbage. Those snack bags and toilet paper were obviously recent, so it did seem like someone was here. Follow me. The cosplay convention is on the 3rd floor. It's cleaned up and more spacious. You know it well? Hey, been here once before. Xiao Yangxia acted as a guide and trudged up the first flight of stairs without stopping at the 2nd floor, continuing to ascend to the 3rd floor. Xinyu had been observing the internal structure of this hospital in case there was any place that could be used as an exit to escape in case something happened. But what surprised him was that this abandoned hospital, although it was a bit darker and didn't smell too good, didn't have that eerie feeling of being uninhabited for a long time. Overall, it was far from the spooky place Xinyu had imagined. If you compare this place to the deserted village apartment created by Miao Heya, there is indeed no sense of atmosphere at all. Xinyu guessed that maybe it was because there were all sorts of people mixed in here from time to time, like these cosplayers. Suddenly, as the two were about to walk up to the 3rd floor, Xinyu swept a plastic bag out of the corner of his eye. It was the plastic bag with the trash in it, with the thermal paper commonly used for takeouts taped to the outside of the bag. A message on the paper caught his attention. Remarks: don't put salt, or don't put salt. This is, the weirdo who ordered the takeout lives here in the hospital ruins? Xinyu had some guesses and couldn't help but move a little closer to Xiao Yangxia. What are we going to buy and change in a moment? Speed up. Let's get out of here early. Xiao Yangxia froze slightly when she heard his words, then said in a disappointed tone, why are you even stricter than my parents? Xinyu naturally wouldn't tell him that he suspected that there were bad people mixed in here. He said in a quiet tone, I don't like it here. Well, I'll do it as soon as I can. The two finally ascended to the third floor of the hospital, and as Xiao Yangxia pushed open a pair of doors, a white light instantly engulfed the two. The sudden brightening of the environment and the clamor dragged both Xiao Yangxia and Xinyu to another world in an instant. The light around them suddenly brightened, rousing music blared everywhere, and oddly shaped cosplayers of all kinds walked around, posing for photographers to take pictures. Xinyu's expression was stiff for a moment, because he simply couldn't see such a scene in his circle. Yoo-hoo Xinyu, welcome to our world. Xiao Yangxia, who had already dressed up as a giant, deliberately lowered his voice, pretending himself to be a real giant, and began to greet the other oddly shaped characters around him. Xinyu saw, not far in front of him, an alien and an iron blood warrior hooked up to pick the chicken dance. There are also a variety of similarly shaped Ultramen, who are wrestling with the monster in near slow motion, as well as a young girl in a wabi-sabi dress holding an umbrella, and a young girl in a Lolita layered dress constantly striking all kinds of difficult poses. And around them, so many flashes crackled on at the same time that they could have blinded anyone. After Xinyu's eyesight had been strengthened by leaps and bounds, he was somewhat unable to accept this kind of strong stimulus light source. He was forced to squint and look around to see if there were any sunglasses he could wear. The spacious third floor of the hospital has been renovated, and in addition to these young people with a penchant for the second generation, there are many merchants peddling peripheral products against one side of the wall. When Xinyu looked around, he found game manufacturers, hipster craftsmen, toy manufacturers, and processing points for customized clothing. These merchants are so pervasive that they even find them here. Xiao Yangxia was as happy as if a fish had finally entered the water since he entered here. He dragged on a heavy coat and said hello and high-fived every character he met. Xiao Yangxia could enjoy herself with impunity, but Xinyu could not. He was here as a bodyguard, and beyond that had tentatively concluded that there was some sort of uncertain danger here. Xinyu tried to find a second passage besides the main entrance in this extremely noisy environment. It was only when he turned around the venue that he was able to determine that the only other things in the place besides the double doors they had just come in through were the restrooms and the VIP lounge in the diagonal direction. On the way, Xinyu had heard Xiao Yangxia say that in the so-called VIP room, there would be a performance by cosplayers with a very high degree of reproduction, and that he needed to pay to enter. Xinyu, from his drooling expression, it is not difficult to guess that the so-called very high degree of reproduction should be the character's body and clothing are very high degree of reproduction, and it's a well-known fact that girls in the secondary world have sparse clothing fabrics and exaggerated bodies. Xinyu wanted to go in to make sure there was a second exit, but didn't want to shell out that wasted money. He started looking for Xiao Yangxia, trying to get this employer to take him in. However, just at that moment, there were exclamations from the crowd in one corner of the venue. Wow, what a cute little loli. Uncle's heart is going to melt. She's so cute I want to squeeze her face. It's over. It's over. All of you go away. This is my daughter. Xinyu followed the sound and saw a lot of photographers holding various SLRs all flocked over. The shutter was pressed like a machine gun. Click, click, click straight. In the midst of this almost star-studded appearance, a small, diminutive little girl dressed in a cute cartoon image of a Muppet nightgown stepped out. Xinyu frowned at that moment. Wasn't this the Miao Heya he had eaten with just at noon? Yes, the cosplayer who was like a star in the crowd when she appeared was none other than Miao Heya. She was seen with an innocent smile on her face, posing for the camera with all kinds of beeps, cat paws, frowns and shyness, causing a group of keyed-up wolves to cry out, "Hey, our little groupie is finally here." Behind Xinyu, Xiao Yangxia, who was already visibly out of breath, came over. It sounded like he and Miao Heya still knew each other and were both in the cosplayer circle. "You guys know each other?" Xinyu asked. Xiao Yangxia said, "Of course I know. That's the little group favorite that no one in our circle doesn't like. After all, it's really hard to find such a cute and innocent kid who also has the desire to perform." Xinyu silently watched, wondering how he had not found cute and simple. It's true to say that it's performative. Wow. Suddenly, the crowd once again came a burst of exclamation. Just also surrounded Miao Heya vigorously pressed the shutter. Photography greatly instantly shifted the target. Who is this? I haven't seen him before. How can it be so beautiful? Yeah, pretty, and a little iceberg beauty cold. My type. Did Fatty bring her here? Go ask around and find out what her name is. I want a date too. Due to the attention suddenly being snatched away, Miao Heya pouted defiantly and looked over to that side. Xinyu took advantage of this opening to walk over to Miao Heya and asked without emotion, "I didn't think you'd like this." "Ha, big brother?" Miao Heya froze for a moment, and it took about a few seconds before she recognized who the man in front of her was. But, does a man as cool and scary as Xinyu also like secondary characters and cosplay? 27. All the people here are acquaintances. Miao Heya looked at Xinyu's outfit with a smile, reminding the latter of this cloak on himself. "I'm chaperoning a classmate." Xinyu suddenly felt that his explanation was somewhat feeble. Miao Heya covered her mouth and laughed lightly. flashing her eyes that were bigger than usual and said, "It's quite nice. This dress gives Big Brother a bit more popularity." Shinyu didn't want to continue to dwell on this issue and took the initiative to say, "What's going on over there?" he said and cast his eyes over it, but the more he looked at it, the more wrong he felt. "What's going on tonight? What's with all the familiar faces?" Surrounded by a group of geeky photography gurus, a tall girl in a lace-cake multi-layered dress walked slowly to the center of the venue. At her side, a fat man with glasses had red cheeks and was in a state of extreme excitement. "Out of the way, out of the way. Let our Queen-sama patrol her territory. It's..." Shinyu looked at this scene speechlessly, not expecting that the fat man who had only fought with him last night had really asked out that strong person who was suspected to be a high-level player. Turns out he was running to this party as well. Shinyu frowned and thought, as if all the people who had recently been involved with him in the mystery had arrived. No, it seems to be just one Rolf away. No way. Shinyu thought of this. Heart seems to feel something. Turn his head to look at the corner of a bare upper body, muscular, but topped with a boar head of a tall man. He tried to call out, "Lofty?" The body of the large man with the boar's head who was posing for a picture to go along with it visibly tightened. He stiffly turned his head to look at Shinyu, and after settling for 2 seconds he suddenly removed that boar hood. Shen you, why are you here?" Luo Fei's surprise could be more intense than Shinyu's. In his impression, the appearance of someone like Shinyu here was as strange as a demon walking into a church to pray. "Take back the question you wanted to ask. Listen to me. These people tonight could be harboring a serial killer wanted by the police." Luo Fei just wanted to ask, but he was gagged by Shinyu in advance. He threw down the boar's head, ignoring the merchant's inquiries, and pulled Shinyu to an unoccupied area near the door. "I told you, how can you possibly like these things? I'm here to make some extra money, so it's only normal that you should be associated with some wanted man or murderer. Listen, keep an eye out for these guys for me. I suspect they're mixed in with tonight's crowd. Don't alert each other when you find them, and tell me right away that they're most likely carrying weapons on them." Shinyu pulled out his cell phone and took the portraits of the 3 wanted criminals to Luo Fei for a look. "As long as we can catch these 3, the cost of subsequent surgeries and treatments on your mom's side will be taken care of." Hearing Shinyu's last sentence, Luo Fei finally straightened up. "Don't worry, if they're really here, none of them will be able to escape." Essence flashed in Luo Fei's eyes. It was as if he had seen red-colored banknotes. He returned to the station where he had been hired and put on a boar's head to continue posing, but a pair of eyes tracked the man in the portrait back and forth with the cover of the headgear. "Hey big brother, I think I've seen that one wearing a boar's head before. Do you guys know each other?" Niao Heya came to the side of Shinyu and said with a nuzzle. "Yeah." Luo Fei only became a player's first battle as Niao Heya, but also by the latter's female ghost almost paralyzed with fear directly admit defeat. "It's a dangerous night, so watch yourself." After Shinyu finished speaking, he left straight away and began to focus his attention on the guys who had gone through the process of dressing up to cover their faces. But after 2 minutes, Shinyu felt that this approach would not work, for no other reason than the fact that almost more than half of the people here have their faces covered, making it difficult to line up. Suddenly, Shinyu's mind moved and thought of a quick way to line up suspects. He walked into the restroom, unlocked the partition latch, and pulled out his triple-digit cell phone, searching for nearby players. Yes, Shinyu directly opened the search for players function, so you can instantly screen out the players around the closest to him. It's impossible to determine who all of them are, but at the very least you can determine the number of people. A thumbnail version of the map appeared on the screen of the phone, making Shinyu quite surprised, because according to the map, the small area surrounding this abandoned hospital was surprisingly overlapping many green dots on top of each other. Each green dot represents a player. Is this all coming to a cosplay convention? Shinyu clicked on those green dots one by one to check the basic information of the players. ID, Boxer. This is Luo Fei. ID, Wicked Boy. This is Niao Heya. ID, Emperor of Geeks. This is Fatty. ID, Black Rose. Who's this? Shinyu's line of sight moved down and saw a player who stood out from the rest. Opponent ID, Black Rose. Opponent level? Opponent's record? Opponent's deck? Why are all the question marks? Is it interfering with some special ability? He pondered for a moment, thinking that the ID Black Rose didn't look like something a wanted criminal should have, but rather matched the mysterious beauty that people couldn't look at directly. Is it her? If her level is really high, it's understandable for the question mark to appear. That should be a height that I can't touch at this stage. Shinyu focused on the other players after a brief thought. ID, Dracula. ID, don't put salt in it. ID, is this melon ripe? Shinyu looked at the IDs of the remaining 3 players, and the more he looked, the more suspicious he felt. Don't put salt in it. Dracula. Their IDs have pretty much betrayed them. After knowing that the other party was indeed hiding in the secondary event, Shinyu was instead relieved. After all, the biggest variables come from uncertainty, and once something is certain, it means that action can be taken. How to quickly separate these three from the crowd without alerting the others. It seems that this is the only way. Xinyu pondered a little, as if he had made some decision, and sent a message straight to Luo Fei. In addition, he also sent a message to Miao Heya, saying that he would do a favor tonight as a way to offset the favor he did to save her during the day. After doing this, Xinyu no longer hesitate. Reach out and select a green dot on the screen of the phone. Press the challenge button. The one he chose was the ID "Don't put salt in it" freak. Opponent ID, "Don't put salt in it." Opponent level, 2. Opponent's record, 3 wins and 3 losses in 6 matches. Opponent's cards, reinforcement cards, attachment cards, time remaining, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Xinyu followed the cell phone prompts and walked directly out of the secondary venue, borrowing the stairs down to one of the consulting rooms on the second floor of the abandoned hospital. At the same time, Luo Fei and Miao Heya also challenged the remaining 2 respectively. Miao Heya's battlefield was on the roof of the building, while Luo Fei was on the first floor hall. There's a challenge? Why did you pick this time of year? In the crowd on the 3rd floor, a trio of people dressed as little yellow men gathered together and exchanged whispers. We haven't had a match in some days, and tonight's challenge was too good to turn down. It doesn't matter. It's a quick fight. Settle these challengers before we get down to business. Yes, boss. Opponent ID, Dracula. Opponent level, 5. Opponent's record, 8 wins and 2 losses in 10 matches. Opponent's cards, enhancement cards, attachment cards, prop cards. Countdown begins, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Miao Heya watched the countdown on her cell phone and slightly lifted her skirt to ascend to the top floor. Opponent ID, is this melon ripe? Opponent level, 2. Opponent's record, 3 wins and 1 loss in 4 matches. Opponent's cards, reinforcement cards, prop cards. Countdown begins, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Luo Fei took off the boar's headgear and came to the lobby of the first floor of the hospital under the pretext of a stomachache. The secondary event on the 3rd floor is still going on, unaware that elsewhere 3 highly unusual battles have already been fought at the same time. 28. I carry salt for myself. This time the room Xinyu competed in was relatively spacious, with some empty syringes, scraps of paper, file folders and other things scattered messily on the floor. In the middle of the room, there was also a surgical bed. This surgery bed stands alone in the center of the house. The surface has long been mottled rust. Cushions have also been chewed by insects and rodents out of many holes. Dampness was scattered everywhere, and the corners of the walls had long since grown large patches of mold from water seepage. Xinyu cupped 2 cards in his hand and waited quietly in the room. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, the door to the room was pushed open and in walked a man with a square face and small eyes and a broad nose. He was dressed in a blue laborer's uniform, like the kind of maintenance worker you see everywhere, all over the place. But this face, Xinyu, however, recognized it at once. This is one of the men on the wanted list, one of the men whose face is not very clear in the ducktail hat. Just a student? Hey, I have to say, that did go outside of our plans, but it doesn't matter. The square-faced man waved his left hand and then rubbed out a card. Attachment card. Slug. Xinyu quietly watched as his opponent made a card and summoned a slug with a slimy appearance and large size out of thin air in the room. Ha! That counts as an entourage? Xinyu looked at the slowly writhing mass of giant slugs, unsure how such an entourage was going to attack him, but the answer came immediately afterward from the other side. However, he saw that the square-faced man had another card in his hand at some point. Reinforcement card. Possession. After he threw the card out and turned it into dust, the giant slug also instantly evaporated, transforming into a curtain of light that filled the sky and projected itself into its owner. Possession? Xinyu quietly watched the scene and did not try to interrupt the other party. He was like an attentive student, unwilling to miss every movement and every word uttered by the person in front of him. After the light had all dissipated, the square-faced man clearly had an extra layer of sticky, gelatinous film on his body. You used the slug's trait on yourself? Xinyu asked a question while letting the Lone Ranger card turn into a screen of light. Very smart, but also very reckless, but all of that doesn't matter. Anyway, none of the people here tonight will be able to leave. Xinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, not realizing that these 3 thugs wanted to kill everyone present. But, can they do it? Even with 3 players, there are hundreds of people gathered here. What makes them think no one will escape? You are the maniacs who have been committing consecutive human murders in Natick City recently. Xinyu's words were not a question, but a definite sentence. The square-faced man's expression was a bit surprised, but then he laughed. Looks like you're not an ordinary student. That's right, ordinary students can't become players. His tone rose steeply before the words left his mouth. Xinyu's heart moved, and his body had already lunged to the left. However, right at the spot where he had just stood, a mass of sticky, transparent gelatinous substance pounced over as if it possessed life. Don't run away, become my slug's sustenance, and hand over your cards. The square-faced man said that the right hand grabbed in the air, The massive transparent gelatinous material hula across over the surgical bed, straight to the position where Xingyu is now standing. The room was dimly lit, barely visible by the moonlight coming in through the broken window. But this is not a problem for Xingyu, whose eyesight has been strengthened by the Lone Ranger. The slimy object looked both disgusting and horrible, but not very fast. Xingyu dodged or jumped, dodged or pounced, always able to dodge perfectly before an attack that was not even close to coming, jumping around like a monkey. You can't fight me face to face. The square-faced man's attacks were slow to take effect, causing him to speak with more impatience. Xingyu naturally ignored the other party's provocation and continued to roll around, looking for opportunities. Kid, you could have died a painful death, but you chose the path of death. Reinforcement card. Overreading. A card once again appeared in the square-faced man's left hand, and the appearance of this card actually emitted a golden glow. Here it comes. Sure enough, there's still a killer hidden. Xingyu had anticipated the situation at hand, and it was impossible for a madman like this who dared to challenge the power structure head-on to not have a leg to stand on. With a flick of his wrist, the black card had been caught in the center of his fingers. Looking at the square-faced man again, after the golden light covered his body, the transparent sticky object, which was already huge, actually grew in stature once again by 1 point, and that ugly and disgusting appearance was covered with a layer of golden light, giving rise to a sense of defiant holiness for no apparent reason. Go to hell, monkey. The square-faced man seemed to be filled with inexhaustible power at this moment. While he knew the golden card had a lot of side effects, they had more important things to do tonight and must not continue to waste their time on such trivial matters. The slimy object that had increased in size let out a low roar and lunged towards Xingyu with more than double the speed it had just had. Coming! Xingyu changed his mind this time and advanced instead of retreating. He held the black card in his fingers, and his body slammed into the opponent's summoned object like a stray arrow. Swish! The black deck doesn't have any light or special effects, but it's still very useful. The huge and slimy object clad in golden light was sliced horizontally into 2 pieces by Xingyu with his black card. What? How is this possible? This is a golden deck. The square-faced man's body was shaken, and he actually experienced a brief state of disoriented rigidity. Xingyu naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the black card as a dart, but just as the black card was about to slice through the square-faced man's neck, his consciousness suddenly returned to his body, and he was able to deflect his head to avoid this surefire blow. Hoo. That was close. The square-faced man felt the shallow cut on his neck. Too late to treat it. He stretched his hands forward together and grabbed in the void. Xingyu, who was still in the forward rush, suddenly felt a lightness in his body, and was actually lifted up from the ground by the sticky object that curled around his waist. He whacked the near-transparent object as hard as he could, but was unable to do any damage to the latter. The square-faced man maneuvered the summon so that he slowly lifted Xingyu to himself. Ha. Run. You keep running, kid. You'll die a horrible death. Overeating. The square-faced man yelled, and Xingyu saw the other's mouth suddenly open wide, big enough to swallow his head in one bite. It wasn't normal. The other person couldn't be considered a human anymore. But even in the face of such a moment of crisis, Xingyu still did not have a trace of panic on his face. Or rather, he waited for now. If I remember correctly, Slug should be afraid of salt. And, you talk too much nonsense. What did you say? The square-faced man with his mouth wide open suddenly realized something was wrong. However, the next moment, he saw the teenager in front of him, who was obviously still a student, take out a bag of salt from somewhere and pour the whole bag into his mouth. Salt. This is salt. Well, no. A bag of salt all poured into the other party's horrifyingly huge mouth, causing the pressure on Xinyu's waist to suddenly loosen. The slimy summon seemed to sense its master's pain, and a vapor began to rapidly evaporate upwards on its exterior. It fell to the ground with a thud, writhing uncontrollably, its body zinging like a piece of jelly on a barbecue plate. Yes, when Xinyu first saw the no salt request, he compulsively brought a bag of salt with him. Just now, after the other party shouted out, slug, and, possessed, Xinyu knew that the salt belt was right. 29. Thugs and vampires. An entire bag of salt was poured into his mouth, causing the square-faced man whose slug trait covered his body to fall to the ground in agony, his body zinging just as much as the slimy object he had summoned. All the moisture around his body was rapidly evaporating, turning dry and wrinkled at a speed almost visible to the naked eye, as if he had instantly aged dozens of years. No, bastard, don't do this. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. After the opponent uttered the words admit defeat, the invisible barrier around him instantly shattered, and the sticky object returned to the owner as a speck of light, recreating itself as a card. The vibration of a message also came from Xinyu's cell phone, but he didn't check it immediately. Walking to the side of the square-faced man whose skin was dried out and panting heavily, Xinyu pulled out the Lone Valor deck against the other man's neck. pressing his knee against the other's chest again. He said coldly, "Tell me, were you the ones who committed those recent felonious injuries and murders in Xiaju City?" Although he had already confirmed that this was one of the people in the portrait, Shinyu still had to ask about the other party's motives for doing this and whether there were any other accomplices. Oh, the square-faced man struggled twice in pain, but there was no way to get out of Shinyu's control. Suddenly, a nervous smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Both are equally players, but our eyesight is 100,000 miles apart. You call what we do killing? Kid, you know nothing at all. When have we ever killed anyone? Those aren't people at all. Shinyu frowned slightly, and the knee that pressed on the other party fiercely exerted downward force. Don't give me that crap. I want to know if you committed those things. Who are your accomplices? And what was your purpose? As too much water had just evaporated from his body in a short period of time, the square-faced man's lips were peeling and cracking. His breathing was getting heavier, and his eyes were getting cloudy. You know nothing at all. We only have to bring the true God to this world, to save those who are truly still alive. We are the saviors. As for you, the only way out for you is to become God's sustenance. You may have beaten me by a fluke, but you can't stop it. My companions will surely take over this mission. You can't stop it. Ha! Shinyu looked at the suspect who was becoming more and more rambling and breathing more and more rapidly. Knowing that he could no longer ask for any useful information, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a locator, along with a line of text, to Lu Zhanyun, the head of the criminal police. Suspect has been located. Come quickly. At the same time, the competition site in the hall on the first floor of the outpatient building was a mess, as if it had been violently demolished. Luo Fei and the suspect ID'd this melon to keep ripe. Obviously both belonged to the power type. However, what annoyed Luo Fei was that his reinforced deck was fighter, and the new prop card he drew was somewhat on the auxiliary type, a bandage wrapped around his fist, and the other side went a little too far. His reinforcement card was named Thug, and the generated prop was a kitchen knife with a dark red blood-stained surface. This blade possessed a D-grade silver edge, and when wielded, even if it didn't cut someone, the air split by the blade could form a wind blade 2 meters away from the body, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The important thing was that the wound cut out by that wind blade scraped and itched and hurt with a burning sensation. Luo Fei knew even if he didn't have much of a brain that this stuff was poisoned. But the good thing is that his new card, Fighter's Bandage, has the ability to heal itself quickly. Coupled with his already superb recovery power, he was able to make the wound cut by that kitchen knife completely heal with a speed visible to the naked eye. With a muffled thud, Luo Fei's fist finally struck the man's body, causing him to slide backward against the ground for more than 3 meters. The suspect flung his arm, revealing his white teeth. Not bad, big guy in terms of strength alone. You're the strongest I've ever seen. But unfortunately, your card ability is rather useless, and there is no corresponding organization to provide you with better cards. How's that? You need more powerful cards to improve yourself. Would you like to consider joining us? I promise to give you a qualitative leap in strength in a short period of time. With a disdainful expression, Rofi wrinkled his nose and jumped in place twice with a boxer's stride. Are you kidding me? Making me a murderer like you? Old me's family education doesn't support old me doing such a thing. Besides, right now the most important thing for me is to make money, and I can only rely on myself to make myself stronger. With the help of external forces, it'll never be reliable. As soon as Luo Fei's words fell, his feet drew out to the side, and with a flash of his figure, a level of heavy left hook punches struck at his opponent's ribs. The murderer withdrew a step backward and raised the kitchen knife in his hand to slash, but he saw Luo Fei flick his wrist and violently fling something upwards. The murderer only felt a tightening of the wrist holding the cleaver, and the next thing he knew, he could see what was wrapped around him, and it wasn't a boxer's bandage. Stand still, don't hide around, just face to face with me to split the victory. Luo Fei's other hand similarly threw out the boxer's bandage, connecting himself to the murderer so tightly that there was less than a 2-meter gap left between the two. This way, no matter whose attack it is, the opponent will not be able to dodge it. Let go of me, you're crazy. Do you know who we are? Do you know what we're up to? You can't even die 100 times to make up for the delay. Sorry, I'm not ready to die. So, you lie down for me first. Luo Fei's body slightly bowed, and his 2 fists instantly struck out, landing like rain on the murderer's cheeks, chest, stomach, shoulders, side ribs, thighs. Because he threw his punches so frequently, often before he could recover from the dent he made in his opponent's body with one punch, the next punch struck again in some other part of the body. The slam sent the murderer's body reeling backward in place, but unable to escape as the bandages tightened around him. He tried to speak, but was knocked back into his stomach by Luo Fei's fist. The murderer's kitchen knife fell to the ground with a bang. Under such a close-range sparring match, Luo Fei, who occupied absolute power, gained an overwhelming victory. Compared to the fistfights in the lobby of the hospital's outpatient building, the battlefield located on the roof is much quieter. The man standing under the cool moonlight was named Dracula. His hair was combed back, his features were deep, and his skin was white as if it didn't have a trace of blood color. It really looked like a vampire when you looked at it violently. He's the one at the head of the gang of three, and the one most clearly identified in the portrait. Miao He carried a shoulder bag. Looking at this man who walked slowly but inexplicably somewhat effeminate from afar, a layer of goosebumps surfaced on his arm. Little girl, I'll give you a chance to voluntarily admit defeat right now. I can let you leave safely. Don't think this is funny. It's going to kill someone. Miao He was still wearing her cute pink pajamas from her cosplay. She tilted her head sideways and looked up at the other woman with those black and white sparkling watery eyes. Uncle, are you saying that people are going to die here? Is it that you're dying yourself? The contrast between his expressive costume and the words he uttered was so full of defiance that Dracula, who was walking gracefully with swinging arms, barely managed to trip over himself. Children, upbringing, mind your manners, be graceful as a lady and don't call me uncle, call me Baron Dracula. Oh, okay uncle. The corner of this Dracula's eye jumped, but he tried his best to maintain his elegance and gentility, as if he were an actor who had gotten into the act so much that he really thought he was a vampire. I'm sorry child, since you don't want to admit defeat, I'll have to make you my favorite one, he said with a slight lift of his arm. Reinforcement cards. Bloodborne. 30. Little Landlord. A card with a border reflecting red thorns was thrown into the air by Dracula. The card received the moon's light, instantly changing into a curtain of light that spread over his body. Miao He's big eyes stared round. Small mouth slightly open said, wow, red thorn border. It's a very rare card. I want it so bad. The red cards that were tainted with the glow of the moonflower finished dissipating and all of them went into their owner's body. That ID Dracula's murderous leader's face instantly became paler, his features more three-dimensional, and two sharp fangs vaguely grew out of his mouth. Little girl, today I'll let you see how the noble blood fights, and you will be very lucky to become my family member. Come on, let go of your arms, come to daddy, he said with a flick of his wrist, tossing a card into the air once more. Attachment card. Blood familiars. A cool voice cut through the silence on the roof of the building, and many more bats appeared in the originally moonlit sky at some point. The bats surrounded Dracula, and when the light cleared, they took human form one by one, arching him in the center, with two hollow eyes, blurred features, and slightly stiff body movements. These blood familiars did not appear to be human. Miao He counted as many as 15. Hey uncle, originally I'm just a kid, so it's just a matter of you not letting me be. Why do you want to fight in a group? Aren't you bullying? Ha. Dracula sneered a few times and said, that is my style. You open yourself up and will become one of them, and that way you will gain immortality, forever the way you are now. Miao He spat out her tongue at him and said, bah, I don't want to. I want to grow up quickly, not to be a child. Also, your family members are so ugly, you can't cosplay if they look like that. Miao He thought about it and suddenly broke into a smile. Uncle, your rank is very high, 8 wins in 10 battles. I don't think it's a battle record fought in Xiaozhou City, right? Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you. It's true that we've only been in this city for a short while, but as you can see, my rank is 5 and I have the blood enhancement card. You can't defeat me, so you might as well admit defeat. Miao He nodded, non-committal, and suddenly asked again. Then, uncle, since you already have level 5, you must have heard of one-time attack decks, right? What? One-time attack card? How could you have heard of one-time attack cards when you're so young and not very high-ranked? That's a high-level spell card that stores powerful attack-type spells in a special method in the deck. It can't possibly appear in a match between low-level players. That's a foul. Miao He shook her little head, revealing a cute smile and said, the rules of dueling between players have blurred boundaries, and there is no such thing as foul play. Oh. Dracula looked at the little girl in the cartoon pajamas not far away and slowly pulled a card from his pocket. His pupils instantly contracted as he quickly drew a card and threw it into the air, his body backing up sharply. Prop card. Flying cloak. Between flashes of light, a dark red cloak appeared on Dracula's back, carrying him as he slowly floated up into midair. The 15 blood dependents, on the other hand, moved slowly and used their stiff bodies to stop in front of Miao He. Oi uncle, you're still calling me a foul? You're the one who fouled. Okay, calling and flying again. How else do you expect me, a little kid, to fight you? Although Miao He protested with her mouth, confidence was written all over her face. Flying in the sky. It's troublesome. You'd better come down. First scene card. Deserted village apartment. As Miao He rubbed out the scene card, Dracula floating in midair suddenly felt that the space around him began to compress rapidly, as if a vortex with suction had appeared out of thin air, wanting to suck him into an unknown dimension. Scene card? You have a scene card from a low-level 4 player. Dracula struggled to flap his flying cloak, but remained futilely caught up in the scene created by Manhwa. When he groggily opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark, cluttered, unoccupied apartment with furniture covered in white cloth. Where are my favorites? Where is my cloak? Dracula was horrified to find that the other party had not only dragged him into the space created by the scene card, but had also managed to isolate all of his dependents. Not only that, but although the cloak was still draped over his back, he had lost the ability to fly. In this desolate apartment of over 100 square feet, it was as if Manhwa had transformed into a god, could make rules that were her own. Damn it. Think you can definitely win by dragging me into the scene card? Let's show you the power of the Blood Clan. Exasperated, Dracula casually punched a sideboard, shattering the glassware placed there all over the floor. Destroying artifacts in the scene at will. You'll be punished by the cards. In the empty room, Manhwa's voice came quietly. The voice seemed to ring out in all directions at once, making it impossible to pinpoint the location. Come out. Don't cower. Believe it or not, I'll tear down this tie house of yours. Dracula swung his fist and smashed the ancient standing clock against the wall to the ground again, venting the unknown fear in his mind. Attachment cards. White woman's corpse. Attachment cards. Dry bones. Attachment card. Carrion. As Manhwa's clear and pleasant voice rang out, Dracula only felt the back of his neck go cold, as if he was in an ice cellar. Although his ability is the extremely rare Bloodborne, I've never seen anyone use so many follower cards in one go. If he remembered correctly, this child was only level 4. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't level 4 only have 2 to 3 cards? How could she just throw out so many? Dracula wondered if he'd messed with the rich man of the card world. And most importantly, all of these follower cards fit perfectly into this scenario. The power that can be realized in this way will rise exponentially. Who? A chill-filled breath sounded behind Dracula's head, blowing a jolt through his body. Who is where? He turned back and punched away, but there was nothing behind him. Nothing. There was a bam, and Dracula turned his head to see a window that had been blown open by the wind. Dang dang dang. The ancient standing clock lying on the floor suddenly struck, and the hands on the clock stopped at 2 o'clock in the morning. The wind outside the window was getting stronger, and the clock, which was only supposed to ring twice, had no intention of stopping at all. The white cloth covering the furniture clattered and the overhead chandelier swung uncontrollably. Dracula's head gradually began to spin under the influence of such a compounded noise. He shook it off, unconsciously taking a step backward. This step caused him to step right on an empty glass bottle, and his entire body lost its balance and fell backwards. By the time Dracula reacted, he was sitting on the white cloth-covered couch. That couch was soft and a little strange to the touch. Well, suddenly, 2 swollen, whitish arms reached out from the left and right and wrapped themselves around Dracula's waist, imprisoning him along with his arms. Ah, what's this? Let go of me. Don't you dare touch a noble blood with your filthy hands. Dracula tried to break free, but those arms were unusually strong. Suddenly, something he perceived grabbed at his fumbling legs. Eyes moving down, Dracula saw a withered, dried up, dry face with hollow eyes. Yikes! He let out a long, sharp whistle, and used the ability of spirit piercing, which was uniquely brought by the blood enhancement card. But unfortunately, both the rotting corpse behind him and the dry corpse under him are the lowest level of follower cards, which do not have their own thoughts, and there is no so-called spirit for him to pierce. Yet that wasn't what Dracula was most afraid of right now, because he remembered that the little girl had called out the names of 3 follower cards, and there should have been one more. He jerked his head up to the ceiling as he thought about the inspiration that seemed to come to him. Above his head, a white sheet floated up out of thin air at some point, slowly floating above Dracula's head like a cloud. No. Dracula's eyes were round and whole, and his body struggled violently. But naturally, his level wasn't high enough to utilize the full power of the Blood Clan cards. The white sheet floated above Dracula's head, suddenly lost its support, and slowly fell. As the white sheet fell, Dracula's screams were covered underneath, along with rotting corpses, dry corpses, and the unseen white female corpse. The wide white cloth blocked out their silhouettes along with their voices, and from the outside they could only see the sheets undulating and writhing, but not what was going on inside. Probably only the people involved can give an answer. 31. Suspect nests. On the 3rd floor of the abandoned hospital, the fat man who had brought a stunningly beautiful and high-cooled young lady to the shoot was being surrounded by the crowd. Fatty, don't be so stingy. What's this girl's name? Share your contact info. That's it. I think she has the best aura of any cosplayer I've ever seen. Fatty, you cannot say. In the end, with what method to cheat? Fatty Joshu sat there shaking his leg with a small, lewd look. Few LSPs all hide away. I'm telling you, this lady doesn't add strangers to her phone if you want to ask her for a date in the future. Just give me a call, but whether you go there or not depends on the lady's mood. Che. Seeing the fat man so stingy, The other photography masters scattered, ready to go to the lady for contact information. But, where's Missy? On the top floor of the hospital's outpatient clinic, looking at Dracula, who was already completely limp and unconscious. Miao Hia groped at the other party with an excited look on her face. Not long after, the little girl's face was happy, and in her hand there was already an additional card that possessed a red thorn border. Haha, that's it. It's a waste to put such a rare card on you, I'm sorry. Uncle, consider it my trophy. Miao Hia took away Dracula's Blood Clan card and turned around but was suddenly alert. In the shadows behind her, a woman with a cool temperament wearing a long black court dress slowly moved out. You can use his deck? The one who came was none other than the mysterious young lady suspected to be a high-level player, Xiao Wei. Miao Hia looked the other party up and down a few times and wrinkled her nose. Just now I saw that you weren't quite right, so it turns out that you're a player too. I've never matched you before. It's a high level, right? Xiao Wei slowly moved out of the shadows, letting the moonlight fall completely on her body, casting a mysterious and stunning beauty. But sadly, there are no geeks here, just one little girl. You haven't answered my question. The black-skirted young lady's tone was clear and cold, and she couldn't hear whether it was kindness or malice. Miao Hia visibly froze for a moment, then shouted, "Why do I have to answer you? I don't." She poked her tongue out at Zoe and just strutted like that, ready to go downstairs. But just as she walked to Xiao Wei's side, she was blocked by a long knife that was pitch black and emitted a terrifying aura. You, what do you want? Want to fight? Miao Hia took a step backward at the knife, then looked warily at the owner of the knife. Xiao Wei's expression remained inconvenient, but her left hand held the long black blade as she coldly said, "The side effects of such a card are not something you can bear. It should be cleared." What? You want to destroy it? It's my trophy. Miao Hia tucked the rare Blood Clan card into her bosom and jumped backward a small distance, her waist and back slightly bowed, like a kitten protecting its food. The moonlight is cold, and the night breeze is cool to the bone. The two just faced each other, neither one refusing to back down, but neither one took the lead. Suddenly, an alternately flashing red and blue light shone on the two men's faces, interrupting the touch-and-go conflict. From the corner of her eye, Miao Hia saw that a few police cars with flashing lights were coming not far from this abandoned hospital. She probably guessed why Xinyu had asked for her help, so the appearance of the police was expected. Xiao Wei also saw the police car that was getting closer and closer. She slowly put away the long black blade and said without emotion, "If you are ever backfired by this card infection, I will personally cut off your head." With that said, she blended into the shadows of the roof of the building once more and disappeared. Miao Hia was angry at being inexplicably threatened with a sentence. What? Don't leave if you're capable. We'll fight now. Although she said so with her mouth, she knew in her heart that she was no match for others. But a loser can't be as spineless as a fat man, right? In front of the abandoned hospital outpatient building, Captain Lu Zhanyun was the first to jump out of the police car and waved his hand. Surround this place. Not a single fly can be let go. Snipers look for suitable points, and the special operations team will follow me in. Captain Lu was wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a pistol in his hand, with an appearance of being on the verge of an enemy. This group of wanted criminals are extremely cruel and cunning, possessing the means to interfere with surveillance cameras. Just as Lu Zhanyun receives a text message from Xinyu, they are receiving a rant from higher-ups and orders to solve the case within a time limit. A message from Xinyu almost didn't let Lu Zhanyun ascend to immortality in situ, which is really timely rain and charcoal in the snow. This time he even directly mobilized the strongest forces that could be mobilized in Xiazhu City, and even borrowed the military's special operations team. The police car is even a down 8, plus a tactical command vehicle equipped with high-tech products. Lu Zhanyun took the lead and led a special operations squad consisting of 10 people to rush into the abandoned hospital from the main entrance. Another team of special forces went around to the back of the hospital, only to see a newly installed freight elevator. There are people up here? And there's quite a few of them. Everyone be careful. This is most likely an extremely violent criminal gang. The special warriors who had gotten the news in advance gripped their weapons tightly and climbed up to the 3-story location of the flashing lights using various special warfare equipment. Through the thick glass and curtains, a cacophony of noise could be faintly heard inside. Just by the sound of the voices there were at least 100 people inside. When did they get such a big group of bandits in Xiazhu City? What do they want? A rebellion? The special operations captain was horrified and made several tactical gestures in a row, telling his team to surround the place completely. Seeing that all the team members were in position, the special operations captain raised his hand and silently counted 3, and took the brunt of kicking open the door of the third-floor balcony, and rushed in with a tumble. But when he got up and raised his gun and yelled freeze, he froze on the spot, because not far in front of him, a large Pikachu was looking at him blankly, with a cute expression. Suddenly, the Pikachu raised his short, stubby hands in a cooperative manner. The team members who followed the influx of the special operations captain soon surrounded the floor of the flickering lighted suspect's lair. But, What the hell is all this? At that moment, a master with a SLR in hand walked up to the Special Forces team leader and curiously touched the body armor on the other side. TSK, you guys aren't cheap, are you? It's pretty big. Imitating Call of Duty? Want to take a group photo? The master photographer raised his camera and signaled for a few of the Special Forces members to come closer. Seeing that the team members were half-assed, the master photographer even shook his head and walked over to one of them. Cooperate. How can you guys make me shoot like this? Also, raise your guns higher. Agoo. He corrected his team's posture and reached for the firearm in the latter's hand. The member of the team made an almost subconscious tackle and pinned the master photographer straight to the ground. Nobody move. Crouch against the wall. Finally, the master photographer who was pinned to the ground reacted to the fact that these weren't cosplayers at all. They were real soldiers. But, they're having this cosplay convention even though it's underground in nature. Is it necessary to send out loaded SWAT teams? On the first floor of the hospital hall, Captain Liu, who had just rushed in, saw several people standing directly in front of him, one of whom was none other than Xinyu. Captain, you're finally here. Xinyu stood beside Luo Fei, and on the ground lay two men who looked shriveled and were tied up in 5 different ways. It's under control. There's another one on the top floor. I think it's the leader of the suspects. Lu Zhanyun didn't say anything, but turned on the flashlight and confirmed the looks of the 2 suspects on the ground for the first time. Although the suspect's portrait was relatively blurry, it was easily recognizable by comparing the two. Lu Zhanyun took a deep breath, as if he had put down a 1,000-pound stone in his heart. He raised his head and looked deeply at Xinyu and said to his side, "Take these 2 suspects away and let's go to the roof." 32. The Mysterious 3. That night, everyone attending this secondary event was questioned and investigated individually. The city council has deployed a large number of police officers for this purpose, using the long-abandoned hospital as a temporary interrogation room. The participants, dressed in a variety of anime and game characters, were all horrified and didn't understand what was happening. Although they hadn't gotten permission to use the grounds of this abandoned hospital without authorization, it wasn't so bad that so many SWAT officers had been deployed to control them and interrogate them one by one, was it? Due to the large number of people, by the time all the processes had been completed, the time was well into 4 a.m. Lu Zhanyun picked up the coffee brewed by his subordinate and poured it into his belly in one gulp. He reached out and pinched his brow with his fingers and let out a long breath. Phew, it seems that no one among so many people present knew those 3 suspects. They should have blended in. Lu Zhanyun scares those otaku and geeks attending the secondary, saying that a military exercise was supposed to be held there tonight, but their unauthorized use of that abandoned hospital caused the exercise mission to be thwarted. However, remembering that the people were first-time offenders, the matter could be dismissed, but in the future, they must never do these dangerous things again, because that hospital has been classified as a dangerous building, and will be demolished at any time. Although Lu Zhanyun's words did not stand up to scrutiny, who would be skeptical in this situation? Finally, Captain Liu walked inside his office. In the office, Xinyu sat alone, with a cup of coffee in his hand without a sip. What? You don't like it? Xinyu shook his head and said, I never drink any liquid given by others. Lu Zhanyun was choked by his words and didn't even know how to answer. This is a police station, or the office of the head of the Criminal Investigation Police. Is it still poison to harm him? This kid really makes people feel bad. Your intel is fine. Those 3 suspects are the murderers that are being sought. However, according to you, these 3 mixed into this party to kill everyone present. But what was their motive? Xinyu shrugged. That's your police's business. I've already overdone it as a bounty hunter, so I'm just waiting for the bounty. Lu Zhanyun looked at Xinyu in silence, while the latter also looked at him without budging at all, his eyes unblinking. Finally, Captain Liu was the first to blink his eyes and reach up to rub them. He cursed in his mind. This kid doesn't need to blink? What monster? Xinyu, still so calm, looked at him and asked, Captain, can I go now? And my classmates and friends? Lu Zhanyun sat down on the table, tapping his fingers on the desktop, and said thoughtfully, they can all leave, but you can't. I still have some questions I want to ask you. Xinyu frowned slightly. I'm not a suspect. I didn't say you were a suspect. What? Don't you want the reward money anymore? You can get it now? Xinyu was quite surprised. He thought that such a large bounty would take at least 10 days and half a month to apply. The leadership of the city council has taken this serial murder case very seriously, and it seems that some of the big leaders further up have expressed their concern. The bounty this time has been fully prepared before the bounty order was issued, and there is no need to go through the approval process again. And since you directly subdued the suspect this time, saving us a great deal of trouble, it won't be difficult to transfer the bounty to you right now. Of course, I'd personally appreciate an additional bounty if it came with a few questions. Hearing that there was still money to be taken, Xinyu nodded his head and leaned his body backward on the back of the chair. I noticed that besides the guy who was knocked out by Luo Fei, the one who fought against you and the one on the roof are in a very unnatural situation. The suspect you captured was shriveled up as if he had been in the desert for 3 days. And the one on the roof, I don't know what kind of stimulus he suffered. He's been babbling so much so far, he can't communicate properly anymore. Also, what exactly is going on regarding the video interference? Shinyu looked at the criminal police chief who was acting like a curious baby and pondered in his mind whether or not to tell the other party the truth. But he wasn't sure the other man would believe it, or even suspect that he was making up stories to cover his tracks. But, no matter what, Lu Zhanyun is someone who has seen a supernatural scene on the top floor of the school. It shouldn't be difficult to believe it. Just as Shinyu was organizing how to speak, there was a knock on Lu Zhanyun's office door. Impatiently, he yelled, "Wait a minute!" But the knocking continued, which made Captain Lu quite annoyed. He jerked the office room door open, only to see an unfamiliar face. The visitor wore a black trench coat, hair combed back. His features were angular, his body was tall and straight, and he looked like he had been a soldier. Beside the man was his top boss, Director Yang, a member of the city bureau. "Da Lu, what's going on? This teenager is a credit to us for solving the case. Why are you still holding him here?" Bureau Yang did not wait for Lu Zhanyun to open his mouth, so he continued. "This is the director of Special Action Division 3 from Beijing. This case will be handed over to them to take over from now on. You go and take charge of the case follow-up. Remember to produce a report and put it on my desk tomorrow." Bureau Yang is in his 50s, with thinning hair, somewhat puffy cheeks, and deeper lines of decree. However, Yang Bureau is hale and hearty, long a pair of standing knife eyebrows. The temperament of a long time in the top position also makes his whole person appears to be not angry and authoritative. Lu Zhanyun frowned at the trench coat man and then asked, "Bureau Yang, what do you mean?" "We managed to catch the murderer with great difficulty, and we're going to pass it on to someone else before we even have a chance to interrogate him? Which Special Operations Division is he from? Why haven't I heard of him? I have classmates in Beijing. Why don't I make a call and ask?" Yang Bureau glared at Lu Zhanyun to make eyes. But this criminal police chief, this period of time for this case cannot eat and sleep. And now it is difficult to capture the suspect to return to the case but have to turn over to someone else. So how can he be willing? Lu Zhanyun, this is an order. Director Wei is the head of the Special Operations Department's counterpart in Xiazhu City, Beijing. The criminals are roving, and you'll get credit for catching them in Xiazhu. But now they're involved in a number of human cases. So don't be a jerk and release them. Go do the handover. I'm not convinced by Bureau Yang. You'll have to obey me even if you don't. I'll tell you again. This is an order. You're a police officer. Don't be a bull ***** with me. Now get your ass out there and write a report, or I'll punish you with a month's cleaning of the downtown toilets. Why don't you go now? Bureau Yang roared. And even though there was a million reluctance in Captain Lu's heart, he couldn't embarrass his top boss too much in front of outsiders. He grunted heavily and strutted toward the door. He also deliberately bumped the other man with his shoulder as he passed by the man in the trench coat. But what surprised Captain Lu was that the man's seemingly unhealthy body did not move like a wall. On the contrary, it made his shoulders numb and half of his arms follow some strength. Lu Zhanyun let out a light eep and turned his head to look at the man, before he was dragged out by his own director. "Director Wei, I'm really sorry. This Lu Zhanyun is our city bureau's ace criminal police. Upright style, courageous, solved a lot of tricky cases. It's normal for this kind of talent to have some temper. You know." After Yang Bureau drove Captain Lu away, he smoothly closed the door of the room, and now there were only Yang Bureau, the man in the windbreaker, and Shen Yu in the room. But who knew that the trenchcoat man smiled and looked at Bureau Chief Yang, faintly saying, "Thanks a lot, Director Yang. Please, I need to talk to him alone." The smile on Bureau Yang's face instantly solidified. He didn't expect the other party to drive away even himself. He was the boss of the Xiazhu public security system. This Special Operations Division 3 director from the capital. Isn't his frame a bit too big? However, Bureau Yang turned to think about the call he received and piled on another smile. "Okay, if Director Wei has anything to say, feel free to ask. No one will ever come in to disturb." He turned and walked out of the office, locking the door to the room behind him, and just stood outside, blaring angrily at the watching Interpol officers around him. "What? Are they all so idle? Do what you need to do. Don't crowd around here." In the room, Shinyu looked at the tall man with firm features with some doubts. He didn't understand what the other party was looking for him for. There were many bounty hunters in Natick City, and he didn't think he was the most special one. But see that the director surnamed Wei pulled over a chair, sat opposite Shinyu, took the initiative to pull out a document. "I am the head of the 3rd Division, Wei Xiong, who is affiliated with Xia's military intelligence. These 3 suspects traveled all the way from Dongbin City to Xiazhu in a roving operation, and I need to know all of the details you discovered during your contact with them. Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly and inclined his head. I have the right not to answer. I'm not a prisoner. The man in the black trench coat suddenly showed a hint of a smile as he once again reached into his pocket, only to take out a card with a golden border and place it on the table. Relax, I'm a player too. Can you tell me about it now? 33. Exchange of information. Shinyu was quite surprised to see that card, but nothing changed on the surface. He calmly said, I've already told Senior Captain Lu what I should have said. Also, I don't understand what you just said about what players. I don't usually play games. The trenchcoat man on the opposite side looked at Shinyu quietly. After a few seconds he put away the card and nodded. Alright, let's pretend you're not. But I need to know how you locked onto these three and how you subdued them. Did you detect the presence of others around them? Did they divulge the purpose of their visit to Summer Bamboo City this time? Shinyu silently listened to the other side of the question. In the heart secretly said, you this question and just now Captain Lu's there is no difference. I'm just a bounty hunter. Complete the task to take the money and go away. Other things should not be your police to find out for themselves? Shinyu probably guessed why the other party was so nervous. After all, the premise that had given their entire police department a headache and couldn't even chase the suspect's shadow. He himself had subdued the three so easily. Anyone else would have felt skeptical. Although he was not happy in his heart, Shinyu still continued in a calm tone. I am a bounty hunter and naturally have my own channels and means to track down these people. As for how to subdue them, that is my secret. I have the right to choose not to answer. Also, why don't you guys just go and ask the three suspects? The trench coat man's expression was slightly unnatural when he heard this question from Shinyu. After a moment, he sighed softly and said, actually, we have captured a few accomplices among them before, but unfortunately, every time they were about to say something substantial, they would inexplicably die violently. That feeling, it was as if a curse had been placed on them, and any attempt to tell the inside story would result in instant death. So we can't take any more chances with the three men we caught last night. And we'll just have to pry some details out of you for speculation and comparisons. The opponent is feared to be backed by a mysterious organization, and we have reason to suspect that this organization is full of players with supernatural powers. Personally, I've tentatively concluded that these lunatics want to use the card's abilities to influence the real world. Everything they did from Tohama City all the way to Natsukaza looked like a ritual from ancient times. A ritual that summoned demons to come down to earth. Maybe what I'm saying is a bit too magical, but it's the truth. The reason I'm telling you this is because we're both players and you'll definitely believe what I'm saying without too much explanation. Of course, you can also deny it. I've looked into your past, and your mother's death is highly suspicious. Don't you want to know some other inside information? Shinyu's pupils shrunk slightly, and his body that was originally leaning on the back of the chair had instantly tensed up, like a cheetah that would attack at any time. He looked toward the trench-coated man not far away and said in a deep voice, what did you say? What all do you know? What's suspicious about my mother's death? The trenchcoat man suddenly laughed when he saw Shinyu's reaction. He moved slowly, resting his right leg on top of his left and placing his arms crossed over his knees. If you can tell me the details of your fight, I'll make an exception and tell you one of the key suspects in your mother's case. Consider it an exchange of information. How's that? This time Shinyu did not hesitate, just gently spit out two words. Deal. Shinyu told all the details as they were. Starting from the conversation he happened to overhear with the takeout boy while he was eating at the mall, all the way to subduing the suspect with the slug ability, without letting go of any tiny little thing. But he also hid some of these things that he didn't think it was necessary to tell the other side. This included the kidnapping of Miao Haya and information about other players besides Luo Fei, now exposed to the official line of sight of the players. The obvious only he and Luo Fei two people, Miao Haya, Fatty, and that mysterious iceberg young lady were not included in the monitoring scope of the Operation 3. Shinyu wouldn't do that kind of damaging thing either. While he was narrating, that Wei director was holding a leather handbook in his hand, and when he heard the key moment he would also quickly make notes on it with a pen. Shinyu was keenly aware that the small handwritten book, which appeared to be only a circle larger than the palm of his hand and had delicate leather, seemed to emit a faint warm light. That should be an item materialized from a prop card. I just don't know what magical effects it has. After saying what he knew, Shinyu sat there and silently watched the other party keep writing and drawing on his notebook. About 5 minutes later, that director Wei closed the notebook, and that small leather book in his hand into a bit of light disappeared. This further confirmed Shinyu's speculation just now. The black trenchcoat wearing director Wei nodded slightly towards Shinyu. What you said is true, although I'm not sure if there are any omissions in the middle, but thank you very much for your cooperation. Also, is there any interest in becoming a peripheral informant for our Operation 3 in Xiazhu City? I'm very interested in your abilities and would like to know what methods you use to easily take out opponents stronger than yourself as a player of only level 2 level? He raised his hand just as he finished speaking. Of course, I'm not trying to pry into your secrets. Every player has their own secrets and their own cards. I'm just a little curious. How about it? Do you want to think about it? If you agree, I'll create a document later and send it to you using a special channel. Shinyu quickly pondered in his mind whether the advantages brought by this matter outweighed the disadvantages. It didn't take him long to come up with a relatively clear answer, which was no. I'm sorry, if you guys want to find me, you can issue a bounty order through the Bounty Hunters channel. You can also look for Captain Lu. The two of us are just meeting for the first time and lack sufficient trust. Besides, I'm just a student and my main task is to study. After all, I'm going to take the university exams this semester. Director Wei didn't seem surprised by Shinyu's answer. He had guessed before he inquired that in all probability the cautious young man would not readily accede to his invitation. Well, I hope we can still work together sometime in the future. For now, I will make an exception and inform you of one of the suspicious aspects of your mother's death. That is the last phone call she made. Last call made? Shinyu was a bit puzzled because when he got that cell phone of his mother's, the first time he looked through the call records, but there was no information on it. It was as if those records had been deliberately deleted, and it seemed to be done by the official department. That call log was weird, as if plunged into memories. Director Wei said in a deep voice, "We traced that call according to its source, but it led us to a suburban ditch. Obviously, that call record was interfered with by a mysterious force. This incident also proves on the side that your mother was most likely a player as well. Her death is full of suspicion, but it leaves us with no way to find out. All I can tell you right now is that the last call she dialed didn't have a phone number. Just a strange pattern. No phone numbers, just patterns? Yes, that's the pattern. Remember what it looks like, and I'll burn the paper. And you've never heard or seen anything like it from me today." Director Wei suddenly had in his hand a page torn from some notebook, on which was drawn a circular class swirling pattern. The swirls in the pattern seemed to be composed of many unnameable and mysterious symbols. Those symbols extended inward from large to small, giving the illusion of being caught in a vortex all the time. Shinyu's memory was good, and with deliberate effort, he quickly imprinted all the details of that pattern in his mind. He was prepared to recover it in its original form when he returned. After completely memorizing the details of the pattern, Shinyu nodded slightly. With a flick of his wrist, Director Wei threw the piece of paper into the air and disappeared as a speck of starbursts. "Well, I'm done with my questions, but I have one more piece of advice here that isn't advice. In the future, it's better to be careful when encountering an enemy who doesn't know his background, even if his bounty is high. And since the danger in Natick City is far from over, I'll be here for a while. You can contact me directly if you have any news. Of course, you can also contact Captain Lu. Goodbye." Before leaving, Director Wei took out a business card and pushed it in front of Shinyu, and opened the door with a slight forehead like that and walked out. Shinyu glanced at the business card, which had a row of information written on it in small, hot gold letters. Wei Xiong, Chief of Division 3, Special Operations Department, Xia State, 34. Masters Pressing. When Shinyu returned home, it was already 7 o'clock the following morning. He washed up briefly, but had no intention of going to bed, because he had promised the master that he would bring the other side a waxed beef sandwich and hoisin soup this morning. Shinyu didn't pay any attention to what his hungover father was eating today, just left $100 on the table and hurried out the door. In the midst of jogging, Shinyu replayed everything that happened last night in his head. He realized that mysterious world of cards was grander and weirder than he had imagined. His knowledge is quite limited at this point and he is in desperate need of an experienced leader. But who to find? First of all, Luo Fei, that muscle man, can be excluded. He doesn't know as much as he does. The fat guy who likes secondary characters as well as taking pictures? Or is it the black-skirted sister of unknown origin who seems to be a powerful person, according to what is known now? In addition to new players getting a chance to draw a card for free when they buy into the game, they can also draw one when they win 3 in a row. So, with this understanding of the law, do you get a chance to draw a deck at each of the certain street nodes? But, if you want to get other cards, you have to defeat your opponents along the way, and that's a bit too inefficient. Aren't there other channels? Shinyu pondered over it and decided that he'd better find a chance to ask that smelly two-ponytailed kid. No matter what, he had saved the other party, and the other party did help him last night and showed great strength. Shinyu also only realized after the fact that the suspect leader with the ID Dracula had the highest rank among them and also possessed a golden reinforced card. But under such a premise, that little girl still managed to win easily. I don't know how she did it. Shinyu was a little afraid to imagine why that girl was scared to tears when she was fighting against herself. Was it something to do with the black cards? Thinking about it, Shinyu had already run to the stall selling breakfast. He bought himself and his master a preserved beef sandwich each, and asked for a bowl of hoisin soup to take out. After buying breakfast, Shinyu once again entered the pine forest in the corner of the South Suburban Sports Park. The old man, unsurprisingly, still lay dozing on the bench, wrapped in a rotten cotton jacket full of holes. Shinyu just approached, Before he opened his mouth to call him, the old man twitched his nose a few times and Miso sat up, moving as athletically as an ape. It smells so good, I've been wanting this bite for days. Hurry up, I have the bowl ready, the old man said, then pulled out a broken bowl from the clutter behind him, and asked Shinyu to put the hoisin soup served in a plastic bag over that bowl, the color of the attractive bright steaming hot spicy soup. Just look at people's appetite. The old man took another big bite of the crunchy dry biscuit filled with spicy beef, and instantly his lips were full of flavor. He closed his eyes with an exaggeratedly muffled grunt, followed by another mouthful of hoisin soup layered with a thick layer of red chili peppers, which he wailed on with a dirty stainless steel spoon. That's the smell. Boy, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits today. What did you do last night? A smile hung at the corner of Shinyu's mouth. Only in front of his own master could he show a relatively relaxed posture, feeling that he could still be a child again. I went to a secondary exchange conference with a friend last night and didn't sleep a wink. Friends? You boys made friends too? The old man seemed to be a bit surprised, and he couldn't even bother to eat his breakfast. Looking up at Shinyu, just a general friend, still mostly a higher and higher relationship. He asked me to be his bodyguard and promised $1,000. The old man nodded with a look that said it all and focused on breakfast once more. Shinyu's regular weekly program remained unchanged, and while the old man was eating, he played that set of 8 extremes from start to finish. He strives to be precise and on point with every move and every style, not missing a beat. It did not dwell on speed. After he finished fighting, the old man once again let out a doubtful voice. How is it that you brat, after just one day of absence, seems like the whole person has refined again? It seems that there is indeed a strange encounter in you. Don't worry, I won't pry into your secrets, as long as you take care not to let yourself fall into danger. Looks like it's time to teach you a bit higher level fighting style. Higher levels? Shinyu was slightly stunned. He had been practicing for almost 10 years since he was 9 years old when he followed his master to learn the 8 extremes fist. He thought that the master would only be able to do the 8 extremes fist, but he didn't expect to be told until today that he still had a crushing skill. This old master can really hide. After sparingly eating all the hoisin soup in the bowl, the old man wiped his ragged cotton jacket directly on his mouth and stood up to pat his belly. Well, eat up. Watch. I'm only going to show you once how much you can digest and understand is up to you. This set of gonfu not only softens the rigidity of the 8th level, but also takes into account the softness of taiji. Not only that, for the master I also bagua palm, vajra leg, vigorously vajra finger, wire fist, tongbei quan, dagon small honchuan, wing chun and other more than 20 kinds of boxing leg techniques are blended in it. I call him Wuji Shingong. Watch this. After Shinyu heard this seemingly awesome hodgepodge of divine power, he felt that the name was very middle-aged for no reason. However, this was also the style of the master. The gonfu that could need so many martial arts himself must keep his eyes open and not miss a single detail. The old man began to demonstrate, but his movements threw Shinyu for a loop, because every kick he throws, every punch he throws, every turn he takes, every stride he takes, it's like mixed martial arts. Those moves are both simple and straightforward. Where is the merit of those punches and kicks in them? Only to see the old man fought for a while, suddenly picked up the side of the sack to put clothes, the scene to show Shinyu the ground jiu-jitsu. The corners of Shinyu's eyes jumped twice, wondering if master was senile, surprisingly teaching him mixed martial arts? What about Tai Chi? What about the powerful vajra fingers? Shinyu was even ready for the scene where master made a lightweight leap up between the pine trees like in a martial arts movie, but now he's rolling around on the ground holding a sack, switching between various joint-locking trick moves. In fact, Shinyu has studied these before and has done certain exercises, etc. Suddenly, looking at Shinyu will see something wrong. The old master's movements were not exactly the same, although they were infinitely close to free sparring. Could it be that he had really fused so many Chuanwu moves into free sparring? Thinking of this, Shinyu was no longer skeptical, but instead his eyes blinked without blinking as he memorized all the old man's technical movements in his mind. That simple movement of every punch, every kick, every turn, every stride that didn't seem to be connected formed an extremely harmonious pattern. Shinyu opened his eyes wide and was surprised to find that a huge bagua pattern had appeared under the old man's feet at some point. Taiji. After bidding farewell to the master, Shinyu reviewed the old man's movements just now over and over again in his mind to deepen his memory. This set of the old man's self-created Wuji Shingon was quite subtle, and with each demonstration in his mind he could see the essence of other transmitted martial arts in those movements. The more you practiced, the more profound you felt, and the more you felt that the power was infinite and ever-changing. Just like that, Shinyu didn't know how many times he had reviewed the situation, and his own feet had brought him inside the bounty hunter's bar, which was located on the ground floor of the park convenience store. Just as he walked through the iron gates, he heard a whistle as well as a loud round of applause. Congratulations, our Shaoshin took this big job in just one day, and it's $1 million. $1 million bounty. Kid, no matter what, you have to buy everyone a drink today? That's not too much to ask. Shinyu looked up and saw that there were many bounty hunters sitting here, and everyone looked at him with admiration, jealousy, and doubt, while more were surprised. The old gun had a pipe in his mouth and a big smile on his face as he uttered the above paragraph. Who knows that Shinyu glanced at him and just shook his head silently. The bounty is still not in hand, so buying drinks is exempted. I came here to hand in my mission. No problem. The necessary process still needs to be gone through so that the others can die completely. Old gun ripped the bounties of the 3 suspects who were subdued last night off the mission wall, which meant that this mission had already been completed and no one else needed to think about it. Hey little Shun, you're too efficient. Can you tell us where you got the information? And how did you subdue those criminals? I know you can fight, but I didn't expect such a fight. The neighborhood committee mom holding the teddy is a late-stage case of social cow disease, and can talk for half a day about anyone she pulls in, and the topic doesn't carry repetition. Shin Yu, on the other hand, dislike dealing with such people the most. 35. Splitting the bounty. Amit Bab Buddha. Little devotee Shin. No wonder you didn't ally with any of us. It turns out that you already had information and intelligence on the relevant aspects, and you made $1 million in one day. Blessed by the Buddha. Should the little devotee donate some joss stick money and pray to be sheltered by the Buddha? Big monk, you pull back. You were given shelter, but you were still not preempted by the other Shinyu to complete the mission? To be honest, you are really good. I also just received the news that the suspect appeared near the abandoned hospital in the southern suburb. I did not expect that while my side was still planning. Your side captured the person. Admirable. Really admire. Devilfish patted Shinyu on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. However, just as everyone was projecting their attention on him, Shinyu came faintly, "It's nothing, it's just better luck." This bland attitude of his choked the crowd to death, and many of them cursed in their hearts. You're just a good for nothing. You accomplished such a difficult task in one day and got $1 million in reward money, and you still say, it's just good luck? You think you're the bastard child of the god of luck? Luck alone can't even begin to explain this kind of thing. First of all, none of them here believed that anyone would capture 3 bloodied outlaws alive by sheer luck alone. Everyone in the room knew that it wasn't as if there hadn't been bounty hunters tracking down suspects earlier, but unfortunately, these people invariably failed, and were either seriously injured or sent to their deaths in a miserable end. But now Shinyu only used better luck to explain this matter. When the crowd saw him now, only one word popped into their heads: Versailles. Alright, our bounty hunters in Natick City have impressed their foreign counterparts after this battle. 1 drink for everyone today. On me. Old Gun chewed on his pipe and graciously bought everyone in the room a drink in exchange for a cheer. Seeing the pipe-chomping bounty hunter 001 sitting opposite Shinyu, the others consciously dispersed to make room for the two to communicate. I've heard about the course of your hunt this time, but I'm not quite sure of the details yet. The higher-ups have kept this matter of yours absolutely confidential. Don't worry, I won't ask you, and you don't have to be embarrassed. But Shinyu, I still have to remind you, that group of outlaws is definitely more than 3 people. You have to be doubly careful for the next period of time. Looking at the opposite side of this 001 who took good care of himself, Shinyu nodded slightly. I know. The old gun knew the teenager had a deep mind and never talked nonsense, and was only to the point. I know you don't drink, so a glass of juice? Thanks. After writing off the bounty mission, Shinyu pulled up his hood and prepared to go home to catch up on his sleep, and the moment he stepped into the house with his front foot, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Shinyu carries 2 cell phones with him, and the one that vibrates this time is a lifestyle phone. There was a text message on his cell phone from his bank indicating that $1 million in cash had been deposited. I have to say, the city council did move fast enough this time. This will be more than enough for the surgery needed on Luo Fei's side. On top of that, Stinky Kid deserves a share as well. Shinyu did some mental math and felt that Miao Hia should get the most points. After all, her opponent was the strongest. Previously, Miao Hia had already added Shinyu as a friend in the game interface, and at the moment he only needed to transfer money to the other party through the 3less cell phone. After entering the transfer amount of $500,000, Shinyu confirmed several times before clicking send. After finishing, he transferred another $250,000 to Luo Fei and left $250,000 for himself. Shinyu's side had just prompted a successful transfer, and Luo Fei's side had a reply. Brother Shen, you're my real brother. I'll buy you dinner later. The corners of Shinyu's mouth twitched a few times, somewhat unused to being addressed in this manner. With that done, he set aside his deepest doubts and clues for now and went to bed to catch up on his sleep. The temporary hearing room of the Criminal Police Brigade in Natick City. Director Yang, thank you very much for your cooperation and understanding. Then I will now extract these 3 prisoners and return to the capital. Director Wei of Operation 3 was still wearing a black trench coat at the moment, but there was an additional gentleman's bowler hat on his head at some point. He slightly pressed the brim of his hat and saluted Director Yang. although Yang Bureau is also a little reluctant in his heart, but he also knows that this matter is of great importance, but also got the attention of those big shots in the capital. Director Wei doesn't have to be polite. It's all about fighting evil and guarding the people. Wei Xiong nodded, then whispered, Bureau Chief Yang, in the end, I'll have to trouble you to send a few police cars to take the prisoner to the airport. My men and I will follow in the shadows. Yang Bureau knows the other party's intention. The probability is that they are afraid that the prisoner still has accomplices hiding in the dark, and make a move to rob people in the middle of the road. No problem. I've already instructed Lu Zhanyun to take charge of this matter, so Director Wei can rest assured. Lu Zhanyun is the ace of the City Bureau's criminal police team, and such an important job naturally falls on his head, though he was 100 times more reluctant. There were 6 police cars escorting the prisoners this time, and Lu Zhanyun was sitting in the car that broke the back. Chief Lu, that what the head of the 3rd Division is idle, letting us help him transport the prisoners, but he himself doesn't know where to run off to. The driver is Tao Shuai. He and his own captain, the same enemy, for their own side of the credit was stolen, quite angry. Captain Lu sat in the passenger seat, watching the scenery outside the car window, constantly skimming backwards, and did not answer. Tao Shuai made a fool of himself, then looked to a policewoman in the rearview mirror and said, Fei Fei, once this thing is over, let's go to the newly opened hot pot restaurant across the street from the station and try it out. I saw their store door posted opening 50% off. The policewoman in the back seat was named Cheng Fei Fei, but their captain called people by only 2 words, so her name was also called Cheng Fei Fei. I'll go if the captain goes. Cheng Fei Fei's answer was very concise. Me too. Sitting next to Cheng Fei Fei was a Yen Zhangwo who was in his 50s and held a thermos cup in his hand at all times. Of course, in Captain Lu's place his name could only be Old Yen. Old Yen, I didn't ask you. You can go if you like. Tao Shuai rolled his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was pursuing Cheng Fei Fei. But unfortunately, Cheng Fei Fei adores Captain Lu, while the captain's world seems to have no such things as women and feelings, but is purely a workaholic. Watch the road. It's on the airport highway. Lu Zhanyun reminded Tao Shuai, who was driving. Somehow, he felt something wrong in his heart, like something was about to happen. The convoy escorting the prisoners turned onto the airport highway, and in the next would be a dedicated fast lane almost devoid of people. Suddenly, a loud bang came, and I don't know what happened ahead, but the police car escorting the prisoner slammed a sharp brake. Tao Shuai, who was following behind, had his body muscles stiffened for an instant, and his feet subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Since driving on the highway, all the vehicles are basically going over 100 yards. Where can they stop when they want to? Hold on tight. Seeing that his car is about to rear-end the escort car in front of him, Tao Shuai slammed a hand in the direction of the car, so that the front of the car hit the roadside fence, directly into the farmland outside the highway. After a violent lurch, the vehicle rolled over on its side before coming to a stop. Lu Zhanyun pressed his dizzy head, kicked open the already deformed car door, and dragged his 3 subordinates out first. The 3 were a little dazed from the violent impact and were unable to recover for the time being. Lu Zhanyun secretly said in his heart that it is not good, while picking up the telegraph to ask the situation of the front car, while unloading the gun on his waist. What's happening up ahead? There was a crackle of electricity from the telegraph, but no one answered his question. Lu Zhanyun put down the telegraph and switched to holding the gun with both hands, lowering his center of gravity and moving towards the front of the convoy. As he passed other police cars, he saw that his colleagues in them had passed out from the sudden impact. A few people left blood on their foreheads, looking badly injured. Lu Zhanyun did not delay, took out the phone and prepared to call the bureau for help, and in the meantime called the ambulance to come. But no matter what number he dialed, all that came out of his cell phone was a busy signal. Signal jamming. Lu Zhanyun's heart was startled when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the front of the convoy. 36. Highway interception. Lu Zhanyun's heart burst with anger, and with both hands holding the gun, he violently flashed out sideways, shouting, "Don't move!" However, there was nothing in front of him. The footsteps I heard just now clearly came from this direction. Lu Zhanyun's doubts had just arisen when he heard the door of the prison van escorting the prisoners behind him being opened. He turned again and raised his gun to see a tall, thin man in a leather jacket and long leather boots. The man was carrying half of a prison car door in his hand, as if he had ripped it off with brute force. "Freeze! Hands in the air!" Lu Zhanyun shouted as he held his gun in both hands and moved his feet to try and get around to the front of his opponent. The tall, thin figure half raised his hands and just casually dropped the car door to the ground. Suddenly, Lu Zhanyun's pupils contracted as he saw an unnameable swirl of shadows appear on the man's chest. Several black tentacles poked out of the vortex and reached into the prison wagon compartment. "I said freeze!" Bang! Lu Zhanyun yelled again and fired a warning shot into the sky. The tall, thin man still had his hands half raised. but the black tentacles between his chest dragged out the 3 prisoners in the compartment who had fainted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang bang bang. Lu Zhanyun no longer hesitated. His finger pulled the trigger to fire 3 shots in a row, but the scene that shocked him reappeared. At the same time he pulled the trigger, the tall and thin man's back also appeared in a vortex, with 3 black tentacles rapidly poking out from within, steadily curling around the bullet shot by Lu Zhanyun. What? The criminal police chief, who was also accustomed to seeing big scenes, was dismayed, but his body still reacted as it should. He instinctively lunged to the side and rolled on the ground, and where he had just stood, there were already 3 more bullet holes. Lu Zhanyun raised his hand and fired 2 more shots just as his body stopped. The 2 bullets were also unsurprisingly caught in the other side's black tentacles and thrown back. Lu Zhanyun dodged to the side of the prison car and managed to dodge 2 bullets. He knew that the pistol would not be able to harm the other man, but suddenly noticed a Remington M870 shotgun next to the driver of the prison van. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Monster. Lu Zhanyun reaches through the car window and takes out the shotgun and loads the bullets. Come on, try this. Bang. Another shot rang out, but this time instead of 1 or 2 bullets spewing from the muzzle, there were a full 20 pellets. These bullets were centered around the tall and thin man, covering all the directions he could possibly dodge. Normally in such a close-range situation, the person who was shot would be knocked straight out, and even half of his body would be blown away. But the scene Lu Zhanyun expected didn't happen. In the face of this covering attack containing 20 projectiles, the tall and thin man only slowly raised his right hand and placed it in front of his body. Suddenly, it was as if a curtain wall of water currents had appeared out of nowhere between the bullet and the tall, thin man. Not only that, but the surrounding time also seemed to freeze, and the trajectories of all objects became abnormally slow. Even the speed at which Lu Zhanyun's pupils contracted became incomparably slow. Under Lu Zhanyun's almost terrified gaze, all those projectiles that came into contact with the water screen stopped flying, like mice that were stuck to a sticky mouseboard and were helpless. At this time, Lu Zhanyun also finally saw the other party's proper face. It was a mask that resembled a Peking opera face. The mask is outlined in crimson paint with a scar of burning fire running from the upper left to the lower right. In addition to this striking red scar, other locations are filled with twisted and blurred screaming human faces, arranged in a dense and creepy disorder. Lu Zhanyun saw that the other party's right hand drew a circle on the water screen, and then grabbed all the bullets from those shotguns in his hands. He screamed in the bottom of his heart that it wasn't good, but it was hard to move as if his feet were rooted. It was as if Captain Lu could already see the scene of himself being beaten into a sieve by a projectile. Just then, however, a gunshot broke the eerie and slow scene. The tall, thin man's body shook and he looked sideways to the back. Lu Zhanyun saw with the rest of his eyes that it was the sober Cheng Fei who hit the other party with a pistol. The kind of scene that made things around them turn to an unbearably slow pace shattered instantly with the sound of the gunshot. Lu Zhanyun's arduous legs also instantly powered up to lunge at the side of the prison car. The projectiles that were thrown back by the tall and thin man also smashed dense bullet marks on the ground. Captain, how are you doing? On the other side, Tao Shui and Lao Yan, who had come to their senses one after another, also supported them. Lu Zhanyun gripped the shotgun in his hand and shouted, "Surround him, kill him if you have the chance." Round up who? Tao Shui's question made Lu Zhanyun froze, and then he seemed to realize what a sideways flip raised his gun and aimed it at the position where the tall and thin man had just stood. But unfortunately, it was empty, and there was half a shadow there. Where are the people? Lu Zhanyun held his gun and looked around, but he heard sirens coming from far away on the other side of the highway. Meanwhile, on another highway leading to the airport in Xiazhu City, Director Wei was sitting in a jeep with an overbearing and sturdy appearance, putting his bowler hat over his face, seemingly napping. There were only 3 people in the car with the driver, but the compartment was so unusually quiet that it seemed impossible to detect even the sound of breathing. As the jeep traveled to an unoccupied stretch of road, there was a sudden loud bang. A wave of flames rose violently from the ground, lifting the jeep directly into the air more than 5 meters high. Bam! The jeep flew high and landed hard. Although this car is exceptionally sturdy and hardy, but at the moment it has also been dropped to the body deformation. Chassis smoke. Thick flames rose from the car, completely enveloping the entire vehicle in 2 seconds. Under these circumstances, there is no chance that the people in the car will survive. At that moment, 2 figures in black cloaks approached from the side of the road, looking down and examining something. 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 decks. They're all here. I didn't expect this recycling mission to be so easy. Don't be careless, the other party is the head of Operation 3. Let's get going and rendezvous with Squid. It turned out that what the 2 men were scrutinizing with their heads down was the deck used by the 3 suspects who were subdued by Xinyu and the others. And within those 7 cards, there was a Blood Clan card with a golden border and covered in a thorn pattern suspended in the air. The 2 cloaked men put away their decks, reached out and pulled a gap in the air covered in mosaic, and just lifted their feet and walked in. After the two entered, the crack slowly rejoined and disappeared. The flames on the jeep were still burning, with occasional crackling sounds. The quietly burning flames suddenly parted from it, and a silhouette slowly stepped out of the flames, and it was that hard-featured, bowler-hatted Wei Xiong of the Action 3 division. A flash of gold flashed in his hand, and the burning jeep suddenly returned to its original state. The flames were sucked into the deck like dust, leaving not even a trace. Wei Xiong looked at the place where the two black cloaks had just disappeared and slowly hooked a smile. At that moment, a Division 3 operative stepped out of the car, holding a nondescript device that resembled an old-fashioned radio. "Director, it's already connected. The other party is on the highway heading to Wanjing." Wei Xiong nodded imperceptibly. "Got it. What's the situation with the escort convoy?" "Well, the three low-ranking peripheral members that were captured were silenced. 2 of the officers were killed, 3 were seriously injured, and the rest had minor injuries." "Phew." Wei Xiong gently exhaled and paused. "Go back and give them additional medals. Attach another sum of settlement money." "Yes." 37. Tattoo parlor clues. Lu Zhanyun, don't be a jerk to me. You think I feel good about sacrificing 2 police officers this time? But this case has already been handed over. That's no longer something we can touch at this level. Besides, the fallen officers have already been given first-class merit and a substantial settlement, which is already the greatest recognition for them. What more do you want? Inside the director's office, Lu Zhanyun smashed a deep dent in the tin cabinet with his fist, and the angry director Yang's cheek muscles twitched as he slapped the table and yelled at him. "I just want the truth. Li Jun and Du Cheng died for no reason. Can a mere settlement pay for their lives?" The head of that 3rd division of whatever must have known that there would be an interception halfway across the country. He took the other way to the airport. Those 3 prisoners were simply the ones he gave up on. He must be transporting something more important, and our group is just a decoy. Pity Li Jun and Du Cheng died so worthlessly. Director Yang's forehead veins rippled as he roared. "The truth? What truth are you asking me for? I've told you, that level is beyond our reach. If you really want the truth, then work hard for me. Solve more major cases. Only when you reach your position, you'll be able to access the ING truth. I want the ING truth now." Director Yang was so angry that he reached out and copied the alabaster teacup on the desktop and wanted to slam it against the wall. His hand paused in the air, remembering that it was a gift from his wife on his 50th birthday. Director Yang gritted his teeth, but still placed the teacup steadily back on the desktop again. He sighed, and then his tone eased. "De Lu Ah, you are not doing a day or 2 days of novice. You should know that there are some things that should not be asked, do not ask. Should not listen to, do not listen to. The level is not enough. The more you know but not good for you. To tell you the truth, I don't know whether Mr. Wei is transporting something important back to the capital or not. Think about it, even I as a director is not qualified to know. You can imagine how huge forces are involved behind this matter. Although Special Action Division 3 is just a division, I have also inquired about it from my colleagues in the capital. This division specializes in unnatural cases, dealing with those that cannot be explained by science. Obviously, this time the case has involved areas we can't understand. That's all I have to say. Clean up your emotions. You have a memorial service for your fallen comrades this afternoon. Put away your foul temper. Do you know why you've been stuck at the position of first captain, unable to go any further? Director Yang wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lu Zhanyun waving his hand. My temper has been like this all my life. I can't change it. He turned around and walked away after that, then pulled the door to the director's office room shut so violently that it shook the awards sitting by the door to the floor. Director Yang was so angry with him that he almost choked to death on the spot without catching his breath. Of course, the robbery of the convoy escorting the prisoners and the sacrifice of 2 police officers. All these things will not be reported and publicized to the public, and Xin Yu and the others are not allowed to know. After making up for his sleep, Xin Yu woke up again in the afternoon. He was helpless to realize that the indolent dad had slipped out again at some point, but he didn't believe anyone would dare to play cards and gamble with him anytime soon. No one would play with him even if he wanted to. After a little bit of washing, Xinyu recalled the clues revealed to him by that Director Wei who came from the capital. Xinyu followed the weird caller ID pattern he saw in his memory and redrew it on a piece of white paper with a pencil. Strange. Why is there an icon like this where the caller ID should be? What does it mean? Xinyu thought about it, but couldn't get a single clue in the face of the never-seen-before icon. After a few moments, he decided to go out for a walk. Usually he takes aimless walks around the city when something hits a dead end. This way on the road may be because of something, or something. It will provide inspiration and enlightenment to him. This is something that Xinyu often does. Although it was still only afternoon, the sky darkened early in Natick City, which had already entered late fall. Pedestrians on the street were hurrying towards their homes with their arms clasped or their collars up. This is the time when those social animals who need to work even on weekends get off work. Shinyu still wore his hood, hands in his pockets, and walked forward with his head down. His figure seemed to blend into the shadows of the building. Many pedestrians brushed past him, seemingly failing to notice his presence. This lack of presence seems to be one of the characteristics of the Lone Ranger cards, but such a change was just what Shinyu wanted. To put it bluntly, he was a person who liked to be quiet and didn't talk when he could. Shinyu dispersed his thoughts and emptied his brain, letting his feet carry him aimlessly through the streets and alleys of the city. He always had the illusion that there seemed to be an invisible thread connected and intertwined between everyone and everything in this world. They may not seem to intersect with each other, but they are intertwined and influence each other. Shinyu believes that even a sneeze from a homeless man across the ocean can go through thousands of connections and affect another person around him. It was as if all of them were living on a giant spider's web. Just then, the tip of Shinyu's nose was suddenly cold. He looked up slowly and murmured softly under his breath, "It's raining again." Late fall seems to have been quite rainy in summer Bamboo this year. Even the days when it doesn't rain are always overcast, and it seems like it's been a long time since we've had a bright sunny day. Suddenly, just at this moment, Shinyu's heart seemed to feel something. Looking to the right-hand side of the road, a crossroads store. That storefront was small and narrow, just big enough for one person to get in and out. The transparent window outside the store displayed many tattoo patterns in exaggerated, hideous, mysterious, or complicated shapes. It's a tattoo parlor. And what gave Shinyu a sense of familiarity was that in the middle of those complicated patterns, there was a bizarre eye that seemed to be a tattoo pattern. Instead of looking like a normal human, the bizarre giant one-eyed pupil contracted inward as if it were a vortex in a circle. The vortex made it impossible for those who watched it to take their eyes away, as if their body, mind, and spirit would be sucked into an extraterrestrial space by it. Shinyu frowned slightly. He remembered that this eye, this pupil, were all very similar to one of the parts of that mysterious symbol that Director Wei had drawn to himself, though not all. Could that clue have something to do with this tattoo parlor? Shinyu thought about it and raised his hand to push open the glass door that was only for one person to enter and exit. Welcome. As he entered the store, there came a mechanical female voice pre-programmed into the infrared sensors. Wind chimes hang from the glass doors, tinkling and emitting a pleasant ringing sound. This tattoo parlor is not big. One might even say crowded. It has tattoo designs plastered all around the walls and a few customer returns. Most of those patterns were dominated by mysterious symbols and hideous ghostly faces, and there didn't seem to be any normal patterns. For example, Shinyu is more familiar with the Guan Ershi and so on. The owner, who was sitting inside napping, was a middle-aged woman with flowery patterns tattooed all over her body. The woman, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth and her eyes sunken and blackened, glanced listlessly at Shinyu and casually said, "I don't do business with students here." Shinyu was slightly surprised, not expecting this seemingly Japanese gangster tattoo parlor owner to be quite principled. He reached down and pointed to the eye-style design on the glass case and asked, "May I ask what that design represents?" The boss raised his eyes slightly and followed the direction of Shinyu's finger, then narrowed his eyes again. She reached up to remove the cigarette from her mouth, dusted it in the ashtray, and raised her hand. "That represents the eye of true sight, the eye of reincarnation, the eye of chaos. Oh, who knows? The person who provided me with this pattern in the first place didn't make it clear either." "The person who gave you the pattern? What kind of person is that?" Shinyu instantly felt that this seemed to be the clue. The lady boss made a reminiscent face and after a few seconds asked rhetorically, "What's that got to do with you?" Shinyu did not hide it in the slightest, and said with a natural demeanor, "She is most likely the person I have been looking for." The female boss looked at the big boy with a calm face in front of her and replied with narrowed eyes, "That was a woman. Although many years have passed, I still remember. She was very pretty, with straight black hair falling straight to her waist, a warm smile on her face, and clear, unadulterated eyes, just like a newborn baby. When she first drew me that pattern, she said that it represented the eye of true sight, the eye of reincarnation, and the eye of chaos. I asked her what that meant. Instead, she just laughed and gave me a sum of money to put that design on the window. By the way, what else did she say then? It's been too long some can't remember." When Shinyu heard this tattoo parlor owner's description, waves of shock suddenly rolled over him. His eyes gradually widened as he felt that the look of the woman described by this tattoo parlor owner overlapped infinitely with the look of the one on the ID card he had picked up of his mother. 38. Traces of mother. "May I ask what else she said? Did she come back to you during this time afterward? Did she say what her name was? Why?" In the face of Shinyu's ensuing questions, that female boss reached out and scratched her hair without answering. She waved her hand lazily. "It's been too long to remember. Maybe you could ask at that store across the street. That's where else she went after she got out of my place." Shinyu turned back with a huff and looked toward a store on the diagonal of the intersection. It was an old watch repair store. Just by looking at the front and the style of decoration, it should have been there for many years. This kind of store is usually only taken by older people to have their watches, clocks and other things repaired. I wonder how the owner of this store makes ends meet. Shinyu said thank you, took a picture of the tattoo pattern with his cell phone, and hurriedly crossed the intersection to the door of that watch repair store. Here he froze once more, because in the glass window of this watch repair store, the inner workings of a rather dated mechanical watch are on display, and the gears, parts and other things inside this watch make a marvelous pattern. This pattern was also among the one Wei Xiong had drawn for him. It was imprinted right above the swirling eyes. What the hell is going on here? Many questions welled up in Shinyu's mind, and he was almost certain that the person who had given that pattern to the tattoo parlor owner many years ago was his own missing and deceased mother. Why is she doing this? What is the hidden agenda behind it? What kind of person is she really? Is she really a player? But what's the deeper meaning of participating in such card battles other than the rewards that can be gained? At least now Shinyu, who had participated in 4 battles, didn't see any significance in just fighting and getting monetary rewards. It's just like most MMOs. Upgrade, collect cards, get rewards, an infinite loop that seems endless with no end in sight. He gathered his thoughts, took a deep breath, opened the door and walked into the watch repair store. This watch repair store is smaller and more crowded than a tattoo parlor. Maybe it doesn't take much to repair a clock. Just a counter, 2 chairs, and a workbench. At this moment, an old gentleman with white hair on the workbench was wearing magnifying glasses specially designed for repairing clocks and watches, concentrating on fiddling with a watch on his hand. Seeing Shinyu come in, he put down the tools in his hand and looked up. Young man, is there any watch that needs to be repaired? Shinyu bluntly pointed at the antique watch in the window with the case opened and asked, Old sir, I would like to ask about the provenance of that watch. The tower is very similar to one of my mother's previous relics, and it brings back a lot of memories for me. Shinyu is simply making things up. His mother left nothing for him when she left home at that time, except for those few relics from a while ago. The white-haired old gentleman glanced at the old watch in the window and drifted off for a moment. Oh, you say that piece of watch? To be honest, I have repaired a lifetime of watches, but I have never seen such a fine mechanical watch. Its movement is different from all the brands and styles you can see on the market. The fineness is beyond my imagination. How can I put it? To use your young people's popular words, that watch seems to have traveled from the future. Ha. Crossing over? Shinyu's heart moved slightly, and he asked busily, Old sir, do you still remember who put this watch here with you? The old gentleman's eyes subconsciously looked upwards diagonally, as if in remembrance. Following closely, he said with a dazed expression, I remember it was many years ago, but the owner of that watch impressed me. She even gave me money for depositing the watch with me. That's right, it was a young waif with long hair and good looks. What did she say at the time? Look at my brain. It's been a long time since I was old, so I really can't remember. Can't remember again? The woman with long hair again? Could it really be my own mother? After earning the consent of that boss, Shinyu used his cell phone to take a close-up shot of the internal structure of that antique watch. He excused himself and stood on the road. At this moment, the rain in the sky had gradually intensified, and the pedestrians on the road were either sheltering or running, none of them speeding up their pace. Only Shinyu, who stood frozen at the intersection, quietly bathed under the pattering drizzle, as if he did not notice it at all. Swirling eyes, future traveling watches that form a mysterious pattern. What does all this mean? Suddenly, Shinyu stood at the intersection to first look at the tattoo parlor across the street, and then glanced at the clock repair store behind him. Those two intricate shapes seem to form a perfect angle, but this angle is still 1 point short of support. Is there still a clue left by my mother at this intersection? Thinking of this, Shinyu began to look around. He swept his eyes over every store and every sign along the street, and eventually, his eyes came to rest on a nondescript billboard on the side of the road. It was an old billboard with a rusty pattern peeling off that didn't seem to have been handled in many years. The original pattern on the billboard was no longer verifiable, and he quickly focused on a corner where the modeled pattern was still intact. There was half a tattoo parlor's eye, and half a watch store's watch. Also, there was a string of numbers that wasn't complete. Seeing the numbers at the bottom of that billboard should be the contact number left by the publisher of the ad. Only in the long years and years of washing away, the phone number can only see 5 digits. The previous digits have long been impossible to know. But soon, Shinyu realized that the billboard belonged to the street office. If this place originally belonged to some ad placement company, it's probably long gone. But if the billboard belonged to the street office, then no matter how many years have passed since it was there should still be a record of it. Shinyu thought of this no longer hesitate, immediately to some of the surrounding stores to inquire about the location of the street office. Shortly afterward, he found the street office that managed that area under a 2-story temporary house at the back of an old neighborhood. As the time was already pointing to 6 o'clock, It was long past working hours for public offices such as these, but Shinyu was pleasantly surprised to find that the lights were still on in one of the houses and there were people there. Shinyu lifted up the curtain at the door of the doorway of that proverbial house and drilled in. The room was greeted by a row of counters half a man high with the names of some clerks as well as their work numbers. Most of the seats at the counter were empty at the moment, and only one of them was occupied by a female clerk who was no longer young. She had glasses on the bridge of her nose and was very close to the computer screen. The index fingers of both hands were clumsily searching for a key on the keyboard, struggling to operate it. Seeing Shinyu come in, the female clerk froze slightly and then spoke. "We are already off duty. Come back tomorrow morning if you want to do anything." Shinyu nodded politely and removed his hood. "Hello, I just have a question I want to ask. It won't take you too long." Seeing that the one who came was a student-like teenager, the female clerk removed her glasses, temporarily put down the matter at hand, and asked with a smile, "What questions do you have? Ask away." "I would like to ask you, the billboard standing at the intersection is rusted and seems to have been there for a long time, but why hasn't it been removed as of today?" The female clerk's expression staggered for a moment, most likely not expecting the young student to ask that question. She smiled and explained, "Harm. That's really the right question to ask if you ask these youngsters nowadays. No one knows yet. The reason that billboard has not been removed today is because someone paid a lease for more than 10 years. I thought that was a lot of money at the time, but looking back now, that person who rented the billboard made a fortune. That's prime real estate now. However, since we have received the money and signed the contract, how the billboards should be used is their business, and we have no way to intervene. But, counting the days, it should be almost time. At that time, I guess I won't renew her contract. After all, that billboard is too much of an impact on the city's appearance. It's likely to be removed." Shinyu's heart stirred, and he busily asked, "Can I ask you what was originally advertised on that billboard?" 39. The man in black who reappeared. The middle-aged clerk smiled very warmly and said, "This I remember, because the billboard had been there long enough. I saw it every time I passed by, and I was extremely impressed. As I recall, the billboard advertised an auto body shop. It's strange that an auto body shop needs to advertise so far away from its location, and for over a decade. Now that most of the graphics on the ads are peeling off, I wonder if that auto body shop owner is still in business. Odds are it's long gone. An auto body shop? Can you help me find out which auto body shop it is?" Seeing this middle-aged clerical older sister's puzzled and scrutinizing gaze, Shinyu hastily added, "Oh, our teacher assigned a composition to write about old people and old things around us from years ago, and I think it'll be a very good source of inspiration." That big sister nodded indistinctly and extremely unskilledly operated on the computer. "You wait, let me show you. Hey, nowadays everything has to be done with computers, and older people like us can't keep up with the times." She tapped hard for a while, suddenly picked up the pen and paper at hand. Swish, 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 swish. Swish wrote an address and handed it to Shinyu. "Here's the address for it, but I can't guarantee that the auto body store is still open. Good luck, lad." Shinyu took the slip of paper with the address of the auto body shop and bowed towards the opposite side to express his gratitude before he turned around and walked out of the street office. Shinyu pulled up his hood and ran towards the direction indicated by that address in the face of the gradually dense rain. That street is a short distance from this intersection. It's fairly remote and not at all accessible by car. In Shinyu's memory, it had been designated in the demolition range for secondary development some years earlier, and had probably long since been turned into other buildings. After the card enchanted Shinyu, physical quality has long had a substantial increase. Running to start, whether it is speed or endurance, has exceeded the level of professional athletes. After running at full speed for an hour, he finally arrived at the address written on the note: 47 Clockwork Lane. Shinyu puffed out white air from his mouth, breathing a little sharply. Maybe it was the long, high-speed run, or maybe it was the auto body shop that still stood in front of him. Something foreboding loomed in his mind as a logo was emblazoned on the side and bottom of that auto body shop sign. The logo was an eye with a swirling pupil and complex gear-like symbols floating in the upper part. It was exactly the same as the one that Wei Xiong, the head of Operations Division 3, had drawn for him to see. Heart of the Future Auto Repair and Upholstery. Shinyu silently read the name on the signboard, looked at the overgrown ruins of the rotten building to the left and right, and basically had determined that the owner of this repair shop must have known his mother and had a very close relationship. He must know something. Adjusting his breathing, Shinyu raised his feet and walked inside. But just then, a slightly familiar figure appeared out of the corner of his eye. Shinyu slightly sidestepped his head and saw a tall young girl wearing a long skirt even on a cold day at the end of that overgrown path. "How is she?" The young girl was carrying a plastic bag that appeared to contain beer and kebabs. "She seems to be very good at it." Suddenly, There was a strange sound coming from the half person high barren grass on the other side of Xinyu. He jerked his head back to look at the source of the sound, but all he could see were yellowed weeds swaying in the wind, and when he moved his sight back again, he found that the tall girl Xiao Wei, who was suspected to be a high-level player, had somehow arrived less than a meter in front of him. What? Xinyu subconsciously wanted to make a move, but he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he had already been dragged by the other party to move out a few meters horizontally. Instead, a cloud of fireworks exploded abruptly from where he had just been standing. The fireworks were quite bizarre and didn't make a lot of noise, so much so that Xinyu didn't even notice them in advance. Other than that, that firework had no color, or only black and white. It was only at this point that the sixth sense of the mind's warning came from Xinyu's heart. His premonition had just risen when Xiao Wei behind him once again lifted his collar and moved out horizontally, and this time, without stopping, she pranced and dodged back and forth across the wasteland of towering dry grass. Strange black and white fireworks exploded one after another, none of which were very powerful, but they managed to create a void in the location where they exploded. Xinyu realized in the intervals between Xiao Wei pulling herself out of dodge that as long as the place was blasted by the black and white fireworks, it would splatter something similar to an irregularly shaped mosaic. That's like knocking off the corner of a large Lego toy with a hammer. It gave him a sense of absurdity, as if he were in a pixelated game like My World. Prop cards, Black Blade. A clear and cold voice rang out, and Xiao Wei, who was tall in a black dress, finally stopped dodging and materialized a long and narrow black blade. Xinyu secretly said in his heart, sure enough, it seems that this iceberg beauty with a preference for beer and kebabs is truly a gamer. But one doesn't know the opponent's rank yet. Also, who the hell were the people who attacked them? And what was that weird weapon? Is it also a deck? After Xiao Wei materialized the black long sword, the raindrops that were originally pattering down around them stopped in an instant. But after a few moments Xinyu realized that those raindrops had stopped because they had changed into the state of snowflakes. It's snowing? He looked up to make sure, but realized that only the large area above his head was snowing, as if he had been isolated in a separate space. Can you fight? Xiao Wei's voice that didn't contain a trace of emotion came out. Xinyu didn't say anything, just nodded calmly. He already had his two cards between his fingers, ready to strike. At that moment, the dodos of exploding fireworks stopped, and several men in black suits and pants and dark sunglasses appeared around the area. Xinyu frowned slightly, realizing that these people were similar to the group of people who had kidnapped Niuhia. No matter their dress or the aura that didn't resemble a living person. Is it related to that incident? Is this revenge? Poof, purifier. I knew it was you guys coming when I smelled this putrid odor. The high-strung Xiao Wei murmured, and although Xinyu heard her words, he didn't understand what they meant. Soon, those mysterious people in black clothes and black pants moved in unison and pulled out a throwing stick from their sleeves, and just silently moved forward, surrounding Xinyu and Xiao Wei in the center. Reinforcement card, Lone Brave. Xinyu did not hesitate, and at that moment, he applied the card to himself. Xiao Wei, dressed in a black dress, gave him a sideways glance but did not speak, but Xinyu still detected a hint of doubt in her eyes, as well as a hint of relief. The next moment, the speed of those men in black grew faster and faster. If Xinyu hadn't already used the reinforcement card to strengthen himself, it was likely that he would have already lost track of his opponent. Suddenly, Xiao Wei, who was standing beside him with a black knife in her hand, moved. She took a seemingly slow, diagonal step, but she had already put at least 5 meters of distance between her and Xinyu. Then there was a black crescent moon that appeared in Xinyu's sight. No, that wasn't the crescent moon, it was the black blade in Xiao Wei's hand. Swish, the sound of the blade cutting through the air rang out, and several black-clothed men who attempted to approach her were slashed by the crescent moon, snapping directly in two from the waist position. But strangely enough, these people did not bleed, nor did they let out any screams. Instead, they shook a few times and soon disappeared into scattered mosaics. Xinyu's gaze condensed and asked silently in his heart, these, just what kind of people are they? 40, the mysterious number of the mass. The black-clothed man who was cut in two by the black blade quickly disappeared, but the other black-clothed men still rushed out from all corners as if they couldn't see the death of their companions. They waved the flinging sticks in their hands, and the short, ordinary-looking stick would leave an illusion-inducing shadow as it glided through the air. It was as if another flinging stick would be spawned from wherever it swept by. Densely packed, there were more and more. Xinyu frowned slightly, because at the moment, the space around him had been formed into 4 walls within the space by those extremely fast-growing flinging sticks, completely isolating him from it, unable to see the situation of Xiao Wei's battle. Hallucinations. These must all be hallucinations. Xinyu simply closed his eyes in order not to let the bizarre scene affect his judgment. He held the black deck in his hand and used only his sixth sense and keen hearing to determine the enemy's location. At that moment, his inspiration seemed to check, and his body leaned back slightly. The next moment, A throwing stick was swept against the tip of his nose. Shin Yu's hand clamped the black card upward, and those stick shadows that seemed like a curtain wall were quickly split into a huge gap, and then disappeared as a bit of starbursts. But the other party clearly didn't want to give Shin Yu a chance to catch his breath. As he dodged the first blow, the next moment he noticed a strong wind coming from the back of his head. Shin Yu's body that was leaning backward stopped out of thin air with an extremely bizarre movement, twisted his waist and just flipped over, leaping out to the side. This time the flinging stick had gotten next to his clothes, cutting a long gaping hole in the side of Shin Yu's bodysuit's stomach. The seemingly rounded tip of that flinging stick was actually sharper than the blade of a knife. Shin Yu looked down at his torn clothes, and a layer of frost quickly covered his face. This is the second piece of clothing he's had damaged in recent memory, and these are money, all avoidable extra expenses. Although he had only just received a substantial bounty, the simple character formed over the years still made Shin Yu feel a pang of flesh. He waved his black deck and drew a circle around himself, completely breaking down and dissipating the curtain of stick shadows that surrounded him. Xiao Wei's fighting figure once again appeared in front of his eyes, and the black knife in the hand of this high-cooled beauty who was still carrying a beer and kebabs in her left hand seemed to have become a bit darker than it had just been. The sheer darkness was like a cosmic black hole that had experienced eons of time, as if it could suck the human soul into it. Xiao Wei, who was in the middle of a break between battles, sidestepped her head and glanced at the cards that Shin Yu had clipped in the cracks of his fingers. Her eyes moved away after a slight pause, but this small movement was still captured by Shin Yu. Is this woman who is suspected to be a high-level player aiming at me? Or is she after this black card in my hand? What about these men in black? Are they also after my black card? Shin Yu made a slight guess in his heart, and his body took a step in place, dodging a sneaky black-robed man behind him. The card slashed across the back of the opponent's neck stalk, causing the man to turn into a starburst on the spot and dissipate into thin air. Shin Yu looked around and realized that the snowflakes that started out as stars had become denser. The snowflakes were also getting bigger, and this rapidly decreasing temperature seemed to make the black-clad man's movements unusually slow, as if he were a puppet with somewhat rusty joints. The speed of Xiao Wei's black blade dance, however, became even swifter in this cold environment. In just a few blinks of an eye, she had already finished off all the black-clothed men that had appeared. However, there was one detail that Shin Yu noticed. He realized that the tall woman in the black dress did not put away her black sword after the battle ended. She just raised her chin like that, signaling Shin Yu to follow behind her into this auto body shop. Shin Yu was tempted to ask her a few questions, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud bang coming from the garage. Buzz. This auto body shop, nestled in a cluster of overgrown, rotten buildings, suddenly looked like it had been hit by a speeding train, and an entire wall on the side collapsed. It collapsed from the inside out. Accompanying it was a glare that made it impossible to see straight. The sudden change caused Shin Yu and Xiao Wei to be stunned for a moment, and then both of them accelerated their steps and rushed forward. The rusty, moss-covered iron door was gently padlocked by a lock that had also been baptized by not a few short years. Shin Yu only lifted a foot in the forward march, and kicked this iron door with the lock aside. Entering the interior of the garage, an entire wall has been blown down. The garage is a messy mess, scattered around the old car parts and repair tools. Shin Yu searched for a while in those corners buried by the collapsed walls, but failed to find any suspected injured figures. There's no one here? He opened his mouth quizzically and stood in the repair shop raising his eyes. This repair shop is rectangular in shape and has a height of about 5 meters. It's outdated equipment and no cars or extra rooms, and a quick glance at the inside gives you a good idea of what's going on. But, there's no one? Then how did the explosion just happen? Holding a plastic bag in one hand and a black knife in the other, Xiao Wei spun around and said, "It's the Rangers, they found the rebooted Future Eye before we did." "What did you say? Reactivated Future Eyes? What do you mean?" Shin Yu's heart was now filled with confusion, and it was obvious that the woman in front of him knew quite a bit. Xiao Wei calmly looked at Shin Yu and slowly said, "When you discovered this auto body shop and that icon, it was the opportunity for it to activate. The Eye of the Future has been sleeping for many years, and it was you who made it reactivate and be locked in position again by the Rangers. Who exactly do the Rangers you were just talking about represent? Is it that group of men in black? How is it that their bodies were able to dissipate into nothing? Not even a single drop of blood? What the hell is going on here? What do you know?" Xiao Wei quietly looked back at Shin Yu's aggressive eyes, seemingly unaffected by the other party's aura. After a few seconds, she replied, "The Eye of the Future won't be that easy for the Rangers to find. It can predict the danger it's going to be subjected to in a minute and choose the right way to avoid it. Of course, it can only be for a minute, which doesn't help it escape all dangers." Xiao Wei casually fiddled a few times with the black knife in her hand and the car parts scattered on the ground and continued, "Look around again to see if there are any hidden compartments and secret rooms here. I suspect that the Eye of the Future is still hidden within this automobile garage." Shin Yu took a deep breath and tried his best to control himself from attacking the woman in front of him who was suspected to be strong. As much as he wanted the other man to say more of what he wanted to know, he likewise understood what would happen if that happened, and it was likely that he would be cut into several pieces by that blade. Shinyu could perceive that the gap in strength between himself and the other party was as insurmountable as the Mariana Trench. However, just at this moment, a stabbing pain suddenly came from Shinyu's right hand that was pinching the black card deck. Premonitions rose slightly in his mind as he looked to the ground where the trench had been dug for the repair of the car's undercarriage. It was piled with clutter and was only big enough for an adult to lie down flat. Instead of this being a gutter for repairing a car chassis, Shinyu felt it was more like a concrete coffin. He walked there and gazed silently at the piles of scrap parts below him, and suddenly had a marvelous feeling, because those junk parts that were placed haphazardly, but in Shinyu's eyes sketched out a mysterious and complex totem symbols. Suddenly, he picked up his black deck of cards and let the front of it face the scrap parts in the gutter, as if he were presenting his supporting documents. He didn't know why he did it, but his body just moved. There was a soft thud, and a rusty screw in the gutter suddenly jumped. Shinyu crouched down to take a closer look, but he heard another bang. Soon, the parts there seemed to have life as if they began to jump in place, stacking and combining toward one piece, like a large Lego toy that could install itself. Xiao Wei was also attracted by the commotion over here and slowly walked over and stood behind Shinyu. Those parts that looked old and full of rust jumped faster and faster, crossing and combining with each other, building higher and higher, gradually changing into a collection of parts that possessed a human shape. Shinyu looked at this bizarre scene, but there was not much surprise in his heart. After all, he had seen far too many bizarre sights in recent times, so many that he was somewhat numb. The humanoid made of discarded parts had blurred features, with only a mouth-like organ visible on its face. He turned to Shinyu and moved stiffly, bowing with his right hand against his chest, somewhat like a Western gentleman on TV. The humanoid figure made of bizarre parts then slowly opened its mouth, its voice as unpleasant and harsh as scraping on glass with a rusty iron bar. But it seems that it has not spoken for a long time. After talking for half a day can only emit some babbling meaningless screams, simply cannot be combined into a language that Shinyu can understand. It practiced like that for a while, as if it had finally found the long-lost feeling of speaking. But at that moment, Shinyu's heart pounded a few times, sending him a warning of danger that was fatal enough. And the humanoid made of parts across from him suddenly reached out and pushed Shinyu backward. A pillar of red light from the sky shone there out of nowhere, running the entirety of the humanoid thing made of parts from the top of its head to the soles of its feet. The red light flickered away, but it left a black hole in the ground that seemed to be bottomless, with edges as neat as mirrors. Wow! The humanoid things that were so easily made up of parts quickly disintegrated, once again turning into scrap parts all over the floor. Xiao Wei, who was holding up the black knife, had a grave expression on her face as she looked towards the hole that had been made in the ceiling above her head and whispered to herself, "The Crimson Eye? Has it noticed this place as well?" Shinyu did not look deeply into what the Crimson Eye was, because he saw that the humanoid thing that crumbled into parts was still trying to speak, in addition to having an extra hole in its head. He hastily crouched down and got closer to the head that had no facial features. Finally, the harsh and difficult voice gradually became clear, spitting out a pronunciation that Shinyu could understand. Amazing. 70A474, 01, DS104. It finished this meaningless number with great difficulty, completely crumbled and split, and reorganized into a floor of parts. 41. The truth that cannot be glimpsed. Shinyu silently jotted down in his mind the string of numbers that he didn't know what they were for. He stood up, not bothering to look at Xiao Wei, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, "Tell me what truth is hidden behind all this." "You knew my mother." Shinyu's words were not a question, but an affirmation. Xiao Wei still didn't answer directly. She crouched down and rummaged around in the body of the shattered future heart for a while, and then a small piece of something like a cell phone card appeared in her hand. "Insert it into your cell phone slot and create a chat room to pull me in. You can talk in there if you have any problems later, that way you won't be spied on by the Crimson Eye." Xiao Wei handed the tiny chip to Shinyu, who took it without thinking, and took out her 3S cell phone on the spot, installing the chip into the card slot on the side. The phone made a slight vibration, and then a smiley face appeared on the screen with text emerging one by one. "Greetings, Master. Future Eyes 0 to 38 at your service." Shinyu inquired, seemingly glanced at Xiao Wei, but saw that the latter also took out her own 3S cell phone and operated it. Not long after, Shinyu's cell phone screen prompted a friend request. Clicking on the bouncing messages, Shinyu saw a friend request from a player named Black Rose. He knew that the Black Rose was the one in front of him, so he didn't hesitate to click pass. Shinyu subconsciously clicked on the personal information of this Black Rose, but the result was the same as last time, except for the name. The screen was full of question marks. He seemed to realize the other man's intentions in doing so, so instead of continuing to ask questions, he stood face to face, typing on his phone. "Who the hell are you? You know my mom. Is she dead or alive? What happened?" Seeing Xinyu's question, Xiao Wei paused for a few seconds before she pressed her cell phone to reply. You're too weak now. The more you know, the greater the danger. There is only one thing I can tell you. I won't hurt you. Xinyu frowned and glanced at the other party, but on second thought it did seem to be the case. Then tell me something I can tell you now. This time, Shani paused a little too long, but she chose to say something anyway. Don't you think there's something strange about the world you live in? Do you think what you think is what you think it is? There's actually truth behind everything, and that's a truth you can't know yet. If you want to know those truths, then you must first become the strongest person below the 10th level. The strongest person below the 10th level? Xinyu silently watched the passage and roughly guessed the other party's meaning. In fact, she didn't need to say Xinyu also felt that the truth of this world must be far beyond the scope of his cognition. All of this has been coming to the surface and becoming clearer and clearer since he became a player. Whether it's the magical function of the cards or the black men who don't bleed, it seems to point to some secret that the world is harboring. Xinyu had never been an impatient person, nor would he try to be brave enough to challenge dangers he knew he couldn't handle. He pressed down the curiosity and questions in his heart and decided to put these unfathomable secrets aside for now and try to make himself strong. Xinyu thought about it and typed out a text again. You said you wouldn't hurt me? So is it safe to assume you're a friend? A friend who knows something inside out? Then, can I ask some questions about the cards? Seeing Xinyu's question, Xiao Wei suddenly opened her mouth and said, questions about the cards can be asked directly. This doesn't matter. Well, I'd like to know about the card promotion sequence. Xiao Wei was silent for a while. Then, as if she thought of something, her expression released. It seems that you have discovered some knowledge that you shouldn't have mastered at this stage. How should I put it? Regarding the card promotion sequence, I only know my own as well. Xiao Wei paused and continued. I just saw that your card is Lone Brave. This card belonged to a great man a long time ago. After he died, the card randomly appeared in the system. I didn't expect it to be obtained by you now. You only know your promotion sequence? Xinyu thought for a moment and said, can you show me your deck? Xiao Wei shrugged and put away her black blade, materializing it back into its card state. It was an E-rated prop card, and it didn't look like anything special. Xinyu experimented and seemed to stick his black card under the black blade card. At this moment he seemed to feel something in his heart, and he took the black deck out again. Just like last time, some small, densely packed dark gold letters began to appear on the surface of the black card deck. Xinyu gazed at it and saw that what was displayed on it was the promotion sequence of the E-grade prop card Black Blade. Grade E prop card Black Blade. The promotion sequence is as follows. Sequence D Reinforcement card Blade Runner. Promotion card required Prop card Rose Scabbard. Sequence C Reinforcement card Swordsman. Required advancement card Reinforcement card Swordsmanship Chronicle. Sequence B Prop card Akamizu. Required advancement card Reinforcement card Futaburu. Sequence A Reinforcement card Swordmaster. Required promotion card Reinforcement card Survivor. Sequence S Prop card Moonchopper. Required promotion deck Prop card Eclipse. Final sequence Extraordinary naming card Emperor of the Dark Moon. Other expendable materials are as follows. A promotion sequence consisting solely of prop cards and reinforcement cards. Seeing this result, Xinyu felt that there seemed to be some discrepancy with his previous guess. He also thought that the cards should be seen cards, entourage cards, enhancement cards, prop cards, auxiliary cards when they were all of the same strength and level. I didn't realize that the main materials needed for the promotion sequence of this Black Rose all came from reinforcement cards and props cards. This forced Xinyu to change his previous guess. It seems it's just like playing the game. There is no strongest deck, only the strongest player. Of course, at low levels certain decks can still have a big advantage. It's like the circle of low-level players he's in now, who seem to recognize seen cards as the strongest and rarest. What are you looking at? Xiao Wei poked her head curiously, but only saw Xinyu staring at his black card deck. Xinyu's heart moved slightly when he saw her reaction. Then he lifted up his own black card deck and asked, what can you see from this? Xiao Wei gazed at the card and shook her head. A fingerprint style icon? Is this a card for you too? How come even I haven't seen it before? Could it be extremely rare? She can't see the writing on it. Xinyu's heart was clear. It seems that this black card is just like the game's pickup binding. Only he can use it. Xinyu did not reveal the secret of the card and returned the black blade to Xiao Wei. I should get home. Let's talk on my cell phone if anything happens. What had happened to him today was so unbelievable that it made him feel like a flatboat in the middle of an ocean storm, as if he would be swallowed up by the darkness at any moment. Xinyu pulled up her hood, feeling like she needed to be alone, needed time to properly digest everything she had experienced today. Xiao Wei didn't stop her, and just watched Xinyu run into the rain, gradually disappearing from her vision. Shen Yu, is he really the key? Maybe, after all, even the heart of the future chose him, but he's also too weak. Xiao Wei was walking to herself while she opened a can of beer and just drank it. Back home, Xinyu locked himself in the room, took out his cell phone, checking the status bar and the extra private chat room option. Xinyu thought back to how Xiaowei acted when she asked him to set up this chat room and guessed that their conversations would be monitored by some kind of presence. If what they talk about points to the secret behind this world, it will be detected by that red light that suddenly shoots down from the sky. It's called the Crimson Eye, I think. Xinyu did not even need to think about it to conclude that the Crimson Eye was quite powerful. Some similar to a global network, able to monitor all the people and things in the world. How it's becoming more and more like science fiction, he muttered. 42. Suspicious new teachers. Inside a townhouse in the wealthy area of Xiazhu City, Miao Heya stood at the window of the third floor, looking through the gap of the thick curtain cloth to the downstairs garden. In the past 2 days, she had noticed that some suspicious black-clothed people would appear around her villa from time to time. These people must be in league with the men in black who kidnapped her last time. The situation seems to be getting worse. Suddenly, without turning around, Miao Heya reached out and pointed to the back of his body. There, the female corpse, Kahaku, suddenly appeared. Her head full of black hair quickly reached for a ceiling crack and yanked a small spider with a metallic sheen from it. The white-clothed female corpse used her own special qualities to freeze the little thing into ice. The female corpse floated slowly behind Miao Heya like that without speaking, but her hands broke the small machine spider frozen into ice into pieces inch by inch until the machine eye on top of the other person's head that flickered with red light was completely extinguished. Miao Heya redropped the heavy curtains and pouted. How annoying. These ghouls are chasing after us again. Looks like we should move again. She paused and continued. Hey Xiaobai, tell everyone to pack up and get ready to move. Only bring my favorite ones, don't want the rest, and rebuy them when you get to your new home. The female corpse Xiaobai still didn't say anything, but only nodded with a slow amplitude. She floated outside the bedroom with her feet off the ground and reached out to the downstairs living room location and gestured a few times. But I saw that in the living room of this villa. There was still sitting in the whole body bloated, belly as big as a drum, as if in the sea water soaked for a long time and the rotting corpse. The eyes are hollow and sunken, and the whole body is shriveled and dry. A zombie wearing a Qing dynasty official uniform with a yellow talisman attached to his head, as well as a few relatively normal, cloaked, but physically emanating a distinct lack of living human qualities. One of them, a man with oddly long 10 fingers on both hands and fingernails like razors, shrugged and said, well, it looks like we'll have to move again. Actually, the master doesn't need to go through so much trouble. I can just finish them off. I kinda like this villa. At that moment, a low buzzing sound came from a figure standing across from him that was 2 meters tall and shrouded in a cloak. I don't like it here. There's a pool here. The man who spoke earlier sked and laughed twice. Oh, so big man is afraid of the pool? Oh yeah, I forgot you were drowned. Hey, do you lazy bastards hear me? Pack up your things and prepare to move according to the little white girl. Under the command of the man whose fingers were as long as barbed daggers, those dry corpses, rotting corpses, and zombies that obviously had little intelligence, one by one, acted stiffly, packing up clothes, toys, snacks, and money for Miao Heya, just like a butler's servant. And the 2 guys who were able to spit earlier clearly belonged to high-level follower decks. To say that this villa Miao Heya can be called the most veritable haunted house in history. She could even put a sign in front of her house that says Museum of Creepy Creatures. Meanwhile, Shen Yu, who has already spent the weekend time, comes to school again and returns to school life in a seemingly normal way. But he knew in his heart that the worldview he had formed in the previous 10 years or so had been completely collapsed and reorganized after getting that phone and that card. Now he was even a bit skeptical that the world he was living in was real. Shin Yu wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He was already skeptical of the reality of this world, judging by the traits the men in black displayed, and the way they affected things around them. Only he still lacks evidence, and it all remains speculation. Walking into the classroom, the other students still automatically made a path for him. But just then, Xiao Yangxia suddenly appeared in front of Xinyu, and even enthusiastically tried to pat him on the shoulder. Xinyu looked up at him, and Xiao Yangxia sensibly withdrew his palm. He is Xinyu. That night was so exciting. The first time I was questioned by the police. It was like watching a movie. It was also a full immersion experience. Xinyu glanced at this secondary otaku and secretly said that this guy really had a big heart. Do you want to experience it a second time? Xinyu looked at the other party calmly, making Xiao Yangxia a little confused as to whether he was joking or serious. Oh, this experience is enough once in a lifetime. I didn't see you that day when I was leaving, and I told your phone number to a fellow secondary schooler without your permission. You won't blame me, right? My phone? Xinyu looked at Xiao Yangxia in confusion, but the cell phone was very cooperative with the vibration sound. It was a text message asking for the limited edition doll that Xiao Yangxia gave to Xinyu. The next one is not an example. Xinyu sat down in her seat after saying that and turned her cell phone off. Xiao Yangxia gulped, knowing what Xinyu meant by that. The course began step by step. The content learned actually Shinyu has long since completed self-study, but before the last class of the morning, their homeroom teacher suddenly walked into the classroom. Students, everyone be quiet. Let's give a grand welcome to Mr. Mu, who has returned from his studies in France. Mr. Mu, the students looked at each other and whispered about who Mr. Mu was, because in their many courses, there is simply not a single teacher whose last name is Mu. Seeing that there was little reaction, the class teacher explained again. Mr. Mu is an alumnus who went out from our school. He obtained his postdoctoral degree at the French National Academy of Fine Arts. This time he returned to his alma mater to volunteer as an art teacher for 1 semester. Everyone applauded. The homeroom teacher took the lead and started applauding, adding, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Mu will enter the National Academy of Fine Arts as a researcher next year. That's how much money cannot be invited. Students who like art should not miss it." Shaju First High School was an aristocratic school, and the students inside were more or less exposed to art-related courses. And the students here who really study well are attracted by the school using various incentives to fill the door, like Shinyu. As for the rest of the students, the focus is simply not on the entrance exams. They attend such schools more for the purpose of expanding their network and meeting more elite families from all walks of life. After all, many of them will enter the family business right out of high school to start honing their internships. These grown-up classmates are the best resources when they further take over the family business in the future. At this moment, hearing that Mr. Mu came from such a big place, some of the art-loving students were immediately interested. Under the deliberate leadership of the class teacher, the applause was then a bit warmer. At that moment, a man with a feminine, introspective air and rather long hair walked in. He had fair skin with slim cheeks and a slightly pointed chin, and always seemed to have if anything a smile on his face, giving a very affectionate sense of neighborly big brother immediacy. The precocious girls in the class let out a low cry in unison, as if they were very satisfied with this Mr. Mu's face. The long-haired young man curled up the corners of his mouth and narrowed his eyes as he opened his mouth to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Mu Cho, and I hope to spend a pleasant semester with you. If there are any students in our class who are fond of art, even if they're not in the classroom hours, they can still come and find me, and I'll be staying in the staff dormitory for the time being." His eyes, narrowed to slits, swept over every corner of the class as he spoke. Finally, this new art teacher rested her eyes on Shinyu, whom, Shinyu's heart stirred at being looked at, suddenly recalling this feeling of being watched. This feeling seemed like he had felt it somewhere before. Why is it so familiar? Suddenly, Shinyu looked up at the podium, but that Mr. Mu had already withdrawn his gaze. Shinyu wondered if it was his illusion. Why did he feel this kind of eye gaze? The last time there was a missing student incident in the school, he had felt it himself on the roof of the school building. Hiss! Shinyu stared at this new teacher, a layer of goosebumps rising on her arms for no reason. 43. Overpriced handicrafts. A wave of alertness rose violently in Shinyu's heart. The feminine-looking art teacher made him feel as if he were in a winter glacier, his body piercingly cold. Shinyu had completely recalled that this was exactly the moment when he was about to rush up to the roof of the school building and try to open the door, and was reminded by the person in the mysterious text message. That was the feeling outside the door at that time. It was the feeling of being watched by this teacher named Mu. At that time, the mysterious man helped himself to shoot down a strong light, and although Shinyu did not think that the other party would die, he did not expect to return to normal so quickly. It seemed he needed to reconnect with the mysterious man who had helped him. Shinyu, who thought that his strength was clearly inferior to his opponent's, chose to observe for the time being. He didn't understand in what capacity this teacher had lurked in the school before. Did he come back this time to seek revenge on him? Revenge for ruining his plans? At the podium, the homeroom teacher left the classroom after introducing the new teacher. This section was supposed to be an art class, and the seafaring senior named Mucho didn't take any books, so he just stroked his hands on the edge of the lecturing table and began to call the roll in the name of familiarizing himself with his classmates. When he called out Shinyu's name, his eyes naturally cast over, and at this moment, Shinyu did not feel anything unusual, as if the other party was really a teacher. Shinyu replied here and quickly sat down. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that when this new teacher called out to Xiao Yangxia, the geek's legs unconsciously trembled a little. He might not have even noticed it himself, but it was keenly captured by Shinyu. Could it be that the students of Xiangxia who were involved in these events still have the effects of the aftermath of the events lingering in their bodies? Because that incident was forcefully suppressed by the principal using his connections, so much so that it was only circulated within a small circle and not publicized. But even then, several of the students involved in that incident chose to transfer to other schools afterward. The police department also tracked them back and signed a retroactive non-disclosure agreement. In the time that followed, the school seemed to return to normal, and only the students would still talk about the bizarre incident in private. Of course, just talking about it was also expressly forbidden. and people could only whisper about it in private. But after Xin Yu's observation, even if those words of discussion were heard by Xiaoyang Xia, he didn't react as strongly as he did now. At this point, the new art teacher at the podium began to talk about the origins of painting and the need to study art. He talked with humor and an unhurried tone, combined with a feminine appearance and a smile. The girls in the class were mesmerized by his words, and their two eyes seemed to be sparkling with a little starlight. Xin Yu didn't have the heart to listen to his nonsense here. He lowered his head and took out his cell phone, replying to a message to the mysterious man who had helped him earlier. But unfortunately, since that incident, his several attempts to contact this person had gone unanswered. This time was no exception. Alarmed, Xin Yu calmed his breathing and simply clamped his black card in his fingers to prevent the danger that could come at any time. But nothing strange happened until the end of the morning's lesson, when the new teacher shouted class dismissed. He didn't even look at Xin Yu one more time as he left the classroom. What's going on? What the hell is he up to? Xin Yu didn't think that the other party didn't have any intentions. The reason he didn't immediately seek revenge on himself or take any other action was most likely some kind of plot brewing. Noon after school, Xin Yu all the way through the streets and alleys, extremely vigilant around a big circle, which returned to their own home, that old flat. He hadn't felt followed along the way. Could it be that I'm too nervous, or an illusion from being so tired lately? As Xin Yu was thinking this, he suddenly saw a short figure from top to bottom meeting himself face to face on the stairs. Looking up and seeing the other party, he opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why are you here? Want to fight me again?" At this time, standing opposite Xin Yu, it is tied with two ponytails, face round-toothed pink tender, footsteps a pair of black shiny shoes Miaohea. Blinking her big innocent and pure eyes with a harmless look, she asked rhetorically, "What are you talking about, big brother? I don't understand. Also, from today onwards we are neighbors. I live upstairs in your house. Oh, please, more guidance." Xin Yu sized up the seemingly naive little girl in front of him and asked, "Why did you move here? You should be rich." Miaohea tightened the shoulder bag behind her back, looked at Xin Yu and said, "Then you should be very rich too. Big brother, didn't you just get a share of $250,000? How come you still live in this kind of place? It's enough to live here. There's no need to change houses." Xin Yu had always thought that a room as big as the one he had now would be enough. The bounty he'd split a while back was to be saved up for college. Also, it seems that Luo Fei's mother is going to officially start her surgery in the next few days. If the outcome of the surgery is successful, then it's just a matter of time. If it's not successful, then the cost of follow-up treatment will still be astronomical. His own $250,000 plus Luo Fei's $250,000 might not be entirely enough. That's why he hasn't touched a penny of that money until now. Miaohea narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Big brother is right, so I sold my villa and moved here to experience life. Feel the fireworks of the people at the bottom. After all, I used to live there where I couldn't see a single living person for almost a whole day." Miaohea's words were really true. She indeed didn't have a single living person in the house. Xin Yu had something on his mind and was about to say goodbye to the other party when he suddenly remembered something. "After that time, have any other similar men in black come after you?" Miaohea blinks again and shakes her head. "No, that matter is also thanks to Big Brother. You've helped me out quite a bit, and to show my gratitude, tonight Big Brother you come to my house. It's right above your house. I have a gift for you. It's guaranteed to be your favorite." After she finished speaking, she bounced past Xin Yu and continued to run downstairs. Just as she was about to disappear around the corner of the stairs, the little girl poked her head out again and shouted at the top, "Big brother must come. Oh, I'll send you a card." What? Xin Yu thought he had heard wrong. How come the cards could still be given to each other? He leaned out on the porch against the outside and shouted downward, "What do you mean by that?" Miaohea made a face at him and laughed as she ran. "You'll know when you come at night. Yo." Xin Yu watched this little guy's pleasantly bouncing body disappear at the entrance of the family home. Only then did he withdraw his line of sight and continue up the stairs to pull out the key to open the door, opening the wooden door like a broken sampan. The long-lost stench of sweat wrapped in the stench of alcohol hit me. Xin Yu was not the least bit different, lifting his foot across the empty beer bottles lying across the corridor. Once again lifted his foot across a rotten drunk middle-aged man. Only then did he enter the kitchen and begin to burn the fire to cook. At noon, his meal with his own drunken father was still a big pot of noodle soup. This seems to have become a habit that Xin Yu has developed over the years, making do with what he can, and being able to fill his stomach on the line. After a cursory lunch, his cell phone vibrated. It was that text message again, the one asking Xin Yu for a limited edition doll hand puppet. Xin Yu's eyebrow slightly jumped twice, and directly gave the other party back a $500,000. No counteroffer. He originally just wanted to discourage this annoying geek, but he didn't expect that right after he sent this message, the other party returned two words almost in seconds, "Deal." Xin Yu was completely frozen by these two words, although he didn't know much about the otaku circle, or the price of hand-me-downs. but according to his expectations, a doll of that size and workmanship, even if it was a limited edition, would hold up for $10,000 or $20,000. His own price of $500,000 can already be described as outrageous, but I didn't expect the other party to act as if he had found a treasure, as if $500,000 were just $50 in his eyes. Without hesitation, he agreed. Shinyu shook his head in a good-natured manner and walked into the room, picking up the limited edition doll that Xiao Yangxia had given to him, which was still unopened. A place was agreed upon with the seeker, and presently the hood was drawn up and out again. The place they agreed on was inside the Cultural Plaza, a street away from their own neighborhood. This square has a very distinctive tall statue. Half a tearful human face was carved there, with the limited edition doll under his armpit. Shinyu had just walked under the sculpture when he saw a fat man with glasses and a bloated but agile body running up to him. "Why you?" the two said in unison. 44. It's an offer you can't refuse. The lewd fat man with glasses that came was none other than the geeky emperor who had a match with Shinyu Zhoshu. He pointed at Shinyu, his expression changing back and forth, but eventually he laughed out loud. "I didn't realize that you, this stinky-faced kid, would also like the second generation? I didn't see I found you at the last party, but I didn't have time to say hello before that happened. Hey, I didn't expect this limited edition doll to be in your hands, but you're asking for $500,000. Isn't it a bit too dark?" Shinyu was too lazy to explain. Expressionless, love to buy or not. No one forced you. See Shinyu to go. Zhoshu, this fat man hurriedly catch up 2 steps, stopped in front of him fawning smile. Hey little brother, do not be so impatient. Well, to be honest, my recent expenses are more. Even if you games have no income, there is really no way to come up with $500,000 at once. He paused and continued. How about this? I'll give you 50,000 in cash and take you to a good place to be your introducer. That way you can save another sum of dues for joining the club. How? Shinyu heard the other side simply does not have $500,000 but also shook him out. At the moment the face of a cold no-nonsense, turn around to go. Zhoshu the fat man but hastily stopped in front of him again, speaking very fast and low added, you do not rush to go. In addition to the promise just now, add another D-grade card. He ruthlessly explained again. I just said that place is a black market specifically for players like us. Many players will trade or sell their unused cards. In addition to this, people will exchange information about cards, repair lost cards, and create disposable cards, which is very insightful. I see that you are still a newcomer and quite compatible, which is why I introduced you to the club for free. Ordinary people don't want to join even if they have money. Shinyu had just taken a step and stopped again when he heard this fatty's words. A black market circle of players, you say? Cards that can be sold as well? Zhoshu hemmed and hawed and looked around, signaling that this was not the place to talk. Shinyu was silent for a few seconds, then added, follow me. The fat man promised, and bumblingly followed Shinyu through the cultural square, and then turned into a very old city street. The two walked for another 10 minutes. Zhoshu in a one-story temporary building to see a sign that reads So-and-so Neighborhood Committee. Shinyu walked to the innermost room hung with sundry room doorplate in front of the door. Stretching out his fingers gently snapped 5, slightly waiting for 2 seconds, and then snapped 2. With a click, the gate opened and the resident mom with a teddy puppy in her arms appeared in front of him. Shun, you're a rare visitor. What do you want from me? This person is the bounty hunter of Natick City, nicknamed the Enthusiast. Shinyu didn't explain too much and only said I want a quiet place to talk about something. Holding the dog in one hand, the big mom smiled and waved for Shinyu and Fatty to follow her. The fat man was a bit baffled. He then saw the older woman in front of him holding the dog open a back door where there was a surprisingly large flight of steps extending downward. The two of them walked down the steps a short distance, and there was another step upwards. These steps connect to a long corridor with 5 iron doors staggered on either side. Auntie pointed to the innermost room and said, that room is empty and reserved for you. Remember to close the door when you leave. Shinyu nodded and took out a stack of reddish $100 bills from his pocket and handed it to the older woman. The dog-hugging older woman glanced at the number and with a flick of her wrist she tucked that money away in her sleeve. Fatty sked and shook his head as he watched the scene. Hey, I didn't realize there was such a hidden one here. What exactly do you do? Shinyu signaled him to shut up, walked to the innermost iron door, pressed down the fingerprint of his right thumb, and the iron door opened in response. Fatty Zhoshu followed Shinyu into this room. The iron door clanged closed, as if the two of them and the world completely separated. Zhoshu could sense that this place had quite professional soundproofing facilities, anti-electronic signal tracking facilities, and new materials that were waterproof and fireproof. Zhoshu touched here and there in the room with interest, and couldn't help but sigh again. Amazing. The person who built this place wouldn't be a spy, right? Shinyu sat on a sofa and went straight to the point. Cut the crap. This is a place where bounty hunters meet to exchange information. Our conversation is absolutely safe. Here he suddenly remembered the crimson eye in the sky and added in a whisper, "Probably pretty safe." Joe Shu's eyes were glowing as he walked over and sat across from Shinyu. "A bounty hunter? You are actually a bounty hunter? Oh, you're telling me such an important thing. Aren't you afraid I'll spread the word?" Shinyu ignored him and instead picked up the remote control on the desktop and turned on one of the televisions hanging on the wall. Only this TV set didn't have any TV programs, and after a short blue screen, it surprisingly displayed Joe Shu's photo as well as detailed identity information. This information included the schools he attended from childhood, relatives in his family, friends around him, financial status, emotional status, personal hobbies, etc., all of which were presented. What the hell is this? When did you investigate me? I told you, I just want to buy that limited edition doll you're holding. If we can't make a deal, we don't have to go this far. Shinyu reached out and turned the TV off again, his expression calmly saying, "This is just the necessary information we have as bounty hunters. Everyone who comes here, its image is uploaded to the global bounty hunter's own intranet before they enter. At that time, your information will be matched against the database and your personal information will be retrieved. If the information is not found, then you have an ulterior motive or your identity is false. Once that happens, even if you knock on this door, they won't open it. And you, too, will soon be approached by the police. So this is a necessary precondition to ensure the safety of both parties, so you don't have to care." Joe Shu silently spat in his heart. "It's my information that's being exposed now. Of course you don't have to care. This kid is not very old. Why is his character so gloomy and sophisticated?" In fact, Joe Shu is not afraid. As a player he has several magical cards, even if he thinks he can't beat Shinyu, but he still has no problem trying to escape. At that moment, he no longer dwelled on this topic, but continued with the one he had just spoken about in the square. "What I said is true. You may not believe it, but I'm a hacker. Hei is a hacker who moonlights as a gamer. In our circle, the existence of players was discovered a long time ago. For this reason, people even built a special darknet that encompassed the entire country of Xia. This dark web is dedicated to providing essential services and intelligence exchange for players like you and me. Therein lies the card swapping, trading, repairing, and crafting that I just mentioned to you, as well as the swapping and trading of intelligence. As long as you can prove yourself useful in this circle, after bargaining are able to trade the desired cards from other players and get the desired news of course. Of course, no one can guarantee that the news is 100% correct and true, and the cards are even more benevolent. After all, some seemingly useless cards are necessary items for the promotion of certain high-sequence cards. Of course, those cards that can be promoted to the ultimate sequence are very rare in a deck as busy as the Morning Star. The average person may not come across one in the darknet market for years, so just forget I said those things. How about it? Isn't this a good deal for a membership plus a card in exchange for that limited edition doll you're holding? Shinyu listened attentively to Fatty, and could not help but feel surprised in his heart. It turns out that even before him, the players had already organized a black market for trading in the shadows. From this fat man's words, it was easy to see that these cards were goods to them, the necessary props to win battles and keep upgrading. But this fatty also seemed to be not knowledgeable about cards that could be promoted into high sequences, or else he wouldn't have said something like he wouldn't necessarily be able to see one on the market for several years. Shinyu's heart stirred and then asked, "What is your initial deck? Can you let me take a look at it?" Joe Shu grinned broadly, not caring, and with a flip of his wrist, a D-ranked silver-bordered card deck, Joker, appeared in his hand. This card was a D-rank card, one rank higher than Shinyu's Lone Ranger. The silver color of the border represents rare. It wasn't the very rare kind, but it was pretty good for a player under level 10. Shinyu asked again, "Can you lend me a closer look?" He had originally thought that this fat man must not be willing to lend his deck to others. After all, if he didn't return it, wouldn't the other party lose a lot of money? However, Fatty Joe Shu said with a disinterested face, "Look casually. The initial cards are bound to the players themselves, and there is no way to exchange or trade them. Oh, even if you take it away, as long as I want, it can come back to my hand anytime. This is like playing an online game when a certain piece of equipment pick up binding. So can you say this is easier to understand?" 45. Fat friendship. Shinyu nodded his head. This was consistent with the result he had guessed before and there were not many surprises. Receiving the fat man's card with the light flowing and printed with the head of a grinning clown, Shinyu quietly drew out his own black card and put it underneath it. After about 2 seconds, he moved the black card away, and sure enough, he once again found the small, dense, dark gold letters. Grade D Enhancement Card Joker. The promotion sequence is as follows. Sequence C Reinforcement Card Madman. Required Advancement Card Supplemental Card Battle Makeup. Sequence B Reinforcement Card Magician. Required Advancement Card One-Time Supplemental Card Magician's Deck. Sequence A Enhancement Card Weapon Master. Required advancement card, scene card carnival. Sequence S reinforcement card nemesis of justice. Required advancement card, scene card lonely parade. Final sequence extraordinary naming card rhapsodist. Other expendable materials are as follows. Silently noting down this fatty's promotion path and the required cards, Shinyu thoughtfully returned it to the other party. He opened his mouth and asked, I'll agree to your bid. A low-grade card, plus attendance at that party, and this limited edition hand puppet is yours. Speaking of which, Shinyu also specifically picked up the box containing the hand-me-downs and shook it, but it will only truly belong to you after you bring me into that party. Joshu's expression was visibly pleased. He somewhat greedily rested his gaze on the outer packaging of that hand puppet, and even licked his lips with an obscene expression. Cool. I like doing business with people like you. Oh, this is the payment I got from helping someone hack the system last time. A prop card. I don't think it's of much use to me, but I hope it can be of some use to you. After all, for us low-level players, every additional card will also increase our strength by 1 point. After the fat man finished speaking, light flowed from the tip of his finger, manifesting a card that also had a silver border. A comical mask with a red nose and colorful wig was drawn on top of that card. The name of the card is Funny Mask. Shinyu looked at the other party somewhat strangely, because he had just used the black card to identify the other party's promotion sequence, and this funny mask was exactly what he needed for the promotion of his clown card. This guy already has the conditions to be able to advance his initial deck to C rank, but he wants to give this deck away? Shinyu took the funny mask and looked back and forth. Only a row of small letters appeared on the back of this card. Funny Mask. It is capable of causing you and your sparring target to develop negative emotions such as slight gullibility, irritability, and irritability. Bring your opponent into your rhythm in a subtle way. Shinyu nodded, identifying the auxiliary effect of this mask. He looked at Joshu once again and said, I'll ask you again, have you really decided to give me this deck? I see that you're not a bad person, so as a friendly reminder, do you know the card promotion sequence? Joshu froze slightly and immediately followed with a reply. Promotion sequence? I've heard of this in the black market where people often beg for information on sequence routes, but that kind of stuff can't be found. I've heard of some people paying high prices for clues on the black market in order to be promoted from D to C, but they haven't gotten a single clue in 2 years. But I haven't gotten a single clue in 2 years. Moreover, Shaju City is our country's first-tier big city. There are not a few players in it. Even so, the relevant information is pitifully small. I don't expect to be promoted at all. The other party said this sentence that Shinyu was a little stunned. It seems that not every player expects to become stronger at all times. Fatty seems to be treating this simply as a game where he can make money to trade for more hand-me-down dolls for him. Shinyu hadn't even thought of doing such damaging things. He threw the prop card back onto the table with an expressionless face, clasped his hands together and said, I'm seriously telling you right now, this funny mask is the exact uniqueness necessary for your Joker card to be promoted to C rank. I have to say, you're in luck. However, this information of mine is not free, so think hard about how you can repay me. Joshu's movements visibly paused for a moment after hearing this, and then he looked at Shinyu with wide eyes, and then at the masked deck. Brush a residual shadow flashed. This fat man used extremely agile speed to regain the card in his hand, sticking it to his chest, still with a vigilant expression on his face. Seriously? How do you know that this is the uniqueness required to advance my Joker deck? Secrets. You can choose to believe it or not. While your knowledge of cards is obviously greater than mine, I know far more than you do when it comes to promotion sequences. Don't ask me how I know. I wouldn't tell you if I did. You just have to choose to believe or ignore. Joshu seems to baby the funny mask back into the phone. Expression slightly unnatural. He coughed dryly and said, I'll go back and study it again. But anyway, this reminder of yours helps me a lot. I don't have any other cards in my hand that I can trade at the moment. This way, I'll owe you first, and then I'll leave you other cards to pick from as soon as I get them. Of course, the level of the card you pick must be above this funny mask. At the very least, it will be equal. Plus you'll gain the friendship of Fatty Me. You're such a nice guy. Did you know that a piece of information about a card promotion sequence like this can sell for over $1 million on the black market? For that matter, it's still priced to sell. Shinyu's eyelids unconsciously raised when he heard this amount. He now wondered if he had made the right or wrong decision to tell the other man so simply. But soon Shinyu was relieved. He changed his sitting position, leaned his body forward, and said, Now then, I have one more question. Ask, just ask. I tell you brother, fat brother, I know everything about you now. All the words. I'll tell you everything I know, and I'll also tell you what I don't know. I'm sure you'll be able to tell me everything you know, and I'll tell you what I don't know. Shinyu ignored the other party's series of nonsense and thought for a moment. You said that you're a hacker and that you often participate in similar inter-player gatherings? Then, there must be a lot of players you know? The fat man sat upright and nodded his head at the words, the fat meat on his face churning up and down. So I'm wondering, have you ever seen a man with a pointy chin, long hair, a feminine demeanor, and a height of about 5'6"? Shinyu recalled while describing the appearance of that new art teacher at his school. He had to say that he was now very concerned about that teacher's true identity. The other party always gave him an aura of danger that he couldn't control, and that feeling made him very uncomfortable. The fat man's eyes rolled upward to look at the ceiling, and he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He then shook his head and said, "Well, no, I'm pretty sure I've never seen anyone with that look at my party. The kind of guys you're talking about are supposed to be pretty girly and popular with the little girls these days. However, the kind of parties I go to are mostly tech nerds. Geeks, you should have a preliminary understanding, right? We don't care much about our appearance. Oh, but don't worry, I can ask around for you. After all, Shaju City is so big, there must not be just one relevant player black market gathering. I'll notify you as soon as I have any news." "Right, let's add a friend first," Fatty said and took out his 3less cell phone. By adding friends, he meant adding friends in the card battle game interface. Shinyu also took out his cell phone and passed the other party's friend authentication. He thought about it, and pulled the fat man directly into the hidden chat room created by Future Heart. "You can add me individually in this chat room for any future messages. It's absolutely safe to communicate here without worrying about being monitored by others." This tech nerd Fatso was a hacker no less, and he had just joined the chat room when he sensed something was wrong. A chat room created by a separate server? You're hiding pretty deep, little brother. 46. The need for an ally. Shinyu didn't explain why he had a separate server to create a chat room, and Fatty didn't pursue it. When Fatty looked at the list of members in the chat room, he exclaimed under his breath, "Wow, when did you pull Miss Rose in as well? How true. Oh, do you know that the iceberg lady looks like a look of unapproachable appearance? In fact, is still a drunkard. After being questioned by the police at a party the other night, I said I'd buy her a midnight snack, but she drank 15 cans of beer. Originally, I was thinking that I could perform a blush-inducing drama unfolding with Missy after drinking, but I didn't expect her to drink like nothing and remind me to pay the bill." Joe Shu had a bitter look on his face, shook his head and added, "That night's midnight snack cost me more than 600. Hey, but being able to see Missy wearing my specially customized gothic long dress, it wasn't worth my 600 plus snack money. I took quite a few pictures that night. I took a lot of pictures that night. Do you want to enjoy it together, little brother?" Shinyu was asked by him for no apparent reason, and a warning look appeared in his eyes, reminding the other party not to come closer. He felt a wave of nausea for Xiaowei now. That guy didn't know what nasty things he would do with her pictures. "Well, that's where this conversation stops. Where is the party you're taking me to? What time is it? I hope it's not during my school hours." Of course not. After all, there are quite a few office workers and students in the players' circle. Wait for my news this Wednesday at 8 p.m. So that's it for today? I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. Shinyu nodded and got up to open the door to the secret room for intelligence exchange. He already had a complete grasp of Fatty's information, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would have any bad intentions. After sending Joe Shu away, Shinyu pondered over the black market in that player's circle while wondering if he could utilize the characteristics of his black deck to appraise the items required for the promotion sequence of the deck for others. As a bounty hunter, he was aware of the importance of intelligence, but trading intel for money, he doesn't seem to need money as much these days. In addition to the $250,000 of the bounty sitting there, Fatty had just promised a portion of cash. It wasn't much, but it was $50,000. This left him with a fixed deposit of $300,000, not counting the usual change for food and drink expenses. Shinyu mulled it over for a while and decided that if it was appropriate, he would focus mainly on observation at the party on Wednesday night. Try not to make a move or reveal any distinctive qualities until he had mapped out the process. Right now, he was still too weak, and if a weak person was carrying a powerful item, then he didn't have the slightest doubt that it would attract the covetousness of high-level players. Collecting his thoughts, Shinyu sent another text message to Luo Fei, and in the process pulled this guy with a head full of muscles into the chat room as well. "Hey, this game has a chat room?" Luo Fei voiced this query just as he was pulled in, and then he spared the Emperor of the Geeks a glance at the Emperor of the Geeks. "Isn't this the fat guy? Why are you here too? You and Shinyu know each other?" Joe Shu is not unfamiliar with the ID boxer, because that night he was continuously beaten up by Shinyu and Luo Fei, and suffered the first 2 consecutive losses of his life. "Hey, big guy, watch your mouth. I'm older than you. You should at least call me Fatty. What's with the fat guy? I only recognize my brother Shinat." "Ha ha ha." Shinyu alone private chat. Luo Fei asked, "Your mom's side surgery time is determined? How much more medical expenses are needed for the follow-up?" Speaking of this matter, Luo Fei was obviously excited. "Tell you Ashingor," the doctor said. "My mother's surgery is scheduled for this Wednesday. The subsequent treatment and medication costs will depend on the follow-up situation. But the $250,000 you gave me a share of is basically enough." Just enough? I don't need to use money here for a while. If it's not enough, remember to ask. Don't dilly-dally. Rofi sent a grin with his teeth bared and an emoji showing off his biceps. Don't worry, brother. I won't be shy with you if I need money. Wahahaha. The economic dilemma was temporarily relieved, which somewhat made Shinyu feel a bit more relaxed. Yet he'd never had so much money saved in the first decade or so of his life, and it made him consider whether it would be appropriate to buy himself and his old man each a new set of clothes for the winter. After all, that bodysuit of his got ripped again in the last fight. Back at school, Shinyu attends class while keeping an eye on the surrounding students who were involved in the last incident for any abnormalities. However, it more or less led him to some additional discoveries. For example, this guy, Xiao Yangxia, was a bit soulful after meeting that new teacher in the morning. In the afternoon class he looked seriously at the blackboard on the surface, but Shinyu clearly felt that this guy's eyes were not focused at all, and he did not know where his soul had wandered to. Also, his favorite hand puppet to fiddle with and his favorite fandom to catch up on hadn't been touched a bit today, which was rather counterintuitive. Soon, the afternoon session ended, and Xiao Yangxia packed up her book bag and prepared to go home. Suddenly, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder and slowly turned back to realize it was Shinyu. Shen, what do you want to see me about? The smile on Xiao Yangxia's face was a bit stiff, and it looked like it was forced out. Shinyu moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "You're a bit off today. Did you find something or feel something? No matter what, I've taken your money and been your bodyguard. Once you feel anything is wrong, you can tell me at the first time and our employment relationship is still valid. Of course, if I help you out of trouble I still have to pay again." Xiao Yangxia's face showed a momentary expression of dismay, but then he laughed happily. "Thank you, Shun Gur. I feel much more at ease with your words." He then collected his smile and said in a small voice, "To tell the truth, I always feel that there is a pair of eyes if any that have been staring at me from the shadows today. It's uncomfortable to see me all over. Very uncomfortable. I can only feel better when I walk out of the school. I wonder if I haven't slept well lately," he muttered in a small voice, scratching his somewhat disheveled hair. Shinyu looked at Xiao Yangxia, who had rather deep dark circles under his eyes, certain that this feeling of the other party should be associated with the trusted art teacher. He looked over to the staff quarters on the side of the school, tempted to sneak in and peek in while the night was still young. However, he then held back the idea. After all, he was afraid that his current self would already be discovered before he even entered 100 meters around the person, and he had to wait for a better opportunity. As an excellent bounty hunter, Shinyu did not lack patience. Since the other party chose to come back, he would definitely do something. He just needed to be patient and wait for the other party to reveal themselves. But thinking about it, Shinyu felt that he still needed an ally. Seeing Xiao Yangxia get into the sedan sent by his dad, Shinyu turned back and pulled up his hood, walking into the shadows of the street and pulling out his cell phone to send a message to Lu Zhanyun, the head of the Criminal Police Brigade. 47. The suffocating Director Yang, Municipal Criminal Police Department. At this moment, in front of Senior Captain Lu Zhanyun, there were 2 men and 1 woman standing in front of 3 black-robed people. It was late at night, but these 3 were still wearing sunglasses that covered half of their faces. "Bureau Chief Yang, what the hell is going on here? We just lost an Operation 3, and here comes an Operation 1? Are we still doing our job?" Lu Zhanyun clenched his fists, veins rippling on his forehead. Because just now, these 3 black-clothed men who showed their credentials told Lu Zhanyun's Criminal Police Brigade to stop pursuing all cases involving videos with mosaics. It was also said that all those cases would be transferred to the centralized management of the Operations Division. Bureau Yang didn't look too good at the moment. Action 3, the time from the capital down, is specifically a big brother and his advance through the air. Played the phone. But what about this operation? They came directly to the door with their documents, without receiving any information in advance. It was indeed difficult for him to be convinced as the head of the Shaju City Council. "Yes, these 3 comrades, do you have any documents issued by your superiors? We've sacrificed 2 police officers and seriously injured 3 because of the last incident, and we're likely to be left with lifelong disabilities. You guys are now saying that you won't let us investigate? Isn't that a bit too insensitive?" Yang Bureau looked at those 3 guys who still wear sunglasses at night. The heart has no reason to give birth to a strong disgust, but the 3 black-robed men who seemed to be wearing dummy masks spoke without a trace of emotion, and what they said could choke a person to death. "I'm sorry, but at your level I don't need to explain anything to you yet. From today onwards, this series of cases will be handed over to one of our operations. If we find out that someone from the city council is secretly meddling in this series of cases again, he will be directly expelled from the police force, no matter what position he sits in." The man in black who spoke also looked at Director Yang when he said the last sentence. The threatening implication was self-evident, and the latter's face couldn't hang on to what he heard. "What do you mean? As the chief of Shaju City, I have the responsibility to maintain local social stability and the safety of people's lives and property. Moreover, The people under my hand are all dedicated and excellent police officers. They can't be removed just by anyone say so. You're not very old, but you don't have a big mouth. Lu Zhanyun look at their own top boss today finally hardened a time. Then a hand. So that would have been surrounded by unconvinced by the sight of the criminal police hula all stood up. The crowd aggressively surrounded those three black-clothed men in the center. And for a while, the atmosphere was a bit tense. The man in black standing at the front glanced around, then pulled out a phone and pressed a number to dial. He didn't say a word when the call came through. He just pressed on the speakerphone and turned the microphone to the crowd. Hello? Is it Yang Dong? This is Li Sui. I've been instructed to cooperate with the comrades at the operations center. It's a death order. If anyone doesn't cooperate, the comrades in the first division have the right to take off their uniforms on the spot. This is no joke. You hear me? Old Young, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. I just got the news. Li Sui, from the capital, and Yang Dong, the director of the Xiaozhou City Bureau, used to be classmates at the police academy and old partners. The former is now at the top of the headquarters in the capital, but even he just got the news. This order is still from the top words. This above refers to where do not need to explain. Yang Bureau's thinning hair had already oozing sweat. Asterisk. He cursed silently, swept a circle of his men, and bellowed, all disperse, do what you need to do. Since the leaders of Operation 1 said they would take over, leave it all to them. Off duty. Starting tomorrow, everyone will take turns on vacation. Go back to sleep. Yang Dong is clearly carrying emotions, and this is a deliberate attempt to swing for the fences. But the man in black ignored his emotions and just turned to look at the policewoman in charge of file management, Shang Fei, who was on the side. The latter rolled his eyes, and with a snap, he squatted all the files involving the mosaic video onto the table and turned around. The officers present also dispersed. Going home, going to bed, what's the hurry if someone else is doing the work for us? That's he has the ability and the ability to read those files tonight even if he doesn't sleep. Action 1. What a big rack, yo, oops mama. Scared me to death. If they can solve all those cases, I'd rub that bullshit T sunglasses for them any day. Pretenders. You're wearing sunglasses at night. Do you think you're a black Superman? A group of people cursed and all dispersed, while Bureau Yang gave Lu Zhanyun a wink and told him to enter his office. However, right at this moment, Lu Zhanyun's cell phone rang. He looked down and it was a message from Xinyu. That kid said he suspects he met the mastermind behind the last missing student case. That suspect is most likely back at the school again, with a bigger plot brewing. Lu Zhanyun's forehead corner jumped, thinking that it was really a damn disaster. The real culprit of the bizarre case that gave him nightmares for 2 nights in a row had actually appeared again. Even though he had no clue about the previous case, he instantly sent Xinyu back a, got it, contact you later. Before entering the director's office, Lu Zhanyun glanced at the 3 black-clothed men surrounding the dossier and let out a cold snort of extreme disdain. Closing the door to his room, Director Yang no longer hid his exasperation and kicked the desk, but the office made of solid wood didn't move in the slightest. But it hurt his old man so much that he crouched down and didn't speak for half a day. Lu Zhanyun helplessly assisted his top boss to sit down on a chair. Before he spoke, Bureau Yang, I have been a criminal police officer for more than 10 years, but this is the first time I have encountered this way of handling a case. When did our system become like this? It's both undisciplined and casual. Of the 3 major operation divisions in the capital, I can understand that the 3rd division handles supernatural cases and has more power to act more strangely. But what about the 1st division? Aren't they responsible for national security? Bureau Yang spat out a breath and shrunk back in his reclining chair with a somewhat withered expression. His eyes stared at the LED lights on the ceiling as he slowly said, just because of this, it's not hard to guess how big and complicated this case is involved. It's so complicated that even my old classmate didn't know the news until people came to me. It seems that this order came straight from the Apocalypse Building, Tianqi Building, the most mysterious and political center with supreme power in the Xia Kingdom. Some orders that involve the direction of national events are usually promulgated directly from here, communicated to the corresponding departments, and then decentralized to implement them at various levels. That's the part that's definitely at the very top of the pyramid. Of course, no one had ever entered the Apocalypse Building, especially the top floor in that building. It is rumored to be inhabited by a great man who secretly controls the movements of the Xia Kingdom. Even their apparent head of state only lives on the 2nd floor of the Apocalypse Tower, and the building that looked like a cylindrical tower had 9 floors. Lu Zhanyun was silent for a few seconds when he heard Bureau Yang's words and asked again, then do we really not care? We have sacrificed 2 of our comrades, and the deaths were unexplained. Also Bureau Yang, the teenager named Xinyu that I told you about last time sent me a message. Lu Zhanyun said and put that text message in front of Yang Feng. 48. Reaching an alliance. Bureau Yang stared at the text message, and after reading it, his eyebrows, which were already tightly locked, were even more nearly twisted together. He leaned his body back and reached out to press his hands to his temples and rub them. Suddenly, Yang bureaucrat's eyes opened again, as if he had made some kind of decision. He looked at Lu Zhanyun and said, "Da Lu, do you want to avenge our comrades? Do you want to uncover the real culprit behind the real scene?" Lu Zhanyun didn't even think about it. "Of course, I think about it every day all the time. Yes." Yang Bureau touched the thinning hair on his head, walked to the door and peered out to find the three men from one of the operations still gathered around the dossier. He tugged Lu Zhanyun over, making the distance between the two closer, and then whispered, "This series of cases, according to our reasoning and speculation, should all point to the same cause. Even if the murderers are different, their motives are likely to be similar. That teenager you mentioned, we can work with him secretly. He's not from the police department, and as a bounty hunter plus you playing along within the police department, I believe the investigation will be simpler, and won't be subject to the constraints and shackles within the system. Use him, use the power behind him to continue to pursue these cases. What's going on I'll cover for you. If you want to take off the police uniform, also take off the old man's. TMD. Just like this, let me let go of the unknown. How can I be the boss in the future?" Yang Bureau rare burst of foul language, but at this moment fell in the ears of Lu Zhanyun, but feel incomparably affectionate. "Domineering. Bureau Chief Yang, you're my idol." Lu Zhanyun gave a thumbs up and immediately messaged Xinyu back and arranged a place to meet. Meanwhile, Xinyu receives a reply from Lu Zhanyun and makes an appointment at the same indoor children's playground where the two met last time. Half an hour later, Xinyu looked at Lu Zhanyun, the chief of the criminal police who was sitting across from him, his eyes full of bloodshot, his beard and hair disheveled like a chicken's nest, and couldn't help but ask, "Captain, how long have you not slept a sound sleep? How long?" Lu Zhanyun smiled self-deprecatingly, as if reminiscing for a moment and said, "Ever since I became a criminal police officer, I haven't slept peacefully once." Xinyu was suddenly a bit speechless. When he looked at the criminal police chief again, there was already more admiration and recognition in his eyes. Lu Zhanyun seemed to read something in his eyes, and immediately waved his hand and said, "None of this is important. Tell us about your guess." At that moment, Xinyu also did not talk nonsense. The bizarre art teacher, as well as the alarm in his own heart after he appeared, and the abnormal reaction involving the students of the previous case were all set again. Lu Zhanyun's eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but pull out a cigarette. He was about to light a fire when he saw no smoking signs posted all over the indoor playground. He resisted the urge to light the cigarette, only holding it to the end of his nose and sniffing deeply at the smell of tobacco inside, and thought for a moment, "According to what you said, this person is indeed suspicious. Can't even find out who he is using your circle of bounty hunters? I can go back and look into it through our internal network. As long as he's been active in this world, he's bound to leave traces. I will notify you when I find out any clues, but I have one condition. As long as you agree to this condition, I will also pay an additional gift." Xinyu's head tilted slightly sideways to show his curiosity and questions, waiting for the other party's next words. Lu Zhanyun leaned his body forward as if nothing had happened, and whispered, "I want you to investigate a series of video tampering cases for me. Investigate the possible connections behind them, and the person or group that they point to, and you'll be paid in addition to the money, plus a detailed dossier of the scene of your mother's accident that day. How about it? Are you interested?" Xinyu's pupils contracted violently as he looked into Lu Zhanyun's eyes to determine if the other party was joking. After a few seconds, Xinyu seemed to realize something was wrong as he asked rhetorically, "What happened at your police station?" Lu Zhanyun exhaled a breath and said, "It is true that something has happened. Above sent down a few stupid X-like stuff, claiming to be what action a place? To take over these cases. He also said that if anyone in our precinct interferes with this case, they'll be stripped of their uniforms. What kind of bull asterisk rule is this? When did it become wrong for a police officer to investigate a case? Operation 1? Xinyu furrowed his brows. Honestly, ever since he became a player, he had taken a keen interest in his mother, whose impression was already very vague. However, Captain Lu said to get him the detailed file of the scene on that day. It means that the other side must have noticed the doubts that existed inside. The last time that 3rd Division Chief Wei Xiong had only shown himself a strange graphic, allowing him to encounter the future star, as well as an extremely vicious battle. If this Captain Lu can take the detailed file of the day to him, could more clues left by the suspected mother be discovered? Xinyu considered for a few seconds and replied, "I am a bounty hunter myself. Of course I will take on a job that pays, but I also need to know the risk of this matter, and then evaluate it before deciding whether the risk and reward of this matter I do matches." Lu Zhanyun let out a light laugh, having the feeling that he was not conversing with a high school student, but with an old and cunning battle-hardened peer. He should only be 18 years old. What exactly has this teenager experienced? Lu Zhanyun glanced at him and said, "I don't think you're necessarily in a safe environment right now. You know what? I have an intuition that you are already in the game. whether you accept my commission or not. You are already involved in this matter, and the two of us are like infants just born into this world, without the slightest experience and without anything to fall back on. Then, rather, let's hold on to each other and support each other, maybe even earn a chance at survival in this dangerous world. And for that truth, of course. Suddenly, Shinyu also wanted to consider the words choked in the throat and could not say. Instead, but became deal 2 words. He surprised himself with those 2 words, then recalled the note on the Lone Ranger card. It seems that after owning this card himself, he has been more or less influenced by it. The Lone Ranger, lone courageous one. If you don't have the word brave, what makes you a Lone Ranger? Then, this lone, could it be that I'm destined to be a lone star of heaven's fate? Lu Zhanyun was also slightly surprised to see the other party agree so quickly, and the rhetoric he had prepared behind him also came in handy at this moment. Good, then starting today we will be temporarily allied. I'll give you my other phone number, which will be a one-way contact between you and me, and I'll be on 24 hours a day. If you have any information or need support, contact me, even if it's the wee hours of the night, I'll be at your beck and call. Shinyu looked at the other party and nodded solemnly. The two men then clasped their right hands together under the slightly greasy dining table. After finishing the business, Shinyu touched his stomach and said, "So my great captain, won't you treat me to a meal before you leave this late?" Lu Zhanyun stood up and pinned that cigarette to his ear. "Eat? I'm full of gas. Where else can I eat? Besides, your kid is richer than me. You got such a big bounty and you don't invite me. But you want me to invite you?" At this time, but saw a serious face, Shinyu suddenly said, "But I'm still a child." Lu Zhanyun was frozen there by the other party's words, half a day not knowing how to answer. 49. A meal for a card. Considering the news conveyed by the captain today, Shinyu hid his entire face in his hood and walked through the shadows of the street with his head down. He felt that the Xiazhu city at this moment was like a pressure cooker with boiling water. The temperature of the water was close to boiling, and the surrounding area was filled with boundless pressure, not knowing that it would explode because of a single opportunity. It's as if many strange things surrounded him after he got his mother's relics. Did that black card also have the ability to attract and gather similar trouble? In such a skeptical mood, Shinyu returned to the old flat building where his home was located. But he had just gone up to the 3rd floor when he noticed a small figure standing in the dim hallway light. It's Miao Hiya. This little girl was still carrying her shoulder bag, but the expression on her face as she looked at Shinyu was not very friendly. "Hey big brother, you're late for your first date with a girl. Do you know this is very rude behavior? How are you going to get a girlfriend in the future with this behavior?" Shinyu froze, then remembered that this little girl had asked herself to find her in her room at night. But there was some delay with the alliance with the first captain, which is why he came back late. "I'm sorry, I'm delayed by something, so if you have something to say, just say it." Seeing that Shinyu did not have the slightest bit of awareness that a person who should be late should have, Miao Hiya wrinkled her little nose and made a face. "Bah, I was going to give you a card to show my appreciation, but I didn't realize you were late. It's really too bad. Tell you what, if you buy me dinner, I can consider continuing to give you that card. I'm sure you're very interested in that card." Shinyu slightly sensed something. He stood there in silence for a couple of seconds, thinking that he was going to have to cook dinner when he got home anyway, so he might as well. "Let's go to your house first and see if you have any ingredients. I'll make it for you." "Wow, really? You can cook?" "I don't know how to cook, but my fridge is stuffed to the brim. I like that feeling. Come on, come up with me." The little double ponytailed girl was carrying a shoulder bag and was in an instantly good mood. It was as if the matter of Shinyu being late did not exist. Shinyu followed her through the 3rd floor where her house was located to the 4th floor. But when he got to the 4th floor he was a little puzzled, because at the moment the walls of the 4th floor have been painted. Originally in the public corridor should be staggered arrangement of 6 family unit room door, but now it has become only 1 door. When was this place remodeled? I don't remember it looking like this when I left this morning. Shinyu instinctively felt that this change had something to do with this little girl in front of him. Miao Hiya shrugged her shoulders and rightfully said, "Of course I rented this place. I have to renovate it after all. The original living conditions here were too substandard. How can it be worthy of such an honorable little princess as me?" Shinyu forcibly held back the urge to beat up the little friend, and followed the other into the large iron door that had been transformed to open to both sides. Yet as he walked through the door, his eyes widened slightly and uncontrollably. And this is the result of the remodeling? But see, the household type originally should be similar to Shinyu's old flat. At the moment was completely opened, connected to a nearly 200 square feet of large open room. Not only that, Shinyu also found a coiled upward step in the corner of the room of this old building. He frowned slightly and asked, "What? You rented the 5th floor as well?" Miao Hiya nodded her head with an expression of "What's wrong with that? I don't like the idea of having someone else living above my head. That would bother me, so I rented this floor and the upper floor in its entirety, and did a little remodeling. How is it? Doesn't it look too bad now?" "Well, Shinyu felt that even though he now had $300,000 in savings, he was still limited in his imagination by poverty in front of this girl. If you're so rich, why do you still come to this Thai place? Challenge yourself? However, this little two-ponytailed girl was hiding a lot of secrets, and Shinyu wasn't surprised that she was able to finish decorating the two-story house in just one day. She must have used the card's ability. After only slightly scanning this new home of the other party, Shinyu had calmed down. He spoke up and asked, "Where's the refrigerator and kitchen?" Miao Heya showed him the way with anticipation, and the next thing Shinyu saw was a large folio-style customized refrigerator taller than he was. He thought the fridge could easily hold two of him. Opened the refrigerator, which is neatly stacked with a variety of fresh seasonal vegetables, meats, beverages, and fruits. The ingredients were separated into categories and neatly yards in different organizers in a near perverted manner. For a moment then, Shinyu suspected that the person who packed this refrigerator must be suffering from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. He reached down and took out a few ingredients and turned back. "Give me half an hour." Miao Heya held back her excitement with a heavy hum. She saw Shinyu, the big brother who always had a cold and expressionless face, begin to skillfully wash, pick, cut and fry vegetables. He was like an old-fashioned chef, stirring and frying as if there was nothing he didn't know how to do. Miao Heya stood behind Shinyu for a while to look at this, a while to look at that, and a while to sneak a taste of the food that had not yet been served on the table. After eating, he even used his little mouth to make soup on his fingers, showing a satisfied expression. In less than half an hour, Shinyu had already made 4 dishes and 1 soup with 2 meat and 2 vegetarian dishes. Similarly, he steamed a pot of fragrant, large white rice. In no time at all, the food bowls were laid out on the table. Shinyu served himself a bowl of rice as well, sat down and said, "The rice is ready, so you can honor your promise." The sound of swallowing saliva came from Miao Heya's throat as she looked at a sumptuous dinner with all the colors and flavors. She flipped her wrist without a care in the world and gathered a card that appeared and just flung it out. A silver light flashed. Shinyu subconsciously raised his hand and pinched it. Instead, the little two-ponytailed girl was already eagerly raking the treats into her own little bowl. Shinyu paid no attention to the other parties wolfing down, but instead focused all his attention on the card in his hand that flickered with a silver-colored light. The silver-colored card deck that appeared in front of Shinyu had a group of passers-by with blurred faces drawn on its surface. These passers-by seemed to be crowding around something, blocking the road so tightly that no one could see. And in the corner of this card is written a big English letter E. This is none other than the E-rank follower card with a silver border. Huddle crowd. Shinyu's expression moved, but he had seen his Lone Valor card promotion sequence. In the process of promotion from E to D, this onlooker is the only card necessary for promotion. Is this Miao Heya his secret? That's why he sent this follower card specifically as a sign of friendship? Shinyu resisted the urge to immediately use the black card identification. The crowd into the phone, faintly said thank you. Miao Heya stuffed his mouth full of vegetables and rice. Slurred, "I have enough follower cards. This one is not to my liking. Consider this as a thank you for helping me out last time. In addition, you cook so well. Why don't you stay at my house from now on? I will pay you. How's that?" Shinyu looked at the little girl whose soup was already dripping down her chin onto the dining table and wordlessly passed over a napkin. "Could be." He returned 2 words that were both brief and emotionless. 50 pretenders. After finishing the sumptuous dinner, Shinyu packed some of the leftovers for his dad before saying goodbye to the little girl with the twin ponytails. Returning once again to the dank cabin on the 3rd floor that reeked of sweat as well as alcohol, Shinyu placed the packed meal on the table, ignored his father who seemed to be perpetually hungover, and entered his room to close the door behind him. It wasn't until then that Shinyu materialized that E-rank follower card. Onlookers, again. He took out the black card at the same time and overlapped onlookers with it. Not long after, small, light gold-colored letters slowly emerged on the back of that E-ranked card. So it was displayed. Class E attendant card, the onlookers. This deck creates an obstruction to the target, confuses vision, and a slight emotional disturbance. It helps the cardholder to quickly disengage from the environment and shake off the trail. However, the cardholder will experience a whispering noise in his ears for a period of time after using the card. Symptoms gradually diminish until they disappear when you stop using the follower card onlookers. Shinyu glanced at the side effects of this E-ranked follower card and made a silent note in his mind. It seems that for every card that offers magical abilities, there is also a certain backlash. It's like his Lone Ranger card, which makes his blood run cold at certain moments and he reacts without thinking about the consequences or the situation. And this onlookers will fill his ears with whispers and noise. For Shinyu, who has a strong sense of humor, this level of side effects is acceptable to him. On top of that, small, densely packed dark gold letters appeared on the black deck, which showed the words, Grade E attendant card onlooker is the only one required for the promotion of Grade E reinforcement card Lone Ranger. Advancement method, fuse and overlap 2 cards, summon and use them at the same time, and use your mind to infuse the cards themselves to complete the advancement. Shinyu raised his eyebrows and said silently in his mind, "It's so simple to complete the advancement?" Then it was like he figured out the key. After all, this was only an E-rank deck upgraded to D-rank, and there shouldn't be any additional forbidden requirements in the lower ranked sequences. Thinking of this, he manifested the Lone Ranger card again with some anticipation. He reunited the Lone Ranger and Onlookers cards, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Reinforcement cards, Lone Ranger, Follower card, Onlookers." After saying that, Shinyu infused his intention into the card itself. The two cards that were overlapped and placed instantly turned into dots of starbursts, presenting themselves in the palm of Shinyu's right hand. Among them, the translucent asterism representing the Lone Brave and the silver asterism representing the Onlookers slowly rotated and merged, and in just a few seconds, their two colors became identical. Shinyu suddenly realized in his heart, and at that moment, his palms closed together, completely returning those starbursts to his body. He exhaled slowly and materialized the card again. Yes, his guess was right, and when he summoned the deck again, his subconscious had snapped. The original two decks had changed, merging into one. A silver-white light flashed, materializing a brand new card. Shinyu's line of sight fell on the front of the card, and what made him slightly surprised this time was that the pattern drawn on the surface of this card was actually dynamic. The characters and scenes in it are on a loop like watching a TV clip. Inside the image, there was a man whose face could not be seen, wearing a trench coat. The man in the picture is going on in various disguises. At times he changes his clothing, at times he puts on a mustache, at times he creeps through the bushes in a ghillie suit, at times he crouches in the shadows in total darkness. In the corner of the card, a silver letter D appeared. On the back of the card, are the abilities and side effects that come with the card. Grade D Reinforcement Card, the Pretender. This card enables the holder's basic physical qualities to be further enhanced, especially the sensory functions to be improved more substantially. Use of this card will allow you to master multiple camouflage techniques as well as tracking and counter-tracking techniques at the same time. This is in addition to the initial ability to influence your opponent to fall into a trance and hallucinate, making false judgments. Based on the Lone Ranger deck, the Pretender will be cooler and deeper. Note, when using this card for a long period of time, please be aware that if a single disguise lasts longer than 24 hours, it may gradually turn into the target it was disguised for, and will not be able to change back into the user themselves. Remember, Shinyu saw those last two words and silently grinned. Although this is the only side effect that this Pretender card has, however, it is obvious that this side effect is quite terrible and serious. Become forever the object of your own disguise. Unable to change back into yourself? What do you mean? Appearance or personality? Shinyu thought about it, but couldn't get an answer. However, the improvement in basic physical fitness allowed him to sense something right at this moment. Watching the muscles of his body was slowly undulating and changing like wriggling worms, and in no time at all it was outlining into relatively perfect but not exaggerated shapes and curves. And at the same time, Shinyu obviously felt that his hearing and eyesight were also in the process of gradual enhancement. This enhancement was small, and also had to do with the fact that he wasn't using the deck at this point. Yet another greater enhancement was his sixth sense. This feeling allowed Shinyu to keenly capture the changes of certain things around him, as well as the malice or killing intent that someone bore towards him, and was able to make him feel the approaching danger in advance. After looking back and forth at the Pretender card for a while, Shinyu was satisfied and took it back into his body. However, he realized that the ability of the Onlooker card was also inherited in the Pretender card, and he could still use the function of that Follower card. This made Shinyu feel relieved. He didn't want the Follower card he had just gotten to just disappear for nothing. Putting away the cards, Shinyu was satisfied and lay down on the bed, quickly entering dreamland. The next week, when Shinyu arrived at the entrance of the school, the students of Xiaju First High School still consciously stopped all conversations and movements, waiting for this special being to pass through first. Only after that did they do what they were supposed to do. Resuming the paused scene, Shinyu had long been accustomed to all this. He still wears a hood and walks slowly on the school playground, and that's when his keen sixth sense, which had already been enhanced, seemed to sense something. He felt a gaze sizing him up in the shadows. Shinyu pretended to look up at his watch as his eyes swept over the gaze. The moment the two gazes made contact, Shinyu saw the person clearly. That's the new art teacher, Mu Cho, standing on the steps of the school's faculty quarters. He wore a somewhat feminine smile, his eyes curved into inverted crescents. Although he smiled and nodded in greeting to Shinyu, it made the latter feel a chill run down his spine. Shinyu could clearly feel the dangerous aura in this person. Only after upgrading the camouflage feel more profoundly. It seemed that the cards or levels possessed by his opponent must be far superior to his own, and he must be careful again and again. Sitting in his seat, Shinyu paid attention to the aura changes in the air around him while distractedly listening to the teacher's lecture. Time passed minute by minute, and the day passed so uneventfully and without waves. However, Shinyu felt a burst of unspeakable exhaustion. He had to listen to the lecture while keeping an eye out for the art teacher who was hiding in the shadows. The energy exponentially more than usual with two minds at once gave him a slight headache. At this moment, Xiao Yangxia suddenly walked to his side and whispered, "Shen Gur, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? I have something I want to talk to you about." 51. Kashin Mutual Aid Society. Shinyu stretched out her index finger and thumb and pinched her eyebrows, put on her backpack and said, "Let's talk as we walk." Xiao Yangxia promised and trotted out of the school after Shinyu. Walking down the street, Shinyu then noticed that his geeky classmate's entire body was a little looser than just now. It seemed that the gaze that made him nervous would only affect the confines of the campus. "What's wrong? What happened?" Shinyu asked. Looking at him, Xiao Yangxia looked around like a thief, but also pulled Shinyu to the corner of the street and pulled out his cell phone with a crying face. "Look, Shun, I got the same text message as last time." Shinyu's eyebrows suddenly furrowed as he took Xiao Yangxia's cell phone and saw the invitation text message that he didn't know who had sent it. This text message Shinyu also received, and this time the other party also gave himself a new name. No longer called What the New Humanity, but changed to Do Card God Mutual Aid Association. Hiss. Shinyu unconsciously inhaled a breath and looked at Xiao Yangxia. "When did you receive it?" "Just about to finish fourth period this morning." "What do you say? Is that weirdo who was hiding in the shadows last time back again? Will he come after us again? Should we call the police? Should we tell my parents?" Shinyu thought for a moment and raised his hand. "Keep quiet for now. Since he chose to text you or you guys first, it means that he is not yet capable of directly pulling you into that completely unconscious state last time. As for the police, I'll be responsible for telling them about this. But with just a text message that can't be traced back to its source, it's unlikely that the police will station a large number of people in our school like they did last time. After all, that would cause a panic." And Shinyu has a sentence not said, because at this time the Xiaju City Interpol team have been the so-called Action Ahalo, not let them intervene in similar events. Once the police were alerted, there was a good chance that one spot of that bizarre operation would be drawn to the school. In that case, Shinyu wasn't sure if the other party would be able to see how special he was and take care of him along with the person behind the text message. He has become the pretender. The first thing he has to do is to disguise himself, keep a low profile, try to keep himself on the periphery of the incident, and not to become the target of others' suspicion. Seeing that Xiao Yangxia was still jittery, her hands stirred the corners of her coat with force. Shinyu returned the cell phone to him and added, "Don't worry, I'm here. You just pretend that nothing has happened during this period of time and do what you need to do. I will secretly approach the other students involved to see if they received the same text message." "Well, then, Brother Shen, I'm relying on you. Don't worry, if you can still protect me this time, I'll still pay." Shinyu nodded his head, not agreeing or refusing. He now had Lu Zhanyun as an ally, and immediately sent a message to the other party. He wanted to see what opinions and suggestions this criminal police captain had. In addition, Shinyu thought about it, and then pulled Miao Heya into the 3-No cell phone chat group. "Yeah, big brother, you got a separate server chat room? Let's see who's in it." Black Rose? It's not that smelly big sister, is it?" Just after being pulled into the group chat, Miao Heya impatiently began to inquire about the personal information of the members of the group chat. She saw the ID Black Rose at a glance and remembered the cold yet beautiful face and the black blade that emanated a dangerous aura. That was the second person besides Shinyu who made her feel dangerous and afraid. Black Rose Xiaowei naturally ignored her provocation, while Emperor of Geeks Fatty Zhou was slightly excited and sent a text. "Wicked child, is that ya? Hey, we're really related." Came around into a group chat. "Yeah, do you have time this weekend? Do you have a date?" Joshu so-called about not about generally refers to the Kozer circle to participate in activities about photoshoots. Who knows that Miao Heya didn't give face at all and sent a sentence. "Who wants to have a shoot date with you lewd fat guy? I have something to do this weekend. No go no go." Joshu sent a skulking and crying emoji, then asked again. "Miss Black Rose, do you have time this weekend? Do you have a date?" After a while, the Black Rose Xiaowei only briefly sent 2 words, "not about." Joshu sent another crying emoji, and just as he had just edited a large, long paragraph and was about to send it out, he saw a small row of words from the system prompt. "You have been banned by the group owner." On the other side of the phone screen, Joshu froze for a few seconds, and then threw the cell phone on the bed with a loud bang. "Why did you ban me? This Shinyu, doesn't he know that every chat group has to have a mood setter like me? Do they all like dead air? Like a bunch of zombies in a chat group? Come on, what kind of chat group did I join? I can't get a date with 2 Kozer gods and goddesses. It's even worse than peeling off my skin." Shinyu, after banning the chatty fatty, took a picture of that text message from Xiao Yangxia's phone and sent it into the group chat, and attached a message asking, Have any of you received similar messages or encountered similar situations? What kind of an organization is the Cards Association? Seeing the screenshots and questions sent out by Song Yang, the group chat fell into a short silence. After a while, Luo Fei looked as if he had just seen the conversation on his cell phone and sent out an expression full of question marks. The Card Gods Mutual Aid Society? What kind of gang is this? Never heard of it. At least not in my circle. First getting Luo Fei's confirmation, Song Yang could basically disassociate this organization from the gangs in Xiazhu City. Immediately followed by Miao Hia also sent out an expression shaking her head, saying that she hadn't heard of it, and that it should be an up-and-coming organization. After a while, Black Rose also sent a message stating that she had never heard of it. Xinyu typed O with some disappointment, indicating that he knew, and urged everyone to chat privately with him in the group if they heard the appropriate information. But at the same time, the band Fatty Joe Shu shouted on the other end of the cell phone, Cards Mutual Association, you fatty, I have heard of it's a shame you banned me. Hey, you can't blame me for that, although I could just call you. Why would I? Bastard, consider this a little lesson for you. Let's see if you dare to ban me in the future. Although he didn't get the relevant news from the hidden group chat he had established, Xinyu wasn't in a hurry. He put away his cell phone and sent Xiao Yangxia to the car before returning home. On the way home, Captain Lu Zhanyun also replied to the message, saying that he would check for him on the intranet. However, what Xinyu didn't know was that during the time he was going home, in an empty drawing room located in Xiazhu First High School, Mu Chou, the new art teacher, was standing in front of a drawing board, scribbling and finishing a painting. He had a smile on his face that was both satisfied and evil. Turning slightly, he asked, "Class, what do you all see in this picture?" At the moment, in the drawing room, in addition to this art teacher, there were also 5 students of different grades and classes sitting there. They are all boarding students and all were last time they were involved in the disappearance of a student. These 5 students were currently sitting dumbly in the drawing room, their eyes empty and lifeless, staring at the drawing board not far in front of them. On that panel, the saturation of bright and dark colors was extremely high. The intersection of one bright color with another bright color was not excessive at all, and it looked extremely eye-catching and incongruous at first glance. However, those extremely eye-catching and disjointed blocks of color form a swirl on the canvas that gradually rotates and shrinks inward. In those swirls, there were still small people whose figures were blurred and whose faces could not be seen. Those little people, no matter what kind of poses they presented, all of them seemed to have one expression, and that was to open their mouths to the maximum, as if they would dislocate their jaws in the next moment. And their open mouths are so black that you can't see anything, like an abyss that can gradually swallow the human spirit. 52. Creepy copy paintings. After spending 2 days in a mood of tension and suspicion, Shen Yu, wearing 2 thick dark circles under her eyes, met up with Xiao Yangxia, who also possessed panda eyes. In the class, both men sat down wordlessly in their seats where they belonged. However, he heard Xiao Yangxia let out a long sigh, as if he was saying something to himself. Shen Yu and him were farther apart, but the former, whose hearing had been exponentially enhanced, still vaguely heard what the otaku was saying. They were intermittent, but Shen Yu clearly heard the other party utter some sentences. The Card Gods Mutual Aid Society. Become a superhuman. Supers can stay awake. Superhumans can also mimic the skills of those characters in the second dimension. Sounds like fun. Xinyu frowned slightly and looked sideways at this classmate who was talking to himself. He noticed that not only were the other man's dark circles heavy under his eyes, but the gleam in both of them was growing sluggish and dull, as if unfocused. In order to ensure safety, Xinyu has been accompanying him to the car after school these 2 nights, and that creepy stare should only be effective on school grounds. Could it be that Xiao Yangxia is also affected during the lessons? It seems that one must resolve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only the students who were affected last time, but also other normal students would have more and more people involved in this matter. Xinyu had to prepare for the worst. Perhaps by then the entire lower Xiazhu First High School would be turned into an eerie horror novel prototype place. Legend has it that the students there were each as if they were living corpses. Their eyes were dull, and they were churned and combined together by a black cement-like goo to form a giant writhing monster. Xinyu shook his head and decided to find a chance to contact that art teacher today. The last class on Wednesday afternoon happened to be an art class, and all the students were arranged by the teacher to take their already prepared paints into the painting room. Today they had to copy an oil painting and use it as an assignment due next week. That teacher stipulated that they could finish it this week. Xinyu knew that this was an opportunity to observe the other party up close. At that moment, he took the paints and walked into the spacious painting room. The students in the studio are staggered in front of their drawing boards in 2s and 3s. Everyone placed their paints and moistened their brushes, and then they all cast their eyes on the art teacher, Mu Chou, who stood on a slightly higher podium. The airy, feminine teacher was wearing a slightly ill-fitting but dashing white long-sleeved shirt today. The occasional stain of colored paint can be found on his shirt, but instead of making him feel sloppy, it sets off an artistic aesthetic. Mucho still had the genial expression that smiled until her eyes narrowed. He slowly postured casual, leaning on the lecture table. Open the projection screen. Operating the projector projected at today's students need to copy the oil painting. Shinyu also cast his eyes on the oil painting on the curtain. But see, the overall tone of this oil painting is dim and gloomy. Only a small boy standing in the left position of the picture. An empty-eyed bizarre puppet doll more bright. And behind the little boy and the puppet doll, an imaginary open glass window is painted. In the darkness of that glass window, countless palms could be seen faintly as if they were trying hard to reach through the barrier from the unreal to the real world. The painting as a whole gives off an eerie feeling. Whether it was the little boy with a dead expression, or the puppet doll that showed a black hole at its eyes, there are also countless palms that want to break through the dream world and reach into reality, all of which make people feel more and more depressed the more they look at it, and the more they feel their hearts beating faster. Shinyu collected his mind, adjusted his breathing, and quickly got rid of the influence the painting had on him. But as he scanned around, he found that all the students were currently wearing pained faces, their eyes filled with fear, and they were breathing heavily. It was obvious that everyone was affected by the eerie atmosphere presented by the painting. At that moment, Shinyu placed his left hand against his mouth and coughed heavily, pretending to clear his throat. The cough cut through the eerie quiet of the drawing room and woke the crowd. The students all looked around with blank eyes, and some of them broke out in a sweat, feeling nervous for unknown reasons. Although everyone was in slightly different moods, they all sobered up from the effects of the eerie painting. Standing on the podium of the art teacher, Muchio looked at Shinyu. The corner of the mouth slightly hooked did not say anything. He stretched the teaching rod in his hand a bit, pointing it at the painting and said, "The painting you all see is titled The World of Dio. The painting is said to have been full of eerie colors from the time it was created. Between 1974 and 1984, this painting was in many collectors' collections. However, all the owners who collected the painting, or the critics who wrote reviews of it, without exception, died. Later, according to the grapevine, the empty-eyed doll in the picture originally held a gun in her hand, but it was altered by a certain artist. Died in a bad way?" Upon hearing this, a handful of students had already begun to cut and whisper. Mucho didn't stop, and continued under his breath, "Of course, these are all legends, and we also know that certain painters, in order to make their paintings sell well, will make up many stories with magical colors for his works. As for the authenticity of these stories, we have no way of verifying them, but there is no denying that the painting is very clever, just from the point of view of both painting and art. Today, it is your homework for this week, and I hope you will take it seriously. Remember, copying a painting is not only about its appearance, but also about its meaning, putting your body, mind and soul into it. In that moment you will travel through time and space with your brush and board and communicate with the soul of the author of the painting you are copying. This is also an important process for us to learn from the deceased masters. Of course, I don't require all of you to be able to reach this level. Just do what you can. Good. Now everyone take the time to appreciate the details of this painting and then start copying it." Copying this painting and having to put body, mind and soul into it? Shinyu didn't doubt for a second that doing this was a dangerous thing in itself. Moreover, Shinyu used his enhanced sixth sense intuition to keenly perceive that the painting was not the original work of its author, it had been altered. Or rather, it's someone else who did a recreation of that painting. Some of what this teacher just said is correct. The original painting did have a haunting story associated with it made up by the gallery owner, and it also directly caused the painting to skyrocket from $199 to $1,225. Shinyu had seen the original painting on the internet, and it was simply not comparable to the one in front of him. Their details are slightly out of context. Did this teacher draw them herself? Shinyu retrieved his thoughts and saw that some of his classmates had already started to write. He also pretended to pick up a paintbrush and started copying. He wanted to see exactly how copying this painting would affect everyone, and to prepare and respond accordingly. After a short period of observation, most of the students had begun to put pen to paper, and only a few of those who counted themselves as artistic idiots had begun to look left and right and whisper. Individuals with drawing disabilities were bored and drew matchmakers on their drawing boards with paintbrushes. They also made those matchmakers fight with each other with weapons, just like an elementary school student. But Shinyu noticed something wrong when he swept Xiaoyang Xia with his afterglow. The latter's eyes were currently staring at the canvas in front of him with dead eyes. He squeezed the paintbrush in his right hand and applied it to the canvas with extreme force, one by one, hardly even looking at the painting on the projector, as if he had already completely memorized the work to be copied in his mind. And there was a frenzy in his eyes, an unexplained excitement. Shinyu wanted to get up to see what Xiaoyang Xia was actually drawing, but he realized that the eyes of that art teacher on the podium seemed to fall on him, which made him not dare to have any thoughts of making any rash moves. However, at this moment, Shinyu heard a pop sound. He looked sideways and saw that Xiao Yangxia seemed to have broken that brush in his hand hard due to both holding it and laying it down too hard. 53, that's some scummy ability. The moment the paintbrush was snapped, the frenzy in the depths of Xiao Yangxia's eyes quickly dissipated. He looked slightly dumbfounded at the broken brush in his hand. Then with a wooden expression, he replaced the brush and continued to start smearing. But the force was no longer as exaggerated as it was just now, and it belonged to the normal category. Xinyu withdrew his eyes and also began to paint on his own canvas. However, as he watched that projected painting more and more times, his head became more and more foggy. It seemed more and more difficult to see between his hazy eyes just what would become of what he was drawing. A wave of alarm was born in him, and he flicked his tongue with his teeth, letting the pain take him out of that bizarre influence. However, when Xinyu came to his senses, he found that even though it was now the late fall season, his back was still wet with sweat. He let out a slow breath and put down his brush for the moment. Yet on his canvas, in his half-asleep state, he actually painted the creepy puppet doll with empty eyes and a glass of water in his hand. Let Xinyu feel surprised. Nothing painting talent, he drew this doll, and the original painting reached 8 or 9 points similar. Hell, he muttered silently, more and more certain that something was wrong with the art teacher. The ringing of the bell for the end of class finally allowed Xinyu to completely detach herself from the effects of this painting. The scum let out a cheer, grabbed their book bags and were ready to go, and their paintings are all over the place. All sorts of weird stuff, all sorts of stuff, but there's just nothing related to the original paintings. Xinyu let out a light sigh and spat silently in the depths of his heart. It seems that school scum also has the advantage of school scum. It doesn't somehow get influenced by someone with a heart. On the contrary, those who love art, especially the girls, at this time, each one of them looked a little trance, and their panels, many of them, show almost the same partial content as the original incarnation. Some of them drew creepy little boys. Some of them drew background windows and palms that seemed to be reaching out from the void. Some also sketched puppet dolls with empty eyes, just like Xinyu. At this point, looking at the scum who can't wait to get up, art teacher Mu Qiu then uttered 2 words, class dismissed. This time the classroom instantly became noisy, and the previous weird and difficult atmosphere was completely broken. Everything was back on track as if nothing had happened. But Xinyu knew in his heart that a portion of the students here, while copying the paintings, were as if they were undergoing a psychological imprecation. This perverted teacher has planted a seed in their hearts and subconscious. Just can't figure out yet what kind of weird stuff the seed will sprout and grow. Yet he had to address this pitfall before the students were affected more and more profoundly. Xinyu thought that tonight was the day that he and Fatty Joe Shu had agreed to go to the black market, and then he could ask around there to see if anyone knew anything about it. Since the last period was art class, after that many of the scum chose to skip their nightly study sessions and run right out the door. Today Xinyu had an appointment with Fatty and chose to skip class as well, and he didn't forget to drag Xiao Yangxia out as well on his way out. Don't stay at school, go home early. I see you're not in good spirits, so rest early tonight. Xiao Yangxia nodded woodenly and was forcefully dragged by Xinyu to skip class. Only he didn't show any doubt, walking to the station on his own like a walking corpse, clocking in, getting on the bus, and going home. On weekdays, as long as there are no special circumstances or late dismissal from school, Xiao Yangxia will take the bus home by himself. Looking at this classmate's 2 eyes, he chose a seat by the window, and only then did Xinyu pull up his hood and walk slowly towards the location he had agreed with the fat man. Through a brief cell phone exchange, the two also meet under the sculpture in the cultural square where they last met to trade dolls. Since Xinyu chose to skip his evening study today, he came a little earlier than the appointed time. The fat man hadn't arrived yet, so he was going to find a food stall nearby to fill his stomach first. However, just at this time, Xinyu suddenly felt something in his heart. He pulled out his slightly vibrating, triple-play cell phone and saw the countdown to the impending start of the match appear on it. Eternal Monarch. Rank 1. 4 defeats in 4 battles. You can meet a challenge even here? Xinyu frowned at the countdown time of 5 minutes. He mulled over his opponent's record and win rate, comparing it to the time Fatty might arrive. Thinking that he shouldn't be delayed in his business, he followed the instructions on his cell phone and headed for the race site. It was a separate small courtyard on the edge of the cultural square near the public restrooms. This place was usually for those sanitation workers to rest and store their belongings temporarily, and at the moment there was no one there. Xinyu guessed that it must be the mysterious force that excluded all the passers-by to create a suitable environment for them to compete, and it's impossible for the course of such a race to be recorded by any electronic device. People passing by don't even have the desire to watch it. Slowly approaching that small courtyard, Xinyu saw his opponent sitting on a bench. It was a slim man wearing a ducktail hat and wrapped in a cape. He bowed his head and pressed the brim of his ducktail hat low enough to make it impossible to get a good look at him. Only the corners of his grinning mouth and his morose white teeth were visible. Xinyu took off his hood and did not talk nonsense. Directly spoke. It is you who initiated the challenge. I'm still in a hurry. Hurry up and start. The man on the opposite side didn't rush to make a move, but instead laughed a few times in a sinister manner. Junior, you're unlucky to have met me, but I can give you a chance. As long as you voluntarily admit defeat, I won't let you feel despair and pain. On the contrary, you may lose in a very ugly way, and you will also be left with a lifelong psychological shadow. What? Shinyu frowned slightly, ignored the words of the other party, and directly took out the Lone Brave card into the body. Reinforcement cards. Lone Valor. Please teach me more. Shinyu's body emitted a faint warm white light. Once the card was used, the surrounding space instantly changed. The countdown had cleared, and the match officially began. Seeing that Shinyu used his cards without saying anything, he also posed as if he was going to attack over. The man then panicked and removed his ducktail hat and the somewhat odd cape. However, Shinyu's eyes widened slightly as he saw that what the other party was wearing underneath that weird cloak was actually a blue and white school uniform, and underneath the duck-tongued hat was a slightly slimmer, more youthful face. One could tell by the number of pimples on his face that the other was definitely not older than him. Prop card. Triangular ruler. The teenager shouted out the name with a slightly twisted expression, then rubbed his hand over the card. After a not-so-bright flash of light, Shinyu saw a large wooden triangular ruler that geometry class teachers would use appear out of thin air on his hand. It's... An invisible crow flew over Shinyu's head, reminding him of a sentence Luo Fei had said earlier. He said he'd been through a 3-war, 3-loss scum before, and could materialize a triangular ruler in his hand. Shinyu silently looked at the opposite side of this teenager who was holding a triangle ruler in an offensive stance and mourned for him for another second. The battle between the two seemed to be over just as soon as it began. Shinyu didn't even break a drop of sweat and stood in place, and the teenager with pimples was lying on the ground wailing and screaming, shouting that he had admitted defeat. His triangular ruler had shattered into 2 halves and fallen to the side. As he cried out to admit defeat, it disappeared into a bit of starbursts that merged into its owner's body. Game over. Shinyu looked at the other party somewhat speechlessly and asked curiously, "Why is your ability so useless? And still take the initiative to challenge me?" The teenager covered his nose, tears coming out of the corners of his eyes in pain. Facing Shinyu's words, his expression was slightly unnatural. My deck must be awesome. It's the most special one. I must just be missing a certain opportunity. When I find that hidden secret behind it, you all will be no match for me. I'll be the most powerful player in the whole of Shaju City. You'll see. You'll pay for underestimating me. The Eternal Monarch, whose ID was quite middle-aged, rolled over and got up from the ground, pulling out toilet paper from his pocket, which seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and plugged his bleeding nostrils. He put on his duck-tongued hat again, lowered the brim, and glared at Shinyu before disappearing at the end of the small courtyard. If people didn't know better, they would have thought the winner of this match was him. 54. Fatty's information. Shinyu, who continued to reap a winning streak, opened his cell phone and raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. This uncontested game allowed him to gain $200,000, so that his savings instantly surged to $500,000, which is also considered a small rich man in the same age level. Of course, the kind that does not spell father. Quickly put this matter behind him. Shinyu saw the fat man wrapped in an overcoat and carrying a shoulder bag, jogging all the way to him. Joshu saw Shinyu show a strange smile and reached out to greet him. "Hi group owner, I thank you for shielding me." Shinyu returned expressionlessly. "You talk too much." Joshu smiled but did not say anything, did not intend to tell the news of the Card God Mutual Aid Association to the other party so easily. At that moment, he tightened the satchel on his shoulder and beckoned. "Follow me first." Shinyu followed behind Joshu, and the two of them boarded a bus that was closest to the square. The bus drove all the way to the western part of Shaju City, and the two of them got off the bus only after about 10 or so minutes. At this point, they were already quite far away from the location they had just set out from. When I got off the bus, it was completely dark. Joshu walked ahead with a brisk pace, and Shinyu followed silently, without the slightest intention of taking the initiative to speak. After a while, probably the fat guy just couldn't help himself. He slowed his pace to walk alongside Shinyu and opened his mouth. "How did you manage not to say a word along the way? Not a single question? Do you look like an adolescent teenager should? Young man, be lively." Shinyu slanted a glance at him and returned, "I just don't like talking nonsense." Joshu was choked ahead, rolled his eyes and said, Originally I wanted to tell you some news about the Card God Mutual Aid Association, but it seems that you don't have any desire to communicate." Shinyu measured over his head and asked solemnly, "You know about that organization? This is serious business, not part of the nonsense. You can say, IING. Joshu just wanted to explode a foul mouth, but when he saw the emotionless and icy eyes of the teenager beside him, he instantly swallowed back the latter words. Well, he had to admit that deep down he was a bit afraid of this young man. There seemed to be an infinite amount of insanity hidden within his seemingly unruffled, ice-cold eyes. This is also the strong premonition that Zhou Shu had after he was promoted to madman. Only he didn't think he was qualified to be a madman at all. So maybe it would be more appropriate for the teenager across from him? The boldness and madness with which he fought, Zhou Shu thought that he couldn't catch up even if he beat his horse. Never mind. Let's not think about that. Fatty gathered his emotions and said, for the sake of you telling me about the Joker card advancement deck, I'll reveal a little bit. He cleared his throat. Kasei Mutual Aid? I've heard it mentioned in player gatherings, and it seems that someone received an invitation text from them that was sent to a player's cell phone. The leader of this organization is said to be attempting to create a world dominated by cardholders, manage, or enslave ordinary people in an ideal world. You know, in every era there are always a few madmen who want to change the world, who want to create utopias, but some of those ideas are clearly impractical. Fatty shrugged and bristled. Take this Card God Mutual Aid Association for example. Their core philosophy is that perceived card owners are naturally nobler than the average commoner, and that they should be trampled underfoot to gain more social resources and power. But he seems to have overlooked one thing. What is it? This topic of fatties successfully aroused Shinyu's interest. Hey, haven't you noticed? Low-ranked card-owning players are generally younger. Anyway, the Fat Master, I have not encountered the beginning of the 3 low-level players until now. The most is the 20-something years old. There are a few teenagers like you, but of course their strength is relatively weak. Lower-level players are generally younger. This question Shinyu had pondered before, and now that it was confirmed by Fatty, it was basically certain. Players located at higher levels cannot challenge players at lower levels. That would be unfair. The level difference between the two players in a battle will basically be limited to 5 levels. After the winning streak just now, Shinyu had already risen to the 3rd level, and he had a premonition that the more consecutive victories he had, the faster his level would rise. Do you know how many participants this organization already has? Zhou Shu laughed at his words and waved his hand. Come on, players are not fools. Who would believe in an organization founded by a madman of unknown origin? As far as I know, not a single person replied to him or had the inclination to attend. People just treat it as a joke at parties. What? You're interested in him? Shinyu slowly shook his head and said, no, he has affected me and the people around me. The probability is that the leader of the Card God Mutual Aid Association is a teacher at our school, and I suspect that he is going to extend his clause of developing followers to the school students. Ha! Fatty was stunned for a moment. He even invited ordinary people to join the club? This, according to his propaganda, ordinary people are only worthy of being enslaved and driven by card holders, so he's recruiting slaves for himself? What a madman! Will anyone agree then? Shinyu narrowed his eyes and whispered, surely no one would voluntarily agree, but he obviously won't ask if the joiner is volunteering. Is he going to coerce? If that's the case, my advice is to call the police immediately. This has gone beyond a fight between our card players and has risen to a criminal case, Zhou Shu said with rare seriousness. Shinyu nodded and did not say anything else, and at this moment, he had already followed Fatty to a relatively dim and deserted road in the western district. From here they turned north across a street and saw a bridge across the river in the distance. When Fatty saw that Shinyu had no intention to continue communicating, and that his destination was almost arrived, he did not pursue the matter. At that moment, he looked around for a while, stood on tiptoe and braced himself with his left hand, and with a deft movement he tumbled out from the side of the bridge fence. Afterward he descended the slope of the embankment to the bottom of the bridge. Below the bridge is the Summer Bamboo River, which flows calmly over the nearly dry river. The river has a low river flow and acts like a small gully when it is not in flood. Zhou Shu walked to the bottom of the bridge hole, looked at the thick piers covered in graffiti and said, hey, the party venue is right here. Don't blink, oh, come with me. Shinyu looked around at the graffiti-covered piers with some confusion. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow here. How could one attend a party? Instead, he saw the fat man with the satchel walk up to one of the colorful, exaggerated graffiti paintings and flex his fingers in the center and tap a few times. Shinyu noticed that the fat man's tapping fingers seemed to have a specific pattern. The location where he knocked came from a similar hollow thud sound. The surface of the pier is not solid. As Zhou Shu tapped, the center of the exaggeratedly shaped graffiti slowly dented inward, revealing a hole from which a voice came out. Who? I'm you fat bastard. Zhou Shu finished. From that hole came a low curse. TMD dead fat. Still so arrogant. The owner of that voice seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Zhou Shu's arrogance, but did not say anything more. At that moment, the surface of the abutment, which was just thick and hard, suddenly moved and folded a little bit like a big piece of a puzzle and opened outward. Its interior seemed to be composed of countless extremely fine gears and parts, giving Shinyu the illusion that this bridge pier would morph into a robot. After a slow movement and folding, that graffiti location opened a stone door capable of accommodating an adult. Shinyu saw that the interior of the gate was lit up with dim lights, and there were many masks hanging on the wall. Not knowing what they were for, Zhou Shu turned his head and waved his hand with a smile. Let us go. Little brother Shin let you see what a black market between players is. Pick a mask and put it on. Everyone doesn't really like to show their true colors, although you can occasionally reveal your identity when sparring. It's a step that's been agreed upon in the major gatherings just to be on the safe side. 55. Gathering of players. Shinyu didn't say anything more and followed Fatty into the magical stone door. Inside the stone door was a room of about 20 square meters. There were many masks of different shapes hanging on the walls here. From some of the gaps in the mask wall Shinyu could tell that the original mask there should have been picked off. According to this number, there were at least 20 people attending this gathering. This had greatly exceeded Shinyu's expectations. While he was watching, Fatty had already taken off a Hulk mask and put it on his face, urging, "Just take anyone." Shinyu retrieved his thoughts and smoothly removed a mask closer to him and put it on. That is a mask of the man without a face in the thousand searches. I do not know whether it is a coincidence or inevitable destiny. This mask in Shinyu's current identity, the masquerade, is quite suitable. After picking out the masks, the two stood in front of a stone door on the other side. There sat a male with a boar's head hood. Shinyu recognized this headgear because the last time the abandoned hospital cosplay party was held, Luo Fei dressed up as this anime character. It seemed that this character was quite popular. "Well, get in there," the man spoke, and the stone door that had just opened behind him unfolded and moved once more, slowly filling in the gap that had opened and reverting to a thick, heavy pier once more. Upon entering another stone door, a corridor about 10 meters long was in front of the two. The corridor was dark all around, but the light coming from the end of it allowed them not to worry too much about their vision being affected. Seeing Shinyu's expression, Fatty laughed as if offering a treasure. He, how about it? Shocked? The initiator of the party here is a rank 20 senior player. This space was also constructed from one of his scene cards. People don't have to worry about being discovered by outsiders when trading here. It's absolutely safe. Of course, if the transaction is completed, both parties must pay a certain fee to the venue provider. Still need to pay? How much? Hearing that he still had to pay for the sale, Shinyu was instantly alerted. What are you nervous about? Anyone who can become a player doesn't lack much money. You have at least a few $100,000 of savings in your hand now, right? Upon completion of the transaction, the buyer and seller will pay the venue provider according to the value of the item being traded. For example, an E-grade deck has an average price on the black market of about $1 million. Of course, that's the most common E-grade deck, just like the one you owe. I don't mean to belittle you. It's true. Shinyu ignored the fat man's provocation because the other party had no idea of the potential that existed in his deck. But the fat man's words still caused Shinyu's dismay. A most ordinary E-grade reinforcement card without a border would sell for over $1 million? So his current seemingly generous deposit of $500,000 is the equivalent of a pauper in player circles? It seems that the fact that he is short of money has not changed in the least. Even if he sees a card he needs, he can't afford to buy it. This fact made Shinyu's only bulging wallet instantly feel like it was shrinking. At this time, but I heard Fatty continue, if that E-grade card trade is successful and you paid $1 million, then both sides of the trade will have to hand over $100,000 to the venue provider and the appraiser. That is, the owner of this place, which adds up to $200,000. That expensive? To take a 10% cut? Shinyu couldn't help but frown. Fatty smiled and explained, this is what you don't understand. The owner here not only provides the venue, but also conducts a preliminary appraisal of the cards traded between the two parties, so that you don't have to worry about buying poor quality cards or counterfeit cards. Inferior decks and counterfeit decks? Cards can be counterfeited? Shinyu suddenly felt that he still had a lot of knowledge about the player's card world that he needed to refresh. Crooks are really everywhere. Even this amazing deck can be counterfeited. What kind of fakes can't they make? Into your knowledge blind spot, right? So if you want to ask for information, you still have to ask your fat master. No, fat brother. Seeing Shinyu's face, Fatty Joe Shu hurriedly changed his words, because there are some card players whose abilities are similar to creating illusions and forging cards. This has happened at some previous parties. Cards that looked good when they were traded, but disappeared for no reason within 2 days of taking them back. It's the kind of card that manifests from an illusion. There is also an inferior type of deck that also appears to be fine on the surface, but is damaged after one use. This kind is also pitiful enough. The former belongs to a card player with fraud-type abilities, while the latter should be out of the hands of an artisan crafting card player. Obviously the latter can still be a bit stronger, while the former is just purely duped. Shinyu silently memorized this knowledge in his mind. He keenly discovered an important piece of information. Artisan-type card maker? This kind of deck could still be made out of thin air? Artisan class. Is this ability too powerful? Wouldn't someone like this be highly sought after in the player community? After all, the status of someone who could make cards was definitely quite supreme. The two had already passed through that corridor when they spoke here, and the space in front of Shinyu's eyes opened up. The layout of the place was somewhat like their bounty hunter's underground rendezvous point. except that the space wasn't as large, probably due to the limitations of that scenario card. There are white walls on all sides, with long leather sofas placed against the wall. In the center of the long table, there are buckets of pure water and disposable paper cups for everyone to drink. There was also a small door near the back of the side. Fatty explains that there is a room where the buyer and seller complete their transactions individually after a deal is struck, so when trading items, no one else can spy on them, and this is to keep everyone safe. And the parties who complete the sale early will be sent out of the party by the owner of the place to leave first if they have no desire to continue the purchase. Shinyu nodded wordlessly, feeling that this way was relatively safe, not having to worry about being robbed or exposing their true identities when they left together. On the couches of the not-so-large living room, there were some masked players sitting around in twos and threes. From their whispered conversations, Shinyu was able to hear that none of these people were actually very old. Looks like it's all low-level players like Fatty said. Zhou Shu, after giving Shinyu an introduction to what he needed to pay attention to, smiled and clapped his hands. Hey, hello everyone, Fat Master, I'm here. Who has something good in their hands to trade today? In addition to tell you, Fat Master, I am now a C-class strongman, you cannot mess with me. Oh. The fat man seemed to be a regular at this party, and as soon as he opened his mouth he provoked a group of people around him to attack him. Fatty, you're lying, just you can still become a C rank? Why do you need to come to a D and E level party when you're a C level? You should be looking for a higher end party. Don't listen to his bragging, there's no truth in the fat man's mouth. Fatty, have you been hitting on any more of the little girls lately? Did you get beaten up, or get locked up by the cops as a peeping Tom? The corners of Fatty Joshu's mouth twitched twice, then he cursed, all of you puffer boys shut up, I said you still do not believe. Oomph. In the future, if you meet you Fatty, you'd better be good and automatically admit defeat and surrender, then you'll know whether what I said is true or not. The crowd of partygoers gave the fat man a unanimous disdainful look, and then returned their attention to the topic they had spoken about earlier. Shinyu glanced at the fat man who seemed to be suffering from social bullishness and whispered, can you not draw so much attention to yourself? Aren't you afraid of being watched by someone with a heart of gold? Even though Zhou Shu was wearing a mask, Shinyu seemed to be able to see the corners of his grin. You heard it just now. Basically all the ones who show up at this party are E rank, and the highest is D rank. I'm a C rank now, what are you afraid of them for? Of course, you're an exception. 56. Card trading. Just then, the steel door that leaned back was opened and a tall man in a leather coat and Pikachu mask stepped out. Everyone present stopped their conversations and turned their heads to look over. This time, without Fatty's explanation, Shinyu also knew that the probability was that this person was the initiator of the activity, as well as the venue provider, that high-level 20 player. The party was quiet at this point, and the only sound left in the air was the breathing of the crowd. This high-level player greeted the crowd with a slight forehead and finally rested his eyes on Shinyu. We have a new member. Allow me to introduce myself. My ID is Summer River Finale. You can also call me Mr. Summer River. Welcome aboard. Seeing that the other party specifically greeted him, Shinyu also stood up and nodded his head in greeting. The information about him had been submitted by Fatty before he brought him here. Therefore, this Mr. Shaha knows some basic information about Shinyu, which includes his unseemly ID suspect. I believe Fatty has already introduced you to the rules here. So, the party begins. Mr. Natsaha, he said, bowing slightly and sitting on the single sofa near the corner. Shinyu withdrew his eyes from the other party and could determine that the voice should belong to a male around 30 years old. He had just called Zhou Shu Little Fatty and was obviously more than a year or two older than him, and the poise and composure he showed also gave Shinyu a little more trust in the safety of this party. The gathering began with the participants present pulling things out of their carry-on backpacks and placing them on the long table in front of them. These things were not connected to each other in the slightest, and they had those who directly pulled out cards, those who pulled out unknown plants, and those who set up what looked like antique literature. If Shinyu did not know in advance that this is a player between the black market, are going to think that came to the antique market. At this time, the fat man came to his side and also took out from his satchel a weird cloth doll about 20 centimeters tall, covered in smoky gray, with all the facial features compiled from straw and placed it in front of him. Are you kidding? Shinyu asked, looking at him sideways. The fat man was first stunned, then reacted. That's what you don't understand in the eyes of a craftsman type player. Any item has its own value. Of course, you can't just take some random plastic bag of garbage or something and put it out there. It has to be relatively special to exist. Artisan class players? Shinyu pondered for a moment, speculating that this type of player probably possessed special abilities that others did not have, and could use special items to create cards. As expected, just as the fat man had posed with his ugly doll, the party promoter Mr. Summer River, sitting in the corner, changed his position. In a low, muffled voice, he asked, Fatty, What item do you want to exchange out of this ragdoll? Shinyu did not speak or ask questions, but quietly watched the upcoming transaction. Although the fat man was wearing a mask, Shinyu could still feel his lewd smile hidden under the mask. Shaha brother, I want a defense-oriented deck, that's what I'm missing right now. Defense-biased decks? The man whom the fat man called Brother Shaha was obviously stunned for a moment, and then laughed softly. Haha, what? Even you kids have gotten serious? In the past, you only exchanged money to buy hand-me-downs. Fatty let out a sarcastic laugh. I also have occasional times when I'm on the up and up. After all, I'm a C-ranked powerhouse now. Oh, you're C-ranked without realizing it? Well, not bad. Mr. Shaha looked the fat man up and down for a few moments before he reached down and pulled out a money clip from the inner pocket of his leather coat. He opened his money clip and rummaged around for a while, pulling a card from it. In the process, Shinyu, who had excellent eyesight, watched with a fixed gaze, although only skimmed the corner of the money clip, but Shinyu was still able to determine that this Mr. Shaha money clip contains at least about 10 cards. But, why is his deck in a money clip, instead of being incorporated into a trippy cell phone? Maybe that's one of the things about making your own decks? Mr. Shaha handed the card in his hand to the fat man. Shinyu took this opportunity to see the pattern drawn on that card. It was a card with a bronze border and the letter E in the corner. But one thing that was different from the cards that Shinyu had seen before was that it didn't have that mysterious starlight wrapping around it. Grady bronze defense card? Fatty Joshu took the deck and looked back and forth. Mr. Shaha explained in a low voice. It's called Bulletproof Vest, and it can provide you with defense against bullet-type attacks for 5 minutes. Joshu's eyes lit up. Then he asked, what are the side effects? It has very few side effects, and requires a certain amount of scrap iron to be incorporated into the deck after each use. After listening to the explanation of Mr. Shaha, Shinyu slightly frowned unnoticeably. The side effects of these cards are still really weird. Joshu apparently found this side effect to be almost non-existent. He said in an excited tone, it's a deal brother Shaha, this ragdoll is yours. He put away the deck while his opponent took the somewhat creepy ragdoll. After all this, Joshu sat back next to Shinyu, whispered, see? So a deal is done. Because the person I dealt with was Xiaohe, so the 10% commission can also be waived. Shinyu nodded without words, probably knowing clearly the purpose of this Mr. Shaha for creating this party in the first place. It seems he was trying to effectively collect some of the material items he needed. Joshu and the party caller closed the first deal to get the day off to a good start. Soon, other players were asking for prices for things or cards they were interested in. Shinyu saw that 2 people even apply to enter the room towards the back to trade alone. These people either exchanged cards or bought cards with money, and the scene became quite lively for a while. Of course, Shinyu hadn't found any cards he was interested in for the time being, and his small amount of money really wasn't enough here. Take for example a transaction he had just witnessed. The 2 parties to the deal seemed quite confident in their strength and did not choose to trade individually. They directly took out their cards and red-colored banknotes, and a D-grade prop card was actually sold for $2 million in cash. Although Joshu said that this is a bit of a premium, but this phenomenon seems to be very common in the player group. After all, a card that doesn't do much for you is probably unique to someone else's deck advancement. It can be imagined that the $500,000 of savings on him is almost equal to nothing. In the end it is still a poor man. Just as the party was winding down and everyone had run out of needs, an attendee wearing a Peking opera face paint suddenly stood up. Gentlemen, I would like to beg for a piece of information about the initial deck promotion sequence. If anyone can provide the appropriate clues, I will directly pay him 1 million cash, or one-time attack deck. If anyone can provide me with the content of the message directly, I will pay a C-class prop card in part of the money. His words caught the eye of all the participants. Although everyone was wearing masks, Shinyu still felt shock and surprise from underneath that one mask. At this time, Joshu whispered into his ear. Usually very few people at gatherings of this level know the relevant information about the card promotion sequence, and the remuneration he gave was obviously not attractive enough. Shinyu nodded his head, indicating that he agreed with this statement from Fatty. After all, information about the card promotion sequence is priceless and cannot be measured by normal items. You haven't said what your initial sequence was? Joshu followed up on behalf of the group. The man who had just made the request for purchase hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. D-grade reinforcement card. Gardener. 57. Rainy Night Challenge. After the player said the name of his initial card, the players shook their heads. Gardener? That's quite a strange sequence. Hey bro, what's the ability of this deck of yours? The fat man came up to himself and was dodged by the latter as he attempted to put a hand on someone's shoulder. No. If not, forget I said it. The player seemed to be a bit scared, and immediately moved a bit further away from Fatty. Gardener. Shinyu mumbled these 2 words in his mind. and was somewhat curious about the promotion sequence of this card. But he was here for the first time today for the purpose of observation. There are at least 20 players here, so who knows what's in there? For the sake of caution, Shinyu still did not respond. My friend, in my experience, for information like card sequences, you should take your chances at a somewhat more advanced gathering. The initiator of the party, Mr. Ha, kindly reminded the gardener to be the first to leave the party. He was also afraid that someone would target his initial card with the promotion sequence. Although the initial cards are all picked up and bound, it is not excluded that some players have more magical abilities. The party ended and Shinyu and Joshu also left the party place one after another. And what surprised Shinyu once again was that the location where he appeared was only 2 streets away from his home, saving him even the effort of taking a bus. The cell phone vibrated with a message from Joshu. Little brother, how does it feel to be at your first player-to-player party? You can exchange cards with other players once you've accumulated some family money. Shinyu returned a thank you, did not give the other party the opportunity to continue, and ended the conversation early. What he had in mind was not exchanging cards, but using the special nature of the black cards to earn benefits by providing others with information on the promotion sequence. But, how can one provide information without letting anyone know he has this special ability? Shinyu pondered for a while, thinking to ask about the situation the next time he saw Xiaowei. The summer bamboo city at the beginning of the Chinese lights was once again raining lightly. Late fall seems to have been particularly rainy this year, with at least 4 days out of 10 raining and the other 4 being cloudy. The remaining 2 days of sunshine also rarely splashed on the historic old city. Shinyu pulled his hood a little tighter and lowered his head as he walked quickly through the sparsely populated streets. But suddenly, he sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat abnormal. Passers-by who were supposed to be walking fast to escape the rain disappeared. Some stores that specialize in nighttime business also closed their doors and windows. In addition to the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, the only thing left around was the sound of a slightly ragged breathing from far away. Shinyu alertly swept across both ends of the street, but did not find a single figure. Under the cold and dim streetlight, Shinyu's movements were hidden and he pulled out the black cards and clamped them between his fingers. The ragged breathing sounded once again, but this time it appeared in a different direction. Shinyu looked at the sound, but even though his eyesight was already far beyond normal, he still failed to make any discoveries. Nope. A trace of familiarity crossed Shinyu's heart. He felt as if he had seen such a scene somewhere. He remembered. The night he first followed Xiao Yangxia into the deserted park was very similar to the feeling he had at this moment. Could it be? I've been dragged into a dream? Shinyu leaned against the wall uncertainly. That way at least his back was safe. Hoo. Again, there was the sound of ragged breathing, and this time, the voice actually appeared behind him. But, he was clearly standing against the wall. There can't be anyone behind him. Shinyu barely hesitated, and his right hand, which was clasped with a black card, swung violently backward. Black cards with edges sharper than a knife blade sliced through the wall, leaving a cut smooth and deep indentation in it. No one? Shinyu slashed through the wall this time, but failed to hit anything alive. Yet again, that ragged breathing sounded behind him. Friends, there's no need to hide your head when you can discuss anything. Shinyu forward a sideways flip, once again turned back, still failed to have any discovery. He opened his mouth to speak, trying to communicate with the shadowy being, though he wasn't sure the other man wanted to communicate with him. Shen Yu. As if his words had worked, the gruff voice that always appeared behind Shinyu finally spoke. You recognize me? Shinyu scanned around, seemingly talking to himself and communicating with the man. Recognize. I want to challenge you. I'm the one. The strongest person in Natsukai High. What? Shinyu frowned at the other party's words and quickly identified the owner of the voice. Yes, he had locked on to the other party's identity just from this familiar scene, and the words just now. First of all, this weird scene is almost exactly the same as that time when he was stalking Xiao Yangxia. Secondly, he's going to challenge Shinyu to become the strongest person in Xiaozhuan High? In Shinyu's impression, the one who had said something similar was the only one in Xiaozhui High School. That would be the class 2 scum in the same grade as Shinyu. Meng Liang. This student was a standard dude who had challenged Shinyu 3 times at different moments. Of course, all 3 of those challenges failed, and failed miserably, and failed without question. Finally, also let Shinyu 100% sure of it was this Meng Liang, who was also one of the victims of the last missing student incident. Meng Liang? You're Meng Liang? Shinyu called out the other party's name but received no response. You come out here and we can talk through what's going on. As soon as Shinyu's words fell, he saw that under the streetlight of the street that had just been empty, he didn't know when there had been an additional figure. It was a figure standing with its back to him. The figure was wearing a school uniform, head hung low, letting the rain fall on her hair and body without covering it. Shinyu clutched the black cards and moved a little closer. Meng Liang, are you looking for me to decide a winner? I accept your challenge. You can attack over. As soon as Shin Yu's words fell, he suddenly felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. The figure that had its back to him, on the premise that its feet weren't moving, its body actually moved forward several meters out of thin air. He moves like a DVD movie disc that has been painted and the picture appears to skip frames. Seeing this, Shin Yu retreated backward sharply, wanting to pull some distance from his opponent. However, he was rapidly backing up, but he suddenly crashed into a slightly hard object. But just now he had observed the terrain. This was the center of the street. There was no obstruction at all. Iron Mountain lean. But Shin Yu was Shin Yu, and did not choose to dodge or subconsciously turn around in that instant. He used the Iron Mountain leaning move in Bajikwan as a strategy. Bang sound. This time Shin Yu actually felt the feedback of power. He hit the other guy. 58. The dead who came to life? At the same time Shin Yu struck the figure behind him. Mang Liang, who had just turned his back to him, had already disappeared. Could it be that he was instantly behind him? Mang Liang, what the hell is happening to you? It's dangerous for you to be like this. Shin Yu was now basically certain that Mang Liang had definitely been influenced by his art teacher Muchio to become like this. I'm the strongest person in Natsukushi Ichihai. The rough and hoarse voice suddenly appeared behind Shin Yu, and with it came a huge force. Shin Yu only felt as if he had been hit by a rhinoceros, and his body flew forward uncontrollably. Reinforcement card. Pretender. Shin Yu did not care about much, rubbed his fingers together to summon the disguiser card, and turned it into a bit of starbursts into his body. At this moment, his eyes brightened abruptly. Everything around him became clear as if a movie had switched to Blu-ray quality. Saw you. Shin Yu's gaze condensed as he saw a wave of black shadows was planning to sweep underneath him, trying to go around behind him. Tachi Tong Tian Cannon. Shin Yu's body twisted. His left hand had already clasped the opponent's sneak attack right hand, forced then to the arms a tug. Mang Liang's body stumbled forward, right into Shin Yu's oncoming right elbow. Bang! The blow landed solidly against Mang Liang's face, knocking his upper body backward. But Shin Yu didn't want to stop there. Instead of letting go of the left hand that held his opponent, he perched forward, circled around to Mang Liang's side, and clipped the latter's front chest with both feet off the ground, violently tripping him to the ground. Shin Yu makes a ground and pound lockup, keeping Mang Liang at bay for a moment. Now is it possible to talk to me about what really happened? Shin Yu locked his opponent's arm, which allowed him to see Mang Liang's current state. Only at this moment did he see Mang Liang's eyes rolled upwards, almost only revealing the whites of his eyes. The corners of his mouth were wide open, with clear drool clinging to them, and his face alone was extremely abnormal. Well, I'm the strongest person in Natsukazu High School. I'm the chosen one. Reinforcement card. Behind the back spirit. Shin Yu was surprised to find that Mang Liang, who had been locked up by himself, after pronouncing the words spirit behind the back, his body abruptly disappeared and turned into a handful of black smoke, which quickly blended into the surrounding darkness. Reinforcement cards? You're a player too. Shin Yu rose alertly, but did not see how the other party used the cards. Suddenly, a warning sprang up in his mind, and his body shifted out a step horizontally to the side. A black arm silently appeared at the location where Shin Yu had just stood without making a single sound. Just as he tried to relock his opponent, the figure disappeared into black mist once again. Shin Yu looked around at the darkness and roughly understood the meaning of Mang Liang's cry of spirit behind the back. The spirit that always appears behind the target? He relied on his powerful premonition ability after advancing to rank D to once again evade his opponent's sneak attack. Black cards had appeared in Shin Yu's palm, and he wanted to end this without hurting Mang Liang. The disguiser. Skill disguise. Shin Yu stretched out his right hand and wiped it on his face, and his original looks were unexpectedly changing at a rapid pace. Within a few seconds, his original face turned out to be his school's art teacher, Muchio. Well, seeing this change in Shin Yu, Mang Liang on the opposite side of the table clearly froze in his movements for a moment. Shin Yu seized the opportunity, his body scurried out like a cheetah, and before the opponent was about to turn into black mist and merge into the shadows, his right hand drew a circular arc, cutting at the edge of the darkness with the black card accurately. Swish, a cold light flashed by, and Mang Liang actually failed to successfully integrate into the black shadow. Shin Yu's actions just now seemed to have severed his connection with the surrounding darkness. Well, Mang Liang, who had clearly lost his subjective consciousness, froze there until Shin Yu appeared in front of him and punched him in the abdomen. Mang Liang's body slowly went limp, and the eerie silence around him abruptly shattered. When Shin Yu raised his head again, the sound of the rain gradually became clearer, and beside him stood several onlookers. It's classmate. Is he okay? One of the older women asked with a worried expression as she looked at the limp Mang Liang. Shin Yu exerted a little force and set the unconscious Mang Liang on his shoulder and smiled. He's fine. He's just under too much pressure from studying lately and lacks sleep. Looking at the streets that had regained their foot traffic and vitality, Xinyu walked towards the station with Meng Liang on his frame, only able to take this classmate back to his home first. Strange, he's not a card player, so why is he able to use the appropriate skills again? Half an hour later, Xinyu looked at Meng Liang, who was lying on his own bed, and rubbed his hair as he pondered, changing both himself and the other party into dry clothes. Xinyu pulled out his 3-less cell phone and confirmed that he hadn't encountered any challenges from any players. This means that the other player is not really a player, but has been transformed by the art teacher using some special method. Glancing at the time, the clock was pointing right at 12 in the morning. Xinyu sends a message to Xiao Yangxia from his regular cell phone. Did you sleep? How have you been? Any discomfort or strange feelings? Almost as soon as Xinyu had sent the message, Xiao Yangxia's side returned it without a moment's pause. This made Xinyu feel as if the other party was waiting specifically for his message. I've been so good lately. So good. I feel so much more refreshed. I've never felt better. Xiao Yangxia exerted 4 exclamation points in one sentence, as if that was the only way to express his excitement. Only Xinyu saw such a reply not only did not rest assured, but on the contrary, more worried. He now had reason to believe that Mu Qiu, the art teacher, should have done something about it, and the situation of the affected students was getting worse. Xinyu didn't continue to send messages to Xiao Yangxia. He decided to go to school tomorrow to observe and watch again. Just then, Xinyu's cell phone vibrated and received a message from Lu Zhanyun, the head of the criminal police. He opened his cell phone and frowned at just one glance. What Lu Zhanyun sent him was detailed information on the investigation of the art teacher Mu Qiu. Name, Mu Qiu. Formerly known as Mu Chang. Age, 36. Place of birth, no. XX Street, Gamlon City, Summerland. Nationality, beautiful. Graduated from San Francisco State College of Fine Arts. Time of death, 3:03 a.m. On XX/XX/XXXX. Other. Xinyu temporarily filtered out the other information, while his eyes locked onto one of them. Time of death. This one really called Mu Qiu. Has been dead for a long time? And died abroad? Yes. The credibility of the information given by Captain Lu was very high, and Xinyu would not doubt the other party's professionalism. So that means that this art teacher at his own school is now an imposter. 59. There are commissioned door-to-door. After coming to this conclusion, Xinyu sent a message back to the brigadier, confirming that he had received it and that he would observe the other party from a close distance tomorrow. On top of that, he revealed some of the unusual behavior of the school students to Captain Lu. Xinyu didn't want Lu Zhanyun to get too involved in this kind of mysterious event before he could fully figure out what was going on. After all, although the other party was the head of the criminal police, he still belonged within the realm of ordinary people. Besides, there was a buttload of unfinished business on the brigadier's side, and he didn't have the energy to distract himself from the school side of things for a while. Putting down her cell phone, Xinyu sat down on a chair, looked at her classmate Meng Liang who was sleeping deeply, and closed her eyes herself. He forced himself to go to sleep and regain his strength as quickly as possible. The next morning, Meng Liang, who had been unconscious all night, woke up leisurely. He opened his eyes and looked left and right, confused as to where he was. It was only when he saw Xinyu walk in with a basin of water that he bounced up from the bed with an owl like a wildcat that had its tail stepped on. Shen Yu, why are you here? What is this place? What did you do to me? You didn't hurt me, did you? My kidney. Oh, I still have my kidney. It's okay. Meng Liang saw Xinyu's face turn white with fear. He checked his waist first and there appeared to be no cut. Then he touched his buttocks, and was relieved that it did not appear to be different either. Xinyu looked at the other party's reaction and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. What the hell is this guy thinking? Is he that perverted? Xinyu slammed the basin with hot water on the table heavily and said with an unpleasant face, "Don't you remember what you did last night?" Meng Liang shook his head in some confusion. I seem to have drunk myself out of my mind. I don't remember anything. Oops. Now my head still hurts a little. I was drinking heavily with some friends last night, and I really can't remember what happened behind me. How old are you to be drinking heavily? Do you realize that you challenged me once again last night and yelled that you're the strongest person in Natsukaza 1 High? Meng Liang's face suddenly changed and he immediately waved his hands. No. I must have had too much to drink. It's all drunken talk. Xinyu, you mustn't take it seriously. I should be beaten. I should be scolded. Please let me live. Xinyu's forehead corner throbbed twice again. He really didn't know what kind of horrible image he was in the hearts of his fellow students. He woke up to see himself touching his waist, checking out his behind, and now he's begging to be let live? Come on, he's just a prospective college student, okay? Cut the crap and wash your face and get the hell out of here immediately. Don't let me see you again. Meng Liang froze for a moment, then couldn't be bothered to wash his face, and after only checking what he had on him, he squeezed out a smile and said, Yes. Get out immediately. I'll get out immediately. Hangover just woke up. Shintua opened the door from the room out. He saw a disheveled clothes look hurried big boy from Shinyu room ran out of haste, but also almost bumped into him. Uncle, good morning. Sorry to bother you, I'm leaving. Mangliang greeted Shintua and stumbled on his feet and kicked down several empty wine bottles in succession before he touched the position of the gate and flashed to escape. It was as if there were countless wild dogs chasing him behind him. Shintua rubbed his eyes before he could react to what had happened. When he turned around again, he saw Shinyu standing at the door of his room. Shinyu, you kid wouldn't have that kind of fetish, right? Well, Shinyu felt as if he had been labeled as a pervert. Go drink your wine. Get out of the way. Shinyu ignored his father's derisive look, put on his backpack and went to school. All the way to the school, into the classroom. Until the official start of the class, Shinyu did not see the figure of Xiao Yangxia. This guy skipped class? Is something wrong? He lowered his head and sent a message to Xiao Yangxia, but there was a delay in getting a response from the other party. Shinyu frowned slightly, having some bad premonitions. Since there was no art class today, he made a special trip to the studio during recess, but the drawing room was occupied by art teachers from other grades who were preparing for the next class. Shinyu, who did not receive the goods, went around the faculty dormitory again, and did not see the figure of Mucho, the art teacher. None of the people involved showed up until the morning session was all over. Even Mang Liang, who had escaped from his house, chose to skip class today. Probably he was scared by himself. Just after school at noon, Shinyu's cell phone vibrated. It's a call from Bounty Hunter 001 Old Gun from Natick City. Hey, are you free now? Come to me. I have a good job for you. Although Shinyu's mind was full of that art teacher thing, he wouldn't give up on a job that came to him. After all, after Fatty took him to a player gathering, it made him feel a fact deeply. That is, even though Shinyu now has $500,000 in savings, he is still a poor man in this circle. Poor to the point of being poor. There were no clues on the school side for the moment, so Shinyu agreed, pulled his hood tight, and ran towards the sports park. Shinyu went around the pine forest before entering the bounty hunter's speakeasy, but he didn't see his master's figure. He had no choice but to turn to that convenience store and enter the underground through the secret door. The not-so-weekend speakeasy was not crowded, with only a smattering of bounty hunters sitting around looking for a task to tackle, and the old gun is still holding the pipe that has a very sense of the times. See, Shinyu came in and waved. This way, boy. Shinyu removed his hood and walked to the bar. Old gun smiled as he removed his pipe and said, there is a guest who asked you by name to take the mission. Of course, it's not without my strong recommendation. I know you kid has been saving up, although I don't know what you're going to do, but this mission is not too difficult and the pay is good. How about it? Don't say I didn't take care of you. Shinyu's expression did not change, gently spitting out two words. Thank you. Hey, it's not easy being told thank you by your boy. Come this way with me. The employer is waiting in the room. The employer came here? Shinyu's expression was a little slightly stunned, as the general release of quests would be in the form of bounty orders posted on the walls of the bar. Bounty hunters who wanted to take on a mission would tear up the bounty and collect their payment through Old Gun, a middleman, and would not meet directly with their employer, let alone have the employer come to the speakeasy that was exclusively theirs. Old Gun smiled and said, this is a friend of mine who saved my life before. He knows that I'm in this business, so there's nothing to hide in front of him. It's just that he doesn't seem to have a good memory and always likes to lose things. Come on, don't worry, he's easygoing. Shinyu put aside his hesitation and followed behind the old gun into the room behind the bar that was uniquely his. Walking into the room filled with the smell of tobacco, Shinyu couldn't help but twitch his nose and raised his hand to fan himself. I'm afraid that even the furniture in this house of the old gun has been permeated with a strong smell of smoke, which cannot be dissipated in this life. It's a real pain in the ass. Seeing Shinyu's reaction, Old Gun laughed and turned on the ventilation fan on the roof before pointing at a man wearing glasses on the sofa. This is my friend. You can call him Doctor. After saying that, Old Gun looked at the man again. This is what I told you. Our best bounty hunter here. Shinyu. 60. Simple tasks. With the Old Gun's introduction, Shinyu cast his eyes towards the tall and thin man who was originally sitting and had now stood up. The man wore a pair of glasses with small lenses and had thin, long cheeks and soft features. He was tall, probably about the same size as Luo Fei, but he looked unusually thin. He was wearing a black formal dress and white shirt on the inside, and a very British tweed coat on the outermost part. The whole person revealed a very elegant and easygoing temperament. Seeing Shinyu, the man revealed a polite smile and nodded slightly. Hello, you are Shinyu? Younger than I thought. Hello, sir. Shinyu also said hello and sat down opposite the man. Just now the old gun introduced him to call each other doctor. It seems that this has something to do with the man's occupation. Shinyu noticed that the other party's 10 fingers were both thin and straight, giving the impression of exceptional stability and dexterity. This probably had something to do with the fact that he often performed surgeries. After Old Gun introduced the two, he took his pipe and said, "Then you two take your time talking, I'll wait outside." He wisely backed out, leaving the room empty for Shinyu and the doctor. The man called doctor smiled slightly embarrassed at Shinyu, took out a photo from his pocket and put it on the desktop. "I'm really sorry to have to bother you guys, as I'm sure the Old Gun has already introduced you. I don't have a very good memory and I'm always losing items, and this time I lost a ring that was quite important to me. I've searched all over my home and work, but I've come up empty, so I had to come to him for help, and he recommended you to me as one of the best bounty hunters here. I trust the Old Gun, so I trust you too." This doctor spoke in a medium, lower tone with a certain reassuring magnetism. Shinyu picked up the photo on the desktop after hearing it and realized that it was a white gold ring with a dark pattern. The ring in the photo has a multi-pronged diamond set at the top. The diamond wasn't very large, and you could tell it wasn't terribly expensive judging by the price alone, but it's clear that it meant quite a bit to this doctor. Most likely a wedding band. Shinyu nodded, put away the picture and asked, "Then may I ask, sir, when did you lose this ring? Where else have you been during this time?" The doctor repeated in an even tone, "I think the time of the loss would have been from the day before yesterday to yesterday. During this time I was at home and at the hospital where I work. I live in a more fixed circle, basically a two-pointed life. However, I have searched carefully both at home and at the hospital but have not been able to find it and have had to come to you professionals for help." Shinyu nodded and asked the doctor again about his home address and the location of his workplace. He decided to start his search from this distance in between these two locations first. The doctor's commute to work is by subway, plus a 10-minute walk, a single and fixed route, which makes Shinyu a lot less trouble. "So sir, what do I need to do if I get results or want to contact you about something?" The doctor took the pen and paper at hand and left a phone number for Shinyu. Smiling, "You can contact me directly, or you can come to Old Gun." Shinyu inquired about some more details related to the content, and at that moment, he bid farewell to this new employer and left the speakeasy. He checked his afternoon classes and realized that there was nothing of importance, so he simply skipped the class. In fact, even if you let Shinyu now on the college entrance examination, he can also wish to test out the score he wants. The examination is just a process for him. That afternoon, Shinyu carried the photo that the doctor provided him with, and headed to the road that the other party would often walk to and from work. The doctor's family lives in Natsukushishire, which is far south of the center, while his workplace is in the northern part of the city. There was the Shaju 4th People's Hospital, which was considered quite a large and famous hospital. The doctor is the leading authority on internal medicine in this hospital. He basically doesn't sit in the clinic, and whenever he's at work he's almost exclusively in both the operating room and the break room. Shinyu sat on the same subway that the doctor often traveled on, quietly rubbing his fingers together and letting the disguiser card attach itself to his body, enhancing his sixth sense's acuity. Since it was still afternoon, before the peak commuting hours, there were not many passengers. Shinyu was able to see very clearly what they were touring on their cell phones and what they were whispering about. Even the subway made the sound of vibrations, making the dust jump as it drove through the tunnel. Relying on his vision, hearing and perception abilities that far exceeded those of normal people, Shinyu walked all the way from the very last car of the subway to the very front car near the front of the train. But unfortunately, there's no clue about the ring. Vehicle to the station. Shinyu out of the car and along the direction of the doctor walking again. But unfortunately there is still nothing to find. It was only when he saw the door of the 4th People's Hospital of Shaju City that he realized that his inspiration had touched him. Shinyu's eyes, like those of a camera, caught a flash of light reflected momentarily with his afterglow. Got something. He walked briskly toward the source of light that refracted the sunlight and came out into the green belt in front of the hospital. In the midst of the neatly trimmed green shrubs, as tall as his calf, lay a ring with a platinum band and a not-so-small diamond at the top. The ring looked exactly like the photo the doctor had provided him with. So easy to finish? Shinyu felt that there was something a little unreal about the smoothness of this mission. Is it really like what Old Gun said? It's a simple task with high pay. Yes, the doctor promised him a reward of $10,000 in full. Shinyu believes that this price is already about the same as rebuying a new diamond ring. I'm afraid. Picking up the diamond ring, Shinyu surveyed the indented pattern inside the ring, where a row of text was imprinted. To what I love. Together for eternity. It seems that this is really the doctor's wedding ring. No wonder he treasures it so much. They must be a great couple, right? Shinyu slipped the retrieved diamond ring into his coat pocket and was about to undo the strengthening effect brought about by the pretender card. But at that moment, the corner of his eyes suddenly trembled. An inspiration instantly erupted within his body. An inexplicable chill ran down the end of his spine and straight to the top of his head. What's this feeling? My intuition tells me that this place, very dangerous. Shinyu controlled his expression and raised his eyes without moving. All around us are patients and their families coming to the hospital. Each of them was in a hurry and did not show any obvious abnormality. After Shinyu was sure that this dangerous aura was not coming at him, he hastily withdrew his disguiser card and pulled his hood tightly away from this hospital. He didn't want to mess with any extraordinary existences. There were already enough troubles on himself right now. Since the mission had been completed, he should leave this place as soon as possible. Just as Shinyu lowered his head and left this hospital with quick steps, a pair of blood-red eyes were staring at his departing back with death behind a window on the upper floors of the hospital near the street. Then, slowly but surely, the owner of those eyes was yanked away from the window by something. Bang sound. The window closed on its own. The feeling that makes Shinyu palpitation disappeared. Everything returned to calm. 61. The big man with a big hand. Shinyu, who had completed the commission task in just less than half a day, called the doctor and the two met at the room of Old Gun in the speakeasy. Before and after Shinyu found this wedding ring, the total attack took less than 3 hours. The high efficiency of this is very surprising even to the Old Gun. This 001. I don't know how this kid did it. Sir, could you please confirm if this is the ring? Shinyu pushed the wedding ring with its white gold band and tiny diamonds in front of the doctor. Of course, he had thoughtfully found a brocade box for the ring before this. The doctor opened the dark red brocade box and saw the wedding ring he had longed for. Without realizing the joy on his face, he took the ring out with his right index finger and thumb and put it on the ring finger of his left hand. Thank you very much. I didn't expect the process of losing and regaining to be so quick. Old Gun really didn't lie to me. You are indeed one of the best bounty hunters here. Shinyu nodded his head and said in a calm tone, I dare not be the most outstanding. This is not good if it is heard by others after all. The doctor was quite satisfied, and at that moment took out of his pocket $10,000, neatly yoked together, and laid it gently on the table. It's a promised reward. However, Mr. Shin, I have another small request. Request? Please. The doctor finished by looking over at the Old Gun sitting on the sidelines. The Old Gun froze for a moment, and then realized what? Very smartly stood up and said, want me to avoid it again, right? Well you guys chat. You guys chat. After the Old Gun left, the doctor slipped the brocade box with the ring into the inside pocket of his tweed coat. His movements were gentle and firm. Shinyu did not have any intention of urging the other party, as if this was what the other party should do. The doctor organized his words and crossed his arms over his chin. Shinyu, allow me to address you as such. Shinyu did not express any objections, but slowly nodded his head. The other party was originally older than himself, and there was nothing rude about calling him by his name. After receiving Shinyu's affirmation, the doctor seemed relieved. He put his hands against his lower lip, but it still didn't affect the low and extremely magnetic voice that accurately reached Shinyu's ears. I know you harbor secrets and possess some magical abilities. I apologize for my abruptness, but rest assured that I mean no harm. Shinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly used the ability granted by Pretender to control his expression, not allowing himself to show any unsteady expression. Mr. Doctor, if I'm right, you're a player too, right? And it's a player with a fairly high rank. Yet a player with such a high rank like you would still lose such an important ring. My guess is, it's most likely related to the side effects of the card you're holding. Am I right? The doctor was slightly stunned to hear Shinyu's words. He then revealed a smile and said, You're quite smart. That's right. I am also a player as you call me, but my battlefield is not here. As for why I came to Natick City, I'm sorry, it's as if I've forgotten the reason for coming here as well. That's my most fatal side effect, the superb ability to get lost. This side effect not only causes me to lose items on a regular basis, but also body parts and senses in severe cases. Sometimes a certain function is lost, while other times memories are lost. However, I don't feel that this is the moment when the side effects are at their worst, and I very much doubt that in the end I will even lose my life. The doctor's expression was calm as he repeated the above passage, and there was no ripple in his tone, as if he were talking about someone else's business. What kind of side effect is this? It's just a matter of losing things, but to lose body parts? But, after Shinyu's sizing up judgment, this doctor's body was intact and didn't seem to have lost any parts. But on second thought, he thought that people might have lost private parts, and it would not be a good idea for him to inquire. After a moment of silence, Shinyu gently exhaled and said, Then I really should address you as senior. Is there anything you need my help with? Upon realizing that the other party was a big brother among the players, Shinyu unknowingly used honorifics. The doctor smiled and raised his hand. You can call me Doctor or Waterglass. I can't remember my original name. Water Mirror is the code name I use now. Okay, then I will address you as Mr. Mizukage. The doctor accepted the title and continued. Actually, my reason for hiring you is simple. I want you to use your channels and abilities to help me find out the real reason why I came to this city. For some reason, I have to try to keep a low profile in this city, or that would cause some mental tension. That's why I can only hire you with a lower rank. The clues I can offer are very limited as all I can remember now is that it seemed to be related to a dream. I wanted to follow that dream and find my wife. I lost her. Lost. After listening to the other party's commission, Shinyu felt a pang of sadness in his heart for no reason. The pleasures of the world are so similar, but the misfortunes of the world are different. Originally he thought he was already miserable enough, abandoned by his mom, and then he had to deal with a dad like that. But if he compared it to this Mr. Waterglass in front of him, he felt that what he had endured seemed acceptable. Don't worry, Mr. Water Mirror, I will do my best to help you find your wife and retrieve your memories. I wonder how long is the duration of this mission of yours? The doctor flashed a smile. This is a long-term assignment. You can contact me whenever you inquire about anything related to me. I left your cell phone on 24 hours a day. As long as I stay a normal person and don't continue to use my abilities, I won't lose anything for a while, but I'm not sure if they will find me. Maybe one day, even the memories related to you will be lost. Shinyu was silent and suddenly had some sympathy for the gentleman in front of him. Saying this, the doctor looked as if he suddenly remembered something and raised his hand with a bitter smile. Sorry, after all that I haven't said anything about the pay for this mission. Since you're also a player, I have an idle deck here in addition to the 100,000 cash payment for each relevant piece of information. It won't be of much use in my hands, so take it if you don't mind. Consider it my payment in advance. As the doctor finished speaking, a brilliant light suddenly flashed between his fingers. Gold! Shinyu's heart couldn't help but tighten when he saw the card that flashed with a golden light. This mysterious doctor who went out of his way to prepay himself with a golden card? The doctor held the card with a flick of his wrist, and the golden light flew straight toward Shinyu. Shinyu raised his hand to catch it, only to find that this card not only flickers with a golden light, but also has a different touch from other cards after entering his hand. It was a touch that distinguished it from all cards. He felt as if he had pinched a piece of Play-Doh. Yes, that touch was Play-Doh. It seemed as if he would pinch a crater in the surface of this deck with the slightest pressure. Of course, Shinyu also knew that being a golden card, its hardness must be comparable to steel. Even if you exerted all your strength, it would be impossible to leave even a tiny scratch on it. He cast his eyes towards the front of this card. Only in the center of the flowing, radiant golden border was engraved a small ball of clay figures slowly emerging from the ground. It had the head, body and limbs of a human being, but nothing else, like a little person made of clay. Shinyu looked to the corner of the card, where a golden, capitalized English letter, A was displayed. It's an A-rated card with a gold border. Shinyu looked up at the doctor and placed the card on the table again. Sir, I can't take this deck. It's too valuable. 62, A-grade gold. The doctor's expression was slightly surprised. Oh, why? This is my payment in advance. It's not a flat-out gift to you. Don't be psychotic. Besides, this deck is of no use at all on me, and is in danger of being lost at any moment. If you think it is too valuable, then how about this? This card will be deposited with you for now as if you're keeping it for me, and if I want to use it later you can just return it to me. Hearing the doctor's words, Shinyu's heart immediately loosened up. Indeed, no one will be unmoved when faced with an A-ranked card with a gold border. He even suspected that if the doctor threw this card into the circle of player gatherings in Xiaozhou City, it would immediately cause a storm of bloodshed. But the fact that the other party could take out such a card and give it away meant that the card was not pick-up bound, and anyone who grabbed it could have it. Shinyu even mentally projected a corresponding value for this card based on the transaction he participated in that night. It should be at least $20 million. In fact, Shinyu still guessed low on the monetary value of this card. First of all, high-level cards are rarely traded. Even if they did trade, they would be exchanging other cards that were more important to them, and no one would take something so precious and exchange it for money. After all, for the players, there is a lot of cash to be gained by participating and winning the tournaments, and they're also perfectly capable of using the magical abilities they've gained to create many opportunities to make money in the real world. Shinyu had a guess before. The higher the level of the player in the real world, the more likely it was that the player's identity was rich. He felt that the bosses of those big corporations were probably all high-level players. Even the decision-making levels of the world and the rich and powerful list are, by and large, monopolized by the players. Thinking about this, Shinyu re-accepted the golden card again and sincerely spoke, Mr. Water Mirror, many thanks. I, Shinyu, am not a person who likes to talk nonsense, but you can rest assured that I will definitely take your matter to heart. This is a promise between men. That's right. What Shinyu said today should be compared to what he usually says in a week, and he said it on his own accord. On the one hand he was quite grateful for the doctor's trust, but on the other he felt that the world of the big man was for the time being beyond his ability to guess or predict. Since it's impossible to guess, it's better to simply accept it. Big Brother also said that it would be treated as if it was temporarily deposited with him, and that he could just take it back when he needed it. Shinyu put away the golden card and chatted with the doctor for a while more about the details of the clues before saying goodbye and leaving. As he walked out of the speakeasy, he felt like he had invariably taken another giant step forward in this amazing world of cards. That's right, those players around Shinyu were even still struggling and trying their best for an E-ranked or D-ranked card, but he already had an A-ranked golden card in his hand. However, Shinyu also knew in his heart that the higher the level of the cards, the more ferocious the side effects. Try not to use this card if you can at this stage of the game. He understands very well the principle that a man who is not guilty of a crime is guilty of harboring it. Once the weak one exposed this card that was grossly overleveled, he would most likely attract the covetousness and prying eyes of high-level players. That would invite unnecessary trouble for him. After completing a quest to find things that was harmless and earn $10,000, Shinyu received another long-term quest from the Big Brother. He was in a good mood today, and deliberately bought some marinated pig's feet, chicken claws, chicken hearts and other deli food at the marinated meat store downstairs, and bought a case of beer home. At home, Shen Tuo, the dad who is always hungover, is unprecedentedly not sleeping, but wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. What smells so good? Shinyu, you bought meat and beer? How come it's my birthday today? Or is it New Year's Eve early? How come it's such a good deal? Shinyu put the beer on the table along with the marinated meat and just threw down a sentence. Eat if you want to eat, don't. So many questions. And then shut himself in the room and unlocked the door. Shen Tuo excitedly opened a can of beer and gulped down most of it, then let out a long breath of extreme satisfaction. How this kid finally know filial piety, old son? Even so generous? Buy a fine wine. At that moment, Shen Tuo sat down at the table, nibbled on pig's feet and drank beer with a big mouth, and even threw the fried half of the dishes directly in the pot without paying attention to. As for Shinyu, who had hurriedly locked himself into his room, he pulled out the A-ranked golden card at the first opportunity. The card reads Reinforcement Class, Claymore. Shinyu materialized the black card and attached it to the gold card. A few moments later, the small, dark golden letters reappeared. This classic gold card, while quite high grade and quite rare, is not unique to any sequence of promotions. It is an enhancement card that favors the support category. Name, Grade A Reinforcement Card, Clayman. Grade, Epic. When using this card, the user can shape his or her looks and height at will. He or she is immune to most blunt force type damage. He or she can make his or her body as soft as clay, and even turn into a stream to pass through extremely small spaces. Please note that while using this card, the user will experience symptoms such as fear of water and high temperatures. If the user exceeds the time limit in a high temperature environment, his/her body will turn into mud and water and will not be able to recover. Shinyu couldn't stop his inner excitement after reading the introduction of this card. The ability to change into any shape, including height? This is a completely different concept from the illusion created by the Pretender. This card can bring about a true change in appearance. Definitely the best secondary enhancement card for the Lone Valor sequence. Shinyu suppressed the excitement in his heart and put that Clayman away in his 3-less cell phone. With this deck and the black deck as a base, he was more than ready to face the creepy art teacher. At the same time that Shinyu got the commission from the Big Brother and paid in advance, Luo Fei also just came out of the hospital. He had been busy doing all kinds of preoperative tests for his mother for the past few days, and he had been busy until midnight before he had a chance to come out for a breath of air. The hospital is still full of people at night. Luo Fei squatted in the smoking area and lit a cigarette to enjoy his own leisure time. At this time, but heard squatting next to him another smoking friend sighed. Hey, people have a death. Sick or killed, in fact there is not much difference. But if someone is looking for death, it's interesting. What does that mean? Luo Fei listened in a cloud, subconsciously twisting his head to look at the person who spoke. But at the same time that his sight came into contact with the man, he suddenly felt like he was being targeted by a bloodthirsty monster. Kid, don't blame me. Blame me for minding your own business that you shouldn't be minding. Reinforcement card. Werewolf. 63. Serious injuries. Shen Yu, who had received a long-term assignment, didn't let the excitement take over for too long. He was acutely aware of the many more dangers that existed around him, and the number of troubles that urgently needed to be solved. It was naturally best to be able to get the goodwill of a big shot, but that kind of big shot's help was not to be used if you could not use it, and it was used less than once. As the saying goes, good steel must be used for good. Early the next morning, Shinyu came to school with her backpack in order. Walking through the gates of Natsuku Shigaka High School, everything seems to be unchanged as usual. However, Shinyu, whose 5 senses had been strengthened, smelled a faint hint of danger. It was as if a demonic child was brewing within their school, as if it would descend upon the earth at any moment. Shinyu could even faintly hear the sound of fluttering heartbeat. It was a sound that blended into the air and could be heard wherever you went, even with your ears covered. Xinyu gathered his mind. There was an open art class this afternoon. He wanted to see what the imposter art teacher was trying to do. If necessary, Xinyu, who already possesses 2 cards, wants to speak directly to the other party and lay things out in the open. But the exact countermeasure would depend on whether the imposter's mental state was normal or not. If he simply can't control himself, then it's better to try not to stimulate if you can. After all, he was now in control of a school's students, and if Xinyu chose to fish out of water, then the results that would come would definitely not be something he could afford. And today, Xinyu still didn't see Xiao Yangxia's figure. Just as he was wondering in his mind, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom and told everyone that Xiao Yangxia's father had taken a long vacation for him, saying that he had a strange disease and needed to travel abroad for treatment. Strange disease? It was not difficult for Xinyu to understand that Xiao Yangxia's parents should have also discovered his abnormal situation. There was a high probability that they had already locked him up at home and did not allow him to go out. It seemed that he had to find a way to contact Xiao Yangxia's parents, or go directly to his home to see what was going on. Today's first class was a math class. The math teacher was a middle-aged man with a big belly and glasses. The content he narrated had actually been completed by Xinyu a long time ago on his own, but in order not to appear so different, Xinyu still reviewed what he had learned. However, just then, Xinyu's phone vibrated. He frowned slightly, because what was displayed on the caller ID was Luo Fei's name. This guy, he should know it's class time. Is something wrong? But if Luo Fei wanted to contact him, he could have used his 3-less cell phone to chat privately in the in-game chat room. So why would he dial a regular phone? Just after Xinyu hesitated for a moment, he still chose to pick up the phone. Hello, Xinyu lowered his voice. Although this action of his had been seen by the math teacher, as one of the few schoolmasters in Xiazhu First High School, as well as the student who was most likely to get into a prestigious school, Xinyu always had some privileges with his teachers. However, after he picked up the phone, he realized that the voice on the other end of the line was not Luo Fei's voice, but a stuttering male voice with a crying tone. Shen is you, right? I'm little Liuzi, Brother Fei. Something's happened to him. Brother Fei, can you come here? We don't have any money on us, and he's badly hurt. What did you say? Something happened to Luo Fei? In which hospital? The fourth People's Hospital. Wait there, I'll be right there. Xinyu hung up the phone at that moment and directly picked up his school bag. This action to see the math teacher's facial muscles twitch, but still squeeze out a trace of a smile said, Xinyu students, there is an emergency at home, right? Something on the fast back to busy if you have the need after you can come to my office alone. I will today's content courseware for you to make a copy of. Xinyu was anxious, nodded to the math teacher, said thank you and opened the classroom door and left. The students in the class were not surprised to see this scene. Xinyu, the big brother, was a bizarre presence in Xiazhu First High School. Not only the students, but even the teachers seemed to be quite afraid of him. But he's also a school teacher. How can you justify this? Running out of the school gate, Xinyu's expression was a bit grim. He was aware of Luo Fei's strength. Originally a very capable fighter, he had now become a player and possessed the enhanced card, fighter, not to mention the average gangster. Even if it is a professional boxer 3 or 5 I'm afraid cannot get into his body. And from his little brother's tone of voice Xinyu had no difficulty in judging that this time the matter must not be simple. The situation is urgent. Xinyu ran out of the school door, directly stopped a cab, straight to the 4th hospital in Xiazhu. 10 minutes or so later, the cab pulled up in front of the hospital. Xinyu's figure had just appeared outside the hospital gates when one of Luo Fei's juniors greeted him. Brother Shen, you're finally here. Brother Fei is in the resuscitation room, Xinyu asked while walking quickly toward the hospital gate. What's going on? What floor is the resuscitation room on? Speak while leading the way. That little brother didn't dare to delay. Although his mouth was a little shivering, he still intermittently told Xinyu what he knew. Originally, Fei has been taking care of his mothers for the past few days. Because of the upcoming surgery, a few of us have been helping out a lot during the day these days. But this morning, we had just arrived at the hospital when we heard a nurse screaming. Fei was lying unconscious in the smoking area in the hospital garden, covered in blood. We saw several wounds on his body showing white bones. It was then that Fei was dragged by the doctors to the resuscitation room for resuscitation. But Fei woke up and only said one thing, asking us to change hospitals for him. He didn't want his mother to know. Also he asked us to lie to Auntie that Fei was away on a business trip and it would take a few days for him to come back. But after explaining all this he fainted and died again. The doctor said he had to operate immediately and told us to pay for it. But we don't have a few $1,000s. We have no choice but to call you. That little brother trotted ahead to lead the way while telling the story. After he basically cleared things up, he had also brought Xinyu to the door of the emergency room on the 1st floor of the hospital lobby. No wonder. Xinyu just felt strange on the way. Luo Fei has been taking care of his mother. There is a short distance from the 4th People's Hospital. Why would he be sent here? It turned out to be his initiative. Nurse, That patient in there is a friend of mine. I've come to pay for him. How much do you need, please? Came to the door of the emergency room. Xinyu did not superfluous nonsense. Directly swiped the card first to the name of Luo Fei, paid 100,000 yuan. After all, saving lives is important. The little nurse who was responsible for receiving the patients outside the emergency room looked at Xinyu twice more and couldn't help but ask, "You're still a student, right? Is that man inside your friend?" He was so badly injured that there were as many as several hundred wounds on his body. Some of the wounds were also layered and intertwined with each other, and there was no way to even sew them. But it's a blessing in disguise. The gold medalist director of our hospital personally operated on him. I'm sure he'll be fine. But there really aren't too many people these days who can come up with $100,000 at once for a friend. Looks like you guys are close. Xinyu ignored the little nurse's later words and only heard the phrase, "The gold medal director personally operated the knife." The doctor's face appeared in his head for no apparent reason, and he slowly said to himself, "It can't be that coincidental, can it?" Xinyu is thinking, so anxious. The red light of the rescue room has gone out. The door to the room opened and out came a tall and thin doctor wearing a white coat and mask. Although the other party was wrapped up with only a pair of eyes left, Xinyu still instantly recognized the identity of this doctor. Wasn't this the same Mr. Mizuki who had only just given himself a commission task? 64. Undercurrents. He paused for 2 seconds the moment he made eye contact with the doctor, and in those 2 seconds Xinyu seemed to pick up some information from the other man's eyes. He pretended to be all business as usual and didn't bother with too much nonsense or pleasantries, just asked urgently, "Doctor, how's my friend?" The doctor removed his mask and gave a soft and determined smile. "He's fine. His life was saved. Your friend is resilient, and his body is in good shape. If it wasn't for that, I'm afraid he would have bled out and passed away on the way here." Xinyu heard the doctor's strings. Luo Fei's fighter reinforcement card brought him physical reinforcement while also giving him a superb ability to self-heal from trauma. As long as he was not beaten to death at that time, and given some time and a little medical assistance, Luo Fei would quickly recover like an undead little strong man. And now with the help of this doctor, I believe that his life is basically free of any problems. The only question now is when he will recover. Xinyu slightly lowered his heart and said thank you. He knew that it was crowded here, and the two didn't say much outside the emergency room door. Not long after, almost wrapped into a mummy, Luo Fei was pushed out by the nurse, transferred to the intensive care ward to continue infusion observation. Luo Fei's eyes were tightly closed. His eyelids fluttered when Xinyu saw him, but in the end, he failed to open them. Xinyu saw his fingers slowly shaking and hurriedly met his hand. Luo Fei's trembling fingers shook as if by reflex, but Xinyu clearly felt that the other party had written a few words in his hand. Abandoned hospital. Yes, although Luo Fei's fingers were shaking badly and his strokes were not complete, Xinyu still instantly received what the other party wanted to express. He wrote abandoned hospital. While watching Luo Fei being pushed into the intensive care unit, Xinyu was stopped at the door. He knew that the 4 words Luo Fei left him must be directly related to his accident this time. As for the abandoned hospital, the cosplay party that Xiao Yangxia accompanied him to that night immediately came to Xinyu's mind, because he and Luo Fei both knew about the abandoned hospital place at the same time. Only there, Xinyu thought of the key to the problem after a little thought. What happened to them at the abandoned hospital? Wasn't it exactly helping Captain Lu catch those 3 wanted criminals who used the cards to do evil in the real world? Xinyu heard Lu Zhanyun mention a mouthful afterward that they were attacked by unknown people while transporting the escorted prisoners, and 2 police officers were sacrificed. And the truth that the 2 are working together to try to investigate goes straight to the forces or organizations behind those people. Xinyu's eyes narrowed slightly as 2 words came to his mind: revenge. This is retaliation. The other party had already learned who the person who helped the police catch the wanted man was, so they were the first to approach Luo Fei. Xinyu's heart was flabbergasted, turned back to look at Luo Fei's little brother and said, "I've already deposited $100,000 in his name. If the hospital wants to do any checkups, directly deducted in it. If the money is not enough, then contact me. I have to leave for a while now. Take care of him." Luo Fei's little brother, Xiao Luzi, had a joyful expression on his face and hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Xinyu found the hospital's restroom, entered a partition and unlocked the door, and pulled out his 3S cell phone to send a message to Myohia. Beware of the accomplices of the wanted criminals apprehended at the abandoned hospital that night. Their companions have returned to Natick City, and their targets are likely to include you. Don't go out casually these days. Not a moment after the message was sent, the phone vibrated and Miao Hei's reply came. Are you talking about the criminals? Don't worry, they won't be able to find me and I'm a nerd. Besides, even if they do find me, I'll give them a taste of the princess's power. Don't think I'm a kid and bully me, Humph and Xinyu. Didn't you promise me that day that you'd cook together as a team? Why haven't you come to my house to cook for the past 2 days? I've been eating instant noodles. Xinyu's forehead twitched twice. Secretly, this girl's heart is really big. learned that there is a criminal gang wants to take revenge on her but not at all on the heart. Attention is still stuck in the evening did not go to cook dinner for her this matter. However, Shinyu thought on second thought that the secrets hidden in this double ponytailed little girl were probably no less than her own. Otherwise she wouldn't have easily taken out the highest ranked wanted criminal in the abandoned hospital that night. I'll come to your house and cook for you tonight. Don't run around. Shinyu returned a message and put away his phone before leaving the restroom. As he walked down the hospital hall, something suddenly touched him inside. Shinyu raised his head in the crowded and noisy hospital lobby and looked toward the third floor of the patio. There was a man with long, thin cheeks and glasses who looked at him, none other than Doc. The moment Shinyu and the doctor made eye contact they read that the other had something to say. At that moment, he took the moving escalator up to the third floor. He saw the doctor's back disappear at the end of a row of outpatient wards. It was as if there was an invisible wall there, completely blocking out the noisy waiting hall crowd. And none of the patients went to this direction, or even had the desire to take a look. Shinyu turned into the deserted corridor, at the end of which was a lone wooden door. Without hesitation, he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door inward and stepped inside. It was a very typical hospital office with a desk and a pair of tin cabinets, no different from the doctor's office you see in every hospital. The doctor with glasses and a gentle smile gestured for Shinyu to sit on the chair opposite him. Shinyu did not open his mouth. He believed that the big brother must have something important to say if he could take the initiative to call him up. As expected, the doctor received a cup of water and slowly pushed it in front of Shinyu, followed by speaking, "Your friend's injury. It should have been left by the player with the ID werewolf in that organization. They are known as the Good Ladder and specialize in silencing and retaliation. Silencing is killing one's own people, and retaliation is the result you see here. That friend of yours is very resilient or he'd be dead this time." Shinyu's expression was calm. This was the result he had already guessed. He just asked coldly, "Mr. Waterglass, can you tell what organization that is?" The doctor tapped his fingers slowly on the desktop a few times and nodded. "It's fine to tell you, but you should be clear that this organization is not something you can mess with. He is too far away for you now, so far away that you can't touch it even if you stand on your tiptoes." Shinyu took a breath and nodded firmly. "I know, I just want to get their names. I won't do something stupid like hitting a stone with an egg." The doctor smiled and nodded. "I'm sure you wouldn't do anything like that. Their organization is called the Scarabs, and it seems that I have dealt with them and had some run-ins with them in some of my not yet lost memories. I also remember the leader of the Scarabs was always keen on grabbing other people's cards and using them to influence the real world. How to put it? You can think of them as the terrorists of the card world. Most of the members in them are poor and vicious." Shinyu nodded and secretly memorized the name of this organization in his heart. He knew that at this stage he was not capable of fighting the kind of organization that the bigwigs called terrorists. Then all they have to do is try to avoid it. "If I can't mess with it, can't I hide from it?" But Shinyu wanted to remember them. Remember these people firmly. One day he would get his revenge back. Perhaps the day wasn't as far away as one might think. "Thanks for the reminder. I will choose to circumvent it for now depending on the situation. But if the other party really pushes too hard and continues to hurt my friends, I'm not sure what I'll end up doing." Shinyu's worry was not without reason. He was a D-ranked player of the Lone Valor card sequence. If at any time that lone courageous fervor got the better of him, he might even do the thing of going to single-handedly take out a terrorist's lair. But until then it's better to keep a low profile. 65. Legacy of the Lone Ranger. The doctor smiled and nodded, still with that amiable expression. Shaju City is now infiltrated by people from several forces, and there are no fewer than 3 that I've stumbled upon alone. It's as if they are all looking for something, but the information I can give you right now is very limited. All I know is that Scar is one of those forces. In addition, the Resistance Army and Operation 1 seem to be involved in this matter as well. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful for a while in Shaju City, so be more careful yourself." Resistance? Operation 1? Shinyu felt that these organizations were unimaginable existences just by hearing their names. It seemed that Captain Liu had said that the department that had fully taken over the work of the Shaju Municipal Bureau was called Operation 1. Looks like that's on the official side of the department. As for the resistance, I can think with my toes that it's against the crown. What exactly is in Shaju City? What could attract the attention of these big shots? After leaving the hospital, Shinyu bought some vegetables to return to his dilapidated flat building. He went directly to the 4th floor, and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door of Miao Hei's house, when the iron door opened automatically with a click as if it had sensed him. Shinyu's inspiration was slightly touched, and he felt an icy air swept past him, as if he was deliberately avoiding him. He guessed that the one who opened the door for him was probably the female ghost known as Xiao Bai. Looks like the last match left this white boy with a deep psychological shadow over himself. walking into Miao Hei's rented house that had been transformed to the point where it could be described as exaggerated. Shinyu saw the little girl with 2 ponytails sitting on the sofa holding a big bag of potato chips at a glance. Kids don't always eat that junk food. I bought some fresh vegetables and meat, so you'll have your meal in a few moments. When Miao Hei saw Shinyu, she jumped up from the sofa with a miso. She clapped her little hands together and said, "It's not like you forgot about me. If you came up here every day to cook, would I have to eat chips?" The little girl had her hands behind her back and came up to Shinyu to take a few glances. "You don't look too good. Did something happen to you?" And sent me a message specifically. Luo Fei was attacked and almost lost his life. It should be specifically aimed at the 3 of us for revenge. So you should also be more careful lately and try not to go out. I'll buy the food and come to your house to cook at night. Although Shinyu's tone was calm, Miao Hei still heard the anger that he deliberately suppressed. "You said the muscle man was almost killed?" Miao Hei also knew Luo Fei, and Xiao Bai had almost made the latter cry when they fought against each other before. Shinyu nodded. "Yes, the other party is a terrorist organization called SCAR. The person they sent to retaliate is also known as the Good Ladder, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Luo Fei is now in the hospital in intensive care. I just came back from him." SCAR. Miao Hei repeated these 2 words in a small voice, as if she was caught up in memories. Shinyu quickly picked vegetables, washed vegetables, cut vegetables, fried vegetables, skillful movements. This time actually less than half an hour to do a good 4 dishes. 1 soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian collocation. "Okay, let's eat. I'll come by tonight when I can. And if I'm not there you can make do with the leftovers from lunch warmed up in the microwave." "Wow, big brother. Your cooking skills can even go to open a restaurant. The colors and flavors are all there. After eating your cooking I feel like all the things I used to eat can be equivalent to garbage." Just as Miao Hei finished saying this, she felt her pocket vibrate. That was where she kept her cell phone. The little double ponytailed girl looked down, raised her hand and lowered her voice. "What? Say you're still not convinced? I told you long ago that you have nothing to do but go to see more food programs and pay more attention to a few food bloggers. The meal you made is too netherworldly. But you're not living people. You won't need to cook for Shinyu in the future." It turns out that when the 2 ponytailed Miao Hei lived in that villa that resembled a haunted house before, the meals she ate were all made by her ghostly servants. It's no wonder she smiles so brightly when she sees Shinyu's cooking. The little girl gave herself a big pot full of rice, picked up the plate and grubbed each of the 4 kinds of vegetables into the rice pot, and just stirred them twice and took a big bite. "Eat slowly. You're a girl. Take care of your image." Aha! What's wrong with girls? This isn't ancient times. Besides, there are no outsiders here. Miao Hei ate the vegetable juice flying. Not long after, the small mouth is paste everywhere in the oil-stained vegetable soup. Shinyu helplessly found a packet of napkins and handed her 2, suddenly feeling how she was somewhat like a kindergarten teacher. Miao Hei, who had been eating with great flavor, suddenly raised her head and stopped her chewing motion. "Ah, SCAR. I remembered. The organization Scarab. I've dealt with them before." "What? Had dealings? Have you had a run-in with any of their people?" As soon as Shinyu's words fell, Miao Hei picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth in some embarrassment, her smile a little odd. "I remembered. I think I joined them before myself, but in the end I thought they were all crazy. So I quit." "What? You joined them?" This time even Shinyu, who was good at expression management, appeared briefly frozen. What had this little girl, who looked 12 or 13 at best, been through? Miao Hei stirred her ponytail with her fingers. "Embarrassed? I didn't know before I joined that they were all bad people who did bad things. And that was a long time ago. If it wasn't for you mentioning the name SCAR I would have almost forgotten. So it's them. Then there's no fear. Their organization's truly powerful people are not able to come to Xiaozhou City for the time being, and the good ladder sent out should not even be very strong." "Oh, of course. Not very strong levels, certainly also more than 10 levels, for you guys is still difficult to deal with." "Not very strong all over 10 levels? And what does really strong mean in your world?" Miao Hei's eyes looked toward the ceiling for a while to recall, and suddenly used his right hand to make a fist and slam it on his left palm. "I remembered as soon as you asked me. I've seen a player win rate ranking somewhere before. I remember that the player at the top of that leaderboard was called Card God and had a terrifying 100 consecutive wins. He set a record that no player has been able to break to this day. I still remember his name. What was it?" "Right. It seems to be called Dairya-sen. Dale Yoshimori." Shinyu repeated the name a few times, feeling why it sounded so familiar. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen the name. The line that was printed on the back of that Lone Brave card when he acquired it earlier. Shinyu remembered that it was written there, "The correct truth is always in the hands of a few people. Believe in yourself. Believe in your choice, even if the thorns are full of thorns, even if loneliness is often accompanied by, may you return to still have a lone courageous person's heart." The words were left by the Dailyasen, Could it be that the previous owner of the Lone Ranger deck was him? Is he the legendary existence known as the card god that Miao Haya talked about? Is he still alive now? Shinyu subconsciously asked this question. Miao he laughs, alive? It shouldn't be possible. The record he holds has been hanging in the rankings for more than 200 years. If he's still alive, wouldn't he become a monster? What's more is that his Lone Brave card has been obtained by you, which means that the original owner is no longer alive. So, Shinyu secretly said in his heart that the white-bordered E-ranked card, Lone Valor, which had been underestimated by others, must have an incomparably huge potential for promotion. However, low-level players don't have access to that information and don't even realize what that card does. But wasn't this girl, Miao He, only level 4? Why would she know these secrets that only high-level players understand? Shinyu looked at the little girl who had resumed eating, and suddenly felt that those player information on the other side that was displayed outside was most likely all fake. All fake. I'm afraid she's going to have to add a 0 to her rating, isn't she? 66. The price of being a hero. Drip drip drip. A black avatar on the computer kept flashing and sending frequent messages. Tech geek Joe Shu moved his obese body somewhat lazily and clicked on that avatar. Fatty, the black market is open tonight. Come and join in the fun. I heard there's some good stuff. Joe Shu's fat face twitched, and several thick, short fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard. The market opens tonight? Not this time? You said there's something good. What is it? Drip drip drip. The black avatar sent another message. I've got some inside information here. There's a big man from another city who holds the core of the virtual reality technology. It's best if you can buy it on the black market. But if you can't, it's still good to see it. Maybe we can even peek at some key points and work out some similar technology ourselves. Are you interested? Wouldn't you like to bring your paper doll wives to life? The other party's last sentence made Joe Shu's eyes wide open. The whole person sat up straight, as if full of electricity. XX Rod. The technology to visualize avatars? Oh, my god, that's awesome. You're really something. What time does it start? I'll be right there. 8 p.m. Usual place. Closing the chat window. Joe Shu used agile movements that were extremely inconsistent with his size, flipping over his head while changing his clothes and pants all the way, just like juggling. In addition to his cotton shirt, pants, and shoes, he wore a cotton hat and a large mask. This time the black market party, which the other side said was the usual place, started at 8 p.m. and was going to be unusually cold. Being well prepared in advance is also a quality that a hacker must have. Joe Shu looked at himself in the mirror before he left the house, bloated again, and winked rather satisfied. The reason he had wrapped himself so tightly was because the location of this hidden meeting place within the hackers was located on the roof of a skyscraper in the center of Natick, 100 stories high. Joe Shu still remembered the first time he attended this party. He almost didn't freeze into a human ice sculpture there, so he won't make the same mistake a second time. Cotton coats, pants, and hats are just the basics of the operation. Soon, Fatty Joe took a car and drove directly to the bottom floor of the skyscraper called Dream Building. He went around to a small, nondescript door at the back of the building and entered a code known only to those who had participated in this organization. There's an elevator there that goes straight to the top of the building. Entering the code, the iron door opened, and the fat man excitedly got in and pressed the only floor button in the elevator. However, just at the moment when the elevator door was about to slowly close, a hand suddenly poked in from outside and stopped the door from closing. Joe Shu was startled and hurriedly clicked the button to open the door. Outside the elevator door, there stood a middle-aged uncle in a black trench coat with a beard and messy hair. Joe Shu was startled, then said, "Big brother, this is very dangerous. Aren't you afraid of pinching your own hand off? Just shout." The man glanced at him and grinned, revealing teeth black and yellow from the smoke. It's fine. It can't pinch my hand. At most it'll remove this elevator door." Joe Shu shivered for no reason when the other party gave him a look. A sense of alertness inexplicably rose in his heart. It was similar to Shinyu, a powerful sixth sense that belonged to the Joker sequence. He sensed that the scruffy-looking middle-aged man was dangerous. Yes, the other party's body exuded a dangerous aura similar to that of a wild beast. Definitely not something one could mess with. Joe Shu squeezed out a smile and said, Big brother really knows how to joke. You're also here for this party?" He tried to strike up a conversation. After that middle-aged man entered, the elevator door closed again and began to slowly go up. However, at 100 floors, the elevator would have to travel for a while even if it wouldn't be stopped by someone in the middle. The middle-aged man suddenly took out a cigarette from the inner pocket of his trench coat, and lit it and smoked it like no one else. Joe Shu frowned slightly, secretly saying, how could someone smoke in the elevator? Is there any quality at all? But he used the rest of the light to measure the person next to him, only to realize a fact. I'm afraid that this middle-aged man has nothing to do with the word quality. he muttered twice in his heart, but on the surface he didn't dare to show any expression that could possibly provoke the other party. The fat man kept a smile on his face while the middle-aged man took 2 puffs before smiling and answering the question he had just posed. Yeah, I'm here for this party. Or to put it more plainly, I started this party. You initiated it? Joe Shu's eyes lit up, and he asked, are you the big brother who possesses the technology to bring virtual reality into the real world? I'm a fan of yours. I wonder if you would consider selling this technology. Hearing that the other party was the one who initiated this party, Joe Shu instantly forgot about his fear and was filled with that black technology that could turn his paparazzi wife into a reality. The middle-aged man turned his head to look at Joe Shu and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, which sprayed right in the fat man's face. Joe Shu coughed lightly twice, but did not dare to show any expression of dissatisfaction, still piling on the smile and looking at the other party. Little fatty, can I be tolerant enough? At a glance you are very promising. Even if I were willing to sell this technology, none of you could afford it. This time I will only reveal some of its features. As for how much of it you can digest is your business, and I'm going to get what I want among you. Whoever can provide me with useful information, then I can provide him with the relevant technology to study for free for half an hour. What? A gratuitous half hour? The fat man's fat face trembled, thinking that this was an opportunity. The elevator hadn't gone up to the top floor yet, and this was his chance to be alone with the big man. Joe Shu said with a smile on his face, Big brother, I don't know what kind of information you want to get. I'm not talented. I'm a little famous in this circle. I believe that if even I can't get the information, it would be futile for you to ask others. I'd rather say it now, right? Joe Shu played a bellyful of good calculations. This is wanting to grab in front of others to cut off. The middle-aged man exhaled another mouthful of smoke, causing the entire elevator to be surrounded by smoke, which smoked Joe Shu somewhat unable to open his eyes. It's okay to tell you now. I want to know the whereabouts of someone. What people? I'm the best at finding people, Joe Shu asked expectantly. It was a little girl with 2 ponytails and little black leather shoes. She's also followed around most of the time by a woman in a white dress with long hair. I'll take out that core technology and let you have it all to yourself for half an hour as long as you can provide me with pertinent intel on her. How about it, little fatty? I see that you should be a senior geek as well, and this technology has an irresistible effect for you. The middle-aged man with black and yellow teeth named the girl he was looking for. After his description, Joe Shu almost instantly sketched an image of Miao Hia in his head. His smile stayed the same, but questions had tumbled inside. What does this dangerous-looking uncle want with Miao Hia? Joe Shu could almost confirm that the other party couldn't possibly be looking for Miao Hia to ask her for a shooting date, and most likely didn't hold any good intentions. He. Joe Shu smiled and rubbed his hands together, trying to ask, can I ask, big brother, what are you looking for that little girl for? Seeing that the other party's face was not favorable, Joe Shu hastily added another sentence. Of course, the more details you provide, the better the intelligence gathering. The more details you provide, the better it will be for intelligence gathering. The middle-aged man sneered, slowly stretched out his tongue. Half-smoked cigarettes directly pressed out on his tongue issued a zzz sound of roasted meat. See Joe Shu straight shrink neck. Find her, and then, eat her. The smile on Joe Shu's face faded as he looked at the other party with an expression of madness and perversion. What do you mean, eat her? Joe Shu slowly stood up straight and moved to the elevator door. Uncle, if you harbor malice towards her, then I'm sorry, but even if I'm scared right now, I won't let you leave this elevator. Joe Shu's fat face grew gloomy. A card appeared in the crevices of his fingers, and he slowly recited under his breath. Reinforcement card. Madman. Miao Heia's house. After finishing dinner, Xinyu cleared the table while packing up the leftovers to carry down to her dad. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket buzzed and vibrated. Xinyu wiped his hands and opened his 3-less cell phone to find that the message came from within the hidden chat room. It was Fatty Joe Shu who was having a private chat with him alone. The guy sends several messages in one sitting. Little brother, help! Bring everyone to help me. I'm on the 82nd floor of the Dream Building. Remember not to tell ya. The other party is clearly here for her. Grandma's opposite side is too strong. I can only rely on my card abilities to hold him back for now, and I'm going to wear out at any moment. Little brother, are you coming? No way. Even with you, we can't win. You go to that bridge hole last time and get brother Xiaha to save me. Xinyu looked at one of the messages from Fatty, and his eyebrows gradually twisted together. What's wrong with you, big brother? Miao Heia, who was sitting on the sofa watching anime, noticed Xinyu's abnormality and stretched her neck to ask. Oh, it's fine. Fatty asked me to play a game at his house, so I'll leave first. You remember to close the door to your room at night and don't go out. Xinyu finished putting away his cell phone and walked out without looking back. Bang! The door closed and a black shadow suddenly floated out from under the couch. Master, he's lying. 67. The Joker and the Werewolf. Under the sofa, the black shadow gradually took on a human form. A strange man with a worn-out bowler hat that covered his face and a long black trench coat. Its fingernails were long, and even though the sleeves of its trench coat were not short, its nails still poked out of the cuffs, reflecting the cold light. Miao Hea looked in the direction of the gate without saying anything for half a day. She took another look at the clean kitchen and said, "Big brother must have his reasons for not telling me. If he wanted to harm me he would have done it long ago, and I can be sure that he is not related to those people." At that moment, the strange man with the half-height manners spoke again. "Master, don't you find it strange? This Shinyu seems to have a unique magnetic field on his body. He is able to mask the special odor emanating from us. It's as if he has made a protection for us in an invisible way. Of course, perhaps all of this is not even realized by himself." Miao Hea jumped off the sofa and made a round of the kitchen and dining room neighborhood, looking at the tabletop that had been wiped down to a spotless finish, nodding her head slowly. "Yeah, I've also sensed it when you said that. I haven't seen those guys since I moved here to Big Brother's place. They seem to have lost track of me. Oh, it seems that Big Brother is hiding as many secrets as we are. I'm afraid." "Good, then we'll stay here for the time being and see what direction things will take." However, after sending a message to Shinyu, Fatty Joshu drilled into a short cabinet on the 82nd floor of the Creative Dream Building. Upon learning that the dangerous middle-aged man was about to turn on Miao Hea, his gentlemanly sense of justice instantly exploded and he chose to take action on the spot. However, the premonition of danger brought to him by the Joker sequence made him not choose to tough it out, and instead, he used his ability to pull himself into the floor along with the middle-aged man as the elevator traveled to the 82nd floor. Joshu remembers very clearly. The 82nd floor of the Creative Dream Building is a fairly famous maze escape room experience hall in Xiaozhou City. The terrain here was complicated with many obstacles, very favorable for him to conceal his figure and circle around with the other party. As long as the side effects of the madman card didn't pop up fatally at this point, he would be able to hold out until Shinyu brought help. On the outside of the low cupboard, many furniture and facilities were dumped haphazardly, the walls were destroyed, and the heartbreaking sound of sharp claws rubbing together was constantly heard. The middle-aged man with black and yellow teeth had already started to go on a rampage destroying the architectural structure of the place because he couldn't find Joshu. "Hell, is that guy King Kong? I suspected he was a player as well from the start, but I didn't think he'd be able to pull out a B-ranked deck at once." This middle-aged man, strictly speaking, can no longer be called a person at this moment. Borrowing the green moonlight occasionally projected through the windows of the building, Joshu saw that the other party's size had increased by at least 20 centimeters, and his body was covered with hair as hard as steel brushes. His legs gradually bent and his joints rushed back. His arms were thick and powerful, and his 10 fingernails were like daggers reflecting a heart-stoppingly chilling light. 2 pointed ears sprouted from the top of his head. His mouth protruded. Fangs were clustered, and a sticky liquid fell from the corners of his mouth from time to time. Yes, this middle-aged man with black and yellow teeth is the good ladder who put Luo Fei in intensive care. Wolfman. "Fatty, hurry up and come out, I promise I'll give you a good time." "Ha ha ha, you look wimpy and horny. Didn't think you'd challenge me head on for a little girl? Your courage is commendable, but you can't recognize your own position. But now I can basically confirm that you do know the person I'm looking for. Take me to her. Not only do you get to keep your life, but I'll give you the core of the virtual manifestation. What do you think? Are you impressed? This is a great opportunity for you. Stop hiding and come out." Joshu hid among the short cabinets, peering out through the very limited gap in the louvered doors. Luckily, one of the abilities that his Joker sequence card gives him is hide and seek. Except that even though he was scared to death right now, he still had a big smile sketched on his face. A smile that never ends like a clown's. A smile like a madman's. "I'm Nima. I've encountered the most dangerous moment in my life. I've got so many friends. Come to my rescue." Although Joshu had inwardly filtered through all of his friends, the first person he could think of to send out a distress signal was actually Shinyu. This older boy that he hadn't met more than a few times and actually didn't know much about. It's a pity that brother Xiaha doesn't have a phone, so the only way to find him is to go to the bridge abutment. Otherwise he would have been able to subdue this half-man, half-wolf monster. Joshu was hiding in the cupboard, but suddenly he heard a muffled sound from above his head. Something heavy seemed to have landed on this low cabinet he was hiding in. Joshu covered his mouth and nose with both hands to death, not even daring to make a breath. At the moment, the half-man, half-wolf monster was right above his head. The rough grunts and the creepy rattling sound of teeth rubbing together were separated by only one layer of wooden planks from Joshu. He could even hear the sticky liquid dripping from the corner of the other man's mouth onto the low cabinet. "Little fatty, you don't have to hide anymore. I've already found you. You're actually hiding in these cabinets, right?" Joshu's heart skipped a beat, and then there was a poof sound. For fingers as sharp as knives pierced through the wooden board, directly into the short cabinet. But fortunately, the location chosen by the other party was the one next door to the short cabinet where Joshu was hiding. It seemed that this werewolf didn't even know where Zhou Shu was hiding, and he had said that on purpose. Damn. Can't keep hiding here or he'll find out sooner or later. Did you bring anything with you? Is there anything with you? Zhou Shu rummaged around in the pockets of his cotton jacket and suddenly pinched out a palm-sized swimsuit secondary doll. He froze for a few seconds looking at the hand puppet, then made a prayerful gesture with his hands and wailed inwardly. I'm sorry, wife. I'm sorry, wife. Lives are at stake this time. As long as you can help me get out of this, I'll go back and buy you new clothes and reshape your body. Zhou Shu paid 2 obeisances towards that hand puppet villain, and then rubbed his hands together that way, making the palm-sized hand puppet villain instantly disappear. At the same time, in another corner of the 82nd floor, there was a click sound. Immediately afterward, a small black shadow flashed past. The werewolf standing just above the low cabinet looked up alertly, a pair of green eyes standing out in the darkness. Dabbing, he built up strength in his legs and leapt 7 or 8 meters directly from the top of the short cabinet, crashing through several partitions and landing precisely at the location where the noise was made. Zhou Shu patted his chest and opened the cabinet door, crawling on his hands and knees on the floor, quickly shifting his hiding place, utilizing some gadgets at hand to create smoke to divert the opponent's attention. This was also an ability unique to the Joker sequence. He had used it with relative skill by now, climbing over a low wall that had been crushed by the werewolves. Zhou Shu leaned against it to catch his breath. He looked at his watch, and only a scant 5 minutes had passed since he had started to make his move and sent a distress message to Xinyu. Damn, why does time pass so slowly at this point? It's not fair to blink your eyes when you're obviously watching a half-hour episode of anime. Fatty closed his eyes hard to force himself to move. He had an absolute home field advantage in this labyrinth chamber, equivalent to half a scene card. He must stall his opponent. Shen Yu, you mustn't let fat brother me down. 68. Finally arrived. Shen Yu unprecedentedly hit a cab, but after the place threw down a red-colored $100 bill, and even the link to find the money was skipped in one step, he arrived at the Creative Dreams building. The place had closed early for some reason. The halls were dimly lit, and there was no doorman. Shen Yu knocked a few times at the door and no one responded. He looked at the skyscraper made entirely of glass walls, took a deep breath, and turned to a shady side. This is the location of the building's drainage pipes, which are specifically set aside in the center of the floor sandwich. Here the distance is closer. Shen Yu, as long as the hands and feet can be supported on both sides of the curtain wall at the same time. He didn't think much about it, and immediately incorporated the pretender card into his body, and with his hands and feet, he quickly began to climb upwards with the help of the drain pipe. Shen Yu's speed was very fast, and in one breath, he climbed up to a height of more than 20 floors. At this point, he braced his hands and feet against the curtain walls on either side, smoothly adjusting his breathing to regain his strength. He did not look down at his body. Shen Yu knew that he must not look down during the climb, as that would create an extremely serious negative psychological implication for himself. That kind of cue can cause your body to have a stressful reaction. This includes muscle stiffness, trembling, and delayed reactions. Shen Yu walked and stopped, adjusting his breathing while climbing, and soon arrived at the height of the 70th floor. At this altitude, he could already clearly feel the air around him getting thinner and the wind getting stronger. The sound of these whistling winds may only be able to roll up some shredded paper on the ground, but when it comes to this place, it is eager to take all your hair directly from your scalp. The level of violence makes you feel like you are in a storm on the ocean. Shen Yu propped up his body with his feet and freed his hands to fasten the hood a little tighter before climbing upwards again. When he arrived at the 76th floor, the loud sound of glass breaking suddenly came from not far above his head. Immediately afterward, a black shadow accompanied by broken glass fell with a whir from not far behind him. Shen Yu was startled in his heart and subconsciously looked backward. It took a long time for the black shadow to fall to the ground, and it fell to pieces with a pop. Luckily, it was a wooden table and not fat. After such a toss, Shen Yu's mood became more eager, and his hands and feet accelerated the speed of climbing. Meanwhile, on the 82nd floor, the werewolves who had locked onto Zhou Shu by some unknown method were rolling around, jumping and pouncing. This time, no matter what ability Zhou Shu used and how he disguised himself, he would be quickly found by the other party. This gave him an urge to die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Living hell. How did he do that? Zhou Shu rolled and crawled to hide behind a low wall, grasping for time to gasp for air. If he hadn't been wearing a thick enough cotton jacket, the other party's slap just now would have left 3 deep visible wounds on his body. Fatty Joe was a bit furious and took off his cotton shirt that was caught in tatters and threw it on the ground. Being sweaty, his cotton hat was also long gone. Same with the mask. If he was still wearing that thing now, he suspected he'd probably have suffocated. Just as Fatty was about to take off his cotton pants, he hesitated and brought them up again. He is a person who has a habit that doesn't matter when he is alone at home, but now he is outside. Once his habit of not wearing underwear was exposed, how would he still be able to mix in the Shaju city circle in the future? Definitely going to be mocked to death by those dead geeks. Ah, ha ha ha. Little fatty, don't think you can escape from me. Now I can find you no matter where you hide. Do you feel that you have some more unique odor? The voice of the werewolf speaking got closer and closer, and Joshu's heart beat faster and faster. What's that odor? He subconsciously wrinkled his nose up and sniffed around on himself with a jolt. He remembered the bizarre scene he had just seen. Yes, just now the other party was clearly confused by the various smoke he created, and was even fooled. But that guy had been crossing one leg over the other in the corner around the place since I don't know when, and he didn't know what he was doing. Only now combined with the other party's words did Joshu come to his senses. This guy is pissing everywhere. What a beast. Yes, werewolves also belong to the canine family, and they can use their feces to leave a unique scent around them. And Joshu had accidentally gotten these odors when he had just evaded the chase, which was the root cause of the werewolf's ability to ignore the confusion and accurately find his hiding place. Damn, I've been using a lot of tricks, but in the end, I lost to a piss? I'm not convinced. Go to hell, you beast. Hearing the footsteps of the other party's sharp claws rubbing against the ground getting closer and closer, the curve of the smile at the corner of Fatty's mouth suddenly hooked up. With a jerk, he picked up the shredded cotton shirt on the ground and threw it outward while he tumbled on the ground in a heap. When he finished rolling around and got down on one knee, there was already a MP5 sharpshooter in his hand that was emitting metallic luster. Joshu threw out the cotton clothes. This move or in Shinyu competition is learned. However, this time it also managed to attract the attention of the werewolf. After that black shadow violently sprang out, the werewolf's sharp wolf claws had grabbed it with precision, and tore that cotton coat to shreds. Fatty, it's useless to play tricks. The werewolf shrugged off the tattered cotton shirt in his hands, but was just in time to see the fat man not far away with his mouth agape. Only now the fat man was holding a gun in his hand, staring and smiling as he pulled the trigger. At such a close range, even though the werewolf's movements were quite agile, he was still swept by Joshu's MP5 and hit his body. The werewolf subconsciously lunged to the side, but his lower body was still hit several times in a row and felt a slight pain. But as his figure lunged out and tumbled to a stop, he realized that those fired were not real bullets at all, but some round lead bullets. The werewolf's cheeks twitched a bit, veins rippling on his forehead as he let out a low growl of anger. Fatty, you brought this on yourself. You failed me. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The werewolf was extraordinarily ashamed of the fact that he had been scared into hiding by a toy gun. He opened his arms and bloody mouth and lunged through the air at the place where Joshu had just stood. Asterisk 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 off. Don't come near me. Joshu finished shooting a barrage of bullets and smashed that MP5 towards the werewolf's face in his hand. The furious werewolf bit down on the metallic sharpshooter, and between the opening and closing of the upper and lower jaws, it made a sound similar to chewing peanuts. Crap! Fatty's heart was cold. He did not doubt that by the other side so messed up, his props card is likely to be destroyed. Whether it can be repaired or still to say. That is an old buddy that has accompanied him for countless days and nights. You pay for my prop card. At this moment, Joshu's eyes were wide open, and the smile on his grease-painted cheeks was so bizarre that it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. And the werewolf spat out the MP5 that had been chewed up in his mouth, looked at the charging Joshu and raised his right paw. He laughed harshly. Don't worry, I'll chew your body to pieces just like this gun, and then bury you together. That way you'll never have to be separated. The long sharp claws swung down violently, but changed trajectory when they were about to touch the top of Fatty's head. Tachi Tong Tian Cannon. A sudden and strong force somehow came from the Leakin side ribs, sending his body flying sideways with a hard impact. 69. War Wolf. The werewolf's massive frame crashed down like a cannonball, collapsing everything that stood in his way. Sitting on his knees on the ground, Joshu, who had thought he was dead, looked toward the broken glass wall. There was a man standing there at the moment. The silhouette wasn't very tall or strong, but it was bathed in moonlight and exuded an invisible aura. It was an aura that made people feel at ease. Little brother, you finally came. The fat man's cry almost took on a sobbing tone. Shinyu retracted his right fist and looked alertly in the direction that the werewolf flew out. His punch was both a sneak attack and used 10% of his strength, plus the disguiser card's boost. He believed that even a wall could be blown down by himself. Just after hitting that werewolf's body, Shinyu felt a fist hammering on a rubber tire. For him, who had studied boxing with his master for many years, he understood one thing very well. An object you're not afraid of is hard, and a hard one will fall apart and be completely destroyed as soon as it is attacked by a harder object. But such rubbery objects are difficult to destroy by brute force. Sure enough, as if to confirm Shinyu's guess, not far away in a piece of rubble, the werewolf slowly stood up, and step by step retraced his steps back to the position where the moonlight could shine. At this moment, his expression was surprisingly no longer crazy, and no longer oozing viscous liquid, but more inclined to the human-like gloomy introspection. Who are you? Come to seek death too? The werewolf's voice was much calmer than just now, but falling into Zhou Shu's ears made him shiver uncontrollably. The voice was cold and sharp, as if an invisible saw was cutting into your soul, making people tremble. Angry. This werewolf was really angry this time. Shinyu stood there without any change in his expression. His keen sixth sense told him that this enemy in front of him was quite dangerous. If he was hit by his sharp claws, he himself wouldn't be much better than Luo Fei, who was still lying in the hospital. So his chance was only a split second. The fingertips of Shinyu's right hand, which was behind his back, suddenly materialized the black card. He wasn't going to use the Clayman that Big Brother had deposited with him yet, because that card was precious, but it wouldn't be of much help for the situation at hand, so it was still necessary to rely on this abyssal card that his mother had left behind. Yes, this mysterious card that had helped Shinyu get out of trouble many times did not have a name, and those who had seen him, even Miao Heya, who was hiding a secret, and Fatty, who boasted of being well informed, all said that they had never seen or even heard of him, and this card couldn't remain without a name. So gazing at the face of this card that seemed to be blacker than black and deeper than the abyss, Shinyu decided to name it, Abyss Card. Who am I, you ask? Aren't you looking for me? Why? I've captured a fellow member of your organization. That guy's ability is hilarious. Turning himself into a slug? It's really weak. Shinyu knows that this good ladder is here to take revenge on him, Miao He and Luo Fei. As the terrorists of the card world, the members of SCAR are all vicious. That's easy to see from what they've done down there, and the doctor's presentation. They will certainly retaliate against anyone who tries to get in their way. So Luo Fei was the first to be found. From the fat man's words just now, it wasn't hard to guess that Miao Heya was the second target. Then wouldn't he be the third? That werewolf stopped moving forward when he heard Shinyu's words, and a pair of deep green eyes stared straight at Shinyu as if they could penetrate his soul. You say you're the third man? Ha. Good. Very good. We were worried about not being able to locate the third person's identifying information and address, and you just popped up on your own? You low-grade scum. Only deserve to be buried in the dirt and used as fertilizer. Come on, hand over your lives and your cards so that we can bestow these cards to those who truly understand their meaning. Although Joshu was scared to death in his heart right now and could not wait to jump down from the 82nd floor with a single leap, but once again, an exaggerated smile, almost maniacal, appeared on his fat, grease-painted face. Damn, fat master, I am crazy. How can I be afraid of a wolf? Come on, disobedient beasts should be locked up in the zoo. Joshu was suddenly in a state of madness. After losing his MP5, he simply used the two fallen wall bricks from the ground as a weapon. Seeing this situation, Shinyu's legs slightly curled and also followed and rushed out. However, as he stayed close to Joshu, he whispered, Fatty, help me create an opportunity. I have a way to defeat this guy. Shinyu's words had just fallen, and even the end of the last word had not been retracted, when he felt a gust of wind blowing by his side. The fat man in thermal underwear, face painted with grease paint and laughing, just like that, with two slabs, rushed ahead of himself to the wolves. He laughed loudly with his hands raised in the air, as if he were insane. The bricks in his left and right hand slapped the werewolf's head in almost no particular order. The werewolf didn't seem prepared to dodge, though, and just took two hard bricks. Of course it wouldn't do much damage to the highly defensive werewolf, nothing more than make him look a bit grimy. The werewolf took two hard bricks, but took this opportunity to stretch out his right paw and directly clutched the neck of Joshu, who had been laughing upside down, but saw his huge wolf claws slightly force. Joshu's neck came click a crunch. Shinyu's pupils contracted violently. His toes pointed on the ground, dragging out a residual shadow in place. He lifted his right arm up, his body slightly sideways. His right foot took an arrow step, and with a bang, he struck the werewolf's abdomen with the elbow joint of his right arm. His strike was so fast and hard that the werewolf didn't seem to be able to react before he was sent flying by Shinyu once again. Fatty! After sending the werewolf flying, Shinyu quickly flashed to Joshu, whose body was gradually going limp, to hold him up. But after touching Shinyu did not have that kind of greasy and disgusting touch. The neck was pinched off the Joshu, bang a sound into a stream of smoke. Immediately, the original Choshu was transformed into a puppet doll with a tongue out, a spring attached to its head and swinging around. Shinyu held the puppet doll with its head bobbing about, a drop of cold sweat seeping from the corner of his forehead. At that moment, however, he heard Fatty's voice coming from behind him under a certain piece of rubble on the side. Little brother, I'll cover for you, it's all up to you, go for it. Shinyu silently dropped the puppet doll that seemed to have been mocking him and slowly stood up. Well, Joshu, this fat man, although he now held the title of crazy, it seemed that he wasn't really crazy. He also knew to utilize a puppet double to attract the opponent's attention. It's better this way, though, so that it can buy him more opportunities. Fatty, I'm going on. We have to keep this beast here today no matter what. We can't let him continue to walk within Xiaoju City and become a security risk. Of course, it won't do for him to hit on our Xiaoya. She's our group favorite in the dating world. Fatty clenched his fists, and although his mouth said harsh words, he quickly retracted his head again, fearing that the werewolf would see this place where he was now hiding. 70. Psychological warfare. At the same time Xinyu and Zhou Shu were fighting the werewolf to the death on the 82nd floor. The Xiaozhou City tech geeks located on the roof of the building were slow to wait for the rightful owner to appear. What's going on? It's almost 9 o'clock. Why don't you come? I mean, is this guy behind the show playing games? It's freezing to death on the roof of this building. Does he look down on our colleagues in the tech industry in Xiaozhou City? A tech nerd hunched over with a black eye was on the verge of freezing his feet off, and in a hurry couldn't stop running in circles on the roof of the building, using it to generate heat. While the other man who was also rubbing his arms cast his eyes to the outside of the roof and said, "How come there are still people doing renovations in the middle of the night? There's so much commotion. The banging won't break anyone's glass, right? It's strange to say. This creative dream mansion usually claims to be 24 hours a day. Why did it close early today? And not a single person could be seen. I didn't even see half a security guard when I came up just now." At this time, however, another person was heard speculating. Couldn't it be that Big Brother's doing, right? Will he use the virtual manifestation technology as bait to gather all of us industry elites here and then do a clean sweep? This man is clearly a crime fiction fan and directly associates himself with the direction he specializes in. Just as the men were talking, the annoying noise continued to come from downstairs in a clanking manner. "Hey, downstairs are going to die. What time is it? Can't you guys keep the noise down when you're doing the remodeling?" A tech nerd poked his head out of the roof and roared downward, but at that moment, he saw a table flew out of it, straight down to fall. After a while seems to fall to the ground. Pop fell into pieces. "I'll go. This downstairs isn't undergoing renovation. It's a war, right? Quickly, call the police." A group of tech geeks finally got caught up in the commotion on the 82nd floor and pulled out their phones to call the police. "Hello, MS. Police. I'm in Creative Dream Mansion. We have terrorists here. We're all industry elites. You guys hurry up and send the SDU to protect us. If any of us are lost, it will be a loss for Xiaozhou. No, it's the loss of the entire Xia kingdom. Hey, police sister, help. Some aliens have used the dream building as a platform and have successfully landed in Xiaozhou City. Hurry up and come if you're late. This skyscraper will be destroyed. Hey, miss, there are robots attacking the creation mansion. We've stalled them, so hurry up and inform the nearest army. Send out warplanes and tanks. We mustn't let these robots harm the people of Xiaozhou City." Almost in the same time period, the police answering line in Natick City received a dozen alarm calls with bizarre contents. Although the contents of what these people said were so strange that people could not believe them. However, the location they pointed out was exactly the same. That is, the dream building. It does seem that something bad is going on there, and it just happened to get bumped into by a bunch of psychopaths gathered there. A few police receiving ladies stood up and looked at each other, helplessly giving tasks to the police station in charge of the relevant area. "Tonight the creation building looks like a dead building. The skyscrapers here are 100 stories high with many rooms and many businesses. On weekdays it's lit up with starry lights no matter what time of day it is. But today, this place had become like a grave, as if it was a grave specially prepared for Xinyu and Zhou Shu. It seems to have something to do with Scar's organization. Do they have so much power in Natsukushima City? Bam! Inside the labyrinth chamber of the 82 floors, most of the scenes had been destroyed like the surface of the moon. Xinyu even felt that if he continued to let this furious werewolf destroy it, the 82 floors would completely disappear from this skyscraper. The floors above would simply fall down and crush them into mush. However, he also noticed that under the werewolf's frantic clawing, the walls would normally be torn to shreds like tofu. But there were so many walls and a few wall pillars that were very strong. Even a werewolf's claws scratching at it would only leave a few shallow marks. It seems like that should be the load-bearing wall there. Once again woefully dodging the other party's claw strikes, Xinyu looked at the bodysuit that had once again been scratched and tattered, and a wave of anger rose up in his heart. But this anger that wanted to immediately rush up and fight the other party for his life was instantly suppressed by him. Behind his flank, the fat man who had just been responsible for drawing fire from the werewolves was dismantled in his disguise, and a handful of wheels flew out and crashed into the load-bearing wall. It had been several minutes, and he lay motionless on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Phew! Xinyu let out a breath and reached down to rip off his already tattered bodysuit. "I have a proposition for you, beast. It's not good for either of us to be entangled like this. I believe the commotion here will soon attract the attention of the police. Even if you're not afraid of the police, are you not afraid of an operation place from the capital? No scruples?" Xinyu suddenly threw out a place of action. Sure enough, hearing this name, that werewolf wanted to continue to attack over the footsteps but stopped in place. "You kids still know to act one place? They came here too?" The werewolf's words were tinged with a few questions that he obviously didn't know. Xinyu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. Of course, in addition to the Operation 1, people from the resistance have also arrived. I'm afraid that you are acting in such a high-profile manner not only to carry out the work of the good ladder. I'm afraid that you, Scar, have something else in mind, don't you? Did you also come here for that thing? Shinyu swindled the other party with half-truths based on the information given by the Dr. Big Brother. He wanted to put some complicated and useless information into the other guy's head to influence his judgment and buy himself a chance. As expected, Shinyu threw out a news bomb that made that werewolf's body tremble slightly. This tremor of his was extremely small, but it was still keenly captured by Shinyu. It seems that the good ladder sent to Natick City by the Scar organization isn't the only werewolf. They have other plans. The thing that is being sought should be the reason why the doctor said that he can no longer remember. Scar, Operation 1, the reason for the doctor's visit to Natick City, and the resistance that has yet to appear. Their purpose, or goal should be only one. It was the thing that Shinyu was talking about. Of course, he didn't know what that thing was, so he said it now just to confuse the other side. Boy, you know about that thing? And you've seen the resistance? What else do you really know? The werewolf was clearly bluffed by him. At this point in the werewolf's mind, the shock was far worse than he had shown. After getting the news, Scar's men used the cover of the aftermath of the last incident, but actually went to Natick City to look for the thing. Although the werewolf knew what it was, he didn't know where it was or what form it took. The ability of that thing is very strange, and has a certain degree of autonomy and vitality. It will choose its own master, but reverse control it to make it its puppet. It was good at camouflaging and creating illusions, and even if a medium to high-level player came, they would unknowingly walk into its trap. Seeing that the other party was really affected by himself, Shinyu suddenly had an idea in his heart. Suddenly, he revealed a smile and spread his hands wide. Don't you find it strange? Is the scene around you really what you see? Is that really the sky outside the window? Do you really think they are all as you think they are? 71. That thing. Shinyu's voice was both ethereal and full of temptation, causing the werewolf's vertical pupils to contract several times. He turned his eyes with extreme restraint to scan the scene around him. However, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the skyscraper scene was unreal, and the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Yeah, this is the landmark of all of Siachu, a skyscraper that's 100 stories high. It's only like 8 or 9 p.m. How can there be no one at all? Also, how did that fat guy just drag him straight from the elevator into the body of this building? At first, he thought that the other party had used some kind of ability, but now, in comparison with the words spoken by the boy in front of him, a very bad guess flashed through the werewolf's mind. Could it be that the thing he was looking for was in the young man in front of him? And he had already been dragged into the illusion by the other party without realizing it. Damn, that must be it. How else would he know about the existence of that thing at his level? And how could he know about the existence of Operation 1 and the resistance? The more the werewolf thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. Gradually, he seems to have been completely sure that the thing that the organization is looking for is in Shinyu. At this time, Shinyu was leaning on the back of the curtain wall that had broken open a large hole, slowly falling backward. He flipped his wrist with his left hand behind his back and whispered under his breath, "Attendant card. Onlookers." A light gray shade of light lit up from between his fingers and instantly merged back into his body. In the next moment, the scene around them changed abruptly. Some men and women with extremely ordinary faces, so ordinary that one could not recall a single memory or impression, suddenly appeared. They stood as if looking at something and pointing, and whispering under their breath. These people stood as if they were under the corner of some street. Something bad seemed to have happened in the middle of that semicircle they had formed, but those standing on the periphery could not see through the bodies of these onlookers what was actually happening there. The werewolf's eyes fluttered again, almost certain that he had been dragged into the illusion by the thing, and the crowd that appeared at the moment and the skyscraper where he had just fought were definitely fake. Poof, trying to use an illusion to trap me? I won't fall for it. Just kill you. These illusions will lift themselves, and you're simply not strong enough to sustain the after effects of using that thing. It's very likely that you've been controlled by that thing. Kid, let me help you free yourself. Ha ha ha. The werewolf was now very excited. He felt lucky that he had not only found the subject of the organization's aftermath, but also the holder of the thing. As long as he kills this kid and takes that thing, he will have a great merit in the organization. He'll probably get a powerful card from the chief, and he'll be protected by the protector for a while. He could take this time to level up quickly and collect more useful cards. If one contributes enough to the organization, the chief will surely grant him more powerful cards. The werewolf had a cruel and excited smile on his face, as if those rewards had literally fallen into his hands. None of Shinyu's demonstrated abilities pointed to a low-level D-ranked player. As a man with a B-rank reinforcement card, werewolf, he was able to crush the kid in front of him even without using any other means of assistance. So the werewolf chose the most direct, simple, and violent method. which was to pounce on his opponent and tear him apart. With a howl of ow, the werewolf's half-bowed legs had been storing up their strength for a long time, and the violent outburst at this moment made him instantly turn into a gray shadow. Almost before the voice arrived, others had already arrived in front of Shinyu. The 5 fingers of the werewolf's right hand came together in one place and violently poked at Shinyu's forehead, but just as he was about to touch the boy's body, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. In a flash of lightning, and not leaving the werewolf too much time to think, his right paw had managed to stab his target in the chest, quickly probing out of his back. But it wasn't the same tactile feedback he usually got from tearing up flesh and bone. He didn't smell blood or the hindering sensation that came from nails cutting through flesh and bone. It was more like the feeling you get when you just scratch through all that wooden furniture. With a thud, Shinyu, who was originally pierced through the chest by the werewolf, disappeared. In its place was a puppet doll with clown cheeks, a tongue sticking out, and a head bobbing around. What? It's a disguise double? Another hallucination? The werewolf blamed the illusion created by the thing, but his body had already been uncontrollably thrown out of the skyscraper window. Beneath his feet was the space of the fall, which was 82 stories high. It was as if it wasn't until then that the wolves realized that they seemed to have been duped, but due to inertia, his body was still leaping out of the skyscraper window inch by inch. He tried to reach out his left wolf paw to clasp the edge of the wall, yet his nails did so. It was shallow, but he did buckle against the edge of the wall. It slowed his lunge outward, but suddenly, he saw an extra figure by the window. It's that kid? It's the kid who has that thing. What's he up to? Is this his real body or an illusion? Shinyu appeared at the edge of the broken curtain wall and looked at the werewolf who was trying his best to extend his nails to clasp the wall. He slowly raised his right hand, which appeared to hold a solid black card between its fingers. The moment he brought his right hand down and the card cut through the night sky, the werewolf was horrified to find that his almost impenetrable wolf claws were cut off flush by the black card in his opponent's hand. It was a complete farewell to his body. The inertia that hadn't been completely removed carried the werewolf's body on outward for some distance. Finally, there is the fall, the long fall, falling with howling winds and gravity. Although he didn't know what kind of transformation had taken place inside the werewolf's heart, his final behavior that was close to losing his mind allowed Shinyu to conclude that it must have something to do with the information he had uttered. That thing? What exactly is that thing? It's the thing that brings all the major powers to Natsukazu City at the same time? Could it be a very powerful card? Shinyu shook his head, blocking this content that was obviously irrelevant to him out of his head, and turned to walk quickly to Joshu's side. He gently rolled the fat man over, and a brief inspection revealed that at least a dozen bones had been broken in the guy's body, and he was also oozing blood from the corners of his mouth, obviously suffering from serious internal injuries and had to be taken to the hospital immediately. Shinyu carefully tore his clothes into rags, and found a plank from the collapsed ruins next to him, and fixed the fat man steadily on that plank. After all, as a patient with a broken bone, secondary mobilization is likely to cause more serious injuries. Shinyu dragged the unconscious Joshu out of this labyrinthine chamber, which had been completely damaged, and took the internal elevator down to the first floor. After this Shinyu went down to the first floor, but he saw flashing police lights appearing below this building. He didn't want to get into trouble with the police at this time, and simply made the surrounding crowd car to help him quickly get out of the creation building. With the fat man injured like this, Shinyu brought him to the 4th People's Hospital of Shiaju City without much thought, hoping to get help from the big man. 72. Special Naytake City, Creation Dream Mansion. The tech geeks of Naytake City, who had already been escorted down, gathered around the police to talk about the images they had brainstormed. Officer, everything I said is true. There really is a monster that is 3 meters tall with a mouth that spits flames. Why else would it make such a loud noise upstairs? Officer, don't listen to him. It's a robot. I saw robots loaded with weapons all over their bodies. Ha, is the officer lady who was on the line when I called the police here yet? I want to say thank you to her and ask for a phone number by the way. The police officers, each with an odd look on their faces, protected these tech geeks. To say that these people's identities were really sensitive, although they were all blabbering and talking nonsense, but any one of them carried quite a lot of weight in the technology circle of Shiaju City. Of course, they are not the kind that stand in front of the stage and are recognized by the public. They're usually affiliated with a programmer bigwig behind the scenes at some tech company or cyber association. On top of that there are 2 wild hackers. In the police team, those who were protecting the tech geeks, the figure of criminal police captain Lu Zhanyun was clearly present. Their criminal police team is now completely seized power by the action of a place, simply swinging rotten all day to touch the fish to loiter. Even this kind of ordinary day will not even look at the police mission also follow to join in the fun. Of course Lu Zhanyun is not a hilarious. He is keenly aware of the possible suspicions behind this matter. After observing a circle of the 82nd floor that was almost completely destroyed, Lu Zhanyan walked out of the crime scene alone and sent a text message to Xinyu. A battle was just suspected to have taken place on the 82nd floor of the Creative Dream building. I've accessed the surrounding surveillance and it's still covered by countless mosaics. How much do you know about this? At this time, Xinyu had already pulled the fat man on the board into the Shaju 4th People's Hospital. He crouched outside the emergency room and found an unoccupied corner to message the first officer back. You guessed it right. The fight that just happened belongs to the same organization as those 3 wanted criminals last time. The man has fallen from the 82nd floor. Whether he fell to his death or not I don't know. He should be on the side of the building. Also whatever you saw, he is a member of that organization. Also, be safe. That organization is quite dangerous. Xinyu put away his cell phone and let out a long breath. He glanced at the red light that was on in the emergency room and said that it was also Fatty's luck that the big doctor happened to be on night duty today. Under one of Big Brother's operations, all the broken bones in Fatty's body had been reset and fixed. However, his internal injuries needed some time to recuperate. After all, he didn't have the perverted self-healing ability like Luo Fei. However, the doctor said that Zhou Shu's internal injuries were actually lighter than they looked. This was thanks to the fat he had accumulated from staying at home all day and not doing any exercise. That fat body provided a powerful cushioning pad for that deadly impact. After arranging Zhou Shu and Luo Fei in a ward, Xinyu followed the doctor once again to the office that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Although Xunyu's body had also suffered some injuries, they were not serious. He sat down opposite the doctor, and, after a little reflection, spoke slowly, combining what he had seen and heard with the intelligence he had surmised. Mr. Mizukage, judging from the information we got from that wolf, I'm basically sure that the reason you're in Natick City should be the same as Scar, Operation 1, and Resistance Army are the same. I can't get any results from Scar for now, so I can try prying some information from Operation 1. The doctor rested his hands on the desktop, quietly listening to Xinyu finish his analysis. He sidled his head in a thoughtful manner and after a while slowly shook his head and said, Still haven't remembered the reason why I came here. It seems the only way to start is with these 3 forces. Like you said, as soon as I learned of their reason for being here, I also learned of mine. But being able to subdue the good ladder of Scar, you surprised me. It seems your potential is far greater than I had predicted. It was naturally nice to be recognized by a big brother, but Xinyu was not proud of it, nor did he underestimate his opponents. Mr. Mizukage, I want to know about the card world, about players. I heard from a friend earlier that the average low-level player is unable to utilize card abilities to influence the real world, but nowadays, Natick City has been experiencing the use of cards in a non-competition state one after another. That seems a bit counterintuitive? Yes. The doctor confirms Xinyu's suspicions. The situation in Natick City is indeed not quite normal. It seems to be affected by some kind of energy here, causing the boundaries of card use to be blurred and deflated. The battles between the players were more or less disturbed by that energy as well. I have reason to believe that this situation should also be directly related to that thing. Hiss. Xinyu took a silent breath and once again raised his estimate of the danger of that thing. Thank you, Mr. Waterglass. You're still on working hours, so I won't bother you too much. I'll contact you again if I get any intel afterward. After bidding farewell to the doctor Big Brother, Xinyu walked out of the hospital gate and sent a message to Lu Zhanyan. Brother Lu, not too busy lately, come out for a meal together. Creative Dream Mansion. Lu Zhanyan frowned when he saw this message that didn't look at all like it was sent in Xinyu's tone. He understood the precocious older boy's intentions after a moment's thought. He was afraid that his cell phone messages were being monitored, meaning that he would let himself be contacted on that one-threaded phone at his convenience. Lu Zhanyan didn't say anything more and only returned a good. After initially probing the damage suffered by the Creative Dream Mansion, he left the follow-up work to Tao Shui and Cheng Fei Fei, while he himself drove off first. After he confirmed that he had moved away from the police station and away from the place of the incident, Lu Zhanyan then parked his car on a deserted side road and took out his other phone to dial Xinyu's number. Hey kid, what have you got there? There has indeed been some discovery. The organization you've been pursuing as a direct result of the 2 officers' deaths is named Scar. They all seem to have come to Natick City with some kind of purpose, and that purpose should be the same as that Operation 1 in your criminal police force. I need to know the real reason why Operation 1 came to Natick City. Captain, is it possible for you to get the appropriate information there? Lu Zhanyan immediately bared his teeth and said, Hiss, Scarab? I've never heard of this organization. Where did you get the information from? Also, you dare to hit on the idea of Operation 1? You don't have a lot of guts. This you don't need to know. Also, I can't explain the inexplicable mosaic of the surveillance to you right now. All you need to know is that it's beyond the realm of normal human comprehension. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Zhanyan burst out in foul language and said emotionally, Laozi has already seen slimy monsters writhing together on the roof of your school. Also ran into a bandit who wasn't afraid of bullets while escorting prisoners. What else can't I understand? I don't care what organization they're from. I'm going to find them out. Just tell me what you know. Don't forget the promise between us. Lu Zhanyun added after yelling. Where are you now? I'll immediately bring you the original dossier from your mother's accident at the time. 73. Exchange of information. Xinyu hesitated for a moment before saying, if you really want to know then come. I'm now near the Xiazhu 4th People's Hospital. The 4th People's Hospital? I'm not far from there. Stand still in front of the hospital. I'll drive to pick you up. Captain Lu hung up the phone and slammed the steering wheel, stepped on the gas, and drove his tank-like off-road jeep straight to the 4th hospital. Xinyu back to the hospital door, did not wait long to see as if the drunk driving a SUV, with very fast speed stab along brake marks on the ground. The vehicle happened to stop in front of him. Lu Zhanyun to get off the window a wave. Get in the car. Xinyu opened the car door and got into the back seat. The jeep started again, leaving only the 2-meter-long brake mark on the ground. Kid, just say what you have to say. I haven't been a criminal police officer for over 10 years for nothing. I've caught even the sickest criminals, and I've seen even the bloodiest scenes. Xinyu was slightly stunned, thinking that it did seem to be that way. If there was anyone in this world who could understand those words he had uttered the fastest, I'm afraid I would have to count Captain Lu as one. After all, the nature of his work led him to come into contact with by no means a small number of strange occurrences, and he had long ago developed a nerve that was tough as nails. Where's what I want? Xinyu asked without answering. Lu Zhanyun opened the hidden compartment on the passenger side of the jeep and threw a craft paper bag into the back row. Xinyu opened the folder and took out the thick stack of papers inside. This is the original dossier Lu Zhanyun copied about that case of his mother's. It's quite detailed, with several sets of photos from the scene at the time, the results of the analysis of the leftovers, and forensic speculation. Xinyu slightly flipped through it and once again put the information back into the file bag before speaking. The 3 wanted criminals who had committed successive cases in Xiazhu City a while ago all belonged to this organization called SCAR. The members of their organization have a magical ability that can indirectly cause all electronic devices to be unable to take pictures, videotape them, monitor them, and so on. And I now suspect that Operation 3 and now Operation 1, as you said before, should know about this organization and the fact that they have abilities, yet they did not publicize it or tell you about it. As to the reason I cannot well guess, for I know very little even now. Magical abilities? The ability to interfere with all electronic devices? Captain Lu silently repeated the information that Xinyu uttered. When he heard that Operation 1 and Operation 3 should know the truth, his eyes narrowed instantly. He burst out silently, feeling as if that mission to escort a wanted man had turned into a decoy to lure the enemy. It seems that his previous guess with Bureau Yan was not far from the truth. These police officers of their own had indeed been used by the other side as fish bait thrown in the open. But why? Operation 3 or Operation 1? What is their purpose? Last time, it was clear that the 3 wanted criminals were captured, but Operation 3 allowed them to be silenced by their accomplices and chose another path to leave themselves. Why on earth is this? Lu Zhanyun thought for half a day and didn't come up with a result. He could only continue to ask, do you know how many people from SCAR came this time? Xinyu shook his head and said, I only know that there should be more than one of them, but there won't be too many. By the way, did you guys find the person I said fell off the dream creation mansion? His body should be very conspicuous. Lu Zhanyun was stunned and grinned. No, we didn't see any corpses, or traces of corpses being moved even after we walked around the creation dream mansion. There are only some broken wood shavings and furniture. No body? Can't that guy fly? Xinyu felt that he had still underestimated that werewolf. He had thought that the other party would surely fall into a pulp when he fell from the height of 82 floors, but now the half-wolf, half-human monster had disappeared in the fall. This is not good news for him, because Xinyu's identity had been exposed to the other side. If the werewolf escaped, he would report this information to his organization. So, Xinyu can almost foresee the subsequent revenge of SCAR, which will be endless every now and then. Isn't there an old saying, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about you? If SCAR misses Xinyu, how can she live in the future? Just as Xinyu and Lu Zhanyun were exchanging the information that each of them had learned in the jeep, a wolf-shaped monster covered in black and brown hair suddenly appeared out of thin air on the roof of the 4th People's Hospital in Xiazhu City. He looked around for a while, as if lifting his foot through an unseen door. This werewolf really didn't die from the high-altitude fall. He had other cards. And now the reason why he appeared at the Xiazhu 4th People's Hospital again was because the targets he was looking for, Luo Fei and Zhou Shu, had both been sent here. Almost at the same time that the werewolf appeared, the doctor sitting in his office received a call from Xinyu. He held up the phone for a moment and smiled. I see. Thanks for the information. I'll give it a try. Doctor, he said and hung up, but his smiling eyes looked out the window. Damnable brat. How dare you trick me? if I catch you again, I will definitely tear the flesh off your body piece by piece, let you deeply understand what is worse than death. The werewolf took a step out of the invisible void and everything was normal again. He hid in the gloom of the roof, his bones crackling, accompanied by a muffled grunt of pain from the werewolf. His black-brown hairs that looked like iron brushes began to slowly wriggle and shrink. The silhouette of his body was also getting shorter and thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sharp nails after transforming into a werewolf disappeared a little bit. The hair that covered the whole body also retracted all the way back into the pores, turning into the same skin as a normal human. And the remaining fur transformed into a black trenchcoat that swayed gently in the wind. The good ladder of the scar had once again changed back to human form. He stepped out of the shadows to move his shoulders and neck, letting out a muffled grunt. It seemed that every time he transformed he brought a certain amount of physical pain to himself. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, the werewolf lifted his feet and prepared to sneak through the ventilation ducts on the roof of the hospital building, find Luo Fei in Zhou Shu's hospital room, and carry out a precise decapitation. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong and turned around violently to look behind him. Not far behind him, at some point there was a tall and thin doctor wearing glasses and a white coat. The werewolf's heart was beating slightly. This doctor was already this close to him, and he had only just realized it? It's not normal. This doctor must not be normal. Are you the good ladder of Scar? The doctor on the other side spoke slowly, his tone gentle, voice low and magnetic. Who are you? Why do you know the name of my organization? The werewolf sensed that the other party was not an ordinary person, and that his strength was most likely even stronger than his. At that moment, he didn't dare to do it easily, but instead, he presented his deck of cards in the cracks of his fingers. The doctor's expression remained serene as he continued. I'm curious to know what exactly your organization came to Natick City for. It is very helpful for me to retrieve my lost memories, and I would also like to ask if you could tell me the details. Of course, I will also show my gratitude accordingly. What the hell are you talking about? Since you know that I'm the good ladder of Scar and still dare to say such things, I can try to do it as you're provoking. Reinforcement card. Werewolf. 74. Challenger. Bong-sun. Saying that, a flick of his wrist had already turned the werewolf deck into points of starbursts and melted them into his body. His sharp claws, fangs and fur, which had only just receded, once again emerged wildly from the surface of his body. In about a few dozen seconds, he turned into a half-human, half-wolf monster once again. The doctor watched the scene with a silent smile, not interrupting in the least. It wasn't until the other man had finished changing completely that he whispered, "It would be a shame not to want to talk about it. I promised that boy that I wouldn't let his two friends get hurt, and I'm also curious to know the reason for your visit to Summer Bamboo City this time. So, I'm sorry, but I must borrow your brain for a moment," the doctor said, raising his white-gloved hands and grasping them in the void. Suddenly, two small, sharp scalpels reflecting the cold moonlight appeared at his fingertips. Prop card. Scalpel. Do you mind if I prepare you for a craniotomy now? What? The werewolf's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably at the sight of the two exquisitely small scalpels. His legs were as heavy as lead, as if he couldn't even move a centimeter. At the moment, the view from the roof of the hospital building slowly changes. As the werewolf reacted, he realized that his hands and feet had somehow been tied and he was lying on a white surgical bed. No, this can't be possible. You're a doctor. The werewolf seemed to remember something, but what he wanted to say next stuck in his throat. The doctor held a delicate scalpel in each hand, while his figure became immense for a moment. The werewolf's 3-meter height was like a frog waiting to be dissected in front of him. Patient, are you ready? As soon as the doctor spoke, he cut the knife into the patient's head without asking for his consent. In the jeep, Shen Yu, after learning that the werewolf wasn't dead, immediately associated it with the other party's next move. It's very likely that the werewolf will go to Xiaiju Hospital and kill Luo Fei and Zhou Shu, as well as Shen Yu, who he thinks possesses that thing. However, the other party's move was turned into a self-inflicted trap because of the presence of the Dr. Big Brother. Shen Yu informs the doctor of the information that the werewolf has appeared in the 4th hospital, and he didn't doubt for a moment that the big man had a way of making the werewolf talk. Who are you calling? You have help? Lu Zhanyun saw that Shen Yu's expression seemed to relax a bit after the phone call, so he asked curiously, who? A helper indeed. A very powerful but easily unavailable helper. Lu Zhanyun did not pursue who Shen Yu's helper was after hearing this. No matter what, the two of them are now in an allied state. Good. Then I'll go back to the police station now and see if I can find some clues from the case being investigated by the operations division. Shen Yu was sitting in the jeep and was trying to get Captain Lu to give himself a ride home. But just then, his cell phone vibrated at an inopportune moment. Shen Yu frowned slightly, because what was vibrating at the moment was the 3-less cell phone. Someone challenged. On the screen of the cell phone, the message of the challenging opponent had appeared, as well as the countdown to the start of the match. Opponent ID, Fengxian. Opponent level, 8. Opponent's record, 13 wins and 10 losses in 23 matches. Opponent's deck, enhanced class. Countdown begins. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. What's wrong? Lu Zhanyun noticed Xin Yu's change in mood and casually asked. Xin Yu paused for so many seconds, then suddenly looked up and said, Captain Lu, haven't you always been curious about what the mosaic in the video actually obscured? Is there any interest in spectating live once? What? You said. Lu Zhanyun's body shook, then he took a deep breath and said, Good, I will keep my distance and observe silently. Xin Yu put away his cell phone and pointed a direction to Captain Lu. Take that road ahead and turn right. Lu Zhanyun stepped on the gas and drove the car outside a dimly lit alley following Xin Yu's hints. This is it. Just stay here and see for yourself. Don't get too close, that would be dangerous. Dangerous? Kid, don't forget what I do for a living. You don't need to remind me of that. Captain Lu rolled his eyes and lit a cigarette after Xin Yu got out of the car, smoothly taking out a monocular from the co-pilot's hidden compartment. Electronics won't work. These primitive binoculars I use for stakeouts should work, right? Lu Zhanyun adjusted the car seat to a comfortable angle, holding his cigarette in one hand and binoculars in the other, and just gazed at Xin Yu's figure that gradually blended into the darkness. Why is it so dark? It's a good thing this telescope of mine has infrared capability. Since Xin Yu had come by car, when he walked into this dark alley, there were half a dozen people inside. Come early? Xin Yu looked around. This remote alley was as if it was specially prepared for their competition. The alley, which was supposed to be cluttered with debris, was unusually neat and tidy, with no trash at all. In the center of the alley stood a lone streetlight. The street lamp seemed to have a less stable voltage, and the light was on and off, just like a scene from a ghost movie. Xin Yu quietly leaned against the streetlight and waited for about 3 minutes. Finally, a figure appeared at the other end of the alley. This silhouette was about 1.75 m by visual estimation, with extremely broad shoulders and thick arms. Xin Yu craned his neck and made a comparison with his opponent this time and Luo Fei. Muscle man type? Gradually, the figure came closer and closer until it stopped below the only streetlight. Hello, my name is Lei Yiding. Are you my opponent today? Please teach me more. The visitor was in his mid-20s, with thick eyebrows, broad nose and thick lips, and a rather naive appearance. And the other party came up and politely greeted Xin Yu, which is absolutely rare in the players. Hello, this is suspect. Xin Yu didn't want to foolishly tell others his real name and simply said his ID. He suspect? What a strange name. My ID is Bonsun, so you should understand what it means, right? Xin Yu nodded silently and said, I know, Lu Fengxian and Lu Bu. Ah yes, it's Lu Bu. Young people nowadays rarely read the 4 great masterpieces anymore. That naive-looking Lei Yiden was smiling happily, with no awareness of the impending battle at all. Xin Yu frowned slightly, watching the countdown in his cell phone gradually clearing to 0. Make a move, Bonsun. Reinforcement card. Pretender. Without any nonsense, Xin Yu manifested his own card with a flip of his wrist and turned it into a bit of starlight into his body. The naive-looking young man on the other side of the table also put away his smile when he saw the countdown go to 0, and pulled out 2 cards from his jacket pocket at once. Attention please, I'm coming. Yo, entourage card. Lu Bu. Reinforcement card. Possessed. What? 75. You're bad. Xin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He watched as the expression of the naive-faced young man in front of him gradually became well-behaved and ferocious. Those thick eyebrows were becoming even thicker, and the broad shoulders were becoming even broader. The body was pulling up inch by inch, and the hair was growing uncontrollably, like the Monkey King who was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Not only that, but the Bonsun player, who had extremely broad shoulders and unusually thick arms, pinched the only streetlight in the alley. With a slight effort he broke the streetlight off flush and carried it in his hand, as if to use it as a weapon. Isn't this a bit much? Xin Yu grunted in a low voice. Luckily his eyesight was superb and even if the only streetlight was broken it wouldn't affect his movement. But the other party will be plunged into darkness himself after destroying the streetlights. Could it be that he also possesses the ability of night vision? My name, Lu Bu Fengxian. Who dares to fight me? Even the voice of the young man with the name Lei, who had attached the reinforcement card to his own body, had become much thicker. The cry that seemed to come from the depths of his soul echoed back and forth in the alley, even waking up and scaring away the sleeping wildcats in the distance. Outside the alley, Lu Zhanyun, who was holding up the binoculars, only felt that the vision in the lens gradually became blurred. Suddenly that only light was also blown out like a candle. The alley was plunged into a dimness in which nothing could be seen at all except the occasional moonlight that could be thrown in. Asterisk. What the hell? Lu Zhanyun debugged the night vision function of the binoculars, and suddenly 2 distinct humanoid silhouette figures appeared in his line of sight within the pitch-black alley. Phew! Finally, I see it. That short one should be the Shinyu kid. Isn't the one opposite him a bit too lanky? At this time, Shinyu also had the same doubts, only to see the Bongsun player in front of him gripping the street lamp with one hand, his thick arm bulging with muscle mass. With that, he used that street lamp as a light wooden stick and suddenly smashed it against the top of Shinyu's head. Shinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body swiftly shifted horizontally while lowering his center of gravity. Bam! The iron casing of the street lamp hit the ground, breaking one of the tiles in half. However, he didn't stop when he missed the blow. The muscles and veins on his arm bulged once again, as if they contained endless power. The street lamp almost did not stop. Another sweeping smash to Shinyu's solar plexus. Luckily, he had just been prepared for this, and his body, which had depressed his center of gravity, bent down again, and was already almost on the ground. The street lamp wrapped with the sound of horrible wind suddenly swung from the top of Shinyu's head. Bam! Contact on the sidewall. Another pothole depression. Another crumbling masonry. Shinyu dodged the blow and got on his hands and knees to power up on the ground. His center of gravity was low, and he went straight into the dead center of the opponent's streetlight attack. The tiger climbs the mountain hard. Shinyu quickly closed in on his opponent's arms so that the street lamp could not exert its power. He sidestepped, threw a punch, and blasted his opponent in the chest with the precision of a sniper's bullet. Bang! A muffled sound. Shinyu in the moment of hitting the other side only felt his fist was something dead clamped. Gradually his expression became strange as it wasn't his opponent's hands that clamped his right hand, but his opponent's overdeveloped pair of pecs. Eat me! Clipping Shinyu. The Bongsun player dropped the streetlight and slammed both of his big hands down the center. Shinyu's expression was as usual. Not a trace of panic could be seen. He lifted his feet up to step on his opponent's chest and stomped hard, dodging his opponent's grip while pulling his right hand out. It seemed that the muscle terror of this Bongsun player who was possessed by the reinforcement card was even higher than Luo Fei. He's beyond the realm of normal. Don't always run. If you have the ability, fight me. Lu Fengxian, head on. Look at the fist. The young man with the surname Lei let out a rumbling shout that shook Shinyu's figure a little. Suddenly, the scene in the alley became a little blurry. The originally empty and dark alley was somehow filled with groups of men and women, young and old, whose appearance could not be seen. The Bongsun contestant's fist jerked back as it was about to hit one of the women. His eyes widened as he looked at the pointing crowd and roared, "Out of the way, all out of the way. This is no place to watch. This is a dangerous place. If I touch you, you'll be killed or maimed. So get out of the way." He attempted to maintain order and persuade these onlookers to stay out of the alley. Right at this moment, in the center of those onlookers suddenly extruded a silhouette, which was Shinyu. Attendant cards. Onlookers. I didn't realize you didn't have a bad heart. Welcome to the door with 3 disregards. Another killing move of the 8 extreme fist was made. Shinyu closed in on Bong Xian's arms, and 3 consecutive punches struck the cartilage under the opponent's ribs, knocking his huge body to the side and moving out horizontally, and hitting the wall with a rumbling sound. You're despicable. You use ordinary people as a shield. You're bad people. That youth surnamed Lei stood up straight and seemed to be very dissatisfied with Shinyu's approach. He slammed his fist down at Shinyu with his head, which the latter dodged lightly, and the floor tiles he smashed splattered debris that shot over the onlookers. Seeing this scene, the naive youth surnamed Lei hurriedly folded his hands and apologized to the dummies. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Why don't you guys get out of the way? I told you that it's dangerous here, and that your lives will be in danger if you continue to stay. I'm not lying." After he apologized, he also shouted at Shinyu, "Hey, that suspect across the street, let's not involve ordinary people in a duel between players, okay? Do you have any humanity left?" Shinyu, who was concentrating on fighting, even wanted to laugh a little at this moment. Of course, his smile was a good-natured one. He hadn't realized that there were such pristine and simple people among the players. This made Shinyu feel like he was using the onlookers as a shield, and also felt some guilt for no reason. No, don't be fooled by your opponent's appearances. Don't forget that you yourself are the pretender, and you cannot afford to be lax or cavalier when fighting. That will cause a breach that cannot be undone. Shinyu, you must keep this moment in mind. Do not show any mercy to the enemy when sparring. Shinyu, who had just wanted to show a hint of a heartfelt smile, was instantly suppressed by the almost ruthless calmness that rose in his own heart. A cold sweat broke out on his back for no reason, feeling that he had just almost fallen into the other party's trap. Attachment card, huddle crowd. Move. Shinyu rubbed his 2 fingers together and changed the direction in which the onlookers card stood and advanced. Those men and women who had just gathered around and couldn't see their faces suddenly walked towards the youth with the surname Lei. These dummies were still pointing as they walked, and seemed to be complaining about something under their breath. "Hey, what are you guys doing? I told you it was accidental just now. Don't come any closer. I'll be rude if you come any closer." "Oh, how ungracious of you." In those gaps in the crowd of onlookers, Shinyu's figure reappeared and rushed straight to the opposite side of the door. "You're vile." The player surnamed Lei had his thick eyebrows raised, seemingly quite dissatisfied with Shinyu's approach. He swung his millstone-sized fist and directly smashed at the oncoming Shinyu. However, when his fist was about to come into contact with Shinyu, it was brought to the side by the other party's outstretched left hand, instantly dissolving the power of the punch. Yes, Shinyu had used some of the characteristics in Taijiquan, the very same lifelong skill that his master had passed on to him. Wuji Shengong. 76. Second reinforcement card. When Feng Xian saw that his attack was easily neutralized by his opponent, his heart grew even more furious. He shook off his left hand, which had been cut off from his strength, and raised his right fist to smash into Shinyu's face once again. However, Shinyu did not see the slightest fear in the face of this attack that could almost open up monuments and crack rocks. He reached out with his right hand and gently brought his opponent's fist to his left, while his body took the opportunity to get into his arms. Bastard fold. Shinyu's left leg and left hand came out in unison. The knee of the left leg was on the inside of the opponent's thigh, while the elbow of the left arm was on the opponent's belly. The elbow should have been on the heart, but the Bongsun contestant was too big and Shinyu could only reach his abdomen. One hit. Shinyu did not love the battle. Before the opponent's big hand came, he did a sideways flip and pointed his toes on the wall, using refraction to re-enter the crowd of onlookers. This time, the angry Lei Bongsun player wowed. He touched his abdomen and thighs that had just been hit by Shinyu, and they were slightly sore, which cleared his head. Although today's opponent is small, his explosive power and skills are quite impressive, especially his techniques. 9 times out of 10, he's a practiced fighter. Bong Xian thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. Hey suspect, I'm warning you for the last time. You don't want to hide in the crowd of these people anymore, or you won't be able to get out of it when something happens to them. Shinyu hid in the crowd, only revealing half of his face, and said softly, that depends on how you respond next. Coping? My response is this. After that naive Bongsun player finished speaking, he actually picked up the street lamp on the ground and launched an indiscriminate attack on the crowd of onlookers with a huff. Since Shinyu had not been slighting the other party, he did not feel much surprise when he saw him swinging the street lamp again at that moment. Shinyu crouched low, allowing the onlookers to be swept by the streetlights. These people themselves were materialized from the cards and had no entity at all. Even if they were swept, they were like reflections on the water, swaying for a few moments and recovering once again, continuing to point at Bongsun's players and saying some inaudible words. Sure enough, it's a card illusion. I told you. How can a battle between players be watched by so many civilians? Your ruse has been pierced by me. A happy smile appeared on the simple-minded Bongsun contestant's face, as if he felt a large amount of relaxation because his attacks wouldn't hurt ordinary people anymore. He was seen swinging the street lamp once again, seemingly using it as Lu Bu's square sky painting halberd. Bam bam bam. Streetlights sweeping back and forth left several broken dents in the walls on both sides of the alley. The walls, the floor, everywhere he hit, stone chips flew everywhere. Shinyu didn't doubt for a second that given some more time, this human demolition team would have completely destroyed the walls on both sides. At this time, Lu Zhanyun, who was hiding on the outside of the alley holding up binoculars, watched with a jaw-dropping stare, although he couldn't see the exact details of the two men's battle. In the infrared telescope's lens, the two figures, one tall and one short, crashed into each other. The tall figure seemed to be carrying a street lamp in his hand, sweeping from side to side with a horrible muffled sound. And the one thing that had kept Captain Lu unable to understand had truly appeared before him at this moment. Just like what Tao Shui said, the two people in the battle seemed to be separated by an invisible shield of light. He had just noticed that there were still pedestrians passing back and forth on this road from time to time, but just as they attempted to approach this alley, they would all be interrupted by various accidents that interfered with their next movements, and then choose another path. Damn! Is there really a mysterious force influencing this world? That organization called SCAR is full of these non-humans? How are we going to apprehend these culprits? Lu Zhanyun's worried brows were locked and his face was unusually ironic. He realized that the object he was trying to capture was beyond his perception. Some of the rules of this world also look like nothing in the eyes of the other side. How do we catch this guy? How to solve the case? No wonder they are not allowed to intervene in the operation. Facing such a criminal, ordinary police will only add unnecessary sacrifices. But, is this going to make him give up the trail? No, never. The lives of his comrades will not be sacrificed in vain. And these tumors that harm society must be removed. Captain Lu seems to have made up his mind. He wants to continue to cooperate with Shinyu. Borrowing Shinyu, that mysterious circle will be named SCAR Criminal Organization. Little by little disintegration. Eventually let them pay for their own behavior. Lu Zhanyun was just thinking about this, when he suddenly saw a black shadow was rapidly flying outward from that alley. His body instinctively raced backward at the sight. Only when he got a good look did he realize that it was a person. And by looking at the figure, it should be Shinyu. He was sent flying backwards by a huge force from his opponent and landed right on his jeep. And the kid used his jeep as a springboard. and without even landing on his legs he powered up again and jumped back. However, although his back and forth only happened in the blink of an eye, the powerful impact was real. The force caused Captain Lu's jeep to shake violently for a few moments, and then he saw two more inward-facing dents on the compartment above his head, dents in the shape of footprints. Hell, Shen Yu, you'll have to pay for my car repairs. However, Shen Yu, who had once again leaped into the alley, wrapped her entire body around the other's arm and locked her thighs around the other's neck. He held the arm, trying to lock the reckless man with monstrous strength in a chokehold until his brain was deprived of oxygen and he lost the ability to resist. Locking techniques? Jiu-jitsu? What exactly is it that you don't know how to do? Get off me! Bongsun contestant was held and the right arm muscles once again erupted into infinite strength. He just like that one-handed carry Shinyu boomed into the roadside wall, trying to pin Shinyu in the center, breaking the opponent's lock technique. However, Shinyu was prepared for such an outcome. He uncrossed his legs and, pointing his toes on the other man's stubby shoulders, slid behind him again like a loach. This time he wraps his arms around his opponent's neck and switches to a naked choke. Bastard. I won't simply admit defeat like that. I'm a whole 5 levels higher than you. Fengxian player's neck was strangled by Shinyu to death, and his face was reddened to the color of pig liver. He gritted his teeth and materialized another card in his fingers. Reinforcement card. Warrior. He squeezed a few words through his teeth, and at this moment, Shinyu inspiration suddenly touched, immediately loosened the lock of the other's arm, so the whole person jumped backward to pull away a distance. You have 2 reinforcement cards? Shinyu looked at the Bongxian contestant whose body was shrinking as steaming hot air rose around him and sensed an unprecedented danger and pressure. However, he saw that Fengxian, who had just been tall, had shrunk to only the height of an ordinary person of 1 meter 8. Moreover, his broad shoulders were no longer exaggerated, and he had already become smaller than Luo Fei just from his stature. However, the dangerous aura contained within the other party's body was not in proportion to the body. On the contrary, after he made use of this reinforcement card, his entire power became more inwardly recycled and not so outward. This is obviously not a good sign for Shinyu. Shinyu looked at his opponent who was gradually calming down, and had quietly clamped his black deck between his fingers. 77. Final blow. Just see this ID Fengxian simple boy gently exhale, and then some chagrin look at their own hands. Originally, I didn't want to use this card. Now it's revealed itself again. It's all your fault for provoking my anger and competitive spirit. Shinyu was a little confused as to what the other party meant. He had seen clearly just now when this naive little guy used the Yi Warrior card, and the other party had taken out an E-ranked reinforcement card similar to Lone Brave, but slightly better, with a bronze border. And why wouldn't you want to use it if it's just an E-ranked card? Obviously, the naive-faced opponent had no intention of explaining anything to Shinyu, who was still looking at his hands in chagrin. Suddenly, just at this moment Shinyu seemed to have sensed something. He realized that this player with a naive appearance who had already reached level 8 was one of the most experienced in his engagements so far. He's been through 25 fights and has a not quite exaggerated winning percentage. Was he underpowered? It seems not. Judging from the situation just now, the strength of this Bongxian almost crushed Luo Fei, who was also a power type. He was also relatively restrained by Zhou Shu's ability. Shinyu even felt that this brother could almost go 50-50 with Miaohia. How could such a powerful player suffer 10 defeats? Could it be that there were still many powerful players below level 10 that Shinyu hadn't encountered? The powerful and majestic pressure continued to spread around. The airflow from Bongsun's player's body was as if it was substantial, blowing all the rubble from the fight the two had just had towards the corner. The ground was clean as if it had been cleaned with a powerful vacuum cleaner. Suddenly, Shen Yu, who was fully focused on defending himself against his opponent, saw the Bongsun player raise his hands and slap a palm on his cheek. The loudness of that sound even outside the alley hiding in the car Lu Zhanyan heard clearly, unusually loud. However, the 2 winds pouring into the ears he used on himself was so powerful that within 2 seconds his cheeks were bulging, blood was flowing out of his ears, and his whole head was buzzing. Shen Yu asked with some confusion, "What are you doing? Harming yourself? Or are you admitting defeat in disguise?" The Bongsun player was a little shaky, and he shook his head a little, reaching out and holding onto the wall next to him, muttering something under his breath. Bad luck. How come the side effects showed up just after the fight started? This is why I don't love using this card. While dealing powerful damage to the enemy, it will also randomly do self-harm. His voice was not loud, but Shen Yu, whose hearing far exceeded that of normal people, still listened to all of them clearly, word for word. At this moment, even though the other party was Shen Yu's opponent, he still couldn't help but mourn in his heart for 2 seconds. This card is too pitiful. Before the fight first self-inflicted injuries. This is to kill the enemy 800 self-loss of 1000 rhythm. Whatever. Be careful. Junior, getting hit by me now is life-threatening. If you can't hold on any longer, you can admit defeat at any time. Feng Xian also thoughtfully reminded Xingyu before attacking. However, the next moment he pointed one foot to the ground with a thunderous, muffled sound. With a bang, the ground he had just stood on was stomped out with a pothole about half a meter deep. In front of such a huge explosive force, Feng Xian drew a residual shadow in place and came to the top of Xinyu's head in an instant. He opened both palms, who slapped to the latter's 2 ears. It seemed that he also wanted to give Xinyu a double wind across the ears. But unfortunately, Xinyu had prepared for this, and with the powerful danger foreknowledge brought by the disguiser, he had already sidestepped and flipped forward to avoid this strike. But even so, Feng Xian's palms in the air together still issued a snap sound. This loud voice directly pierced into Xinyu eardrums, shocked his head dizzy, as if the eardrums will not be able to withstand that loud noise will immediately rupture open. Xinyu didn't think much about it and used the ability of Pretender to control the ear muscles and cartilage to completely dissolve the damage caused by that loud noise. In the next moment, his cheek appearance suddenly underwent a distortion and became incomparably blurred. It was only when Feng Xian looked at Xinyu again that he realized that the cunning and expressionless teenager just now had turned into a little girl. This little girl had a double ponytail, wore small leather shoes, and carried a shoulder bag. Her face was soft and sticky, and her eyes had a godly look, which made her look very cute. Bongsun stopped and rubbed his eyes vigorously, but once again, the other party was still a little girl, an unusually cute and well-behaved little girl. Damn, is this what you really look like? How am I supposed to fight? Feng Xian's heart had just risen with a hint of cowardice, but was suddenly filled with the fierce battle spirit brought about by the Wu Warrior card, removing all of the women's benevolence from his body. He fiercely punched Xinyu, who had turned into a little girl, and his hand was so determined that he showed no mercy because his opponent's identity and appearance had changed. Xinyu dodged it with a roll and his appearance returned to normal again. He realized that after his opponent had used this warrior card, the confusion of his appearance no longer served him much. This Bongsun attacks all living beings standing in front of him, men, women and children alike. If that's the case, there's no way around it. Xinyu glanced at the time. The two men had been fighting back and forth for 20 minutes and had yet to distinguish a winner, and the judgment time of the match is half an hour. If in the remaining 10 minutes the two people still did not distinguish between victory and defeat, the system will determine that both sides of the match are defeated. However, Xinyu's goal is to hit the 10th consecutive victory. He wants to see how generous the big gift package given by the 10th consecutive victory. But the other party's straightforward and naive character did gain some favor with Xinyu. He didn't want to kill the other man, nor did he want the naive little man to get hurt very badly. Therefore, Xinyu put away the black deck with a slight movement of his wrist, following which he took out the A-grade gold deck, claiming that the Dr. Big Brother had deposited with him. There are only 10 minutes left. If we continue to fight like this for another half an hour, we will not be able to distinguish between the winners and losers. I have a suggestion. The next blow we both take out our strongest moves to determine the winner in one blow. How about it? In the face of Xinyu's proposal, Feng Xian, who had already transformed into an iron-blooded warrior, did not waver in the slightest, and only lightly opened his lips and said, "I agree." He finished with a slight bow of his body, dragging one hand behind him as he held the ground. Xinyu, on the other hand, put up a Baji Quan boxing stance. The auras on the bodies of both men were in the midst of a steady climb, and such a situation mapped onto Lu Zhanyan's infrared binoculars resulted in a bizarre image. Really? This kid is already so powerful? Seeing that one large and two small human figures, an invisible flame was rising around them and slowly burning upwards, and the height of the flames belonging to Xinyu was nearly more than double that of the other party. Not only that, the color of his fire was even purer, as if it contained boundless power. At a certain moment, although there was no referee to fire the gun, both Xinyu and Bong Xian disappeared into place. When it reappeared, the distance between the two had been reduced to less than a meter. Yikes! Bongsun's right fist, which was resting behind his back, was violently thrown forward in a position like throwing a discus. Xinyu, however, did not dodge and hardened his face to receive the opponent's punch. Only before that, a thin, unheard voice seemed to ring out of his mouth. Reinforcement card, Clayman, 78. Pitiful warrior sequence. Yes, Xinyu decisively made that A-rank gold card, Clayman, the moment the opponent hit him. The Clayman card had taken effect and covered Xinyu's body with a faint layer of golden light. Bong Xian's punch that ran like a thunderbolt had already bombarded Xinyu's cheek. But a bizarre scene happened. His fist didn't have the tactile sensation of breaking bones and smashing flesh, but it was as if he had punched on mud, with no sense of impact. Xinyu's face gradually changed shape with this punch from his opponent, sinking inward. Immediately afterward, his head transformed into a whole thin slice, which seemed to have been hammered and kneaded and reshaped by that powerful force. Immediately after that, Feng Xian's fist passed through Xinyu's cheek, and even hardened the latter's face to make an empty hole. However, In this bizarre state, Shinyu did not shed a single drop of blood, and his main body did not suffer a single injury. His entire body's bones and flesh had turned into clay. In the face of his opponent's enormous fist strength, he easily dislodged the power of this strike into nothing. However, Bang Xian's full-force strike missed its target, and inertia caused his body to lose its balance and topple to the side. Shinyu's body that had turned into mud suddenly reconsolidated in the air. He locked his legs around Bang Sun's arms and neck, while his hands encircled his legs, turning the other into such an upside-down position with his head down and legs up. Immediately after that, Shinyu just activated the ability of the Clayman card once again, causing his body to become abnormally hard and heavy. It was like a lump of clay that had sucked up all the mercury and solidified into shape. Inverted tombstone. Based on the opponent's broken movements, Shinyu surprisingly used a move from professional wrestling. This kind of move was actually close to a performance, and it was difficult to use it on an opponent in a real battle. But now it was hard for Shinyu to catch a chance. With a loud boom, he locked his head and feet on Bangsun and crashed hard into the ground, smashing his opponent's head directly into the floor tiles. Immediately, the surrounding floor tiles took the point of the heavy blow as the center of the circle, and quickly spread out spiderweb-like cracks in the surrounding area, and Bangsun's head temporarily disappeared into the ground, buried in the rubble below. However, this is not the end. Shinyu knows the other party's strong resistance. In the inverted tombstone molding, he lowered his center of gravity body and placed a 360-degree rotation, left leg side kick, just kicked in the head down on the foot of the unguarded Bang Xian abdomen. Bang! Shinyu's this fast and vicious, surprisingly hard to the head stuck into the ground. Feng Xian again kicked out. At the moment, he was gray. Dirt and gravel mixed with blood smeared everywhere. When he was kicked out of the ground by Shinyu, Bang Xian still looked a bit dazed and confused. It should be due to the dizziness caused by the heavy blow to the head. Cough cough cough. Feng Xian was hit hard in succession and began to sit on the ground coughing violently, but Shinyu's figure pounced once again. He opened his limbs in the air and turned his body into clay, snapping directly on Feng Xian's face. The sticky, tough mud completely encased Feng Xian's entire head, giving him a dangerous premonition of imminent suffocation. Bang Xian was about to raise his hand to rip off the sludge-like thing on his face, when a crazy desire to self-harm suddenly rose up in his heart. The damned thought forced him to suppress it with a distraction, and all of a sudden the movements of his hands slowed down a few points. Shinyu saw this reaction of the other party and keenly sensed the opportunity. It's now. Admit defeat. Shinyu's body once again transformed into a normal human being and threw several punches one after another at Feng Xian's throat, stomach, side abdomen, and ankle area, who was desperately fighting against self-mutilation. Of course, he didn't even hit him with a killing blow, or else breaking the other man's throat bone just once would have killed him. Bang Xian was knocked back a few sharp steps and sat on his butt, letting out a violent cough and swinging his hands out in front of him. He swung halfway before struggling and shouting, "Admit defeat. I admit defeat. No more fighting." The unlucky player who was pitted against his own deck covered his throat with one hand and swung it rapidly, saying several times, "I admit defeat. I'm not playing." The cell phone vibrates. The other party admits defeat, and the system determines the winner to be Shinyu. Because of his win this time, he has an additional $100,000 in his account. Other than that, there are no rewards for drawing new cards, so it looks like the next card draw reward will have to wait until the 10th consecutive win. Shinyu felt slightly sorry for himself, but he was moving towards that goal. The match was over and the invisible magnetic field around it was completely removed. Sitting in the jeep, has seen the dumbfounded Captain Lu forgot to get out of the car for a while. Shinyu stretched out his right hand to Feng Xian, who was sitting on the ground, but scared this kind brother to withdraw backward for some distance. Then he realized that people were trying to pull him up, stretching out his own large hand that had returned to its previous state. Shinyu pulled him up from the ground with a gentle tug. This Lei Yiding, who had regained his naive face, rubbed his neck rather chagrined. "This fight doesn't count today. It's not fair. That deck side effect of mine is too pitiful. Instead, it's you. Why is having such a powerful card the same as having no side effects?" Of course Shinyu would not tell the other party about the side effects of his card. He just nodded at the other party. "To formally recognize you, my real name is Shinyu. Lei Yiding, you're very strong, but that warrior card is indeed a bit of a puddle. Can I borrow it?" Hearing that Shinyu wanted to look at his warrior card deck, this youth Lei Yiding, who had a naive appearance, suddenly covered his chest and zipped up his dress jacket. "What do you want? The initial cards are all picked up and bound, so don't you dare try to take my warrior card. This is my family's hope." "Ugh, I'm talking too much. You won't understand even if I tell you this." Shinyu's heart was slightly moved. Initial sequence deck, hope of the family. It seemed that the other party should have already grasped the method of promotion and items required for the warrior sequence. His guess was not wrong. Shinyu felt that the simpler and more grounded the name of the basic sequence deck was, the more potential it would have afterward, with the exception of his, Lone Brave, being an exception. Like Fatty's, Joker, Luo Fei's, Boxer, and Biggie's, Doctor. He guessed that would be the initial name of Big Brother's sequence. What was Meow Hei's initial sequence? He didn't know for the time being. After seeing Xiao Wei's black knife, Shinyu was also basically sure that the other party's initial sequence should be that knife. It's that simple knife that signals the infinite potential for growth afterward. Using this as an inference, the initial sequence card name of this Lei Yiding in front of him was Warrior, so it wasn't hard to guess that the abilities he enhanced the higher up in this sequence were all combat related. If it wasn't for this pitiful side effect, he really wouldn't have been able to take down his opponent. Seeing that Lei Yiding, who was afraid of being tricked by himself, showed extreme defensiveness, Shinyu did not force himself. It doesn't matter if I can't see it. I'm just curious. So, since the match is over, let's meet again. I hope your luck won't be so bad the next time we meet again. Lei Yiding resentfully patted the dust on his body, as if spitting and speaking to himself. Next time? It's going to be a long time before the two players who have battled each other are next scheduled to play together. And until then you can't repeat a challenge to a player you've already challenged recently. Mouth is heart. Not a good person at first glance. 79. The aftermath of exaggeration. After retugging up his hood and bidding farewell to his opponent, Shinyu pocketed his hands and walked slowly out of this poorly lit alley to meet Captain Lu's jeep. It was only at this point that Lu Zhanyun seemed to have come back to his senses. While he opened the unlocked car door for Shinyu to get into the back seat, he also fished out 2 bottles of mineral water. Brat! I didn't expect you to be so strong. Is this your amazing circle? It's too astonishing. Can you reveal what you need to pay to have this kind of strong power? Here, drink some water and chat while you drink. But when Shinyu saw the bottle of mineral water, her face instantly turned white. The bottle of mineral water that was about to touch the palm of his hand even made him fail to catch it and fell directly into the carriage. Lu Zhanyun looked at him strangely and asked, "What's wrong with you? Where are you hurt? I'll take you to the hospital immediately now." Looking at Shinyu's extremely abnormal face and rounded eyes, it was as if Captain Lu was also startled. In his impression, this teenager always had a deadpan expression no matter what he encountered, mature enough to make people wonder if there was a 1,000-year-old demon living in his body. But at this moment, what had happened? Had he really been seriously injured in some way? However, while Captain Lu was puzzled, Shinyu's heart was fluttering a burst of wildly beating. Heart rate instantly climbed to 180. He discovered what made the change in himself. This is a side effect from the Clayman deck. It will make the user extremely afraid of water, heat, and dry environments. At the moment there was no high temperature or dry environment, only a bottle of mineral water thrown over by Captain Lu. Originally in Shinyu's understanding, afraid of water should be afraid of the kind of big rivers. The least is also afraid of swimming pools. How can be afraid of a bottle of mineral water? This is also too exaggerated it. Looking at his own hands, 10 fingers are uninhibited trembling, as if just struggling on the deathline seems. Take it away. Take away this bottle of water. Shinyu's lowered voice clearly contained fear. Lu Zhanyun was at a loss for words. He picked up the mineral water that fell in the trunk and muttered, "What's the situation? Are you afraid that I will poison the water?" Shinyu didn't give him too much explanation, but closed her eyes and took a deep breath to adjust her mental state. With every breath he took, he was able to expel the fear that had sprung up out of nowhere from his body. It took about 20 repetitions of doing just that to finally get back to near normal. "Captain Lu, please, I can't drink or see water right now. I can't tell you the exact reason in a moment. Please send me home. I need to rest." Lu Zhanyun revealed a black question mark expression and shook his head speechlessly, but seeing Shinyu's undisguised post-robbery state, he still stepped on the gas and sent the teenager to the entrance of the neighborhood. Bidding farewell to Captain Lu for the time being, Shinyu walked up to the 3rd floor with difficulty step by step. But just then, a petite figure with a double ponytail appeared at his door once again. "Big brother, did you really go to Fatty's house to play games? I just called him and he said he's in the hospital. Are you alright? You look very bad." Indeed. At this time, Shinyu's face looked really bad. With one hand on the wall of his old flat, he struggled to walk up to the 3rd floor, trying his best to hold back the fear caused by the large patches of water damage that had seeped out from the years of disrepair. And now he didn't even have the strength to speak. Shinyu waved his hand towards Miao Hia, signaling that he was fine, and barely squeezed out a sentence. "I need to rest now. Let's talk about anything tomorrow." After saying that, he opened the door of his house and shut the little girl out with a bang. Relying on his physical memory, Shinyu stepped over the beer bottles scattered in the corridor, drilled into his room and flung himself onto the bed, not even taking off his clothes, and fell into a deep sleep. Miao Hei's little face twisted together as she watched the worn wooden door close heavily in front of her, still shaking off some dust. What the hell? Both of them are so secretive. Ask Fatty what happened and he won't tell us. And Big Brother is like this. Are they looking for someone to fight with? Then why didn't they call me? At the same time that Shinyu managed to suppress the fear brought about by the fear of water and returned home, the craniotomy on the top floor of the 4th People's Hospital in Xiaozhou City has also been completed. The doctor gets the answers he wants and lets the werewolf off the hook. It was only that he had slightly tampered with the latter's brain to make him forget the purpose of his visit to Xiaozhou City. The werewolf, who had changed back into his human form, sat on the roof of the building, his eyes darting around in confusion, wondering why he was here. His memory had even regressed back to the time period before he received this order. Asterisk. Why am I here? What the hell was I doing before? I remember. Seems like I was at a bar having an event with a chick. Must have been too high on drugs. The werewolf rubbed his somewhat foggy head and materialized a card whose face could not be read. He held the card in his hand and slashed at the void, opening and opening out of thin air as if he could travel through dimensions. He just lifted his foot and stepped inside, his figure disappearing completely on the top floor of the hospital. This night, the 82nd floor of the Creative Dream Building was almost completely destroyed. When the owner of that labyrinth chamber heard this news, he howled at that moment. He cursed the vandals, cursed them for having sons without asses. It was only after the police had good-naturedly dissuaded him that he remembered that he appeared to be insured. At the price of the insurance claim, not only will he not lose money on this trip, it seems he will make some. Instantly, a smile appeared on this boss's face again, and he felt that the vandalism seemed less odious. Intensive Care Unit, 4th People's Hospital, Natsukushima City. Luo Fei, who was extremely capable of self-healing, opened his eyes and froze slightly when he saw the fat man lying next to him who was playing with his cell phone. Hey, this brother, you look familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before? Joshu heatedly smiled and said, isn't it seen? That night, the cosplay convention in the abandoned hospital also. Do you know a little brother named Shinyu? The two of us are friends. Joshu avoided the issue, but didn't mention that he also fought with Luo Fei and ended up being beaten to a pig's head. Luo Fei made an expression of sudden realization after a brief recollection. Oh, you know Shinyu too? Then you're his friend, which means I, Luo Fei, am a friend. If there's anything in the future, don't be polite if you're a brother. Fatty Zhou gave an awkward laugh and nodded his head in agreement. He mentally muttered, this muscle man was really full of muscle. Didn't he know he was in the same chat room as him? Probably hurt his brain from the injury, right? Thinking of this, Fatty was afraid that the other party would recall the incident that had beaten him up, and hurriedly changed the topic. Luo Fei, how did you get so badly injured? Who did it? Luo Fei recalled slightly, then his muscles violently tensed. As if he remembered something bad, he shuddered. I met a half-man, half-wolf monster. His defense is too strong, and my fists can't do any substantial damage to him at all. However, each of his claws can leave a deep and visible wound on my body. I thought I was going to die this time, but I didn't expect to get my life back. What? You were also beaten in by that half-man, half-wolf monster? Then we two brothers really share the same life. Luo Fei surprised to look at Joshu, followed by the eyes of the two seemed to become teary-eyed. Looking at the sight of the small nurses on duty in the intensive care unit, a burst of chills. 80. The center of the vortex. The next morning, when the sunlight sprinkled on Shinyu's cheeks through the window cracks, it finally woke him up after a night of nightmares. This night, Shinyu dreamed that he was like a dry duck, this one river desperately struggling, but no matter how much he struggled he couldn't swim to shore, choking on a mouthful of water. The feeling of suffocation was like substance, imprinted in his brain and could not be dispersed. At this time when he finally turned awake, he realized that the clothes on his body were completely soaked with sweat. It was as if he had actually been thrown into the water. Damn, this side effect is too strong. Just a water stain seeping out of the wall can make me so scared? Then if there was a river next to me, wouldn't I be scared to death on the spot? Shinyu spat out the powerful side effects brought about by the He Clayman card, thinking that the next time he met the Dr. Big Brother, he must ask for a way to control that feeling of fear a little. A glance at the clock showed that there was still half an hour before school. Shinyu grabbed a cool shower and changed into dry clothes before picking up his school bag and going to school. Last night's experience had refreshed some of his impressions of the deck again. It seems that not all cards have as tiny an impact as Lone Valor. Even the card, Onlookers, would only increase Shinyu's curiosity, forcing him to want to watch and listen to gossip. Yet it did not do any substantial damage. But, Clayman, a card that brings fear of water, seems a bit exaggerated. There was also that unlucky bastard named Fengxian, obviously possessing what looked like an extremely strong, warrior, sequence card. He gave himself a few hits first without hurting the enemy. This randomized side effect, if it occurs in the moment of a life and death struggle, then it would be extremely fatal. It's not likely that you'll be countered by your opponent while having the upper hand. That would be too pitiful. Shinyu once again manifested that A-grade golden card, Clayman, looking at the card screen bar that constantly wriggling and changing Clay villain. Shinyu heart determined, if not a matter of life and death he no longer want to use this card, unless he could find a way to restrain this exaggerated side effect. Just as Shinyu had just walked out of the gate of the neighborhood with her backpack, she suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. On a bare branch of a tree that had finished losing its leaves outside the gate of their neighborhood rested a large-sized crow. The eyes of that crow were extremely spiritual. From the time he appeared in the doorway until he turned into the side path, the other's eyes kept following him around. Shinyu had the illusion that he wasn't being watched by a crow, but more like he was being spied on by a person. Just when he was puzzled, the huge crow suddenly stirred its wings and flew towards him like that. Shinyu frowned slightly and instantly materialized black cards clipped between his fingers. If the situation was slightly wrong, he would use the cards to slice through the bird's neck. However, when the crow flew above his head, the sixth sense in Shinyu's heart that could foresee danger did not give any warning. This meant that the bird was at least not malicious. Shinyu raised his left arm with some bewilderment, and the crow cooperated extremely well to retract its wings and rested on his arm, like a domesticated falcon. Shinyu and that crow were eye to eye, which made his head full of question marks and he didn't know what kind of expression to make. However, just then, that crow suddenly opened its mouth and came to say, "You are Shinyu? Can crows talk too? Is this a pachyderm?" Shinyu did not feel a little surprised, but not to the point of being unable to accept it. After all, he had heard that crows were also quite intelligent birds, and certain crows seemed to be able to learn to speak human language. He faced the ravens questioning and nodded. "I'm Shinyu, you're looking for me?" After that crow identified him, it sniffed around Shinyu's body like a dog. Not knowing what it was sniffing, Shinyu froze there and didn't dare to move, allowing this crow to sniff him all over. When he had done this, the raven suddenly took a small rolled-up note out of his beak from his own shiny black feathers. A letter from the master. Master? Shinyu was even more confused after hearing this. He looked around to make sure no one realized he was talking to a bird before opening the note and viewing its contents. It took him a moment to realize this at first glance. The note was from the doctor's big brother, and it seems that the raven, which only speaks human language, is also a pet owned by the big brother. No wonder. It doesn't seem odd that Biggie has a raven with such a high IQ. That would explain everything. Shinyu looked at the content on top of the letter, but the whole person was once again in shock. What Biggie wrote is not very long, but it contains a tremendous amount of information. Shinyu, after your reminder, I found that Scargood Ladder Werewolf on the top floor of the hospital last night and retrieved my lost memories from his related memories. I came here for the same purpose as they did. We were both looking for a card. A scenario card. It's called Emerald Dream, and it's an extremely dangerous card with an autonomous consciousness. This card will control the possessor of an underpowered card, turning him into a puppet of the card. It also instinctively influences those around it, subconsciously wanting to develop those people into its slaves. This card is an extraordinary advancement card, known as one of the 4 major cage decks in the mouths of advanced players in the card world. Not only does it possess the ability to create dreams, weave dreams, and forcibly consign people to dreams, but it can also evoke certain memories in your mind. Also, the odds are that the reason Scar wants to grab this card is to free one of the people imprisoned in it. As for who that person was, I have no recollection of that at the moment. All I remember is that the reason I wanted to find this deck was to use it to bring back memories of my wife. As you know, I lost my family member and was unable to properly utilize regular channels to find that deck due to some sort of restriction. I'll have to ask you to pay more attention to this matter, but at the same time, you must pay attention to your own safety. There is more than one good ladder coming from Scar, and both Operation 1 and the Resistance also possess extremely strong strength. You still need to prioritize your own safety. If there is any trouble that can't be solved, you can always come to me. I'll be staying at the hospital on duty for the last while. Take care of everything. After reading the letter from the doctor's big brother, Shinyu just felt that the dry sweatshirt she had just changed into seemed to be tweaked wet with cold sweat again. Emerald Dreams. The name was so familiar to him. An unfamiliar voice had shouted those 4 words the first time he had followed Xiao Yangxia into that deserted park. Seen cards. Emerald Dream. Yes, he'd been dragged into dreams by that deck, and more than once. Could it be that the owner of that card, or the art teacher at his own school, is a puppet controlled by this card in reverse? And that deck is still developing more golems. However, due to the special nature of this card, it resulted in none of those organizations being able to pinpoint its location. Strange. Then why does one have easy access to it? Or, is it touching me on purpose? Shinyu couldn't help but raise his alarm when he thought of this possibility. If that Emerald Dream card really targeted him, things would be dangerous. No, I'm going to find that art teacher at school today no matter what to confirm his current status. If this guy really has faced losing control, he has to ask for help from the big doctor as soon as possible.